yeah. Boy, some of them just a preach slow. Deep in their heart, they don't know what is love. Some of them just a preach slow. But deep in their heart, they don't know what is love. Them just a fight, fight, fight. Boy, them just a fight, fight, fight. Boy, and that's the right. No, and that's the right. No. If they see the brothers make one move in life, if they see the sisters make one move in life, then there's a fight. Whoa, and that's the right. No, then there's a fight. Whoa, and that's the right. No, oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Whoa, no. Some of them just a preach slow, but deep in their heart they don't know what is love. Some of them just a preach slow, but deep in their heart they don't know what is love. They just a fight. Whoa, they just a fight. Yes, and that's the right. No, and that's the right. No, oh no. Oh,
Hey.
I know. If they see the brothers make one step to further the progress in life, oh, then there's a fight. Yes. If they see the sisters make one step to further the progress in life, oh, then there's a fight. Yes. And that's the right. No, then there's a fight. Yes. Some of them just a preach slow. Deep in their heart they don't know what is love. Some of them just a preach slow. Deep in their heart they don't know what is love. Just a fight. Whoa, and that's the right. No, they just a fight. Yeah, and that's the right. No, some of them just a preach slow. Deep in their heart they don't know what is love. Some of them just a preach slow. Deep in their heart they don't know what is love. No. And that's the right. And that's the right. And that's the right. Fight.
What's good? This your boy Jedi for dinner on live, Trilluminati live, REDPILLTRILL, like, comment, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know we go live, and please put your number of your like in the chat. You know that. Come on. Motivational Monday magazine. Outside the True Squad. Donation gang, big up yourself. Outside all the likers. Trilluminated. Yeah, man. Monday settings and that. Come on.
Fight.
Hey. Another right. Smoothie time. Hey. Them just a fight. Cause them not like Trilluminati live. Them just a fight. Goodness, them a fight. Bad mind youth, them not like. What? They don't wanna see us shine. Don't wanna see us climb. Don't wanna see us right. They just a fight. Cause them pussy can't sleep at night. Oh, hey. What? Hey. Gunshot to the dog. bum, 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 bum. Vibes in. What go on, family tree? I put your number, the like in the chat, family tree, man. Let's make this one. Let's make this a Monday to remember. Get ready tonight. We're gonna make this a Monday to remember. Tonight. Woo! I gotta do it out the screen. Get ready tonight. If you're in your brother, make one move in life. Your sister. I need some music. Make one move in life. And just a fight. These bananas are weak. I'm gonna have 2 today. 2 bananas in the smoothie. 2 bananas in the smoothie. Smoothie, get down, shake your booty. Alright, man. So yeah, as you know, I freestyle most of my smoothies, man. I just whatever jumps out at me first, I select that. You know how long I've had this Irish moss sitting out here to soak it and get it ready, and I've just been ramping. It's getting done today without a shadow of doubts. Still got Bacardi, barely, from Chevelle's dance. I went out on the weekend. I did drink a little bit still, I can't lie. But it's like I stopped drinking with Chaser so I don't feel that hangover kind of vibe. I'm looking good, I must admit though, I'm looking good. What we in? We in what? Week 6 of the training schedule. Week 5 of the training schedule, you know? And yeah, man's coming alive. The little belly's going, you know? Really what I'm trying to work at is like make sure I get my definition back right under the, you get me? Right under the something, get my upper chest back banging. Once I cut this fat, I'm gonna move back to like muscle building. Right now, I'm just trying to get back to how I was, get all the fat off me, you know, love handles, whatever, my back, and get the muscles that I already got to show themselves. And then when I can see them, then I realize, okay, boom, this is where I need to work. That's where I need to work. I'm going to concentrate on this. I'm going to do this body part twice a week until I see an improvement, yada, yada, yada. So yeah, man, but family, just stay dedicated, you know, keep fighting against those excuses, those valid reasons not to train. Just, you know, even when I was sick, 2 weeks ago, I was sick and I was still just training. And that's when I knew, yeah, boom, Jeds, you're here now because you're not even trying to hear your own excuses. This morning, I really never wanted to get up. I went to the gym late. I got to the gym like 8:30, which is late. I'm usually at the gym 7:30. So, you know, but I did everything. I did my 700 calories on the treadmill. I did a banging chest session. Reducing each session, I'm reducing my rest time in between sets. I'm lowering my weight as well, but I'm decreasing my rest time, which is giving me more stimulation to the muscle, giving me a bigger pump, more pump, more reps, more blood flow into that muscle. Helps protect it when you're losing weight, so you don't lose muscle too. It's what I always tell people, that if you're losing weight without training, you're gonna end up looking shit. If you lose weight and you train, you're going to look amazing. Well, and by losing weight, we just want to lose fat. We don't want to lose anything else. We just want to lose fat. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, 2 bananas. What else is going in? I'm going to do the ashwagandha. I'm going to do the activated charcoal. I need to get another one of this one. This is getting rinsed. I love this shit. Yeah, makes my shit black. So I'm gonna do the ashwagandha activated charcoal. I've got the chlorella and the spirulina. So I'm gonna fling them in. Some of you lot saw me on the community wall post about the chlorella. Yeah, go check out the community wall if you want to learn about some of the supplements that I be using. And if you got any suggestions, then let me know, man. Write it there, man. I'll go look it up, see if I can buy it or steal it or grab hold of it, because this shit is expensive. I can't lie. But we spend money on lots of things that don't further our lives. You know what? Today, I am going to take I'm going to have a small amount of protein powder. A small amount. I'm probably going to regret it. I'm going to have a small amount of protein powder. I'm also going to put some good fats into my smoothie. And today's good fats are peanut butter. Yeah. Whole earth peanut butter. Absolutely no added sugar. Yada, yada, yada. Like, normally I take a scoop of this at night. Boom, just before I go to bed, I take a scoop of that, eat that. And what that does is the good fats in the peanut butter help you replace the bad fats in your body. Yeah. What else am I gonna put in there? I'm gonna put two chia seeds. That's the standard though, chia seeds and that. And I'm gonna have a Malayan tea today as well. So we're going in today, man. We're going in today. I'm gonna have Malayan Cerasee. So, can you see that? Not really. Anyway, I'm gonna have this Cerasee. I'm gonna have moringa. So I'm gonna have Malayan Cerasee and moringa. I'll probably do a little post about moringa. Most of you lot know about moringa. I'm gonna do a little post of moringa. I'm gonna show you about Cerasee leaves. You say anything here? Yeah. If you don't know anything about these ingredients, write it in the chat, man. Let us know your experiences. I'm hoping for some family to jump on. You know, so I can have a convo with you lot. Maybe I should play another tune. Soak the what? All right, well, let me read these. Let me read what you lot are saying quickly. Engage with you lot quickly, man. Big up yourselves, man. Big up the 56 people in the building. Please hit that like button. You know? Hit that like button, man. Help the algorithm know that we here, man. My hair's looking mad today. It's just on a life thing. It's just like, yeah, it's doing what it wants. You know? I don't know. Yeah, man. You know? All right, man. Here we go. We got the likers. Let's get through some likes right now. Let me get a little music in the background, please, if you don't mind. What you got for me, Don? I'm feeling that vibe. What you got from me? If you earn your brothers in life. How is it? Sorry, 1 second. Don't lie. Don Carlos. I'm trying to find one that I can get away with playing. Feel like I found the only Don Carlos tune that you can get away with playing and then not claiming it. Let him get his money though, man. What I need? Well, go on, bro. They're proper. Oh, this might be one.
no, no, no. No, 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 no.
Big on the likers.
Remember how you brutalize us.
Trilluminati life.
Remember how you penalize us. Remember how you discriminate us. One thing I want you to know, you never get away. One thing I want you to know, you never get away. For when the Almighty I hit the scene, you got to be sure that your ways are clean. Weeping and wailing and mourning and asking of please, yes. Weeping and wailing and mourning and asking of please.
Hey, Slaps, you've been looking. Lately, you've been looking like a Rasta man. Still, what's going on?
What you saying, G?
I said, lately, you've been looking like a Rasta man. What's going on? What's going on? Huh? You know, I trim the locks. Look at him.
Boy, something I go on. You know what I mean? I just letting him do the
Something
natural thing, you know?
Yeah, it's
Get me?
nice.
I told you.
It's a vibe
But
still.
yeah, we're trying to keep it mellow. Big up everyone. Come on, man. Motivational Monday. You get me? I woke up to some Rasta inspirational music. Like, yo, dub special. I was bobbling in the kitchen like, yeah. Let me fix up. Let me fix up as well. Let me try this, man. Yeah, man.
Come on, man. You hear me? Wakey.
Yeah, man's making smoothie out here and that.
Yeah. Let's
Come
get
on,
to
man.
this movie, man. Just MD Go said, you're not fat, Jeds. Yeah. If you get up off your ass, you won't be fat, will ya? But yeah, I definitely was putting on weight in the wrong areas. I would say for my standard, I've been fat for like 2 years for my standards. I don't know about anyone else, but for me, I'm used to seeing my body in a certain way. I'm used to feeling a certain way when I get to the top of stairs, and I wasn't feeling that way. You hear me?
Yeah, no, I hear that. Mad. It's that one here. Hands on hip.
I don't hit. It's when I'm on the stream, yeah, a man says, who's breathing like that? And I know it's me. I'm like, nah, allow that. Yeah.
Mad.
And I must have had the sex and had to do a disclaimer before. Listen.
Listen. Nah. But
Give me a minute. You know there was it. Give me a minute.
Yeah.
Like, nah. What do you mean, give me a minute? What? It's supposed to be them saying give me a minute. In the kitchen, African, what they call it? African.
Baby boy business, baby. Baby boy business, man. Yeah. I don't even want to get up and do no moves because I always get caught in a clip.
Yeah. It'll be a jingle.
I know. What's the jingles about? Well, you can't even stand up in my own shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, can't even let loose on. No, it. But yeah, I got a week left until I'm back in the gym. I can't wait.
Okay.
It's the blood clot tattoo business, man.
What?
My tattoo, man.
You're tattooing?
No, I got a tattoo in it.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Where'd you get it? What? Can we see it? What is this exclusive? Yeah.
Yeah, man. Come
on. Come on. We got the exclusive. Let me get this out.
Boom, boom, boom.
Man, you so black. I can't see shit. Oh, it's an onk.
Yeah.
It's an onk, huh? Are you a fucking chemist, man? I knew you was a chemist anyway. I always knew you was a fucking chemist, bro.
You're wearing it. You fling it. You might as well.
Okay.
It's a universal symbol with no shade. Do you know what I'm saying? You can't. It's not.
Did they tell you that you can't they say you can't train with that tattoo on your arm?
Well, I can't do any of the top off business or arms or shit. But I can basically, I could go in there and do midriff and legs. You get me? But I want the whole shebang, so I just wait, man. I don't mind.
Hey, what going for footy though?
Yeah, man. Everything's back to normal. You get me? Pre-season training.
Okay.
Yeah, pre-season training.
So what is that? Why we never got a show yesterday?
Yeah, amongst other things. Yeah. Amongst other things. But yeah, man. I'm back. I'm here. I'm ready
Yeah.
to roll motivational. What we doing? What we doing?
I know what we do. What
Come
we
on,
do?
come on.
I don't know. Yeah. I was saying, there's usually something left over from the weekend, like some topic, but I feel like it was a quiet one. Like Sunday, I stood. Saturday evening, I stood in for you for a little while.
Yeah,
But
man.
nothing really
Respect for
went
that, man. Come
on.
on,
Yeah,
man.
man, cool. Nothing really went on. It was kind of just a gal them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nothing to report. Nothing to report. It was just normal.
Yeah. Because you know me, I never watch them back. Do you watch them back? I don't really watch them back. Unless there was something in there that was
Exactly.
you get it. Yeah, I don't really watch them back, man.
We ain't been saving them lately, let alone watching them back now.
I know.
Yeah, though I know people are hungry to watch the playback because the one playback I left up there recently,
Yeah.
5 bags.
Yeah. I think Randy was saying it the other day. Randy was saying it the other day, man. He said, "Oh, I wanted to watch that, but it seems to be like
what I should
private."
Do, is when the show's done, play the playback.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So start from the morning and let it go overnight. Go sleep, wake up, lock it off. That's what I'm gonna do. So you get to watch the playback.
Right. Yeah.
Of what went on. Yeah. But some people will just chill, hang around in the chats, like, do you know what I mean? And congregate. You know, it's like
and you know, night time's American time as well.
Yeah, exactly. So they can. Oh shit! Did anyone see?
How long did it take? It took.
Fuck.
What was it? It was 2 Freestyle Fridays ago. The Freestyle Friday when it was Jamie One and Motion mostly. I did a couple bars in the beginning, but halfway through I was in too much pain. I was just there on mute. It was getting done while I was spitting bars. Yeah. So it's 2 Freestyle Fridays ago. If you go back and you listen, yeah, you'll see. Yeah, that's when I was getting my tattoo done.
Oh, is it? Okay. Oh, what are you saying? What are you saying, Sniper? That shit hurt, yeah?
Yeah, man. It's like I've never had a tattoo before.
Oh, this is your first tattoo?
My first tattoo, yeah.
Okay, now it's making sense.
I always promised not to get one. I said I used to wear my tattoos on the inside and all this stuff. So I thought, fuck it.
Yeah,
I
know what you're doing. Growing dread, getting tattoos. It's midlife, man. Don't try to get a motorbike in that. That's
Harley or Monaco.
Yeah, I get a motorbike.
But I get Monaco and that, like,
blonde street patterns. Like, no, Michael, this midlife crisis.
No. Hey, that was my older cousin still. I remember, like a couple of years ago, man was hench and blonde. Raw.
Demolition, man.
Yeah, I know. Fully getting all the gal as well. I was like, nah, you're taking a piss, cuz. Taking a piss.
I got one OG like that in my end still, with the blonde hair still. He's a proper OG, Winnie.
Yeah.
Winnie, man. OG. Come around with his drop top.
Yeah.
Blonde hair. Yeah, old school. He's proper though. He's funny.
I had one OG, yeah. He had a square cut when, you know, like when you shouldn't, like you've got bald patch in the middle. It's gone, Unks. It's gone. But this, all around it grows. It's
you need
mad.
volume in the middle though. You need
mad.
There.
Some mad angle at the top, like.
Goes in, it goes in where this bit's just missing.
Yeah, this bit's just missing. It's kind of lean forward like a Tintin kind of.
Yeah.
Mad. And because he's short, like, to women, like, they wouldn't see it. But man, they was like, yes, big man. Oh, God. He turns to the left or something, and you're like, man, just got to let it go, man. You got to let it go.
Go. Listen, man. What I mean, I got to say this quietly. I know a man, he saw my dreads. I was like, do you know what? I've always wanted dreads, rare. But I was thinking, brother, you're getting bald in the front. And me and him had like a little argument. Like, because I said, bruv, like, Your front is thinning, isn't it? It's like, no, it's not. No, it's not. It's just, you know, they're bare.
Calm down. Calm down.
I can see like skin. You're not supposed to see skin, bro. Like I can see your scalp in it.
It's not good start.
This brother went and made them charge him like £200 and that, locked up his hair. Brother. Nah, this thing is, it hurts to see it when you see it. Yeah.
Where does it start from? Is that, yeah.
No, it starts normally. He's got hairline.
Yeah.
But the dreads in the front are hanging on by a string.
Mad.
Like, brother, it's gonna be a windy day and your hair's just gonna fly off your head.
The featherweight front locks here, like yo, antenna gone.
Man come to me the other day, asked me for advice on what did he ask me for advice? Yeah, Jeds, I think you might have been right. You know when you said get them thick? Yes, I think I'm gonna lock them together. Lock what together, bro? There's nothing to lock together. And your hair was on its last legs. If your hair's on its last legs, last thing you want to do is dreads.
Right. Of course.
No, bruv. Because dreads stress on hair.
It does. Yeah.
Let me. These hairs want to leave you, and then you putting them through more stress. That scalp is not a happy home. That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
you just I don't know, man. You go turkey or something. Maybe they might have to stitch in some ready-made locks or something, because that's the only way it's gonna work.
I have to let it go, man.
You have to let it go, man.
Let it go.
It's called R. Kelly Gang or Aaron Hall, or you have to join the Barley Gang, man. And some men have progressed very well.
Yeah, Barley Gang ain't even that bad.
The Barley Gang is just, they're doing bits. They've always been doing bits, man. So
yeah, man. Why do I always do that, man? Always forget to put this blade back in.
But I tell you how many men joined the Barley Gang and for what reason. Texturizer was a motherfucker. And all those in denial of using it soon came to light. You get what I'm saying? Yeah.
Grandma's coolie. Nah, blood. That's texturizer, bro.
That's texturizer, bro. Yeah. I had Nigerian cousins who were sleeping with it on with shower cap and going to sleep and waking up in the morning just to get that waviness. Whoa. Like, your hair's that Jiria, cuz. I didn't even know about no Jiria. I just knew, that's nappy, tough head. Yeah. Man was going to the rave like, give me your number. Yeah. Looking like a Nigerian Indian man. Magic. All sorts of waves of things. And then my brother who was coolie, kind of, you get me? He relaxed his hair once and it went completely straight. I was laughing. My brother, who's got a little coolie, tried it and his hair fell out. Once. His hair fell out. He's got some kind of, African coolie thing going on. It's like, bro, your hair's not made for them type of things there.
Not made for this.
But my lamb's wool now is a different story. And the fact that mummy had locks, born with locks. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Dada. Dada.
Okay. And my dad's hairy, man. Fuck's sake.
So how was your weekend? You get up to anything good?
What, last week?
No, the weekend.
Weekend. Nah, man. Bits and pieces, man. Trying to get around, enjoy. You know what I mean? Get out there, do something different, man, than stay in your yard all the time, bro. Of
course.
You know what I mean? And stay in the ends.
Don't worry, man. We got a couple of weekends of enjoyment.
I know.
We got to enjoy this weekend, next weekend. Enjoyment. See this life. See this life.
I hope the weather's good. I hope the weather's good for weekends. So.
Hey, man, chop now. That's what we're dealing with. We're trying to chop some life. I don't know if you lot noticed, but it's nearly the end of summer, fam. Like, let's not fuck around. Like, we're all in happy mode. Depression is round the corner, bro. Bro, Saturday was cold. Was it Saturday?
Yeah.
Saturday was after Friday was turn up. Saturday was cold, like raining, miserable. Nah. We ain't got a lot of sun left, bruv. July's around the corner. After July, it's August. Kalas. Finish.
Innit?
Let me just type. Let me just do this. Yo, family, hit the like button. I'm gonna go through the rest of the like and jump on. Where the sisters, where the brothers, jump on, man. Let me know how your weekend was, what your week's plan is. Give me some motivation. Motivate me, man.
Come on. Camera reveal day, man.
Is that what we're doing, yeah?
It seems. They forgot we do this, innit?
If you run away from the prophecy, you never run away from the Almighty. You never run away from Him. You never run away from Him. No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
Jeez. Select a sniper.
Immorality is like immorality is discriminators. But there is one thing I want you to know.
Motivational Monday. Hey, with your boy Jedi. Jeez. And General Sniper. Let's go now the thing. Wake and bake gangster. All my Rasta man them. You know how the thing said. Yeah, right.
Morning and
You got yin and yang.
What a guan. Big up the man then. Big up everyone in the building.
Come on.
Family, man.
What's everyone
saying? Everyone's got Monday energy. I'm feeling that.
Yeah. Where's the camera? Come on, turn it on. Yeah.
Blood clot.
Yeah, man.
What
am I say? Big up Uncle Tony in the building. Right.
Come on.
My brother.
The man them saying, man.
Yeah.
New week.
Come on, man. How was your weekend?
Because it was all right, you know. I can't even lie, fam. It was all right. So, you get me done a little something on Friday night and then chilled off on Saturday. Done a little family thing yesterday. So it was all right still, man.
Okay. Yeah, Friday, man, I had to do something, bro.
Yeah, because it was crazy. It was crazy.
Who's come to spoil it, bro? You're going to spoil it because you're not turning your camera on.
Sake, man. Hey! Hey, YG! Hey, Erica Bashani, you know. Big up, YG.
Come on.
Erica Bashani.
Hey.
Shouldn't it be Shanika Badu?
Oh, shit. Yeah, that as well. You get me?
Yeah, I like that one.
That's funny. Why did I get so embarrassed? I got so embarrassed.
Come on, man.
Show your face, son.
Come on, man. Big up yourself.
Where's the rest of the family, man? Jump on. Camera day today, man.
Camera day.
We good.
Big up. Why is my camera so close? What am I doing? Let's do something. Yeah, big up. I'm good, you know. I'm good. I'm good.
How's the hubby and the bubba?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the hubby's gone shopping, the bubba's sleeping. I'm supposed to be working. That's why we're not out going shopping, but the boss ain't come through. So, you know, I'm just Trilluminati live and
Yeah, come on.
Maku, I'm loving this, yeah. The beard game's strong.
Thank you.
It's a good little look still.
Yeah.
You get me? I can't lie, Snacks. For your age, still, you get me?
Mm-hmm.
You get me? For your age, you get me? You did all right, bro.
Oh, you went this night. Okay, I didn't even know. You did Mohawk face.
Yeah, yeah, twist. Something, my God. Yeah, we got to get that aerodynamics for the.
Yeah,
when you get back on the football pitch. Yeah. Where I go? Oh, drop the show.
Is that shiny exercise bike? That looks busted. Oh my God. Now, move out of the way. We was trying to see your exercise bike.
What are you saying? Sorry, what have you been saying?
Wait, this is the exercise bike, yeah.
Oh, listen.
If that's what it is, you get me. But yeah.
My whole background is a mess. Just don't like if you saw the rest of the house. When you have a baby, for some reason, your house ain't tidy.
Yeah, nah. How can it be?
But yesterday I cleaned it. So the thing is, my house is clean, yeah. So like I said yesterday, pull up the carpets, clean, and all that kind of stuff. But it's just there's just so much stuff. I want to put.
It's just untidiness, man. That's what happens with kids, Shani. Like you're talking like you're supposed to have a spotless house 24/7 or something.
Yeah, but I feel like I feel much better if I did. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
but
I
you
just
got a
feel
baby.
like I'm just got.
It doesn't happen, love. Sorry.
No,
I need to chuck things away. I just need to get rid of everything. That's how I feel. I'm just like, throw it in the bin. You don't need it.
Don't chuck it, man. Just give it to the charity shop or something, man. Don't chuck it though. I hate
top scientists in the world would struggle. Imagine Stephen Hawking with this problem.
Oh, fucking hell.
Like, the universe, yeah, but the baby's nappy. Man,
this guy always goes to some next place, you know. This guy always goes somewhere else, in it.
Like, what are we doing? So, yeah, you get it? When we put life in perspective, like, yeah, you could be the smartest nigga in the world, but you see common sense things or practical things, bruh. It eludes them really smart people sometimes, you know what I mean?
If I said, ask the universe, where? Oh, how did Stephen Hawking even get a baby? Can we talk about it? Like,
he did though. Didn't he have
he's got a baby?
Didn't he have children?
Maybe when he was well, then he must have.
Yeah. I think did he have children? I don't know.
Man, someone needs to fact check this, Rebecca. This is a bit.
No, but that'd be funny. Yeah, well, I'm just saying, if he did like when he was normal and and you know them days there, and then when he got into the thing, and it's just like, yo, there's this toddler rolling around.
What?
And...
So wait. Once upon a time, he was normal. Something happened to him when he got like that.
Yeah.
All right. He's on a Superman thing. I didn't know that. I thought he was kind of
the disease. And technically, I think you're supposed to live like 10 years max with this disease. My man lived like 30 years with the disease, which is like bookie.
Yeah.
It's literally bookie. I forgot what he's got, but whatever he's got, check for yourself.
Yeah.
He's the longest person with that disease.
Yeah, no, that's crazy still.
Like, how have you had it for so long? 30 years still going strong. Mad. I reckon there was like, obviously we said it before, but it seems like there was different Stephen Hawkinses.
Let's say Hawkinses.
Remember they made a movie.
Plural, innit?
They made a movie about it. I didn't watch it, but they made a movie. He's all kissing gal at uni.
Beautiful man, Russell Crowe. That's about him, isn't it?
Nah, this one was Russell Crowe, man. I think they got some other character to play Stephen Hawking. More recently, I think it is. Yeah. The Russell Crowe one, I think, was a while ago, right?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, many years ago. But yeah, this one was recently, and I was just looking at it, and I was like, yeah, it had him all normal at uni, with the glasses on, you know what I mean? Meeting a gal outside the uni, kissing her or whatever, maybe where he met his wife or whatever. Yeah. I don't know if he had kids, though. You know what I mean? That's the only thing. But just in case he did.
There's something definitely dodgy about, man.
Toddler. Maybe he was a pimp. You never know. You gonna give me that pussy? Oh,
Maybe he was a tire salesman. Yeah, who knows? Because I don't know. You get me?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Maybe
something's greedy about him still.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had children. He got 3 kids.
See?
What?
Yeah.
I'm saying, man.
I need to see one of his kids, man.
Babysitting must have been gangster for the kid. He ain't gonna do shit. See?
She's a journalist, apparently.
See?
She looked like journalist still.
She's got a journalist face.
That's it. She's got a journalist grill. No, man.
You look nosy, man. You look nosier than a motherfucker. Yeah.
So what? He conceived that before he went into his phase, yeah?
Man's asking me, have I seen Big Bro's locks? He's asking if we've seen Big Bro's locks.
Yeah,
he was asking you that, fam. He told him to fall back with that line of questioning.
What?
Oh no, he's asking them questions there.
Silverback. That's silver side.
He had something like a shiny bump afro thing going on. I don't know what that was, but anyway, yeah. But he's got locks now, yeah. Mad thing. I'm out.
If you undo them dreads, would that go back into afro? Is it too long? Nah, this ain't getting undone, mate. You can't undo this
because you've had smaller ones fused together, right?
Yeah, but even if they were just the smaller ones, I've had them so long, and they're proper locked. Remember, I don't get my hair done regular.
Do you not get them? Do you ever get them added? See, now I didn't know that they could do that, but I saw that they've used like old hair, and then just to like make up for, like if a lock falls off, you can actually get it attached back on and everything.
No, like I snapped a lock here,
yeah.
It's my shortest one, so it's tiny. No, I made it. if you fall, oh shit.
Yeah, you might need a drink, mate.
Yeah, if you've fallen off, then you ain't getting back on. That's it.
No, the lock. So my cousin in America, she's a lock technician. Trini,
a loctician.
Yeah, a lock technician. Yeah,
we know what you mean. We know what you mean.
She's a technician of locks. Yeah, she's got a degree in that. Anyway, yeah, she does it. I've seen that, and you know what? Because I was thinking about doing my own, like getting my hair locks up, but I'm just kind of like, I don't know if I'm with the texture. That's my only thing.
You're not with the texture of your hair or the texture of locks?
The texture of locks. Because I know my hair, because my hair's afro hair, right? So I know what it's like when I've had like actual like matting in my hair before.
No,
I don't know if I can. But that's what a lock is. You matted it out.
No, it's just the way you explain that. It's just the way you explain it. You explain it very Caucasianish. You get me? I've had matting on the hair.
But you know what it was? It was when I like the postpartum shedding and all that. Because of that shedding, it actually became matted. Because obviously there was a point when I wasn't doing my hair and I was just like, ugh. And then when I tried to do my hair was like waist length. I had my husband just cut it all off for me, like literally just because it was matted up and I couldn't brush it. I couldn't get a comb through it. Yeah, what's the questions? Now it's like maybe like shoulder length again. Like, yeah, because it's been like a year since I cut it. So.
Right. First thing, sir, can I put a disclaimer? Yeah, like there's a lot of different types of locks you can get. You get me? I've never had them myself personally, but I've been contemplating it for a very long time. I've got certain aunties that their locks are so fucking soft, bruv. You get me? Yeah, like, yes. But it's so you don't have to have them like, you get me, like a yard man. Like you come from Tivoli Garden, the Garrison. Yeah, man. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
You have to have them like just. I mean, yeah. But like, what I would say is, the more fashionable your locks are,
the less
they're gonna last, mate. Yeah.
But I'm not worried about the fashion of them, to be honest with you, because I cover my hair anyway. Do you know what I mean?
You say it's the comfort.
No, because I cover them anyway, so it's not about fashion. Do you know what I mean? So because no one will see them apart from my family. It's more about
How's the Arab man gonna react to that?
No. He'll be happy with that. That's not a problem. Let's check him out, man.
What is this?
The thing is, I would locks my baby's hair, but then I'm like, he's got really beautiful curls, so I'll probably just leave it for now. Maybe when he's older.
Yeah. That's like locking baby's hair is not like doing anything to a baby's hair for 3 years.
Leave a baby's hair to grow, man.
Yeah, leave the baby's hair, man. 3-4 years.
I don't even like when I see people cut their youth's hair.
Yeah, I don't even like it.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't.
It's choice, isn't it? But
I frown against it. I'm like, yeah. I think he's old enough now. Like, how old is he?
He's 1.5.
Oh man.
1.5.
Wait another.
With the fade, I know. It's a lot. No, I would never do that.
Nursery. Okay. Yeah, but don't be bringing no babies around me, man. Like, no, man. You get charged more than an adult.
Yeah.
That's a matter.
But babies don't get their hair cut by peacefully, fam. Every time I see someone trying to cut their youth's hair, it's a madness. You're there fighting.
Why would you do this?
Cut his hair. You get me?
Sometimes mom's got to sit in the chair with the cape. Like,
I know certain barber shops here. They've got like a car barber shop, like a toy car barber seat sort of thing, bruv. Yeah, and that's what they try to coax, obviously, kids to get their hair cut. Yeah. Even that don't work, bro. I'm not interested. They just have some buzzing finger in there. Bro, they get me. Get that fucking away from me.
One tear, and then it could turn into floods. You know what I mean? I've had toddlers who were just like a menace, bro. Menace.
I remember going to the barbers, all gassed. Like, my mum gave me the money. Said, go to this dude, whatever, boom, boom, boom. Put down. Got in there, like, hi, can I get my hair cut? Yeah, no problem, man. Sit there, wait my turn. Got in the chair, like, very excited, put the apron around. How do you want it? Oh, yeah. Short back and sides, please. Like, yeah, okay, no problem. And then my man got the comb out, and just...
No remorse.
Shattered my whole world. I can feel my whole world changing.
Hey, wait. He got the smallest comb as well, innit?
Oh,
He used to do that on purpose.
I know.
He used to do that on purpose.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Lifting man out of his chair every time he combed it. What is this? This is abuse. What is this? Hold my hand. You know they got that barber hold on the forehead.
Yeah.
That's
the pivot.
I'm holding my head like that. Lifting man up and that. And then man say, don't you comb your hair? I got embarrassed, bro.
Enough times that's like
there's white shit in my hair. My hair's gonna white. It's like, don't you comb your hair? Don't you wash your hair? Don't you eat? Don't you get me? Like, everything. You know what I mean? I don't know anymore.
That's
funny. What part of Jamaica you come from? I'm Nigerian.
What's the gully? Gully side?
You
come from Trenchtown.
You from Ghana, Sierra Leone. I'm Nigerian. Man, bullied. Like, lump in my throat, literally upset. Like,
Barbers was mad. Barbers like it's that period from like I'll say about like 10 to like 30. You see, obviously, because that's when you start going with your parents. You get me, like or your mum or whatever it is. So you go by yourself. Obviously, you're thinking that I got this, bro. There's certain times, man's put grease in man's hair before you go to the barbers. Barbers, like, are you stupid? Are you fucking, like, what are you doing? Like, you get me? I'm thinking, Rob. I'm thinking a couple times before my head was dry and you got onto man. So I'm confused, man. I'm baffled, man.
No one's telling me.
I'm so baffled, man.
What is it you want me to do? I don't know.
Yeah. Man just got to like 30, 40. He said, fuck this, man. I'm scratching my hair because I left it in that room. Man.
I had grease in my hair. I had grease in my hair. Man, I said, you know, I'm not cutting your hair.
Yeah.
But I need this trim. Man said, you know.
So, but why don't they wash it?
Because it's not their job. Like,
Did you
the
see
one
a
and
bowl?
only time.
Yeah, but I know. But why
You
do
see
they
a
not
bowl
wash
in
it in the barbers
Yeah.
though? Why not have that as a service to wash?
Nah.
They're not
The
really
black-
on that.
The black barbers expect you
Yeah, to do
to
that.
have washed your head but not oiled it. To get it.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. And then even like if you just you just wash your head, you get me? Because it's soft and fluffy and like you can't win. You get me? They're gonna rough you up and they're gonna bad you up regardless. You get what I'm saying? It's like, bro, a man was watching cricket when I was going barbers, bro. So 6, like whoa.
Nah. What do you know about World Cup? What do you know about going barbers World Cup
Shit.
like an idiot?
Nah.
Get there at 1. Get there at 1.
Never did that.
6. Yeah.
Bro.
Yeah.
What do you know about barbers on a normal Saturday?
The queuing was like, oh man.
On your face here, talking about don't move. And then it's like, bomber clot. Yeah. I'm like, yeah. Oh, man's on your lip with a razor blade asking you questions.
I know. Hey, bro, listen. Heart's trembling, you know. Heart's trembling. Man, say, don't move. You get it?
Don't move.
He goes,
Penalty.
Like,
no, why now penalty?
He's like, yeah, so what you were, I'm like, That's it? Hear me? Don't move your head.
You know about barber getting up mid-trim and saying 5 minutes and not coming back for 45? Yeah?
5 minutes. No. I'll give you a better one. I raise your 5 minutes. I raise and I present to you yo, listen, my brethren just finished it, get him trimmed. I was waiting before you, but he was eating his chicken. And then straight after him, you get back in the seat and it's like,
no, fuck all that.
Okay.
Halfway through your trim.
Who can I say fuck all that to? Like, okay.
Yeah, no, I know. You have to get me. I know.
Quick thing.
Trim this guy. He's done him the deluxe trim. I'm thinking all my barber's attention has now been spent on this dude.
Yeah, his energy's gone.
For me now, bro.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. All right, you're good. 10 pounds.
Yeah.
Because you know about mid-trim fight break out over Michael Owen, best player in the world. Like what? Bro, I'm 12. Stop this. Like, because I just need to get a haircut and go to school. Like, come on, man. You lot can't do this. You lot can't do this. And as well, you don't know my people. Like, come on, man. Stop this.
Come on, man. The popular barbers is best.
Stop this.
Yeah. And then after I kicked into barbers, and just as I reached the barbers, someone's just been shot. I started feeling a whip. Twice.
It's like, why? What is this?
Twice. I went to I walked past the barbers, said, you know what, let me go and do the I'm gonna come back, get back to the barbers. Someone's just been shot in there. I'm like, nah, man, this barber thing is not.
Your barbers is shit. It's dangerous. dangerous barber. Them dangerous barbers. I went to one on Peckham High Street one time.
Yeah, it's just like, you know.
Cool, man. It was cool. Some yardy barbers. And then there was another one further up.
Look around, your brethren, like, you were slipping. I'm just like, nah, this ain't nice.
No, but it's funny though. But if I would have spun mad quick with the cut throat next to me, I could have cut my face though. It's not.
One more. Yeah, I went to them bar. Won a couple yardman barbers. Yeah, in Peckham, there was one in on the by the job centre or whatever on the high street.
Dave's Internationals.
Yeah, that was a cool barbers. Yeah, them man, they got famous. Jamaicans on the wall, British celebrities and that. Like, yo, you know my man? I say, yeah, man, in my brethren. I used to like going there. But there was one up the road, fully. Now we say yardy. This one is proper things. No one ain't everyone's speaking patois. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, bro, and they're using cutthroat. So you know, different levels. The man said, one day, because I always knew, don't let them use cutthroat on you. And the other guy was using clippers and did it. And I went in there and I got a trim and I looked down and said, yeah, man, this is live trim all on. Before I knew it was super perfect for one day. Yeah. Next day, bumps. I said, oh, man, this is mad. Why?
Tell us about your barber experience and Black Shani. We know you used to shave the side of your head.
So no, just that one time I went in there and he shaved up he shaved all the side of my head, lined it up.
Put my head out, or there'll be murder.
I knew you had a side heaking. Skin face. You
know what it was? It was because there was a point in my life where I genuinely thought that I was what's her face? I can't remember her name now.
Cole.
Cassie.
Cassie. Oh my god,
Yeah.
even worse.
I thought it was Keisha Cole or something.
No,
Yeah,
no,
man.
I thought it was Cassie for a while.
So you're trying to get with Diddy? Mad.
Every girl was looking kind of bisexual at one point. Like,
Yeah,
it was a very lesbian kind
Era.
of look. Yeah, it was. Even when I look back, I'm like, why are you wearing that tank top? Because you look even more. I had but it was a man's tank top thing, like a like one of those big open things.
What a G-Unit vest? Mad
A
thing.
vest.
Okay, like a basketball top.
A basketball, like that. Yeah. One of those ones.
Nice.
So, yeah, I just got a picture, and I remember looking at it, being like, "Yo, that's well lesbian." So, here's the thing. It was a movement. It was a stage.
At least you
But my
snapped
mum
out
took
of
me
it,
to the
man.
barber when I was little to shave all my hair off because she couldn't do my hair. Rude.
You still look like you're holding feelings for that. Still,
Listen,
I can't lie.
Zelini, listen, right? When you look back at your baby, your kiddie pictures, and you're like a good 5-6 years old and you're bald, what is that?
Fuck it up.
There's no need. My big sister got all this beautiful hair all coming, and I'm just there look like a little boy. What is that? Rude. Rude. All because my mum couldn't do my hair. She couldn't do it because it's Afro hair. So it was just too tough for her she couldn't get a comb for it or whatever.
Mad.
And back then, to be fair, she didn't really have anyone around. Do you know what I mean? So she didn't know how to do black people hair. She black, but her hair is not that texture, so she just didn't know how to do it. And she never had to plait. She can't cane roll, none of that. So her mate used her white friend used to cane roll her hair.
Okay.
My hair when I was little.
Right.
Even actually about 6 months ago she came roll my hair. The same woman who used to do it when I was little.
Okay.
So, ginger white woman, 2 black kids,
Come on.
2 mixed kids. She came roll she came roll
that's like a godsend when you're young, isn't it? That's a godsend.
We banned you from the stream because you kept coming on here, streaming our stream and playing music and trying to
doing
put
weird stuff.
Weird shit. We're not in that, bro. We warned you bare times. Now you want to come back. See? Was it worth it? We warned you, man. Stop doing stupid shit. We don't mind talking to you, but all that extra shit is long. But yeah, sorry, man. You out in the cold, man. Locked out the Garden of Eden. How do you feel?
Reflect, my brother. Reflect.
Hey, Dean S, long time. All right, let me look through because had a few things in the watch.
Where's the rest of the family at, man?
I was going to say that. But
don't try it. It's Monday, so Barry,
they don't want to do camera
and can jump on or not at work. And can jump
they don't
on.
want to do camera reveal. Come on, man. Jump on. Zulu,
you ain't got no uni, bruv.
So you got to show yourself, man. Show yourself.
Scripts, I know you ain't got on a Mapiano rave at 12:19 in the afternoon. Huge fucking jump on.
I know you ain't got a Mapiano rave.
Uncle Tony, when he heard from you in a minute, bro.
Isn't it, Uncle Tones, man? What are you trying to do, bro? How dare you? Uncle Tones. Clinically approved.
Someone on Instagram.
To give your baby thrush.
What?
Never mind. I said nothing. Okay. All right, let's go.
So let me ask you.
Let's go. Let us go. Okay, we are doing the jokings. Oh, I've been watching Black Man Travels, by the way, and
hey, what? Did you watch Pakistan Part 2? Yeah,
I watched bare of them.
Oh, is it? Does it get worse?
The way you said Pakistan Part 2.
Nah. Because I forgot to tell you to review that, like 2 days after the first one, I was gonna say it, and there's something else must have just happened on the stream, bro. But the part 2, but it's
okay.
I don't even know what to say. It's Pakistan is mad. It's mad, and basically the whole stream is him just saying salam, 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 and getting aired. But he's like, Pakistan. Oh, the hospitality. Everybody used salam. Only 5 man in the whole of Pakistan has salamed you back.
That's so rude. That's so rude.
Like shaking their hand and they're like, You know when the man's shaking your hand and not looking at you like that?
Yeah. No, keep it moving, man.
And then
That's
it's
a
like,
shame.
salam.
Can we pronounce Pakistan properly, please? It's actually Pakistan, so we could just
Pakistan.
It's Pakistan.
What?
Pakistan.
Listen, ask a Pakistani, yeah, they're gonna tell you it is a buck.
I know Pakistanis. Like I was chatting
Yeah?
to a Pakistani this morning. What are you talking about?
Well, ask that Pakistani how you say Pakistan.
I'll get into voice. Yeah, no, that's all weird. But yeah,
That's in Scotland, man.
Yeah, get the voice note. It's Pakistan. It's buck.
I got manners. Big up.
Yes, big up, Scripts.
Come on, man. Every time, man. Everybody good. Everything all right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah. Good.
Look, I'm just cooking up a food real quick for the youth them, so give me a sec, yeah.
Come on, man.
Tuna curry settings there. Come on, Monday.
Dirty girl.
It's a tuna curry, man. Actually, pasta and tuna for them still, is it? No curry, is it?
Pasta and cheese. With macro. Macro settings. Semantic. Big up, though.
Monday macro. They say motivational macro. Is that what you're making for them?
Come on, motivational, is it? Come on.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So the thing's set.
We got John Stone in the building. D-High-S, you're going to have to come in with a different account. Sorry. Says.
Mud.
Once we ban you, man. You can't be begging us to unban you. We warned you. You didn't want to listen. Come back on with another account. It's cool. If you fuck around with that one, we ban that too. Big up, Sash. Sash, you've not responded to any of the talk in the group. I don't know what's going on. But you've been invited out, so please make sure that you're available.
You know, I'm drinking this drink, yeah? It's finished now. I can't show you because it's finished now. But it's basically iced tea. No, I'm lying. It's not. It's iced coffee, right?
Mm-hmm.
With almond milk.
Right.
It's just so delicious. It actually tastes like Bailey's without the alcohol.
Mm.
You know how like Bailey's got that creaminess and then it's got that sharpness of alcohol. So it's like all that without the sharpness.
Right.
But yeah. I just thought I'd share, guys. Just sharing. Emzalini, yeah? Do you ever wear your hair out? Oh, it's not here. Never mind.
Out the room quick. I have
Sorry, say that again, Shadi.
I was going to say, do you ever wear your hair out?
No, I ain't done that since I was probably like 15, 16. It's long.
But why do you not wear it out? You just grow it just to be back?
Cause shit just ends up when you're walking, like you just end up with just shit probably getting into your fucking hair. You gotta comb it every fucking. It's just long. It's maintenance.
It's long. I used to braid my hair like every other year. Yeah. There'll be times where I can't get my hair done. Mama, echo.
You got the echo.
I don't know. Let's...
Still echoing?
Yo. Yeah.
Who is it? Who's anyone taking their on your boxes, ain't you? You lot keep doing that, man. I don't know why you want to sound louder. Come off.
I'm on mute.
Come off mute, man.
Oh, no, it was not me. I didn't move no boxes.
No, it's still echoing though.
Eppolini sorted it. Oh, God, me, man. It was you. Right?
It's still happening.
Huh?
What?
It's still happening. Yeah.
No, it's not me, fam.
Nah, you had that box unticked that automatically adjusts mic volume, which causes an echo. But you said the echo is still here.
Yeah.
No, it's gone. Oh.
No, it's still there.
Chani, it went when you came off mute.
No, it's not me.
Mute up, Shani. Shani, mute up.
1 2 1 2.
1 2 1 2.
It's got to be me because I can't hear no echo.
Yeah,
man, it's you.
It's you all along.
Yeah.
You were the rat in the kitchen.
Yeah, there you go.
So I'm saying. He's always trying to blame people for his fuck ups, you know.
Yeah, man.
Yo, 1 2 1 2.
Yeah.
You good,
You're
yeah?
good now. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I've got to turn my camera off. I'm out here looking like Whoopi Goldberg. Every time I catch myself, I'm like, oh, mate, let me just...
You don't look like Whoopi Goldberg.
No, come on, man.
I do. We could do it side by side and you'll see how much I do look like her.
You look like Helena Goldberg, but not Whoopi Goldberg.
Yeah.
You look near as stiff as Whoopi, man. Don't try it.
No, actually, I've brought attention to my face. I got embarrassed.
Yeah, why have you done that?
I don't know. Like, let's move on. Let's go, Castilla.
Okay, man. Snipers boy. I don't know why snipers.
Why do I always get?
You know, I saw some bait film
with
this guy in it last night, bro. But the film was like one of the bait. It was dumb, but it was Stevie.
I was watching Wicked and Bad review. Lippy had a fight in it. So I was watching it, but Costello is a bad boy host, interviewer. Yeah. You get me, bruv.
He is funny.
He said bruv about a million times, but yeah, everyone was responding to him, man. He done good, man. But he was filling Cup TV, so he's a pussy at the same time. But
ask about his teeth. Are they grills or they're actually? Because are they actually teeth?
You're looking in his mouth, yeah.
Yeah, he's got gold teeth.
Lower your gaze, man.
But wait. So I really don't like them. I find them really disturbing.
His teeth.
Yeah, they're so bad. Like a gold teeth. Yeah, cool. But this is.
Man's got them down south gangster grills gold teeth. Like they just.
But you
got them for like $100, bro. They're them sort of gold teeth. You get me?
Yeah.
Probably Hatton Garden. It's West London.
Still, man. You should sort it out.
It's West London after all.
It makes me think that his mouth stinks, like actually reeks.
Mad. That's what you imagine a man's mouth.
It looks like it smells like copper.
Lower your gaze, pull back from Costello's mouth.
Wet
like,
copper
please.
move, like, ew.
It smells like 2 peas. No, you're like,
penny mouth. Like, what? No, you're wrong. You're not wrong, man.
No, honestly, it's disgusting. It actually is disgusting. I think like he's got like a funny personality. Like he's got nice hair. Like his hair's lovely, especially when it's out and everything.
Great.
I mean, it don't look too bad face wise. Like, but the teeth are it ruins everything.
Let me tell you something. As a barber, I know that hair there in about 5 to 7 years, yeah, it starts to give way at the front. Yeah, and it's thin, so it starts to just like, I got fear of my brothers who are like him, and they're bald now. That's it.
You know what makes it worse?
They're the ones first to the bar.
People do this like they keep getting a shape up here, and it's like they take off the front of their
baby
head. And every time it goes further and further back here, but it's like I'm like, what? You don't realize you're taking your hairline like quay back, Bridget.
Quay.
No, and then as soon as it starts thinning, it's gonna look even more mad because you've been shaped like Anyway,
he's doing the male dynamite. Remember the male dynamite with the pullback and you get me, the tight, the old school. I call it.
But that's why the girls like stop having hairlines because of that. Like when they used to just drape up their hair like this.
Hello.
Mad.
Hello.
Big up D-High.
No.
Big up D-High.
Yeah, you're fucking everything up, dude. You can't just ban me. Can't hear anything.
I don't know what happened, but you're here now. So.
Exactly. So just forget about it. You're here now.
Pooty time.
Big up Uncle Tony.
Uncle T in the building.
Big up family. Big up family. Since everybody's revealing up themselves, that's why I just reveal my chest.
Oh no, wait!
You just took that T-shirt out the fucking.
I know. It's Chris.
At the package. Look at the line. That line down the middle. Nah.
What's going on? What's wrong with my T-shirt?
White.
Look at the pits. They're so crisp and white.
Everything. Right. That's exaggeration.
I ain't even seen that hour.
I know. Just been exposed to oxygen.
What's going on? What's going on with the family? What have I done wrong?
You just got atrophy, man.
He said, man.
Yeah. I'm not really in a good mood still, you know, because here, imagine one of my family members went over to Jamaica for a week, yeah? See?
Yep.
Yeah.
And the family member was supposed to meet my brother, who I've never like met in the flesh, see? But we correspond through FaceTime and all that. So I've sent one of my family members over there to represent, yeah? The man's gone over there. The man's gone over there, you know, and he just basically flopped the show big time. He's went to link his uncle. Whoops, I've blown cover. Went to link the uncle. He was supposed to stay with the uncle for like, you know, a couple of days at least. He's gone over there. Now I've got a friend over there, yeah, and she's uptown. So she's making dough, right? Now, what's happened now is that I phoned her same time to link the fella. The guy stayed with his uncle for like the day after bucking this chick. Fucking hell, mate. The geezer just went like disappeared on people.
Right.
Switch on, man. Don't want to go ghetto no more. Don't want to be like shampoozing with his uncle no more. It just like it was just embarrassing, man. So anyway, I don't even know why I'm rambling about that. But it kind of like just like messed up last week for me and part of this week as well. So I'm not really in a good mood because I've got to sort out that situation because you know how they stay. So you know it's a case of I don't want to go over there or even send other family members over there and they're looking at them sideways because of how this youth was performing when he went there, you know. You know? Anyway, chat.
So he went there and got pussy.
Anyway, what's going on, family? Everything, Chris, yeah?
Everything is everything, man.
You know what? I saw a video the other day, and basically it's just talking about worrying. Yeah.
Is my mic even working?
No, it's not. Yeah. Right. So
Yo,
broken. Your mic is broken.
And basically it's about. Okay, so it's about worrying, and basically they got a sand timer. You know, like a sand timer, yeah. And they said the bottom of the sand timer is the past.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah,
you see that on Facebook? I saw it on Facebook.
I think it was on. It must have been on recommended. You know, on the YouTube.
Okay. Yeah, I saw it on Facebook. Yeah,
the bottom of it, the sand timer, is the past. Yep. The little middle bit of the sand timer, you know, where it drips through,
is now.
Like, that is right now. And then
whatever your name is.
Sorry. I D-high. Listen, just someone talking, bro.
Can you add me?
Shut up, man. Go on, Shani.
Yeah, and the top bit is the future, but we can't see the top bit. We have to take the top bit out of it and recognize you can't worry about the future because you don't know how much time you've got left, right?
Yep.
Also, you can't worry about the past because you can't.
It's already gone.
It's already gone. You can't lift that sand and put it back in. It's already done. Yep. So all you can really focus on is right now. So anything that's happened yesterday or going to happen tomorrow, you just have to really enjoy your day. And the reason why I'm saying that, Uncle Tony, is because I feel like I understand you got issues to sort out and this and that, but don't let you said it. The reason why I thought about that is because you said it mashed up your last year week and it's mashing up this week. This is only Monday. Do you know what I mean? You don't want to start off on a downer. Like, you have to pick out the good things that you're happy for and focus on those things, and then know that all right, there's a situation I need to deal with, but let me not mess it up Monday. Do you know what I mean? Unless you're dealing with it today.
Real Shani.
Yeah.
So real Shani. I love
Come
that.
on, man.
Shut
and
up.
It's fresh. It's as fresh as your t-shirt, Unks. Brand new. You get me? It's a brand new day, brand new t-shirt. You get me? Come on.
Don't let that.
And I know you got brand new crepes with it, fresh crepes.
You know, innit? You know it's still, but man,
on point. You get me?
It's just fuckery. Like, you know, when you just feel like, you know what? Man, I'm just muddled up, man.
No, sometimes reputation. You might think that your reputation's on the line when it's not. It's not, man. You get me? The work.
No, but when you know the thing about it, Max. Yeah, the thing about it, Max. You know when you know when you think you know somebody, like. You know, we're talking about one of my children, obviously. And I thought that he was going to represent properly. You understand?
Right.
And when he's gone over there now, and my brother has basically like told the whole of his community that, you know what, my nephew's coming over, what he's going to do from what he ain't going to do. And he was going to take him from the garrison down to Portland, down to Ochi, meet family, all about. And this guy goes over there, stays one day with his uncle. The mistake I made is that I contacted this other person who's now linked him, and then all of a sudden, the brothers just turned into like a claffy. I couldn't fucking believe it, King. All of a sudden, when you know what? Listen, all of a sudden when all of a sudden when it was a case of I want to go see the ghetto, blah de blah. I want to see the ugly side of Jamaica. All of a sudden now, why he's now saying to me, why am I sending him to ghetto and rare tearing rats running around the place and the place looks shabby and la di da? Like I'm saying, hold on a minute. Before that's where you wanted to go. You wanted to all lick two corn. You was telling me you want to go out there and lick two corn. I've arranged for a man, to set that up. Man's got his legal thing, and then all of a sudden you butt this gal, and you're not even giving your uncle like a call now. Whereas before you was going there, you're calling and you're texting. You've now reached there, but this gal, seeing high society, all of a sudden now, you don't want to go ghetto again. Ghetto's too dirty for you. Rare tear, boom, back. It's ugly, but I felt so embarrassed. Even though it wasn't my holiday, I sent my brother money just to make him feel good about it. You understand what I'm dealing with?
Yeah. Because
he now is looking like a plum in his community. This youth don't realize how he's making his uncle look. His uncle is looking like a camouflage because you're there telling the whole community, my family's coming in, and you know how they are. You understand what I'm dealing with? It's going to get him a little status and everything else. He's telling the whole two communities his nephew's coming. You come, you spend not even a day with the fella, but this other person, and then all of a sudden now, every excuse in the book, you're telling my brother why you can't buck him. But Shani's right though. But you see the thing about it, he's coming back today. So why not? So when he come, there ain't gonna be no pretty talk. You understand? Because he embarrassed me. He didn't just embarrass himself.
What are you gonna do? You're gonna tell him off. But did he? So he's not dropped the money to your brother.
Yo, Jeds, I feel like Jedi.
Wait.
You know what?
Has your brother got the money or not?
He dropped the money. Yes, he did drop the money. But the fact, to me, it's not my holiday. It's not my holiday. I shouldn't be dropping nothing. You understand? Brother, Jeds, like, fucking no, I'm vexed, my brother. I'm vexed.
Book your ticket and go out there yourself, man. You selling out there to represent you.
I'm gonna
and go out there. You know how they are already, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. But the thing about it, it's almost like the youth went out there thinking that, you know what, like, when you go them places, you gotta have money to spend on the people a minute. It's standard. It's like he went out there and obviously they're kind of prepping him neatly. You know how they are, right? They're prepping him neatly. It's like he's pissed off by it. He was pissed off by it. But I'm saying, you know what? Look, just tell them that you ain't got no more money. You're here to enjoy yourself. You're not here to feed the world. Boom, bam. Yeah? But it coming like, listen, he just don't. I can't even explain myself because I'm so mad, and I know I'm not making.
Take a breather.
I'm vexed, Jedi. I'm fucking vexed, rude boy. I'm so vexed. It could come to blows, King.
Unks, you
I'm telling you.
Unks, how old is he?
The man's 30-odd, like big man, supposed to know better. Say that again, family.
No, I was like, obviously, I thought he was younger than that. Obviously, you don't really excuse me.
No,
but
it's a big man. brother, it's a big man. He's supposed to know better. You don't go to Jamaica and over gal, you're turning a claffy till it get to the point where you're all embarrassing me because you're telling me you're going to link your uncle, but you have no, like, you're telling me you're going to link the man, but all now you don't link the man. So the man's like in his garrison, and you know them places, you know how it is. You know that man's going to have him over like he's an idiot. Like he's there all day waiting for this youth, and this youth blow him out. All day he's waiting for the youth, and the youth blew him out. But he's telling me he's going to go and link him.
Unks, and so you're saying that he got pussy whipped, right? He met a girl and went on a different mission.
Well, yes, basically, yeah.
All right, cool.
Basically, yeah.
And then, but he did deliver, even though he was late or what? He didn't deliver on that day and then delivered on another day or what?
The thing is, right? The first day he got there, right? He booked into a hotel. Now, my brother brought him, like, left from he was at Portland at that time. Mm-hmm. So he's gone to Kingston. No, not Kingston. Kingston to bring him to Ochi, right? Mm-hmm. Now, it coming like he didn't like the idea of filling up the man's tank, which to me is standard. If the man is leaving from Portland to pick you up in Kingston to bring you to Ochi, which is the other side of Jamaica. Yeah, that's right. That's a good drive. That's a distance, right? And it's a lean, innit? It's a distance, innit? I think it's only right that you give a man them petrol money. Now, he had the hump with that. Anyway, he's got there, he's booked in. Right. My brother stayed with him that night. Yeah? Seen? All right. Now, that same day, they contacted me. My you is telling me about, boy, you know what? These man coming like they're trying to fleece, man. I'm telling him, you know what? It's not about fleecing. That's how it is, isn't it? As far as they're concerned, your pound is strong. So they're going to obviously, you're a foreigner. As far as they're concerned, you got dough. They're going to obviously prep you, innit? It's standard. Anyway, so because he's going on about this, yeah, I'm saying, you know what? I'm going to send my brother money to take care of him because the man is talking so much about this corn. I'm thinking, you know what? I don't want to fuck up his holiday. And really and truly, like, I want my brother also to enjoy himself with his nephew. So let me send him my money, right? So I've sent the money to my son to give him. So he's done that. Now, the same day, I've said, you know what? I've got a sister out there and she knows all them man there. She knows your bounties and your beanies, that type of girl. It's a girl was in high society, but she likes gully life. That type of girl. So she knows all of them man there. So I said, you know what? You're there for the first time in your life. She can kind of show you how Kingston runs. So you know what? Let me contact her. Then you can link her, for the day and, spin around that area there. Anyway, from the time the man linked her, that's it. So when you were supposed to go back to uncle, there's no going back to uncle no more. You're hitching up with wherever she is, and you don't want to go get her again. You don't want to do this again. You don't want to do that again. But this man is telling the whole of the family that my nephew's here, and we're gonna come and see you. But all now they've not seen him. So they're phoning him and pressuring him, saying, well, where's this nephew? You understand? So he's pressuring me now. So I'm getting 50 million calls a day because he's not communicating with my brother. He's not even, it got to a stage where he wasn't even communicating with me because obviously I'm upset. And I'm saying, what are you doing, man? Why aren't you linking your uncle? He's making a bag of excuses, not even phoning me and telling me. He's just texting. So I'm getting more and more mad in it because of the lack of communication. And then you got my brother now, who rightfully is wondering what's going on. Why has this guy got me hanging around in the garrison, telling people that he's going to come and whatever, and he's not even fucking coming. So I'm here all night, basically just lingering. People are passing and say, Yeah, so warm to my man, where your nephew there and Ray Tay, and he's feeling like a fucking plump. You understand?
Yeah.
So
you know what?
Basically, I hope I'm not boring you. I hope I'm not boring you.
Well, I think we have to get you have to explain the story, like, for us to get it. You know what I mean? Because first of all, the first time round,
am I a bit incoherent?
No. The first time round, like, but we got it. But basically, it just sounds like he just wanted to enjoy his holiday, innit? It's selfish. Yeah, it's selfish.
I understand.
In your head, and to to parents, yeah. So I'm talking like being roughly the same age as your son, innit? So to parents, it's like there's an etiquette to do things when you go to somewhere where your family's at. Do you know what I mean? You go and you see everybody. You're in the country. Do you know what I mean? Go and see this person, see that person, say time, blah, blah. But I feel like my generation and the ones younger. Yeah, exactly. They're just selfish. They're like, really? Now that's boring. So he's now linked up with your cousin who's fun. Do you know what I mean? She got like a glamorous lifestyle to show him. Whereas that's all at home and normal and whatever. He's just enjoying his holiday. But I
understand that, Shani.
Most people don't stay with their family.
I understand that.
Most people, they go home, they don't stay with their family. Because hotel and blah, blah, blah. They use it.
You want to know why, though,
want to put the family member out, but they don't want to slum it.
Exactly. That's all it is. That's all it is. And as well, like they don't like. You see, when you come over, certain people's family, they feel like they're doing you a favor, putting you up. You get me? Yeah. So it's like I'm not really trying to spend a week and a half feeling like that when I can just go pay my money and come and check.
Come and go, please, right?
And also, he didn't want to. He didn't want to give his money away, right?
Yeah.
So
hold on a minute then. Shani, hold on a minute then. Yeah. Let me put this in perspective. So does it sound like I'm a bit over the top?
No, it sounds like you're just a different generation, and
I was going to say that. You're just instilling and reiterating an old school ethic, and I don't think you should feel away about that. But calm down though. At the same time, he's him. You're you. I think for you, like the honor aspect of it is really what's pissing you off. Like, it's like
Jed, that's what it is, man. I'm telling you, man.
Because sometimes I get so annoyed at my younger sister because she don't keep in touch with family, right? She's at 21.
Jake called you a nigga. I heard that. You can check gloss over it, but you just
nah.
Shut up.
Go on. You get mad at your little sister?
Yeah, because she don't contact my nan. Like, my nan is always asking, like, oh, how is she? What's she doing? Do you know what I mean? She's like, now and again.
Good night now.
What's going on?
The maddest thing is looking at the screen, isn't it? So every time they camera on.
Oh, wow.
Is that what it is,
yeah? No.
I can't believe you said that.
I'm joking. I'm joking. He saw a Rasta man yesterday with this huge, like his locks were in like a huge hat on his head. Hat, yeah. Basket. It was a basket, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not even giggling with you.
A big head basket. And he was so fascinated. And I said, yes, head basket. And then the guy laughed. I'm joking. I didn't say head basket. I made that story up.
You thought it, innit? I know you thought it. Don't lie.
It was a big bean bag on his head. What's that bean bag?
You want these youths to have the same family ethos that you have, and the same intensity and love for the family. Like, I don't even mind sleeping on the floor as long as I'm in granny's house. And man, them things, that's over, bro. That's not even that no more. Nobody cares about family.
So I'm over the top. So I'm over the top then. I'm over the top.
No, you're not over the top, but I'm just letting you know. Like,
and that's your son. Sorry,
no one cares about family anymore, bro. Like,
but that's your son. You can definitely
all right. Hear what?
Family and that.
Hear what? Yeah. Hear what? Because hear what now? Because I'm trying to work this out in my head. Yeah. I'm trying to work this out in my head, and it's good that I'm actually talking to you lot, to be honest, because I was just gonna like hold it down, and to be honest, I was gonna blank the youth. You understand? I was gonna really blank him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But now maybe I might revise, because obviously he's of a different generation, and I do understand. I do understand that he went there to enjoy himself. But what I can't understand, panel, what I can't understand, if you didn't want to link the fella, why didn't you just tell me, and then I could have told him? Because the thing about it, there was supposed to...
but Unks, like, this is the thing, you see, like,
I wouldn't want to let you down, bro. I wouldn't want to let you down, Unks. You know what I mean? It's real. If I change my mind and I'm out there and I'm gonna be like, my dad's gonna be on my case, like, I can see why, like, you know, not to say that's an excuse. But yeah, man, look how you feel about it. Like, if he knows that you feel strongly about these type of things, this is why he's not being direct and straight with you and be like, oh, Dad, you know what, man, I really, you know. But he said certain things to you about you want him to go to the ghetto and blah blah blah. So he's kind of telling you, like, yo, it's nice where I'm at. It's nice to the cuzzy. It's vibesy. Whatever I'm doing over here, I don't really want to slum it. I don't really want to go country or whatnot. Man, that's cool, innit? He's just not you, bro.
Listen, I two things
at the same time.
I know what you lot are saying, but I think you see, like, I organize.
At the same time, yeah. Sorry to cut you, Unks, yeah, but at the same time, this is what it is, yeah. Like, he's basically saying to you, yeah, you don't care about this and that, and it's not like you don't care, but that's not what he went to Jamaica for. Do you get what I'm saying? He didn't go to Jamaica to go and look after the people, them, and etc.
Yeah, but this don't make sense, though. What the fuck are you going to Jamaica for? What did you go there for?
To have a good time.
Listen, to have a good time.
Why did you pick Jamaica? Why did you pick Jamaica?
No, he's been other places already.
Why did you pick Jamaica, Martin?
To basically have a good time and link his family.
There you go.
So with that being said,
it's not like
that being said,
he ain't gone to Ibiza.
Yeah, no, but with that being said, like, he's gone to a place where he knows he's gonna enjoy himself, innit? And he wants to enjoy himself in Jamaica, the style he wants to do it. You don't want to have to do this and do that and rotate here and have to pay for man's petrol. But this is the thing as well. Hold on. This is the thing.
The person. Hold on 1 minute.
Has he been shown? Has it been shown? Has he been shown? Yeah, go on.
Let me just put this in first. When he went there, right? Remember, you know, he didn't know about this other person. Yeah, he went there specifically to link family and do his thing.
Right.
I threw the other person into the equation, thinking that he's gonna go there, link her, because this person is my age. It's not no young Totty, she's my age. So I thought that, you know what, her being a big woman. Sorry? I thought, to be honest, she's let me down big time. But I thought, that she being somebody of my age and him going there and linking her, that she would at least have my kind of decorum, show him certain spots, and let him enjoy himself as a youngster and do his thing with young gal or whatever. Now, I'm not saying that he clapped it down, but it's just funny how he's linked this girl, and all of a sudden now all plans have changed. You don't want to go there again.
You never know, you know. You never know, you know. Never say you never still.
He could have popped it down. It could have been a case where he licked it down. It could have been a case that he done that. But the fact of the matter is, sorry, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Zellini, hear this now. Where she lived, where she lived in Kingston is 15 minutes away from where my brother lives, which is Mandela. You know them area there, innit? Mandela, So she lives 15 minutes away from my brother. So it wouldn't have been no drama for him to go and check him for at least a half an hour and go back to wherever you know she's residing.
I hear that,
but it got to the
beach. and you want to do this and you want to do that, and you don't want to have to call nobody and tear. And especially has my man literally been shown, like, has he been shown, like, yo, you see when you go, like, you have to look after your family when you go over there and
Of course, because I sent a bag of things. Script, I always send a bag of things, and I sent a bag of things with him. He didn't even bring that, not even a T-shirt he brought for them. All the things what he brought was from me.
That's what I'm saying. So with that being said, he don't care, man. He's just trying to go and enjoy himself. I'm making trying to be funny, It's not even that. It's just different generations. But that's what I mean by what I'm saying, though. It's like not even in a disrespectful way, like, but that's just what it is, isn't it?
It's not what's on his mind. It's not what he prioritizes as important. That's what it is. It's just not important to him. And I just feel like I said, my generation and younger, that is it from now on. They don't care.
Let's be real,
it's not important.
Yeah, sorry, Sean. Like, as well, Unks, like, we have to be real as well, like, family or not, bruv, like, enough of them try to fleece, man, innit? You get me? Like,
yes, I agree. I agree.
They do try to approach, man, in certain ways, you get me? So, as someone that, you get me, just ain't a dickhead, I can understand that why he may have felt, bruv, on this, why the fuck am I around there for man to be trying to
running around, like, dropping things,
like, trying to apply subliminal pressure,
dropping them money, and none of them pick up the phone and phone me for my birthday, nothing, like, what a blood club,
like, Cellini,
we all know, we all
man sending hella barrels to yard and that. I'm thinking, why won't even, like, you get me? Like, but yeah, go on. Sorry, I was going.
Yeah, no, listen, we all know this, we all know this, that, you know, we're more fortunate than them, right? And we all know when we go over there, we're gonna spend a mountain of money. You might go there with the intention that you're gonna spend $1,000, but more likely you're gonna spend $2,000, right? That's how Jamaica is. We know this, but all right, you don't want to spar with the man because, okay, as far as you're concerned, like, you know, like, he's old foots. You get me? You wanna be rolling with people around your age and whatever, right? I can understand that. See, you want to see the part. You want to see the party side of things. Yeah, I can understand that. But the fact of the matter, if you didn't want to link the man, it wouldn't have been hard for you to just tell me that, because he was supposed to go Portland with him, and I buyed out that argument. Because I said to my brother, you know what, he don't want to go Portland. Portland is sticks. He wants to stay where, you know, where the energy's at. And he said, you know what, okay,
you never know. You never know. He could have found someone through the gal.
He could have
anyway. He could have. You know what I'm saying? He could have. You know what I mean? You don't know. Like.
Well, he could have. But the fact of the matter is that you could have told me that. It's not like I'm some grumpy old fucking man who's going to be moaning and groaning every 2 minutes if you don't do what I say.
I don't know, man. You've already told him, like,
but you're not factoring in. You ain't patterned up something in like Birmingham or fucking Leicester, you know. You patterned up something out of yard and his family as well. So I'll tell you what I feel happened. He's probably had the intention to go and do that, and literally he just changed his mind when he's realized that, bro, like, there's more exciting things to do on the 7 days in the 7 days that I've got.
Truly. But what I'm saying, why wouldn't he tell me that? Listen, you lot talk to me. You lot talk to me on the live stream, You lot talk to me on the live.
Scripture, you got that.
Hold on a minute. You lot talk to me on the live stream. Do I come across as a father you can't reason with?
But we're not your children, We're not your children, though. So the different rules apply.
Yeah, but I talk to my children. How I talk to you lot, how I deal with you lot, is how I deal with them, you know. I'm not some hard-ass fucking, like, ignorant, grumpy father.
I hear that. What I'm talking about is that, raw, like, if like there's something you're pissed off with one of us about individually, like, no one ain't really gonna be like, oh, Uncle Tony feels like, you get me? It's like, all right, cool, Uncle's upset, fair enough, or whatever, you get me? But no one ain't gonna take that. It's not gonna bear on man's soul, bro. If you get me, whereas your children, it will come. So obviously he's feeling like, bro, I've let my dad down to an extent. Like, my dad's lined up, and then I've fucked up. But secretly, I want to do what I want to do, but I kind of know I'm fucking up. You get me? But I got 7 days.
I don't know how I can deal with it, bro. I'm trying to be diplomatic. I'm sitting down and I'm thinking, how the fuck can I deal with this shoot, knowing that? How do I deal with this, bro?
I got an idea.
Bro, so I was like, you want to do a bad together.
No, for real. How do I deal with this? Because I'm thinking, if I see the youth, I'm blanking. I'm thinking, you phone my phone, I'm blanking. But if he comes round my yard, what do I do then? Is it going to be sour screw face or what?
No,
all right, he wished me a happy fucking
Unks,
Father's Day, which kind of broke the ice.
Unks, you got to accept some responsibility in the sense that you never send someone to do something that you should really do yourself, you know? And you know this.
Real talk.
At the end of the day, he can't be fully at fault. He's at fault a little bit. And even the things that he's at fault for are not within his generation and whatever. If Unc still got the money, yeah,
that's all man cares about.
That's what I was mainly thinking. Like, did he get the money? From he got the money.
Yeah, he got the. He definitely got the money. He definitely got the money.
I don't care about nothing else. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go and do what I want to do now.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Let me just go and
I wouldn't be so hard on him. I would just explain to him the bit about you only got your word and your fucking balls. So honor and respect. You get what I'm saying? Like, it carries a long way in life. Yeah. Explain that to him and say to him, listen, because you could have tarnished me, but you're not me. You get me? I'm me. You are you. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's your reputation now in Jamaica and blah, blah, blah. Every time you go now, you're going to have to work on that. It's not my business. Because when I go there, I know how to carry myself and da-da-da. But just hear this, yeah? When I ask you to do something, yeah, just make sure before you go wandering off or doing anything you want to do or fall in love, get Kuda Matata or whatever, yeah? Just make sure you do my thing. Cause you see me when I was your age, you
can't fucking do it, innit?
I'm just saying, when I was your age, yeah, they say jump. I ask how high, yeah, and that's why I got through and didn't end up with no wets on face or nothing like that, or getting peeled or anything like that, because I was a respectful and humble youth, and I always did what I was asked. Whether it's grandparents, aunties, uncles, from you was a little bit older than me, you could have been my blood clot white neighbor. You get it? It don't matter. Yeah, you always had to show respect. So that's all I would explain to him, Unks. You know what I mean? You let me down. I'm disappointed. Yeah, I hope you can hear me. Yeah, you know, I'm disappointed, son. Do you get what I'm saying? But no more than that. It's really kind of expected. If it was like his first time as well.
And also,
you know
as well,
get gas, boy. It's like, oh shit, Jamaica, yes.
Well, family or not, like, bruv, know who you're dealing with, innit? If I know that I'm dealing with someone unreliable, it could be my fucking cousin, my brother, or whatever, little more, bruv. I know what to expect.
Disappointment,
yeah. You get me? So,
if it might have been out of character for him, though, Zalini.
Kind of rubbed out for them.
Might not have been in that situation before.
I ain't placing you with no responsibility again. That's all. Like in that way. Yeah.
Yeah, what you said, Maki, I think it's good. And I don't think, like, Uncle Tony, I hope you can hear still, because I don't think you should while out on him or whatever. Like, I think
it's not that deep. You get me? Like, I don't, like, I get why you're mad fully, bro, but it's not. It's not something to you get me, like, raw. You get me? Fuck up Christmas over.
And to be honest, if you're not
live on a nigga,
if he's expecting, your son's gonna expect you to be. That's the thing. His son's probably going to expect his dad to go crazy, right, about it. But if you don't go crazy, then he'll know, actually, I messed up, you know, because my dad's not acting, he's acting different. I've hurt him.
Yeah, Shani, this is the thing, though.
You're right, Shani, though, because it's confusing to them youngers. They're expecting the fire.
Yeah, but this is the thing, though.
You don't get no fire.
That sounds good in theory, bro, but in reality, we both know how, or majority of us know how certain people from a certain demographic and a certain age bracket carry themselves more time. And of simple conversations can turn into full-blown explosions at the drop of a hat, bro. So what I was going to say to Unks before he jumped off, I was going to say, bro, like, just don't blank him, but just give it a little time, bro. For everyone to just, you get me?
Yeah.
I think we have to blame ourselves as well. And no disrespect to the brother, is that values. If you want to help out our youth, as what Neela Fuller Jr. says, is that whenever you're around black people, you have to have a plan. Us as parents instilling 5 things to our children, you know, consciousness, consistency to the struggle, determination to the struggle, sincerity to the struggle. Are we instilling these things in our youth? Because if I've got like 4 kids and I'm putting investment for them to help out the collective, and they're all lazy because I haven't been helping them out. I'm not going to invest in the lazy one. I'm going to invest in the ones who's going to, you know, put forward the struggle. So we have to be very honest with our kids who we want to put forth the struggle. Are we committed to their mindset of maybe I've been a bit lazy with this one?
No,
so
I think it's more of
Max,
a thing of just deliver
Maku,
the parcel.
Maku, my brother.
Hold on, Unks. Just deliver. I'm saying to Brother Kel, just deliver the message, or deliver the money, or deliver whatever you're being assigned to. It's a very simple thing. It's not all complicated. There's no struggle in this. Yeah, if you're struggling in your own mind, then son, you got issues. Yeah. Other than that, yeah, I'm saying, yeah, you did some fundamental idiot things. You get what I'm saying? And I don't rate that. Yeah. Why? Because I'm a man of honor. You got your word in your bowls. That's it. You get me? You fuck up yours, that's your business. But not on my watch. You get me? Next time I'll know better. I ain't sending an idiot like you to do something for me. Cause I didn't even like the way you did it. You did it, but I didn't like the way you did it. You get it?
I like that talk there, Maku.
You
That's
know
the
what I'm saying,
kind of talk. You know what?
Yeah.
You know what?
He needs the lecture. He needs that smooth lecture where you're just gonna go.
My phone snapped off when you was you know, going into something positive, you know. And
yeah, I got you.
You know where I'm coming from as old school. You feel to yourself. The thing about it, Max, yeah, I didn't send him out there. He went there by himself. I didn't send him out there, yeah?
Right.
Yeah, because he's looking to do his own thing.
Yeah.
Seeing?
But if you send man with it on a mission, take this to your granny, take this to your uncle, take this to your
yes,
it's a minor
that's
thing.
Right, Maku.
Yeah.
I sent him.
I think the issue was you linked up something for man, and he didn't go and do that.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. You didn't do it correctly. He did it, but he didn't do it correctly.
Yeah, but it's a psychological thing as well,
and
brother.
Blah, blah, blah. But it's done, yeah.
Yeah. But it's a psychological thing as well.
Maku, though, listen, right? You lot know I'm upset to the point where I couldn't even get my words out, right?
I know.
And you lot have kind of calmed me down. So how do you think I should actually deal with the situation? Do you think I should just kind of basically, you know, just forget it and move on? Because I do feel like he's let me down.
No, Unks. What you have to do is just break it down simply to him. Like, I sent you on a mission. Yeah. And I feel you didn't do it correctly. The thing that is your thing is honor and respect and you know, being able to deliver, right? So I'm saying that's no tarnish on you. He tarnished himself, yeah? Because he might seem like he done it the way he thought was right, yeah? But in the terms of how you do things and how people do things in Jamaica and blah, 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 that was not correct, yeah? So you have to make him know.
Total disrespect.
Right, because remember, he gonna go back to Jamaica again.
That's right.
So again,
and the thing about it, the thing about it, yeah, the thing about it, their man there, right? I know how they think. They would think all vindictive. The next time he goes there and thinks that everything's all like gravy, my brother, who's to say my brother ain't gonna think now of the time previous to that and say, you know what, pussy, you see how you did fucking have me like a coup before? I'm gonna have you up now. And all due to all sending two men on him. You just don't know how these men think.
Yeah,
you understand?
I hear you, but he's your brother. And and that's his nephew. So at the end of the day, he might have violated. Yeah, he did violate because leaving man standing somewhere and all of that is long. It's mad. Yeah, but not delivering what he's supposed to deliver on time, but delivering it. Yeah, we can say that that's correct. But as I said, anyone tarnishing reputation or anything is his own. Yeah, because you have to be a man of your word. As I said, I made it through life because I was a respectful and humble youth. And anybody asks me to do something, I do it to the best of my ability, right?
Right.
So on that
but we can't blame the youth for
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
real when it comes to these values. As I said, we're people.
I'm not saying that, bro. I'm saying what we have to do as adults and big man, because it's big man to big man now. You get me? It's not like no little boy anymore. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's a big man. He knows what the coup. He's been raised properly. He knows what it is. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He knows how his dad feels.
You've met him,
all of that, right?
Maku, the greatest thing is that you've met him. So you know who I'm talking about.
I know your son.
Right.
Of course I do. You got me? They're like my cousins and shit. So
Exactly.
So I'm saying
Exactly,
little cousin, I
Mac.
know how they think as well. So I'm saying, yeah, the best thing is that soft lecture. Do you get it? And the disappointment, like how you would do with the daughters. Do you get it? It's like, bro,
But
what I'm
Maku,
disappointed.
my
No, hold
brother,
on,
Maku, my brother.
hold on,
You
Unks.
see?
But I'm saying what you're disappointed about, yeah,
Yeah.
is the sheer disrespect and the way you didn't do. There's no honor in this. You're fucking up the
No
thing.
honor
You
at
get,
all, my
but you're
brother.
fucking up
None
your
at all.
thing. Make it clear, it's not my thing. Me a big man. You get what I'm saying? I'm your dad. So you're not fucking up my thing. Yeah? I created you. You're gonna do what you're gonna do anyway. Yeah? Some man's sons has got extensions and running around Jamaica like a batty man. Do you get what I'm saying? Clearly not like the father. You get me? The father just lock him off. Like, yeah, Ninja Man said, nah.
Yeah.
Why? Then you dead to me. You get what I'm saying? Cool,
Yeah.
no problem.
Facts.
Yeah. So you can't.
Brother, we're people who don't
put on
value
1 second.
ourselves, though.
1
We don't
second.
value the
You can't
commitment.
put
That's what.
sins of the son on the father. You get it? That's
Let
not
Kel
what we do.
talk, man. You letting Kel in, man.
Yeah, cool. But I'm saying that you can't put sins of the son on the father. It's not. I don't think that makes sense. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but what I do understand is,
Mm.
yeah. Sorry, brother Kel. No, go through, man.
All I'm saying is, brother, is
sorry. Is it Kel? Yeah, 1 minute. Let me just say something quickly. Yeah.
Go on, brother.
Obviously, when I see him, I'm gonna try and maintain composure.
Yeah.
But you know how it is, Matt. He could say the wrong word, and I get triggered. Next minute, the both of us are trying to kill each other on my doorstep. Now, I don't want that. Obviously, I'm a big man, and I should know better. But there's times when certain time. I can't control myself. Because I know that I've been disrespected. Okay, I know you're young and I know you're out there and you want to enjoy yourself and you're a big man and you do what you want. You understand? But like you said, I just feel disrespected and I just feel like, why would you need to lie to me when you know I'm not that type of father? And you know I'm going to go from A to Z in half a second. So I'm trying to like prepare myself for when that meeting happens, that I'm able to articulate and say in the way, which doesn't offend or make man feel away. But I know I'm gonna do that.
No, you gotta
because
make man.
I can't.
Hold on, you got to make man feel away in a big man way. It's not a fighting thing. It's not a disrespect thing. I'm not even thinking. You shouldn't even be thinking in that way. Do you know what I'm saying? It's your thing. You're in command.
But you are being. You are being.
You're the steerer of the ship. Yeah, this is your.
But you are being. What if he turns around? Say for instance, just speculation.
Right.
But if remember, even though he's a big man, in my eyes, he's still my little son. You understand? So what if he says now, and obviously this is me speculating again. What if he turns around and says, "Listen, you can't tell me nothing," and waves his hand? I might say, "What are you fucking waving your hand for?" He might say then. Sorry, Shat.
Can I just quickly say, you already? But the thing is, you're anticipating all this, which is a good thing,
Yeah, you're right, Shanti. You're right,
But the good thing that you're anticipating this, now you have to take that, use that, and use that for patience for when it happens. Do you see what I'm saying? Or if it happens. And the thing is, what you need to do is, if something like that happens, you really need to, because when is it going to stop? Do you know what I mean? Like, when is like these feelings going to stop of like, you can't talk to your son because you might turn into a fight, or talk to anybody because it might turn into a fight. You really need to sometimes just go, well, make it this time that if he is disrespectful to you, when you're trying to talk to him, you need to tell him to leave. That's it. Leave. Get out.
Shani, you know what it is, yeah? Shani, you know what it is.
1 second.
Shani, you know what it is. 1 minute, babe. Shani, 1 minute. Let me just say this, yeah? You know what it is, yeah? This is not like the first thing my children have done to me. And I'm now at the point now where it's almost like I don't even want them to even talk to me no more. You understand? Because every time...
How long is it going to go on for? Do you know what I'm saying? So it has to be. So the thing is, like, just me and my mum, for instance, say like we were like that, and every time we log ahead, whatever, there would have to be for the point for me where I would be like, all right, my mum's serious about this now, or like I've messed up, is when my mum doesn't do what I expect her to do. When she turns around and says to me, you know what, get out of my house. That's it. I'm done. Like, get out of my house. Just leave. Okay, cool. And be calm, because ultimately you win, right? You're the bigger person. You win the argument. You've now taken yourself out of the situation that other person wanted to be in, or thought that it was going to. Do you know what I'm saying? So I just feel like, and it'll be better for your own self, your own peace, yeah, to be able to just walk away. So you know what, the Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him, yeah, I'm just going to quickly say one thing regarding that. Like, people used to try and fight and argue with him and stuff like that, and the Prophet, peace upon him, said that what you should do in a situation is you should always be calm, because the angels stay with you when you're calm. As soon as you allow that as soon as you can't take away your calmness, that's when the shaitan are around you and the angels leave. So know that you stand strong with angels around you, and by allowing others to be how they want to be, they're surrounded by shaitan. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm saying, like, if you're calm, you're going to be good, is basically what I'm saying. And you're protected.
If I'm calm though, Shani, I won't be myself. Like, I will feel almost like, you know what, I'm being somebody else. You know what I mean?
No,
because this is the thing. I need to. I'm not saying that, you know, it's going to be the right way, but I know myself. And in certain situations, if I watch your body language and your face is all screwed up and all that, I'm going to take offense to it. Even though you might be saying, you know what, just cool, just be nice, easy. If I see that your face is screwed up, I'm going to pull you on that. So you're telling me it's all gravy, but why is your face looking like that? I know myself. I just can't help it. I'm not saying it's the right way, but I just can't help myself. So you know what?
Anticipation again. You're already anticipating how, because you know him, so you know that's probably something that he will do. That's a good thing that you know that, because then that means that you're able to assess yourself and maybe gain some control. Do you know what I'm saying? Whereas if you didn't know him and he acted a way that is a surprise to you, then yeah, your behavior should be a surprise. Whereas the fact is, you know what he's going to be like. That means that you now have the upper hand of being in control of that, so you can control your emotions and your actions. You really have to remember, Uncle Tony, that other people cannot make you angry, cannot make you pissed off, cannot make you sad, you are 100% in control of your emotions. So,
but Shani, they do though. Shani, everybody knows, everybody, even though they don't know me, everybody who listens to the show knows that I'm emotional, and I don't care whether they see it as a feminine fucking trait or whatever. That's how I am. I'm me.
You're allowed to be emotional, but the point is, you should have control over those emotions. The reason why I'm saying this to Uncle Tony Brown is this is something that I deal with. I have issues with controlling my emotions, and I have therapy for it. But one of the main things that sticks in my head is the fact that I've been told that you control your emotions. Other people don't control your emotions. If they do, that's you giving them the power to do that. You've allowed them to, which means even in turn, you're still in control, because you've passed the control over to them. Whereas you don't need to do that. You can say, if somebody's shouting in your face, if somebody's being horrible to you, if somebody's making you feel angry, you can walk away. If your son comes to your space, you can tell him to leave. You can, or even remove yourself from the space as your son. You don't mind him being in your house. But if it's on the phone, again, you can lock down that phone. You can shut the phone off. Do you know what I mean? Is it text message?
No, I think what he would do, he would phone. And I'm thinking, do I answer and tell him that, you know what, I don't like the way you conducted yourself, or do I just blank the man?
No, you speak to him, because blanking it doesn't solve the situation for you, because it's still going to stir up in your belly. Do you see what I'm saying? The more that you anticipate the conversation, what's going to happen, what's not going to happen, you go over what happened, it builds up all this anger inside. Do you see what I'm saying? Then you start getting this what do you call it?
Yeah,
you start feeling like a way about him, because you've already made up in your mind. It comes to the point where you already made up in your mind. You know what he's going to do and all this kind of stuff.
But Shani, there's a flip side to that though, because if he's ringing him when he's still feeling heated and that, bro, like the conversation, little things that are not going to trigger a response or trigger a certain reaction will simply trigger one, because I'm in the mood looking for that sort of interaction right now, subconsciously. You get me?
True.
So it's not always great to
calm down a little bit and then have the conversation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good point, Angelini. But what you could do, Uncle Tony, is you could tell him if he calls you, you could text him back saying, "Listen, I'm still a bit angry with you at the moment. Let me call you when I'm ready." Do you know what I'm saying? And control the situation. You have to have control over the situation, because at the moment, at this point in time, your son has done wrong. He needs to understand he's done wrong, and he should be coming to you with tails between his legs. And do you know what I'm saying? He had a good time on holiday. I'm going to finish, Emily. Sorry. He had a good time on holiday, and by having a good time, it meant he disrespected you. He disrespected family members. So he is in the wrong, and he needs time to sit with that and have that thinking over. So maybe, you should give him some time to let him think about what he's done and then have a conversation. But always conversation, Uncle Tony. Don't blow up, because that's what he expects you to do.
Like, Unks, listen, I'm not going to lie to you. Like, you see at this precise moment in time, this is my personal opinion, I'll say, it's loud for a couple of days, maybe even a week, maybe even 2, you get me? Until you feel like, bro, I know I can have a conversation with this person without feeling a certain way or getting triggered like that. Until you don't feel like that, bro, I'd basically say allow it, simply because of who it is as well. You get me? And the temperament of the conversation. If it weren't you get me, fair enough, I'd say do whatever, bro. But there's potential other family members involved. There's going to be a lot. It's just a lot's going to come with it. You get me? If you two fall out like that, bro. So I'm simply saying, I'm not saying he's right or you're whatever, but I'm just simply saying, bro, just let him do him for a while. You get me? He knows. Right now, you're feeling a way. You get me? He's not stupid, bro.
Most definitely.
He understands. But I'm saying, Rod, at the end of the day, the last thing, bro, and this is the last thing you want to do, is get into any sort of altercation or like that with your youth. And what I think also subconsciously, you don't, like, you clock it, but you kind of don't. I hear like you're talking to man when he's like 15, when you're talking. This whole conversation, it sounded like you're talking. That's why I asked, how old is he? You get me? At the beginning conversation, I thought he was like a little you get me? So I was like, I kind of understand. Your dad told you to do something, you didn't do it, fair enough. When he said he was 30, I was like, raw. So I'm saying, like, you get me? The way you're talking is like, he's still my little you. And obviously, he's your son, so you're always going to have that. You get me?
Yeah, most definitely. Of course, he's a big man and he's doing his thing, but...
Yeah, man, I remember he's grown, so the most like you could just do is just leave it. You get me? Just don't, if words come to words, don't chat to man. But the whole getting into altercations and forget that, man. Forget that.
To be honest, Alini, it did say that when I was talking to my brother, and I was talking kind of hard, and my brother had his phone on loudspeaker, and he was there, like, obviously he heard what I was saying, because I was saying, yo, you for lower them man, the way our blood clot entertain them, for make them man they go and rare. That's what I was saying to my brother, which is kind of harsh because I'm upset, and he's hearing it. And he said, boy, how come you're dealing with man like man is some little boy? I ain't no little boy, you know. You understand? And I kind of said, what? Who the fuck? Who are you talking to? Yeah. And he was saying, which when I really think of it, I would say the same thing. Well, like, you know, I'm not no little boy, you know, that. I'm not no little boy, you know. You're kind of, you know, you're kind of trying to boy me off, like, in front of man and rare. But then at that stage now, I'm flipping in it, because I'm thinking like, well, what do you mean? Like, you know, I'm talking to you like a little boy. What you fucking, you know what I mean? So it kind of
went pear-shaped. You're saying something because you're angry. He's feeling like you're talking to him back in 20 years previous. So he's thinking, hold on a second, my dad's still trying to treat me like I'm an idiot. You're really true. You're just pissed off, so your tone is taken to a certain place. He misreads it, you misread it, it goes left, fam, and it just turns into something else. You get me? And then it's all 3-4 years down the line. You're sitting down someone's family house because someone probably dropped out or something. And man say, boy, you know that the argument was dumb, dad. You know, like, I'm not even gonna lie. It was weird, and you're gonna say the same, and it's gonna be 4 years of wasted time.
Real talk.
I see things that happen so much, bro. Yeah, my own personal.
You know the thing. You sorry to cut in. You know what? I'm actually glad, even though it's out in the open and like whatever, but you know what? I'm actually glad that I'm speaking to you lot, because it's calmed me down a lot, you know. Even though he needs to know, which he's gonna know, I will be talking to him like this. I won't be talking to him with only per BCs and RCs and PCs. I'll just deal with him like this. Like, you know what? You're disrespected, man. And even though you might not see it like that, that's what you've done. Because now I'm gonna have to butter up my brother, over there. So for when I intend to go over there, or other members now intend to go over there, he's not gonna think that we're gonna do the same thing what you done. You know what I mean?
Also, sorry, that's not on you though. I get it's your son and that, but that's not you, bro. Like, people have this thing, like, they're always on this representation of other people for them. I get he's part of it because he's your son, but he's his own individual, just like you was from your old man, and so on and so forth. So I get, don't get me wrong, you showed him certain things.
But Zelini, hear what now? Hear what now? Supposing now he goes to Nuwabian Sniper, says to Nuwabian, listen, lend me £20 because I need to do this and do that. Nuwabian, because he knows how I am, gives him the £20. Now he draws card. Now, don't you think that's going to affect the relationship what me and Nuwabian might have?
No,
because he might think. He might think, hold on a minute, your son should have known better.
No, I'm telling you, no. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
All right, then,
Nuwabian.
All right, for real. I can't speak. You're right, Nuwabian. I can't speak to you. But I know for me,
100.
Yeah, for me, though, Nuwabian, for me, I might look at you sideways. I know it's wrong, but I might look at man sideways.
Well, that's I'm saying, bro. You're not giving people opportunity, like, you know what I mean, to respond to things you're saying about.
Yeah, you're right. You're right,
Nuwabian.
You're right. You're right. I'm jumping ahead of myself.
What your son does is what your son does. Me and him. Who asked me to do business with him?
Big up, family.
Yeah.
Big up,
hello, family. How are you? Love you, all right?
Big up. Happy New Day. Like,
big up, MD.
Hit the cash up,
big up, love.
all that good stuff. Yeah.
Come on.
Anyway, this topic must be getting boring for man.
I don't know if it's because the camera's on, the volume is really low.
Yeah.
The topic must be getting boring now, chat.
No, I'm just saying, unks, man. It's all good, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it was me, if your son does something, like, one, I got a question myself.
I'm gonna jump up and come back.
I done business with him, right? Me and him in a something. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That has no reflection on you. The only
for real, Mac. Yeah, jumping the gun. I was jumping the gun. You're right.
No, but it don't. Does it make sense? Money's nothing, man. Like, forget all that. But what I'm saying is, if he has something with me, remember, I gotta deal with things like that a lot of the time with your own people. Do you get it?
Yeah, real talk.
And and you know what I mean? Yeah, blah. My man owe me a $1 still. You get me? Man put on rave and where's my money, cuz? You get what I'm saying? And then I've got a reputation of I gotta get my shit. You get what I'm saying? But I still gotta do it in the most diplomatic way, because everyone knows I'm ready to wild out and beat everyone up. So, you know, that's my natural setting. But they've never seen it. They've never seen it in that respect, because I've never had to. You get it? I can dissolve most things. Like, yo, bro. Yeah. I've got youngers, but they're like 35 plus, so I know exactly where you're coming from. But
Sniper, don't you think we have to be truthful when it comes to investing in our children, brother? Don't you think we have to be very truthful?
Children can go spoiled. There's no doubt about that. Whatever you invest, you might not get your return. No, you might not. It's funny how. What are we doing? What's all this music thing?
What's going on, man?
Who's doing it?
Anyway, as you were saying, you are being.
That's bro.
Yeah, no, Unks, man. You have to remember, like, there's a generation gap, as you get me, and as well, you see, like, how you take that into consideration with a lot of other things. You just have to understand that. I know it's your youth, and fair enough, and how he may have conducted himself may have not been the greatest on, like, your behalf or as you see it, but Man, I just look at it like, bro, man's 30 years old. He's gone yard for 7 days. He just want to live his best life. You get me? He's dropped off the money.
Yeah, true.
As far as he's concerned, they don't really want to see him anyway. They just want the money from him. I've given them that. I'm going to go do my thing, innit? You get me? I don't need to be hanging around someone's house, sitting on fucking laminated sofas, blood. Like, it's long. And that's what I was going to say earlier. I know, we all know, or not we all, but me and you know what yards of Jamaica are like more time. You get me? Unless your people them like that, like it's not the greatest experience. You get what I'm trying to say? Not unless you're super young and you can, you get me, explore. Other than that, man, there ain't nothing going on. There ain't nothing going on, man.
Yeah.
So, you get me? I can't really blame him for that, but yeah, man.
Yeah, maybe I'm a bit harsh. Maybe I'm a bit harsh. He let me down, but maybe I'm a bit harsh. You get me?
But just
maybe
let him know. Just let him know that. That's all. That's and
I did still
like a big man. You know,
I did still Uwabi, and still I did let him know that. You know, it's not like I'm here, like, you know, like I'm talking to you about it, but not him. I have made him know because, like I said a bit earlier, when I was having a conversation with my brother, the time when he was there and linked him, and this was, he did link him, but he linked him for like an hour and then buzzed off and was supposed to meet him again, but he didn't, but. At the time when he did link him for that small period of time, my brother phoned me. So he had come, then he cut off the phone because he said, him there. Then I phoned back, and then I was saying, what you doing? Didn't I tell you to allow him in it because he's done embarrassed you already? Why aren't you allowing him? So we're saying, what you want me for do? Him there, I know this me. What do you mean? What do I? Wasn't you fucking telling me like a moment ago that how the brother is this and that and how he's got you sitting around? But all of a sudden now he's there now and you switch. Wham, you're pussy, wham, you're coward. And then obviously, you know, I'm flaring up. He's talking. I'm not realizing that the youth can hear me on loudspeaker, and that's when he says now, yeah, right, exactly. That's when he says now, listen, I ain't no boy, you know that. I ain't no boy. You're talking to me like I'm a little boy. So I've heard this in the background, innit, and I'm, you know, showing what, and obviously he's gonna stand firm in it, which I don't blame him because he's a big man in it. You understand? And he's a warrior on the road, so he ain't gonna, you know, with his ego and all that. But you know, I just said, all right, then, you know what, you do what you're fucking doing, don't call me for nothing, rare tear, whatever, but I'm letting you know that you disrespect me because you got the big man waiting for you all day and you didn't even communicate to make me know what's going on. You know what I mean? And furthermore, you don't even know the fucking girl you're with. You understand? You don't know her. That's my friend. You understand? That's not your friend. Rare tear. And then after that, that was it. We just went silent on each other. But yesterday, man did wish me a happy Father's Day, and it kind of broke the ice out. You know what I mean? But still, I'm still angry about the whole situation. And the thing about it, if I got to tell the truth,
Unks, it don't sound that deep, man. As I said, it might even, some of it sound like a miscommunication. You know what I'm saying, Carl? If man's there and man's there with his nephew,
it's definitely miscommunication, but also I think what it is as well is that all the rest of my youth them has kind of let me down, and he was the one I was kind of banking on. And I think because this has happened, it's almost like all my hopes has gone. You understand what I'm dealing with? I think that's what, if I've got to be honest, that's what it is. All the rest of my youth them, they've let me down. Yeah, they've done something to basically muddy the waters, and now there's no way me and I can feel safe around them. You understand? But he's always been that one who, even though he's not the greatest, he's always been there. So I think to myself, like, from when he's kind of let me down, it's almost like that's it for me now. And I think what's happened is that it's made everything, like, it's just made me kind of basically blow a fuse in it, because now I realize that none of them are no good. But then again, I could kind of be doing them an injustice still. You understand? Yeah, exactly. I could be. You disrespect me, but is it that deep? It doesn't seem like it really is that deep. So you know what I mean. But he knows already, that he's disrespected. But I want to talk to him and make him understand more. Maku, I might even phone you. Maku, I might even phone you. You know.
Yeah,
I might even phone you. Yeah,
that would be better.
Yeah.
Kale.
Yes, my brother.
Well, go on. I know you've been trying to talk for a while. It's like, man, I don't know. But yeah, what are you saying?
Some revolutionary stuff. Go on.
You know what I mean? Obviously, the elder, you know what I mean? He's getting things off his chest, which he shouldn't. It's good that everyone's, the family's helping out. I was just saying that sometimes we got to be honest as parents. If we're not making our kids consistent with the goal of, building in the Caribbean or in Africa from earlier on and being truthful, then it will backfire on us. That's what I was saying, man.
Yeah, I hear you still. I hear
you. Mad.
Go on, brother Kel. Go on, brother Kel.
That's it, brother. That's all I was saying, man. Because I'm a parent myself, so I know that sometimes if you're not helping them out in the, in the revolutionary way, as Brother Sniper says and stuff, they won't kind of like give back. You know what I mean? It's like a thing where if they're not seeing that, then they will betray. It's happened to us many times. We're people who don't value, self-determination. So if we're not consistent with that, our kids will betray us, unfortunately. It's a common thing.
Well, you trying to raise revolutionaries, yeah?
Oh, you have to. You know what I mean? The Caribbean needs to be built up. There are certain entities that are taking over the Caribbean, and there's a lot of wealth and land there that if we invest over there, we can claim back. Same thing with Africa. So the kids, they have to be taught these things, like you have to build back home. But if they're not taught certain principles, then they will betray us. You know what I mean?
I hear you. Anyone got anything to say to that?
Brother Kale.
Oh, big up, Khan.
Yes, my broski.
Oh, is that Khan? Big up, Khan.
Yes, T. I was gonna ask Brother Kale, that most of the Caribbean people I know eventually, like, they'll sell their house and move back home as long as their kids are like settled and doing their own thing. They don't mind moving back to Jamaica. Given the current economic climate and how like we're getting a squeeze put on us now over here, do you think not just with Caribbeans but across the board, like including everyone, like Cypriots, everyone, do you think we're going to see like an exodus, people leaving like the UK? Like, I personally suspect that there's like an ulterior motive behind it, but like, what do you think? Do you think people are going to move back home? Do you think like this kind of economic crash in Europe can benefit us lot in the Commonwealth, like further afield? What do you think?
Well, for for black people, unfortunately, because of a certain mindset and that we have too much dopamines for Europe, we believe that Europe is going to save us, and as long as we can build in Europe, then we're saved. As for you're from the Asian background, and your family values has helped you that I'm going to go back home and build, etc. But when it comes for us, we don't seem to do that with our children consistently. You know what I mean? All right, some of us will go back and build, but we've got too comfortable in Europe.
But ain't that because you lot are a bit further out though?
Further up in regards to
like in distance, like it's further from like London to Jamaica than it is to Cyprus. Is like a 3-4 hour flight, isn't it? It's nothing.
No, it's either I want to or don't want to. You know what I mean? It's, do I have a value for my people to build up that continent? And it just returns back to that. A lot of us don't do that. I mean, a lot of the parents from the Caribbean, I mean, the 30s Caribbean people done very, very well, and then they became too comfortable and, integration, and then look what happened. We got pushed out. So it's a value thing, do I want to go back and build and do I don't want to? That's what it returns back to.
I hear you. So a lot of Jamaicans could have like inheritances back home, innit? Like I've got inheritances. I can't deny that, innit? I can't just like forget about back home if I got inheritances waiting to get collected.
Because like I noticed in the there's it's no secret there's an issue in the Caribbean. Is that a lot of the elders, they will give money back to the family back home, and thinking that a house is getting built and land, and then 10 years later the money's been gone. So that's what I was saying to the uncle. He ain't in the contact. Yeah, that's what I was saying to the the brother Tony, and that is that there has to be like a treaty of a value of principles of consistency to the struggle, termination to the struggle, to help the youth know that when you go in there, it's all right to have a good time. One foot in having a good time and one foot in building, the Caribbean or in Africa. It has to be something like that. That's what needs to be done.
Yeah, brother Kel, that's what I was encouraging, because I haven't actually left England myself, but eventually I'm going to leave, and my purpose is to build wherever.
But Tony, how many hours flight is it to home?
I think it's 8 or 9.
And how much is the flight? About $1,000?
I think his flight was about $1,000 mash. Yeah, $1,000 mash. But I think
it's a lot though to expect from people to be able to maintain a relationship with a place that it costs $1,000 just for the flights, though. How are you gonna fly out like every year?
I would go. I can afford to
people
go
do, man.
when it's
Black
cheaper.
People do, man.
Yeah,
Jamaicans
yeah.
do
I can.
all the time, man. Well,
Yeah.
Some
For
do,
real.
innit?
Yeah, for
not
real.
some,
But I will
they
go.
do.
I will go off peak in
Always
it,
been.
because it's I work for myself, so I'll go off peak and I'll go when it's cheaper. So that would be no big deal for me.
Brother Tony, there's one thing I was listening to, and I do agree with you on that, right? Is that keeping kinship with family members is very important, because if you don't kind of sort that issue out, unfortunately, because of how we've been molded to have like tribalism, it could backfire on yourself.
It could backfire, exactly, Kel.
And that's why
I know how they think, and I know it can backfire.
Yeah, and that's
But
what I
can
was
that
saying.
also can that also be an assumption?
Yeah,
it could be. Yes, it can.
Right.
The reason why I won't say it's an assumption is because everything is historical, brother Sniper, and that, right? Remember, we have been because of our selfish mindset of, okay, you're from that tribe, we're from the same family, but you're not my tribe, right? That could sneak in. So if the brother Tony doesn't sort out that kinship, right, whatever type of investment or kinship he wants to do in the Caribbean, it could backfire on him detrimentally. So he's gonna have to build up that kinship.
How does he know that?
I know what, sorry, brother.
How does he know that for certain?
Because that is a historical.
No, we don't know it for certain. Still,
we don't know it for certain, man. That's
Yeah.
all an assumption. You get me? Until he goes there, hold on. Until he goes there and has his experience, and his experience might even cause him to act maybe even worse than his son. He doesn't even know. Do you get it? Because he don't know the lay of the land, or or how people, or maybe he's got too much hang-ups and heard too much things, and he's acting away, and he keeps getting into clashes. He don't know.
Yeah, but we're not talking about experience, but we're talking about prevention is better than occurring. He has to sort out that
no,
kinship,
hold
brother.
on. No.
Right.
It can turn to a form of paranoia, and assumption is the mother of all fuck-ups. You get me? We can't go around assuming nothing. It's either we know or we don't know, or we're ready to learn. You get me? Yeah, we can't go with this. It's gonna be like this. It's gonna be like that, and they might do this and start pulling out guns and and you can imagine a multitude of things. But what is that to reality?
Because the soul, brother,
just anxiety is just making anxiety for yourself. That's what I'm saying.
We don't like to be dominated in the wrong way. We don't. Mankind doesn't like to be mistreated in a certain way. So if there's no form of code of conduct, right, it could make you want to dissever and cause more problems. That's what I was saying. He may not experience it or not, but one thing that is the core of the solution, he has to make that kinship right, so it doesn't fall into that. So you are allowed to suspect that if I don't build up that kinship right, it could go that way. But the kinship is very important. That's
Brother Kale,
valuable.
how do you see the hierarchy
Yeah,
of
but they
kinship?
shoulda, coulda, woulda, man.
How do you see kinship working?
About knowing your family members. This is crazy, man.
With how does the kinship working?
Yeah.
Kinship is very important, man. With because kinship helps to brings the love of your people, increases wealth, man, and protection as well. You know, having like some form of a code of conduct of kinship is very important, man. That's how other nations have survived, man. There's no other way to get out of that.
Right. Anyway, so yeah. I think all of it is just still kind of things we put in our own minds. You know what I mean? About situations we are far distance from until we reach those situations and those countries and those people and we're in the environment, then we can really judge and know what's going to go on. That's it.
So, Brother Sniper, we shouldn't have a plan before we enter a situation.
It's not a situation. I mean, entering a country and a different environment is what we're talking about, right? Going to Jamaica. His son went to Jamaica. And Uncle Tony hasn't been to Jamaica yet, so we can't just put no assumptions. He might know Jamaicans. He's got a lot of people who've left here and gone and lived in Jamaica. So he is definitely up on the info, but everybody's not the same. Some people are God-fearing. Some people value family. Some people, you know.
You still need a plan, though, Brother Sniper, because remember, we're a people who have been taught to not value one another. So you need certain principles and a plan to maneuver so you can better the situation or improve it for the collective. That's something you can't get out of. You have to have a plan. Neela Fuller Jr. says, when you're around black people, you have to have a plan because we can be poison to one another. So when the brother goes back to Jamaica, he still has to have a plan how to maneuver because we do not value collective progress.
So you're saying, hold on.
Well, my plan was to, you know, to investigate, go over there and see if I can build something for myself before I drop out. That's my plan. But him being younger, I don't know what his plan is, but he said that he's on the same wavelength. But obviously this little week here was just a holiday and basically to like break the ice. So I say it got still. You know what I mean?
You can't really wrong him in a sense because it's
no. When I really think about it now, Nubian, I can't really, Mike. I can't really still. The only thing is, like I said, I felt, I just feel let down that, you know what, I asked you to do a simple thing. I asked you to do a simple thing and you didn't do it. And it seems to me like because you bought this new friend, you kind of went a bit haywire. But you know what? I don't know what it's like to get there and be in that type of environment. I don't know how I would
react. It's an unstable environment as well. You got to make links, isn't it? It's an unstable environment. You got to make links.
It's volatile. But the thing about it, I will still have my principle. But is it because I'm a big man? Yes, it is. You know, if Sniper gave me a parcel to bring over there, I'm not going to dilly-dally until if I've said to him, yes, I'm going to deliver it on this day, unless there's an accident, it's going to get delivered. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Right, Mike.
So there's no issue with that. It's just making him know as a big man, as I said, it's only a disappointment thing. You have to treat him like how we would treat the daughters back in the day. You know what I mean? I'm disappointed in you. Daddy. No. You see? I didn't have to smack her or anything. It was just words. Yeah. So as a big man, I can't be rumbling around in my snakeskin shoes and you get me silk shirt and that. I'm a triple OG. You get me? That's how you're meant to be going on. Like, yeah, man, sit at the desk and that, like in your yard. Like, yo, son, man, what was you doing, man? Come on, man. You can do better than this. Like, fix up, man. You get me? Cause you gonna go Jamaica and they're gonna Mickey Mouse you. When I go Jamaica, it's not gonna be that. Yeah. And this
Yeah,
is how I
exactly.
would have done things. You get what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And I always
And
explain with any situation, humility is first. Be humble. Yeah. Don't be loud and abrasive anywhere. Try and just maintain, read the room, read the environment, and then work your way that way, That way you don't get into problems.
So, brother Sniper, what I've noticed as a people, right? Whenever we go to other lands or different countries, we don't thoroughly have an observation of the mindset that we're dealing with and how we can build.
I think we do.
What
because
would you
we definitely don't
propose
die
for
when
a
we go on
person,
holiday.
for example, brother Tony has never been to the Caribbean?
Mm-hmm.
Don't you think he should be able to have like a set of principles to know who we can build with? Yeah.
Yeah.
Most definitely, I definitely know what
at
type
his
of
age,
person.
he would have already had that.
Definitely not.
Right, but he has to be
Yeah,
a
I
little bit
definitely know.
flexible because his principles
You don't
are
what
not the
die.
principles of the general younger population. Do you get what I'm saying? The younger
I don't get
population
that, but
of
we don't what
Jamaica.
die, brother. Or what
Sorry?
We don't.
I said the younger generation have a different mindset, basically. You know what I mean? So he also has to be flexible in how they behave compared to how he would behave. Do you get what I'm saying? He has to understand that, look, these are different times and people don't value the same things that the elders value. It's just
That's
real
very
life.
true.
But what we have to make man know when it comes to honor and being a man of your word, yeah? You only got your word and your balls, yeah? No pause, right? Right? You got your word and your balls, and that's what I'm trying to say. Like, that is simple. As a big man to big man, yeah, he could understand that. He would understand, like, yes, it's true, Dad. Because if some people can't take me for my word, I'm nothing out here. Do you get what I'm saying?
I agree with
And
you totally, Sniper.
if I ain't got no balls, I'm a pussy. Then anyone could take me, woman, man, anyone could take advantage of a person. Do you get it? So
you see,
like,
this is why. You see, man like me and you, this is why we can't be fucking different people when we're on this live stream. Because we're too real. You know what I mean? We don't dilly-dally, we just tell it how it is.
Yeah.
You understand? Where I noticed that certain people, they can switch personalities. Man like me and Sniper, we can't do all that stuff because we're real, we're hardcore. I don't know to put on a different persona when I jump on this street. Yeah, my name might be different. You understand? But my character, this is how I am when you see me on the road. So I'm not going to try and pretend that I'm spoken, I'm something I'm not, because it ain't me. You understand?
Yeah.
And basically, I expect my son to kind of be the same way.
That's
he's not going to be.
That's some old man talk, man.
Definitely.
Some old man talk.
Yeah,
you know what? I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it, Jed. Trust me.
Old men are happy. Old men are happy with what they know, innit? And that's what makes old people become closed-minded and stuck in their ways and unadaptable. That's actually what. When you actually become old. When you start talking like that, you become old because basically what you're saying is there's not really no advancements. There's no updates to this machine. It's like the iPhone 3. That's it. Can't even update it, and that's not the shit. We can't be thinking like that.
But Jed,
no.
That's why I hang, Jed. That's why I listen to. That's why I hang. That's why I hang with.
All right.
That's why I hang. That's why I hang with the Trill family.
Unks, let me have a go, man. Chill out, please, uncle. Because what I'm saying is, from a younger perspective, what these youngsters are showing you is actually a key skill, an amazing skill, right? And it's called adaptability. Yeah, a man that can adapt to different environments to suit his needs or even benefit those around him. Yeah, that's not less real than a man's just the same all day, every. I've got brethrens every day, blood. You get me, blood, every day. Like, anywhere you go, you take man to meet mums, he's gonna like, well, go on, mum. Like everywhere you take him to church, he's gonna be like, well, everywhere, yeah, cool. But like when it's business meeting time, and I'm not bringing him. Or he's not saying nothing. No, I want him to, and I want him to learn the skill of learning other people's language, English people, they go on holiday and they say, "Hello, can I have the
Can I get a pint of
chicken,
sangria?
the chicken tagine?" And the person's like, eh. And then go, "The chicken tagine." Like yeah. Me, I go into the shop and I say, "Morning, boss man." And he says, "Oh, my friend, how are you?" And I'm like, "Oh, not bad." Like, you get me? I can't help it. Like,
Oh, you're not one of them, are you, Jed?
Yeah, I am one of those people. It's not fake accent. It's adaptability. Yeah, it's learning the common denominator.
As well.
It's learning the common denominator between different people so that it can work. It works, and so it's not a bad thing, Tony. So you can't be chatting like, "Yeah, man's just real, rare," because that realness is get man nicked, get man sacked, get man all these things. Real is not smart. Real is not paid.
I agree. What I agree with.
So
sorry, you finished, Jed?
Yeah, I'm just saying one last thing. We've got to stop teaching ourselves to cling on to this real thing. Yeah, like, are you loyal? Yes. Are you honest? Yes. Are you whatever? Yes. Tidy, clean, whatever. These are good things to have. This real thing is something that keeps everyone stuck in a certain mode while no one else is following that rule. You're just getting fucked in society because you're keeping it real, but everyone else is fucking you over, pretending to be real. It's long. It's a dinosaur code. You gotta adapt. You got to be versatile. Yeah, you must have, and you got different languages. You can do Cockney. You can do Yard.
You got your telephone voice.
So you're actually lying. And when you talk to your grandkids, you don't talk the way you're talking to us now. When you talk to your grandkids and your grandkids, you don't talk the way now. You're soft. You're different. So you do adapt. You are different in different circumstances.
Yes, I do. I do adapt. What I'm saying is that when I say keeping it real, I mean that I'm real to myself, not to anybody else, but I keep it real to myself. Like if I feel that something's infuriating me, Jeds, I just let myself go. You understand? Instead of like trying to, it's a bad habit,
and that works for you?
It works for me so far.
Okay.
It works for me so far. Me being true to myself has worked for me so far.
Not just being true to yourself, but like you know what I'm saying anyway, man. I'm just saying, man. Yeah. I've been the same in similar circumstances, and I've learned to stop tricking myself out of opportunities and situations where I'm giving away all this honesty, and you're not really gonna get it back in this world, like from many people. So I feel like you can afford to pick and choose when that honesty is delivered. Yeah, there's times and places nowadays. Like you know, I'm learning to think something and not say it. It's been a big lesson for me, bro. Because as far as I'm concerned, if this is how I feel, if this is what I think, I'm saying it. And I've learned over the years, man. Okay, there's a better way to play chess, bro. You don't just always go straight to the king or straight to the queen. There's a better way. Do you know what I mean? So man's learned techniques and tactics, and
Jedi, you know, Jedi, that's what I'm trying to get, to be honest. Yeah. I'm actually trying to get to that where I can, even though I might be upset, just cool, just wait for a while. You understand? Instead of getting upset. And to be honest, I was getting good at it at one stage, but you know, during the last couple of weeks, I've kind of gone to pot again.
Down. Nah, when it's personal, family, emotional, and all that, it's hard. You get me? I'm talking like someone that don't blow up or don't go mad, or I do. But then there's bare times where I've done it, and I think, you know what? I shouldn't even have said nothing. I should, you know what I mean? I shouldn't have rise to it. Or I shouldn't have said nothing. I should have just watched it and preed it, and I started learning. So I could say to my crew, you know what? I've seen something, you know. This is what I've seen, but don't say nothing yet. Let's just pre. Whereas before I'd been on, guess what? Nah. Man's learning tactics, bro. Man's learning how valuable information is, and that your honesty is a gift, and not everyone deserves the gift. Sometimes, get me, because you want to be real and rare, doesn't mean that it's the time and the place for that. You might be shooting yourself in the foot.
So I understand. Yeah, I understand.
And real,
when I say keeping it, sorry,
realness.
You know how many times I've gone to say something, not said it, waited, pre the situation, and then been so glad that I didn't open my mouth. Oh my God!
I
Look,
can't say that
imagine
ever
if I
happens to
open
me,
my
but
mouth. Look at it
I
now.
agree.
See? You get me? See? You get me? Whereas the burning desire is just whatever's in my mind is just to put it out there. I need you to know. I'm very like
blunt.
Yeah, it's hard
Very
for me
Emily.
not to. You know what? I wasn't gonna say. I'm that man. You know what? I wasn't gonna say nothing. You know, but bruv, you get me? I'm that guy. Where I just and in my head I'm thinking, why are you saying something anyway? You should just left it, man. Just leave it. Why do you always have to vocalize shit and let people know? So yeah, my man started to develop a way of processing my thoughts and my feelings without always having to put it out there. And then sometimes that ends up being a good thing because it's like, yo, I'm glad I never said nothing now. It's good. I'm glad I never switched up. I never changed my behavior, nothing. So now no one can say nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, when the truth gets highlighted and I'm not involved. I've been doing that a lot lately. I can see the truth. I want to say it, but let someone else say it, man. So that no one's saying, oh, you're not disagreeing because JEDI came out. You know them ones there, like, all right, cool. Not always trying to be that guy. So yeah, unks, man, like, you know, fuck it, man, adapt. There's different ways to deal with your son. It don't have to be an argument. You don't even have to go on about it.
No LED.
And the best way to even make man feel away is just to not even do that big, you know what, you flop there. You know, maybe in a couple weeks time or something, you lot might chat about something else, and you know, you might get that moment. The situation might come up or something, and you'd be like, you know what, man? Listen, I was pissed when you know what I mean? I was pissed.
Yeah.
I don't know if you notice, you know, that's why I kind of draw back a little bit because I was a bit pissed at how you move. But you get me, you do your thing your way. But this is my concerns. This is what I was worried about. And we're trying to build out there. So we want to be showing them. We don't want to be showing them we're no weak heart. We can't stay nowhere or we're posh or that.
Real talk.
I think
really, when you get back home to build, you need to show them you're gritty. My family try to buy me baked beans and all sorts of things, and I'm eating bushmeat. They don't even eat. Do you know what I mean? But like, they're like, yo, you're more nice than us. You're more bush than us. Yeah, you're more authentic.
You're born for this.
Yeah, you're born for this.
You're born for this, bro. Shit.
And it's better than going out there and drinking your juice with your pinky finger up. You know what I mean? And making them think, look at this boy. Huh?
Yeah, it's fake, man.
English boy. No.
No, real talk.
I see killer in some of the servant size. Yeah, my dad.
I said killer in that.
Yeah, daggers, boy. Like, yo, dad, you better treat these boys good. Bruh, they're younger, fitter, and thing. And when you're talking to them away, bruh, it could come back and haunt you, fam. That's why I say humility is the most important thing. So as I said to Uncle Tony, you gotta be thinking on the level of I'm a triple OG. I got the silk shirt on, I got the straight pants. And I got the
I don't roll around in the dirt for no one.
Thank you, Khan. I don't roll around in the dirt for no. It's not even in my mindset. Yeah, I'm supposed to Nino Brown it when you come towards me. 4 man just come in front like what? yo. This is what I'm saying. That's the mindset. I'm not saying that what it is. Yeah, I'm just saying the mindset. You're a boss. You know what I'm saying? I'm your father. You came from my balls. You know. No. We can't have beef. That's my mindset. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where I'm telling you something. If I'm gonna tell you something, I'm gonna tell you something. There's no hate there. There's no thing there. I'm just older and wiser, and I know why I'm saying what I'm saying.
That's right.
But with you,
but some of them,
there's a bit of emotion there, though. That's what I'm saying. You're a bit more emotional and a bit more confrontational. So
you're right,
you have to
family,
go
because
fully fully submissive.
Yeah, sorry. Go on, Maku. Sorry.
No, I'm saying
I think
you're gonna
earlier
have to go
on,
fully submissive
I was
in the way you deal with him, and do like a boss. Like, turn your back and like, son, listen, blah blah blah. Yeah, the other day, like Jed said, you know what I mean. Just pull him aside when you're ready, not while you're hot, because while you're hot is gonna be counterproductive. You know this.
Yeah.
You get me? He gonna say something that you didn't like, and then it's gonna go left. And what would you say to your uncle? Look how you made me look. No, we don't want that. We want the smooth.
Talk.
I'm telling you, I'm disappointed. The daughter one. I told you the daughter one. I'm disappointed in you now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right now, and look, I can't even speak. Let me just come out of this.
Yeah,
space,
because
man.
right, I'm telling you earlier on, I couldn't even get the story out properly. You know when you're trying to you know when you're trying to do the whole story in one sentence and it's just coming out in bits and pieces, and then you've got to recollect again like how it I was just all over the place in my mind. But I'm now feeling good about things, and I'm glad that I actually did phone him and you know, speak to the man then, because right now I feel light now. I feel good now. I feel good. I feel enlightened.
And he bigged
You know what I mean?
you up for Father's Day. Come on, man. You
But
good,
yeah,
man.
yeah,
Tony,
for real.
Tony,
Everything, man.
can I just say something?
Yeah.
Rather than going on that emotional roller coaster of ups and downs of emotions, if you'd have done what, like the way how Jedi come in explained, you know, how to have like a progressive mindset where you work it out in your head, sort of thing. You know, that might be a key thing, because I'm like you, Tony, that I'll get emotional when it's like the children and that, and I think they work out a counter move to your emotions, which is to just ignore you. Like, you might think they're quiet and they're listening to you, but in their minds they're like, fucking hell, man, dad's kicking off again, like, can't believe it. And then like they end up doing things and you're like, but I told you about this, I spoke to you about this, and then you're building up this resistance in them to you because you're just coming at it from a very, like, you call it real, but we could also call it basic approach. What do you think?
This keeping it real, you know, this keeping it real term. I think realistically, the way I think I think of it is different to how I think like the man that
But
might
do you
be
think you're
thinking of it.
using it as an excuse, Tony? So like,
What,
listen,
keeping it
you
real?
know me, I'll keep
I'm
it
just
real. If I say something to upset you,
when
you
I
shouldn't
say
get
keep it
upset,
real, like I
because you
said
know what
before,
I'm like.
when I
It's a
say
bit
keep
lazy,
keep it real, when I say keep it real, I mean just me
he's
being
telling his
me.
story, I think, He's telling his
Yeah,
story.
it's just me being me, not like how some people might use, I'm keeping it real, I'm this bad man, I'm keeping it real.
none of that.
No, I'm not. My keeping it real is just me being myself. If I feel emotional or hot-headed, because you've said something what I don't like, that's me being me. It's not me keeping it real. It's just me. I don't like what you've said. I don't like the attitude in your voice. It's me keeping it real, meaning that I feel a way about it, so I'm going to question you on it. Do you know what I mean? Have I explained it right? Is it clear cut?
I'll get you, Tony, mate.
You know what I mean? But I'm adaptable. I'm definitely an adaptable brother. I'm definitely adaptable, because depending on who I'm talking to, you know, I can morph. Because obviously if I'm talking to a yard man, I'm not gonna really be talking to a yard man like this. If I'm talking to an English brother, I ain't gonna be talking to him like a yard man. So I will shift. If I'm talking to a professional, it will be different to the way how I would talk to somebody who's savvy. You understand? So
Tony, when
when
the phone rings and you answer the phone, do you do your phone voice?
My phone voice is actually this voice I'm using now. This is my phone voice.
Hello, who's calling?
No, I'm not like that. This is if you was to phone me, the voice what I'm using now is my phone voice. You understand?
Okay. So
and then I might have a Jedi. If me and Jedi is talking, I might have a Jedi voice. If me and Maku's talking, I'll have, you know, the way I talk to Maku would be different to how I would talk to you, kind of me and you was talking one-on-one. Do you see what I mean? So it depends on the personality.
So let me answer this now.
Hello? Someone speaking.
Yeah, Kel?
No, like Costello, mate.
Was that Kel?
It got cut.
So yeah. But you know what? It's a different generation. I know this because even when I talk to my grandson, he's different from my son. So it's a different, you know, it's definitely, the grandchildren would tell you that, I didn't ask to be born.
Yeah.
Things
but
like
you're
that.
not out of it. You're not out of it, Unks, because through all these generations, you're there. You're the one fixture that is permanent. So no one can tell you, oh, you don't know how the younger generation think. No, you got them around you. You're with them. You brought them up.
No, for real.
You was there in the time of whatever time it is for them. Was still a time for you. You get me? There's no experience or no time or nothing in history that happened You get me? That you never experienced that they experienced. Come on, man. Political
No, real talk.
situation. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Oh, double dip recession. Well, you all know about it. Yeah, all of that. So yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, everything they experience, you experience, man. And some of them
Exactly.
experience, you provided for them. So you know, it is what it is, man.
Mm.
You know, having kids helps you with that, definitely. That you're still in the loop. You know, you're still in the loop because you have those kids of those ages, and you're watching them grow, and you have to help them, and you know, so you're never out of
Mm.
it. You know,
That's right.
hopefully.
Especially when you're around them. You get me? When you're around them. If you're a deadbeat and you're not around them and you're just doing your own thing separate from your family, you won't pick up on all this stuff. But because I'm always around them, and I'm not trying to be like them, I'm trying to keep them focused. But you pick up certain things, innit?
Well, you have to.
When
You
they're
have to
talking,
pick up
when
the
they're talking to their brethren, them on the phone, you know, you hear certain slang, and you know that must mean that, and blah blah blah. So you know, we do pick up.
Come on.
You know what I mean?
Right now.
But yeah, is Kel come back or is he still on mute?
He's here. He's here.
Is he still there?
Yeah.
I thought he wanted to ask a question, didn't he?
Yeah.
And it cut out. But yeah.
But yeah, man, go easy, man. Go easy on my cousin, man.
Most definitely.
I know he's not a bad dude. Not a bad dude.
No, he's a good dude. He's definitely one of the better ones.
Get in Jamaica, that's a big thing, you know. You get gassed, you know, the lights, the everything, the environment, the linking up. Yeah. He enjoyed, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It wasn't a bad experience for him. So I don't think it's gonna be a bad experience for you either. You get what I'm saying?
No, I'm definitely gonna make that step.
You're gonna
definitely
enjoy.
Gonna make that
You're
step.
gonna enjoy it, man.
Definitely. And when I'm when I'm over there, Maku, you know, if I can get the data, I'm gonna live stream as well. I'm gonna phone you lot from there to make you lot know. So I'm in it now. You get me? So.
And you did what Jamaicans have been doing for many years when it comes to sending things back home and sending people, even with envelope, you know, simple letter. I see some people get, you know what I mean? You know, like 7, 8, 9 people sending stuff with one person. Yeah. Whoever's going to Jamaica. Are you going to Jamaica? Yeah. Take this. And when you get in the post office in Jamaica, just post it. You get me?
Yeah. You know the thing.
It's normal.
You know the thing, right? You know the thing. You know it is.
With this generation, I don't know how that it can work. It works, but it just don't work as smoothly in that one situation. It could have been one of the gal them that you sent, and it would have been a different. You get it?
Yeah.
Quite easy.
Yeah. If it was one of the daughters, definitely everything would have been done correct. But
of course,
you know, him being out there, him being who he is, he's reckless over here anyway, innit? So he's one of them man there who's reckless over here. So obviously, when he reaches there, it's going to be the same kind of thing.
It's his father's son, man. It's his father's son.
Wait, Tony, what did he do? Disappear? Did he disappear off with a little piece?
So I get no, he just kind of switched. Yeah, I sent him over there to go and meet Uncle, and
he linked the chick.
You know, he was supposed to like basically like spar with Uncle for a bit, do his thing on the side when he's at the hotel or whatever. But what happened? I've got a friend over there who I kind of said, yeah, go and link her and make her show you Kingston. But since linking her now we didn't want to spar with Uncle, and basically that's what it was. Uncle was boring. Uncle's ghetto. Rare. So, and I felt a bit let down.
That's fine, man. It can be like that, though. It can feel like that, though. You can understand this is different generation. If it's not like the same age as his uncle and into the same things, it can be like that.
But remember, Mac, he hasn't really got his experience. He hasn't really got the excuse because he hasn't really got that excuse because remember, there's a whole heap of man who's going to be his age group who he could have sparred with when he was over there still. But you know what? He's a gallus, innit? Back up my friend there. He's a gallus. So, you know, obviously he prefers to move with women.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I didn't go to
and she knows and the thing about it, she knows them kind of man there as well. You get me? So obviously he preferred to move with her, innit? But what you should have done is just let me know so I could tell my man, and then it would have been gravy. Because what I would have done is send maybe a little more money and say, all right. You know, he kind of let me down, but here's another 10 grand. Go and do your thing. go and buy your friend them whatever, rum in bar and whatever. You know what I mean? And maybe you might text him 2 times or whatever when he's ready to come and see you, come and see you. You know what I mean? But because he made me believe, through lack of communication, that he was gonna kind of still go and link his uncle and didn't. I'm saying to myself, why are you letting me down like this? Like you said earlier, word is bond. So I'm expecting every time you ask me to do anything or even suggest, I do it, me being the type of person I am. So why can't you do that for me? But they're different, innit? Max, they're different.
And just said it, as I said, you lead by example. It's the only way things can get done. You get me? I'll be like, you see how I do my thing. Anyone ask me to do anything, I'll do it, man. Then you can judge if I'm rubbish or not, because I'm like Shaft, man. Whether it be the last second, I'll slide in the room. There you go. There you go. I made it. I thought you was gonna let us down. No. I told you I'll come through. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. If I put my pride and my thing on the line, I have to represent. And it could be something simple because, as I said, I've got no pride in the sense of I'm not too proud to go shop for my friend's parents. You know what I mean? It could be Khan's mom. I could be in Khan's house. I could be in Khan's house, and Khan's mom asked me to go shop. I'm going shop.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing? What, I'm a bad man? I'm a no. Sorry, you are a reflection of your friends. So, even when it comes to man's woman, man is gonna get the best sniper ever.
Yeah.
Oh, Mrs. Khan. Yeah. I heard so much about you. You know what I'm saying?
Show me the album with your Ethiopian grandmother. I would love to see it.
Yeah, come on. He showed me already. Blah blah. Oh, you're from Ireland. What are you, Celtic? Have you been to New Grange? Listen, lyrics. So when Khan says he's coming out with me, is she gonna be pissed? Is she gonna be upset? She gonna be pushing him out the door. Yeah, go with that guy, Maku. He's nice. He's good. You get it? Same as mummy, same as thing, because that's what we have to do, bro. You know what I mean? That's how we were brought up. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and it makes life easier. As I said, you're a reflection of your friends. If my friend come in the yard bossy, hey Mike, remember when we checked that gal and do you think she's gonna let you? You mashing up my game because of your behavior. You get it? You did this bait that's like, yeah. Remember that girl? What? 10 years ago, cuz. Fuck.
Yeah, man, we're cut from a different cloth, man, from these youths now,
Right,
yeah, man. We're cut
that's
from
how
a
we do,
different
man.
cloth. Yeah.
We're not too proud. We're not the proudness that they have and the ego they have now is different. We don't have that. You know what I mean? I still got that fear for parents and adults.
Yeah.
Even though I am an adult, it's mad. But if they're older than me, I got to ultimately show them respect. Yeah.
What it seems to me is like they're living, but they don't actually believe that they're gonna get old. To me, that's what it seems like. It's like they think that they're gonna be young forever, and it don't go like that. You start breaking down. Some people from 30, innit? They start breaking down from about 30. A lot of them, and maybe even younger than that now, because the way they're treating themselves, I wouldn't be surprised. Because they're burning the candle at both ends, innit? And they're not eating well, they're not resting, they're tearing the arse out of everything. So I wouldn't be surprised if enough of them don't grey up, by 31, 32, 33.
Brother Tony, we've let them down. We've let our youth down, brother. I was speaking about this with the elders the other day and stuff, right? Because I'm in my 40s. And my kids, my eldest is 20 and the rest are in their late teens. And what I've noticed, brother, and I like to be honest with the situation, is that our kids have a euthanasia mindset. They want to die because there's no value and there's nothing left for them. Imagine, we all know, when you go to school, you got to face the racism of the non-African people, I don't want to be disrespectful to brother, but it's the reality. Then you got to face feminism as well. If you can't behave like a girl in school, then that's hectic when you're a black boy. Then you go into the work environment, institutions that don't belong to us, racism there. You leave the country and you go into the other land, racism there. There is nowhere we can get rest. So the youth understand, like, there's no hope for us. So me as a Pan-Africanist, right, organizing in Birmingham and connecting with the brothers in the UK and etc., is that we want to try building institutions for safe havens for our youth, so they don't have that euthanasia mindset. The problem is that we as parents, we don't want to admit that we're not making them loyal properly, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I understand, you know. Hear what now, Kel, yeah? What do you mean? You mean the majority, or are you talking about a small minority when you say, like, it's the parents letting them down? What are you talking about, the majority, or who are you talking about?
The majority.
The majority.
Yeah.
We've let them down. What age group are you talking
brother.
about? Like, what age group are you talking about? Are you talking about my parents, or are you talking about it, like, you're talking about my parents who would be in their 70s, 80s, or are you talking about my age group, the 50s and the 60s? Who are the ones who have let down the younger generation?
I would say
which generation? Okay. Which generation has let down our youths? Is it my generation, or is it maybe your generation? Because you're early. What do you say? You're in your 40s, right?
I'm early 40s, yeah.
Yes, or is it your
like
generation?
70s. So I will say definitely the 70s and the 60s, and even the 50s.
So my generation. So you're saying my generation?
Your generation.
We're the ones who have let down.
Yeah, are you in your 60s? You child of the 60s, brother? Child of the 60s? If you mind me asking.
60s, yeah.
Okay.
I'm 60. Yeah, 60,
so
63.
Yes,
okay,
your generation, man. Your generation was you lot, man. Stop beating around the bush, man. It's you.
Yeah.
It's us lot. Now, how did we let down your generation? You tell me how you lot feel that we let down your generation.
Well, not just your generation, by the way, but I will say that we haven't built no institutions, brother. We haven't done that. Honestly, we got to be truthful. We haven't.
I agree, but it wasn't my generation. I would go as far as to say it's your generation.
Okay. Now, brother Tony, if we skip, if we're gonna skip and hop,
mad.
He's trying to pass the buck. He's trying to pass the buck.
Come on, man. We're in the 40s, gang. 40s gang. Come on.
He's trying to pass the buck 2 decades down. Like, what is he doing?
Up, man.
We've got to. It's the children of the 50s,
crime wave was us.
70s, 80s.
Yeah, the crime wave. Yeah, the crime wave was the 40s.
Now let you look, please, man. Let Carol, like, he's talking, man.
You're going in.
I appreciate that, brother Jedi, man. Yeah, we've let them down. The generation, man. We've definitely let them down, man. And they can see that, and that's why I was saying, brother Tony. No disrespect, is that because they see us as no value, right? They will betray us and be loyal to other ethnicities. Unfortunately, they've got more loyalty to the non-Africans at school than they do with us. Remember, they have majority of our kids at school, so they've got no loyalty towards us. They understand, you want to get a job, you got to go to the non-Africans. You know what I mean? You want security, the non-Africans. We do not care about our kids, unfortunately. And my generation definitely
your generation
before.
Well, I'm not passing about.
Let me tell you how your generation flopped. Yeah,
my generation, right?
Yeah. The main way your generation flopped is you sold us out to go work.
All right, and I would have to say,
the generation older than me discovered the streets. And then obviously we followed them, innit? Like, do you know what I mean? You let America be more influential over your youths, and than you were. So therefore, that cycle of tapping into that started. You lot weren't at home because you lot was working, and I get it. Obviously, we know, like, no one in your generation was really a bum, and we get that. But, like, I don't know if the balance was there.
Jedi, I'll tell you what I think happened. Yeah, sorry to cut you, but from my recollection, my parents, they were the hard-working ones, They came here and they worked hard and they bought their houses or whatever, Where I think they went wrong, what they should have done is not buy just one house. They should have bought a couple. Very few done that. Anyway, my generation we got stereotypes, as thieves and everything and blah, blah, blah. So what happened eventually, we did become thieves. We did become thieves because, you couldn't get, it's like they just basically just clamped down on us. When we tried to improve ourselves or whatever, the society wasn't having that, right? So we become thieves and whatever. And then from there, I think that's where it went downhill, to be honest. Then we had our children, they're seeing our lifestyle. Not all of us, but they saw our lifestyle. And from there, that's when it just kind of basically went pear-shaped. And then with the addition now of the American culture, made it even worse. But with my generation, where I would say that we dropped the baton is that a lot of us got legacy from our parents, like houses and all that. And what we done, like I've said previous times before, we sold houses to buy cars. And that's, and there you go. You agree, disagree?
Yeah, I mean,
I agree with it. That's exactly what happened, man.
That sounds...
And this is the thing, unfortunate. That's why I always say a code of conduct to your kids at an early age is very important. And which kids you need to invest in. Like, I'll be honest with you, no disrespect to my kids. One of them was very kind of lazy for some reason. And we kind of understood that to get that particular child to invest and carry out certain missions is not going to work out, and that's how we have to treat our children, not abandon them, but we have to have selective ones where we say, you know what, you can go to Africa and build over there because your consistency with the education, consistency with loyalty and stuff, right? But the ones that we have to be truthful and analyzing, that we shouldn't really invest in them to do those missions, help them out, build a future for them, but not when it comes to revolutionary missions. Definitely not get those types of children invested in, because they'll betray us, brother Tony. It happens all the time, man. And that's because of our doing.
The struggle, man.
Sometimes you gotta hand the line of succession to the younger son, not the older one. Sometimes I'm the older one, innit? I know the older ones can be a bit lazy. It's the younger ones that got the gumption. They got the younger ones always got the tenacity. Sometimes they make better leaders. Line of succession and all that.
I think it depends on the individual. Whether you're young or old doesn't really matter, Khan. I just think it depends on the individual. If it's the right one, he's going to do right by it. If it's the wrong one, he's just going to fuck it up.
I just think there's a conditioning where we're too hard on the children and they retaliate by becoming ignorant. Sometimes you got to let them learn by their own mistakes, innit? And then, like Kale said, let every man live and die by his own merits, innit? You pick and choose which one's the one to send on what mission. Some guys are good, like Jedi said, there ain't no bums in your generation. I wouldn't call them bums. I would call them the guys that stay home to guard the village while the other ones go out on expeditions. Like, you might be that guy. That you're cut from that cloth where you want to stay at home and make sure everything's all right, and you don't trust it, so you're at home, innit? Like, I wouldn't call that a bum though.
Yeah, it's true. It's like, for example, some of our people do not want to help out the collective to get our power back. So I'm not going to force people who I can see are half-hearted into organization, because if you do that, they'll come in and they'll mash it up because they're not really interested, and that's why I said we've got to be very careful with our kids. It's not like we're going to abandon them, but as what the brother Khan was saying, and that only selective ones you can invest in. The Caribbean, I've been there many times, and there's too much investments to be made out there. The problem is that because we're not using certain principles, right? You've got other non-African people that are invested in the Caribbean, no different to the motherland, and if we don't produce loyalties of our children, letting them know that generational wealth is there for you, letting them know that, okay, you're facing racism in that school, the community has put forward a school for black people, so you don't have to face too much racism. If we don't do these things there, brother, they're going to go to our the lands, and they're not going to invest. They're going to help out non-African people who have a bad mindset, and basically subjugate our resources, unfortunately.
And nobody's speaking. What's going on? Anyway, yeah, you still there, New Arbian?
Yeah, I'm there, Unks.
Yeah. I thought you would have chimed in with something. I just heard a big pause.
I'm eating.
Are you?
As I said, I don't have a plan when I go anywhere. I just go. And I've been to a few places.
I was going to say
Yeah,
to
man.
Brother Kale, yeah, sorry to cut you, Snipes, but he does seem to be sort of glossing over things and not really giving credit to a lot of work what people's done. Do you know what I mean? Like, you got to give people credit. Like R.I.P. man like Bernie Grant. Do you know what I mean? Even who's the other one? Diane or whatever her name is. Diane Abbott. Well done.
No way.
Yeah, Diane Abbott. She used to go out with thing, innit?
Michael Portillo.
Jeremy's. She had a little love affair with Jeremy at one point. Like, these people have done a lot for their communities, man. Like, you got to respect them as well. Like, we can't just brush off everyone as failures. What do you think?
No, I don't think Kel. I don't think Kel was saying that, you know, everybody's a failure. I just think that, I think what he's saying is that we haven't really, you know, like, built anything. With, you know, there's like, you know, we've not really done much for the length of time we've been in this country. We've not really done much. You get me? Like, there's a lot of different communities what have built, like, you know, like big enterprises and all that. But we're not really, we're there, but we should have been bigger by now. You understand? I think that's what he's saying. We should have been bigger by now. We should have our own big establishments.
Is that really necessary though, man? People just want to live and get involved in whatever the society's doing. If you want to go somewhere else and do that, go somewhere else and do that, man. You know what I mean? Anything's available to you because we're graduating at a high rate. So the type of jobs that our youngsters are getting, it just doesn't involve that kind of community thinking. Everything out here is buy your own mansion, move out of town, and live somewhere nice by yourself. So even what society says that somebody who's going up market or going wants a better life, it seems to be about separation. Could be separation with a family or separation on your own or an apartment and where you're living bachelor and all sorts of life. This is what they've sold to us as a way of being, when that's not what we do. And how we live and our businesses and thing is what creates culture and brings up an area. And then what it does, they come and gentrify the area, raise up the prices, and push out the people who originally created the environment that you're calling Camden or Brixton or Tottenham or wherever. Do you get it? So it is what it is, man. It's fucked up. But yeah, just because we never sold into the system of doing things, I don't think that's a negative. I don't think anyone was wronged for not doing that, because that was a Thatcherite mentality. And if you're old enough, you know what Thatcher was on.
Yeah,
entrepreneurial shit, selling, privatization, all of this type of stuff. Everyone do their own thing, become yuppies, buppies, or whatever you wanted to be at the time. Yeah, dead food.
But when it comes to our people, brother Sniper, because the brother Khan was talking about Bernie Grant and Diane Abbott, and we appreciate the things that they tried to do, but to base seriousness on our people, if they want to better ourselves, is that there's 5 things that you know if a black person is serious or not. And the first is commitment to the struggle, consciousness to the struggle, courage to the struggle, consistency to the struggle, and sincerity to the struggle. You know, we can live our life, brother, but at the same time is that there is a war, unfortunately. and the mistreatment on African people. And I refuse to live on earth, brother, to be in a place where I'm not allowed to have something and to help my people who are suffering because non-African people don't like the fact that we can build better than them. Look what happened to that sister who went to Wales with her son. She went to Wales. Those who've been to Wales before, there's loads of mountains. It's nice. She went there, separated from the collective for a better life. And look what happened to her son. Her son's fingers was chopped off due to him trying to climb away from non-African people bullying and terrorizing our African descendants.
Hold on a minute, brother Kel. When did this happen? Is this recent?
Yeah, this is recent. This is recent. Yeah, in Wales. Yeah, a couple of weeks ago. And you know, there's two things we can understand from that is that when you separate from the collective and go amongst, you know, a great enemy, and that you are the lambs to the slaughter. So, brother Sniper, we cannot afford to like do things like this. Oh, let me just live my life and move out. We cannot afford, brother, because wherever we go around the earth, brother, we are the most oppressed. And the joke thing about it, we haven't oppressed these non-African people who are oppressing us. They're very unique in blaming everything and attacking us for things where we haven't done to them.
Yeah, I've said that before, brother Kel. But the thing is, you know,
hold on. I don't even know. Wealth. This is the general consensus. When you get money, yeah, move to somewhere away from where you grew up from. That's general. There's nothing I can do about that. That's what they generally is the idea. Not if I took it personally, because I'm in control of my own destiny. I like to live close to where I grew up, and within that geographical kind of area. You know what I mean? I ain't had no problems doing that. But what I'm saying is that's the general idea, because a lot of my cousins who grew up in Tottenham and thing with Bernie Grant as our MP and all of that, it's all nice and all thing. And I know Bernie Grant personally, rest in peace, and all of that. But you have to just live your life, bro. Political and all of that doesn't mean jack to people on the roads or my youngers on the corner. They know right knowledge. They know all sorts of stuff. They know about the Middle Passage. They know everything. They know about, slavery. They know everything. RGB, you name it, Marcus Garvey. Yeah. But that don't feed belly. Yeah. What feed belly and how the society perceive people with wealth and what people aspire to, that's not really down to anyone other than the TV, music, and what influences people. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's going to be very difficult to fight against those type of thing with this revolutionary attitude of people suffering and people suffer, people die every day.
They do, brother, but everyone wants to. Every nation, the Asians, brother, they just want to build Asian people up, brother. You know this, man. We're in our 40s and stuff, right? We've seen it. They just want their people to prosper. The Europeans do, the Middle Easterns, brother. They don't come to places to be president. They just want their people to grow. But
so what are you asking for? What are you asking for?
What am I asking for?
Yeah, I ain't asking for shit.
Of code of conduct.
Hold on. I don't need to survive. I don't need to ask shit from no one. So how is this a problem for us black folk? Like, when it's not a problem. I look round and my other people are doing, oh yeah, Mike, you should get into crypto. I just bought my girl don't have to work no more. And oh, is it? Safe cause. You know what I mean? Good for you. Crypto work for you. I'm not really on it. Other people do other things. Some people do just hard labor. Some people do, like, as I said, life is life. All this revolutionary talk, it has to be the people sitting down and agree to such circumstances. Yeah. In general, it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah,
even jumping on this panel and trying to convince people about the struggle and that's your business. You do that. But I'll keep it real with you and say, bro, I've seen all and done all before. I'm older than you. You know what I mean? So I've seen it all before, bro. RGB, everything. Like,
yeah, it's hard
what's
work.
real and what's not real. It's like, bro.
But revolution never came easy, brother. And we have to.
It's hard work, Kel.
No,
it's
but
hard
when it kicks
very
off,
hard work.
Yeah, when it kicks off, I'm the only one fighting. So that's the joke. People got all this smoke and act like they're ready for revolution, but when it kicks off, are you ready?
Yeah,
When bullets are
nobody to be
flying,
seen.
are you
Yeah,
ready?
nobody to be
You're
seen.
not about that life, most of you. So like I'm about that life, but I'm humble. It makes me humble to know how fickle life is. How a simple bullet can just end it. Do you get it?
Yeah,
You
end
haven't
a
That's
seen
man's
right.
it
life.
It
with your
You're
own
can.
right.
eyes. You haven't
It
watched
can.
someone's life expire before your eyes. You like relax. People out here on this revolutionary, you wouldn't even know what it was when it came. So my thing is, and as I said, if I was gonna plan something, bruh, I ain't telling no one. Yeah, he's gonna be surprised, motherfucker, all the way around. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know he was gonna. Did you know? Yeah, that's how the thing runs. When it really kicks off, you know what to do. You get up, you pick up your things. We're gonna go and do this thing. Join with the brothers, whoever. Let's go and do the righteous thing. Yeah. Other
But
than
brother
that,
Sniper.
boy, anarchy. Hold
Yeah.
on, anarchy is
Yeah.
not peak for me. Anarchy is peak for the general public. Yeah, because they're gonna be looking to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, for help and do. Well, I'm just taking my shit. We're going into Sainsbury's and we're owning Sainsbury's. We're owning
Right.
Tesco's. We're owning whatever. Like, bro, if it kicks off, that's what I'm saying. Like, some of us are naturally built for that. We just live in life easy. This is what I'm trying to say. You don't know when the revolution will kick off and all of that. So that's why we don't talk about such things and we don't try and have this teach our kids to have revolutionary mentality. No, teach them to have reality mentality where they see life for what it is around them. Do you get what I'm saying? I'll always heads them up on certain things, but they're gonna find out for themselves easily. You know what I mean? And now we got the internet, it's even easier, supposedly. You know what I mean? But if you want clarification, yeah, us old and us wise people, we're here, man. We can say, yeah. We've tried this kind of system before. That didn't work. That did work. That didn't work. That did work. So, you know, it's a balance, man. But this revolution, nah, some of you ain't even ready. Yeah. The road life that some of us had to live and go through and the environments we had to go through. No.
Prepared us.
You get me? You're not built
Everything
for
you
that. A
said
lot of
there is
people are not built
gospel.
for that. Yeah, man.
Yeah,
But we
everything you
can't.
said there, Maku, is gospel.
Yeah.
So when
But
people
don't you
talk about
believe, though,
revolution,
brother?
I beg
Yeah.
them relax, man. Yeah,
But
like
don't you believe,
you.
brother, that we shouldn't wait for a bad event to happen? We should be preparing for it.
As I
Because
said,
we
we were
do that
born
too
prepared.
much. When there's riots, black people unite together when something bad happens. What about preparing for something that we already know already that's going to happen? Whenever you're
You
going to
can't
build
live your
something.
life like that, bro.
You only can prepare
That's
yourself.
not
You
the thing.
can't prepare others, You only can prepare yourself.
I'm saying,
Like
because
Maku
you
said.
can't live like that. You can't live like that, thinking like that, man. As I said, it's a distinct taste of paranoia and all of this type of stuff. Like, yeah, all right, cool. Might kick off one day, might have to do. I might have to leave my house, might have to be on some wickedness and do. But you must know yourself, right? And know what you're capable of and know how to control your person. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm comfortable with that. That I can't just be drawn out for any foolish thing. If I get up off of this seat, it's because I want to. Do you get what I'm saying? And I know what the repercussions and what the worst that can happen to me is according to the system and everything around me. Do you get it? I ain't worried about going police station or going prison cell or going. Those are the worst things they can do in the system. So having to go through those things and gone past those things, well, it's not a big deal. Walk in the park, as we say. Yeah.
We
But we're
still
not
got to
going to put
prepare, brother, man.
people's life.
We
We're
still
not
got
going
to
to put
prepare, man.
other people's life at risk. Yeah, just because we have ideals. You know what I mean? That's why I laugh at people who say, "Oh, he's got terrorist mentality." I'll just be like, "Well, he can think what he wants. Whether he can put it into action is another story." And then we start to think of what is really a terrorist. Can you mobilize men like some man them in the neighborhood can just one phone call and have this whole room filled up full of goons?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because they've
So
organized themselves for the sniper.
well, I'm
That's
just
the
saying,
reality
who's the
of
real
it.
terrorist? Who's the real
You
thing?
know what I
Is
mean?
that love? Is that thing? What is that? You can put names and titles on it, but it's just man's people. You know what I'm saying? It's just man's people and where man's from. The loyalty is always there, no matter what they're doing and da. But we don't put, if you love someone and you care about them, you don't put them at risk. and you don't put yourself in situations where it's going to put other people at risk. Because
But
one, you're not willing to face those situations.
Yeah.
You want
Are we
us to
not
have
doing that?
revolution, and where you going to
Yeah.
be standing? Are you going to be standing at the front? You going to be
Are
standing
you-
at the front, Kel?
I'm gonna be standing where the collectives are, brother. You have to.
No,
You got.
are you
Brother.
going to be standing at the front? You see, this is the
Why
joke.
not?
You know me, Mr. Sniper, done it already. I'll be standing at the front. I'll be guiding, I'll be thinking, I'll be standing, picking up mic, channel, loud hailer, move this way, that way, that way, that way. I'm saying at the front, yeah, when people are going to get shot down, yeah, where the authorities are going to let off tear gas, CS, boom, whatever, guns, tasers, whatever. What? Are you about that life? Are you going to be at the front with us? Because ain't no pen pushers going to be on the front line. Yeah, you better be in the back office or in the operation room or something. But be honest. Because us frontliners are going to be honest and say, bro, we're going to be on the front line, bro. Whatever's happening is happening. Yeah, we ain't worried about loss of life or It's not that easy to kill a black man. Tell you that. But where you going to be? You say you're going to be in the collective, cool. But are you going to be at the front with us?
Brother, I've been raised on this thing, brother. Trust me, man.
Okay.
I know about political science, I know about military science, stuff like that. But it's not about an individual thing, but it's about collectiveness. You know, there's a lot of stuff that, you know, we're taught. We are taught military science, stuff like that, how to operate weapons, etc., and things like that. But one man cannot defeat a great enemy. It's not going to work. You need a collective, you know, and sometimes reminding that we shouldn't get too comfortable in that situation because our kids are suffering and they want to know why. Why can't our peers protect us from racism? You understand? And if you think asking the non-African people for security, that hasn't helped us out, brother. So we have to remind the peers and remind the youth.
Bro, bad man is not threatened by racism, bro. Tell you that.
Kel, there's two things I want to say about racism. Yeah?
I don't live in Birmingham, so I'm not going to judge you. But yeah,
there's
in London,
always
in
racism.
Augusta.
Everywhere you go, there's racism. It's part of being a human being.
Doesn't
I'm
work
not saying
like that.
everyone's intrinsically racist, but you're gonna see racism wherever you go, right? And the less aware people are, consciously aware of their thought processes, the more likely they are to be subconsciously racist to other people or tribalistic or whatever you want to call it, right? So to totally eradicate racism, I think it's a bit of a misnomer. That's never ever going to happen. There's always going to be some degree of tension between people, right? The problem is whether you can make that tension into something productive or not. Do you get me? Like, there's people that get racism towards them and they're like, do you know what? I'm going to show you. Even if I have to work 10 times harder, I'm going to come out on top, right? The other thing I was going to say, I forgot what I was going to say now. Yeah, but still, that point I think stands. What do you think, Kel? There's always going to be racism, right? Oh, yeah, I remember now.
Yeah.
Our status in this country, whatever background we're from, is determined by the relationship between the authorities and our home nation. So, for example, if somebody's from Israel, right, they're going to get treated differently, or Israel's going to support its own population over here, and Pakistan's going to support its own population over here differently based on their relationship with the powers that be. Do you agree with that? So if there's racism towards your people, that's partly, not fully, but partly down to the fact that your countries back home ain't in a position to support you or don't have the will to support you over here as their envoys, as their representatives. Do you get me? Like, that could be for whatever reason. It could be financially. It could be that they're part of the Commonwealth, so that they have to be subjugated by the Queen anyway, so they can't go against her. It could be a multitude of reasons. It could be like militarily they can't back it. Like, whatever reason it is, yeah, it could be good or bad reason. But ultimately, it's because the relationship of how the British people, the English people treat you, yeah. Whether they say, oh, you come from a third world country, you come from a shithole. They say things like this to people, right? But they can't say that to me because my country's more plush than their country. My country's like amazing, right? There's certain countries that the living conditions is better than England's. Now, there might be racism on their part that they said, oh, like countries like Sweden or countries like Norway, they've got better living conditions. Denmark's got better living conditions than England, so they don't thingy them as much, like come down on them as much with this negativity that they do with certain people. Like they have this idea that certain countries are third world. Like where do they get these ideas from? I don't know, but like they seem to have a hierarchy. There seems to be a hierarchy of how people are treated or how well they're received. And to me, it does seem it's not our fault. The people that got sent out here to live amongst, you know, these lot, it's not our fault how we can't dictate how our countries back home are perceived. Do you know what I mean? Like with Jamaicans, I have to say, British people in general have got a very positive view of Jamaica. It might be not true. Like it might be that Jamaica's, you know, some gangland with gangsters running around shooting up each other for political votes. But the majority of British people, when you talk to them about Jamaica, they're not going to think about none of that. They're going to think about it's a beautiful destination. There's so much culture there. The people are alive and friendly. Like this is the idea that people have got of Jamaica. It's not a bad thing to have. Culturally, even Jamaican British people, you could say, sometimes have been at the forefront of music and culture in the UK, and with no competition. You know, there was a little bit of spell there where everyone's listening to Bangara and like doing the little Bangara dance, but that didn't last. Predominantly, Jamaicans have got a good reputation in the UK, like in that respect. So, like, I don't know, like, how do you feel about that, Kill? How do you feel about, like, let me summarize the point, that our relationship with the country that we're in is dictated by our whole nation and how it interacts with our host nation. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I agree with the, you know, racism. It's never going to go away unless you're going to destroy it. I do agree with that. And the second thing is I do agree that because there's no backage and collective work, your people won't be able to help you. So I don't disagree with what you're saying.
I was going to ask Snipes a question. Snipes, you there, bro? If we have to ram raid Sainsbury's, what aisles should we be targeting first? I'm thinking baked beans. What do you think?
I'm just taking.
Like, what would be the best? No.
You say ram raid? I'm not ram raiding our Sainsbury's. So take over. You go in there with your man them, and you just take what you're taking, bro. Everything's up to sale. We got a truck outside. You know what I'm saying? All of that, man. All right, come on, man. Organize, man.
Yeah,
you on team, you on team. If you ain't on team, you a deer in the headlights. Yeah, you're gonna be walking out with a big 50-inch, and we just take it off you. Simple. No beef, no stress. Just move along. You get me? Oh, you did all that picking out for no reason.
You're talking about broad daylight, walking in there, telling the security guard, "Listen, bro."
What security?
This
is Armageddon. This is Armageddon.
Yeah, bro. So it's going to be a lockdown.
In a situation, bro. You can try lock the doors or whatever in it. Yeah, we're getting.
I think at some point you're going to have to be able to ram raid the shop, like.
No, fuck that, man. Don't need to ram raid it, man. Just as I said, we just back up the truck, jump out, and do what we're doing, bro. It's easy, but yeah, it just depends on what side of the fence you're on. As I said, you got to keep some good black friends, man. That's all I'm saying. Anyone who's non-African, as Brother Kel says, yeah, you got to keep some good black friends.
So no, is that true though? Because when we see like the Mark Duggan riots, yeah, well, I can't even call it Mark Duggan riots. To put that on his name, I think it's wrong.
It is. It's correct. It's correct.
But like, let's say that the people that we saw in the streets at that time weren't just the young people; it was old people, and it weren't just black people. It was everyone was like there. So I don't know, like, what difference does it make? What color they are?
Yeah, I definitely will make a difference. Trust me. Come on. Everybody knows who run the roost. Yeah, you can all make up these other stuffs and now, yeah, we're a large community here, we're a large community there. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, as long as there's black people in your area, you know who fucking run the ends. It's just simple.
I wouldn't
Yeah,
say that, bro.
everybody
That's not
get,
true.
and we're we're hospitable. Running the ends doesn't mean we're not hospitable, and that other people, other ethnic minorities like us, can't thrive and do what they're doing. Like it doesn't work like that. No
I
one's
don't.
trying to be Mr. Big and trying to lock down the area. I'm just saying, yeah, who's top of the food chain? Black folks. Yeah,
They're
everyone
not
comes
though.
here
They're
and
not.
settles down. Hold on. They come, they can be wild, they can come from war-torn countries. It doesn't even matter. No one's badder than the police. Yeah, as soon as you get to grips with that, then you kind of have an easier life. It's about maneuvering around without grabbing their attention, right? Do you get what I'm saying? So if you come loud and bashful as a set of people, that's not really going to work out well. But quickly, the bad ones get exposed or whatever and end up going jail and da. The other ones just fit in and do business, and that's all we care about. Not all this other stuff. You know what I mean? When it comes to extreme violence, that is not nobody's department other than you know who. So it is what it is, man. Sorry.
Oh, that's an interesting point of view.
It's a real one. I know what it is. I know all these people, Albanians, I respect all of you, but at the end of the day, you know what it is, man. If it goes left, it can really go left, and we have the accessibility of all the things you imagine about. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, we've been having that. That's why they made Trident. They didn't make Trident for just people having knives, did they?
What did they make Trident for again?
Gun crime in London.
Yeah, but that weren't North London or South London.
That was Northwest. Was that not Northwest?
It was all of London.
Okay.
It was all of London, but
North.
North London was doing a lot, though. That's all. At a particular time. Cool. No problem. South, always. You know what I mean? West, always. East, always. So what can we do? We have to create a force that says, look, we got to deal with all of this fuckery going on. All of it. Different times, the same time. That's what I said. 90s was fucked. I apologize. You know what I mean? Apologize, man, personally.
Yeah, I think we got a different concept of like who runs the streets. I think you kind of like think about who's on the street corner.
Well, I was there with them.
Whereas with us, it's like
I don't do that.
taking protection
I was
money
there.
from every shop on your high street.
My brother.
That's us, innit?
I was there
you
with
ain't,
them.
You like ain't never managed to pull a big move like that off, though, bro. Be fair.
I don't know what
you ain't collected no collection of.
We ain't snitching on nothing.
What was this self-snitching time?
I know.
How is it? It's a known
we
fact,
ain't snitching
bro.
about nothing.
Who collects the protection money of North London?
What are you doing, man? As I said,
that's organized crime, my guy.
That's not something.
Yeah, you're saying who runs the thing. I'm saying,
and it can't work.
That's what running
it can't work
is.
because
we don't have. Organized.
It doesn't work like our ends don't work like that.
But it does, though.
It doesn't, bro.
All right, guys.
All right. Say you wanted to collect money from me. How does that work?
I come with my boys and knock on your door, and I'll be like, listen, you know that every other shop on this high street pays protection money, right? Okay. You have to too. And you're like, well, I'm not going to do that. And I'll be like, all right, well, you'll be getting a visit, from the lads.
Cool.
And then they'll come and smash up your shop, and then next week you'll be paying.
Right. So, first mistake. You think you're even leaving the premises where you made that statement? See, this is why I know you're not from the streets.
You think man's going door to door?
Wait, let me finish.
Door to door
you had your say. Hold on 1 second, bro. Be fair.
All right, but
you
my say is realistic.
Wait. Right. That was your fundamental mistake because you made that statement and assumed you would be able to leave that venue and talk about people are gonna return to that same place where I am, where you don't know what I have. Yeah, you're gonna put those people at risk. Yeah, because you think this is a movie. No, in real life, that's not how it works. Yeah, we stab you up and leave you in a pool of your own blood. Yeah, wondering why you even woke up that morning because you were so silly. You're gonna say you made a fundamental mistake. Like, yo, bro, what are you talking about? You're gonna tell bad man who worked hard for his business that they must pay you for what? Yeah,
I don't know what you're talking about. They know bad man running shops.
I'm just saying for what?
You're either a bad man or you're running the shop.
No, you said you was going to. If you don't pay, yeah, you're sending certain man round. Failure number one. Yeah. Now you're fucked up from that. What do you do now? Explain, Khan.
Brother, I'm saying to you, the man that you speak to in the shop ain't a bad man. He ain't a gangster. He's a shop worker.
He's a messenger.
Yeah.
Forget a shop worker. He's
So
a
walking
messenger.
out the shop ain't a problem.
I'm saying you. You said you. So let's deal with you.
Me, you, or whatever.
You came and you said that. And I said, how are you going to substantiate that? And how are you going to leave that venue?
The AMG outside with the sawn off in
Wait,
the
hold on. Wait. One sec. If that was to happen, you know, Khan doesn't come out the shop and that Khan's friend's gonna be like, that's the last shop he went into.
Brother, man ain't turning up on his own. He's got his driver who drove him there with the AMG Merc outside with the bucky in the boot. Like, what are you talking about? You think man are coming on the bus with his bus pass?
Good thing about back in the day, I mean, there weren't no, you know, like you had your phone.
You and your guy first. Hold on, man. You and your guy first are getting smacked the fuck up.
By who?
By the
By
people
Jim who works in the fucking
you didn't
corner
know.
shop.
Yes.
Brother, what world are you living in? No one ain't Steven
I'm saying
Seagal
I'm a
out here.
business owner. I've had many businesses and many shops, and no one has ever tried to extort me. So one,
because your shop ain't earning enough money, maybe.
Hold on, I can put it to many. I said many businesses. I didn't say one. I said many shops, many businesses I've had, and no one in the various area with Fringy Park, this place, that place, or whatever, right, has ever knocked, darkened my door and said, listen, you have to pay protection money. That's what I said. It's a movie. It's a myth.
No.
It doesn't happen where I come from. That doesn't make sense.
Just because they never came to you, don't mean they don't do it, bro.
Okay, Albanians can do it to Albanians, for example.
Yeah, that's obviously that's it.
Again, it's got nothing to do with Batman, right? I keep telling you, we're top of the food chain. No one ain't trying to fuck with us like that. So those things will never happen. That's what I'm trying to say. So if they did happen, is what I'm explaining to you. Yeah. My personal, as a businessman, you're not leaving that venue without swallowing them fucking words. Makes sense.
That's all big talk, bro.
No,
that's
yours is big talk. Mine ain't big talk. I'm in my business. You just come to me and try to extort me. Hold on one second.
No.
You just come into my business and you say, like, if I don't pay the extortion money, you're gonna send such and such and such. I say, I'm gonna push you to the limit. I'm gonna test you on that straight away. So you
big up everyone in here. Big up.
Yes, big up.
You
don't have time to phone anyone. Yeah, I'm popping you straight.
With what, bro? You're working in a barbershop with clippers.
Man's gonna shape your head up.
Big up, mood best.
What you're saying, you're not lying, you know. What you're saying is the truth, innit? But you lot are doing that to your own people, innit? The Turks and the Turks and the Kurds. You're not coming to an African shop.
Exactly. Like the Chinese would do it to the Chinese. The Albanians would do it to Albanians.
There's a lot of African shops. Do you think a couple of Turks are gonna go out with the AMJ? Oh, you need to pay this and that. It's not gonna happen. You're doing that to your own people.
It's true. It's true. You do it to your own
people.
We
don't have that issue.
This is my opening statement. What you refer to as running the streets and what we refer to as running the streets is two different things. You're talking about running the street corner where you're shotting, and we're talking about running the high street.
No, but we weren't talking about shotting drugs right now. We're talking about establishments on the high road. We're not talking about drug dealing and that. We're talking about establishments.
All right, so you don't want to hear what I've got to say. All right, fine.
All right, cool. Finish.
Let me say. Go on.
Okay, so I'm saying, like I said, that when different people are talking about running that street or running that borough or running that area, they're talking about two different things. One man's talking about shotting from the street corner, the next man's talking about extortion and fucking collection things going around. Yeah? So
organized crime.
Things. Now, for you to make a point of, you only do that to your own people, you can't do that to our people. But that's my opening statement from the beginning. No one ain't coming to the street corner where you're shot in and telling you, you got to pay.
No, Khan. We're not only on the street corners, my brother. We got establishments as well.
Yeah, that's what
we got establishments as well. You know, we're running boroughs as well. It's not the street corners.
We're talking about shops. We're talking about that, innit? Like, I'm telling you right now, no Turkish man is gonna walk up to an African establishment and say, "Yo, pay up."
No one claimed that. I never said that from the start.
Well, it's done. Not even Cypriot. Cypriot even less so. So let's go.
Brother, them man own
but you know what? You'll get African and Jamaican doing it though.
You're renting. Don't you get it?
We can do that.
You're still
Max,
getting money
you'll
out
get
of
African
you.
and
Bro, my dad
Jamaicans
had
doing
the
it though.
internet.
We
Do you
can
think
do it
anyone can
if we
come and
want
say,
it.
yo, you need to
We're
pay
not
up
doing
and
that,
that?
man.
Like,
We ain't
come
got
on,
time for
Brother,
that.
mood best. Them man
Yeah.
own the
Trying to make
shops that
money,
you're
man.
renting.
He's
Don't
just
you get
making up
it?
stories.
Them man own the shop freehold
Nah,
that
Jewish,
you're
Jewish,
renting
Jewish,
to do your little patty shop.
Jewish
They
own the
own the
shop,
shop,
man.
bro.
Jewish own the shop.
Some
Allow
of
it,
them
man.
they do. Some of them they
No,
do.
in
A
my
lot of them's
area
owned by
in North
Cypriots.
London, if
Brother,
you're
the
saying
whole of Green
Tottenham,
Lanes is owned by Cypriots, bro. What are you talking about?
no, I'm
There
saying
ain't
the
no
whole
Jews
of
in
West
there
Green
until you
Road.
get to like
Yeah, but that's
Hackney.
not, bro.
most
Green
of these
Lanes is not our
landlords are
main
Jewish,
road.
bro. It's
You
true
know
what
what I'm
Mac
saying?
is saying.
You keep saying Green Lanes, but Green Lanes is not our main road. We've got
No,
high
it's
roads.
our main road.
It's not. No, I'm not talking about you. We're talking about me and my ends. Yeah. And Green Lanes is just part of the end, right? It's just a road that goes through part of the end. It doesn't go through the main part. It's not the main road. So when you keep talking about Green Lanes, no one gives a fuck about Green Lanes. Green Lanes has always been the same. It's been Cypriots at one stage, then it's and then it's been Somali, then it's been Turks.
Yeah.
Bruv, no one bothered. It's just how that road runs. No
And
problem.
and
But
Con, do you think it's right? Yeah.
where we are on West Green Road and Tottenham High Road and that, and Bruce Grove and that's different, bro. And Fridley Park and that, allow it.
I can't. Let me ask you something. What do you think is right? Yeah, for a couple of young guys to walk into a Turkish man, hard-earned money. He's been working there for how many years? Hard-earned money every month. A couple of Turkish guys walking up to him and say, "Yo, you need to pay for this one." What am I paying for?
You don't understand my point. I've not said
but I'm
that
asking
people
you,
are
what are they
extorting
paying
other
for?
communities. I've not said
It's
that.
a myth.
You're not listening to what I'm saying yet again.
Myth,
I've
guy.
never once said that Turkish people are taking protection money from Somalis. I've never said that. I'm saying when you talk to a Turkishman about who runs this particular area, to them, they don't work it out by who's running the corner. They work it out by who's taking the protection money from that area. And that, like you said, is based on who owns the shops in the first place.
Doesn't make sense, man. There's bare black hairdressers, black barbers, black businesses, black food places.
You're arguing a point.
And they're
What
all
I'm saying is you're arguing a point that I ain't made. I ain't made that point. I ain't said that.
We're not getting dominated by no one. If you
So do the English do that to the Turkish people?
Yeah, I don't
If
know.
they was to
What kind
open
of
up
question
shops.
is that? Is that logical question? Don't know where you got that from. Answer your own question, bro. That don't make sense.
What do you mean?
Tell me how it makes sense then.
I don't make sense because the English were doing that, so you must have learned that from someone.
Why is that then?
What do you mean?
Why
Why is
can't
that?
people been doing that back home, bro? What do you mean? Learn it from English. English
but
get
that's
their
not the
money
point.
out of
Can't.
you
My
by the
question
government
is, my
charging you
question is,
taxes, though, bro.
listen, Khan, I want to ask you a question. This money that you man are getting from these shop guys, what you lot like? What's that money for? What you lot gonna do? What service are you lot
So
gonna
I'll
provide?
give you an example. I'll give you an example of that.
money.
When you see, brother, please, man. When you see that there was riots in the streets and everyone was out smashing shops, you see that there was a certain amount of Turkish guys standing outside their shops. Now, them guys didn't work in them shops. They were sent down to protect them shops.
It wasn't
And
only
their
Turkish, bro. I saw
money
Nigerians, I
comes
saw
from-
Somalians standing outside their shops and all of that, bro. It's not only
No,
Turkish
they're
that were
standing outside their
I know,
own
it doesn't make
shops.
sense.
The man who owns the shop is
Yeah.
standing outside the shop. These guys had people sent down to protect the whole high street.
All right, cool.
Yeah,
so you lot,
So who's
like
paying
these
them man's
shopkeepers are paying
wages?
every month for something that happened once every 11 to 10 years.
Brother, I'm not the one who makes the rules. I'm telling you the mindset of the people.
Khan, if them man then wanted to steam into them shops, no 2, 3, 10 man could stop them.
Could stop
and
them.
that's facts.
Exactly. Just weren't interested.
You understand? If them
Yeah,
man
but
then
you're not
really
going to make
wanted
it
to move
easy,
in
are
on them,
you? Brother, if you could go and smash
yeah,
someone else's shop, that's
but they couldn't
easy.
stop
Why
the
you gonna
crowd
smash
though.
my shop where there's
They
four
could,
guys
but they
outside?
couldn't stop the crowd though. They couldn't stop the crowd. If the man then really wanted to mash the works, they would mash it.
But nothing can stop that crowd. No alarm,
Yeah, okay,
no
then
nothing.
cool.
That
Then
don't
you
make
know
sense.
where the power's at. You know where the
Yeah, but
power's
that's
at.
an extreme.
That's our point. Yeah,
Bro,
and we
I
didn't
lived
do
like when that
what you
thing
asked
happened
us
and
to
all
do.
of that. I remember the community leaders came out and said, "Bro, you lot, everyone, like whoever lives in the community, go and stand outside your off license. The off license is a Turkish off license, and a man was standing outside there protecting the Turkish off license.
Straight.
Man didn't get no money for that, but man's doing it for the love of the community and that.
King.
But you man are taking that. You man are taking money for that.
Cypriot Chick King was.
But what you're not recognizing, Mood Best, is that someone who's opened the shop in your community and he's making 1p, 2p on a can of Coke, yeah, he's already paid his wages. He's already paid you. You're getting free drinks 24 hours a day.
No one's
Man's not getting no free drinks.
Nothing.
No free drinks.
Where's free?
What's free, bro?
Free meaning like you're
Not free drink.
it's not
No,
free,
so
but you're
just-
getting it like at a good
That's why
price,
people
innit?
can't afford to pay extortion money.
No, but all I'm saying
It
is the
doesn't
point
make
you're saying is like you man are taking money to protect something that is yours.
Who?
But man's not
Brother,
taking no money to
brother,
protect what's mine.
I can't
Like man
argue with
standing
people who
outside the
don't
community, bro.
brother.
Man standing
How are
outside
we gonna have a
boss man shop
conversation if you
and
don't
not
listen
letting
to
no
what I'm
one move
saying,
there, bro.
and then you're putting words in my mouth telling me what I
I'm
said?
not.
I'm not
You're
telling you,
saying you said
brother. I
earlier you
cannot
man were
argue a
taking
point.
money. Now
You're
listen,
asking me to argue
listen,
with
Khan.
you on a
You
point
said
that I
earlier
haven't
we was
made.
taking money.
Doesn't make
Not
sense.
you, not you. Your community was taking money from hard-working shopkeepers
Right.
for
I don't
something that
agree with it.
happens
I'm just
once
saying to
every
you,
10 years.
brother. The difference between this is the point that we're making. Matthew's saying black this, black that, black that, black this,
No,
right?
I'm just
No one's
saying.
talking about race right now.
One minute,
No
man.
one's
1
talking about
minute.
I
race.
never
We are
said that.
talking about
Yeah.
race, and
Why?
Kale said earlier there ain't no organization. There ain't no organizations being formed by these people. Then they're anti-organization, right? So when you're talking about who runs a certain borough,
What does that
you
mean?
could talk about who runs every corner individually, yeah, or you can talk about who takes protection money from the area, which is an
Yeah, but
organized,
my brother, my brother.
1 minute, can I make my point, bro? Like I've got 5 people arguing against me, telling me I've said things that I ain't said. So at least let me clarify what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
I'm saying
Makes
to you,
sense.
there's a difference between crime and thuggery and organized crime.
So what? And that means what to who? Who are you saying that for?
Are we supposed
Not
to
for
pick
black
one?
folk.
I'm saying
Not
when
for
you
black
say
folk. We
we
know what
run
the difference is.
areas, when you
Yeah.
say we run areas, there's
Yeah, we
only
do.
certain elements of that area that you're running. There's next
course.
man in them same areas collecting protection money from shops. And you're like, yeah, but they're your own
None of
shops.
us. Yes, that's
Yeah, but
correct.
you don't run the area then, do you?
Yes, we do.
No, you
'Cause our
don't. You
shit
run
don't get
your own
touched.
thing.
No, it means our shit don't get touched.
Yeah,
And
but
who
that's like
we
means
consider.
that's like
No, hold
Eastern
on, my
Europeans
brother.
saying you
Hold
can't
on.
ram raid our brothels.
Hold
We
on,
got all the
hold on,
brothels
hold
on
on,
lock.
hold on, hold on.
Every,
And you
bro,
think,
you
you
obviously
think we
don't know
do.
how organized crime works, bro.
Listen, and you think that we do things on our own. So it's not a combination of a black guy and a Cypriot guy, or a black guy and a Turkish guy, or an Indian
Nah.
guy and a Turkish guy. You don't see the combinations of how businesses work. This is why your shit that you're making up
I'm not
is
making up nothing.
non-existent in my end.
All right, what am I
You-
making
I
up?
can't.
What am I making
No,
up
and
then?
then you got to understand that
Mr. Accusations, casting
anything that
accusations
brother
at everyone.
Kale's saying, yeah, he's taking it from a Birmingham perspective. So
No, he ain't. He's
yeah,
saying
he's
black
from
people in
Birmingham.
general can't organize and create
But he's
institutions. They
talking
failed to
about
do that.
my
That's
brother.
what he said.
My brother. But he's talking about a generation thing, yeah. But he's taking it from the Birmingham perspective. This is honest. I know if he unmutes now, he'll say, "Yes, brother Sniper, that's right, because I live in Birmingham." Yeah, you don't live in London. We're having a London conversation in some parts of it, yeah. But he's coming from a different perspective. It's good to hear his perspective, but
Yeah, brother,
he's coming
Sniper.
from somewhere else.
I got you,
know what I mean?
brother.
Like,
But
yeah,
I'm
come on.
talking about a global thing, brother. It's not just
Yeah.
Birmingham, but it's a global thing. We're not good at organizing. That's
Well,
this
as
is
I said, global is a bit is large
Thing.
word.
Kale,
Big word.
are you in Birmingham, bro?
yeah, based in
All right,
Birmingham.
cool. What I'm saying about London, right? This is my point. Yeah, no one man can say they run any area. What it is every ethnicity's got its own crime specialization where they run that particular crime, right?
Mhm.
So, for example, when it comes to collecting protection money from shops and certain businesses, it's down to a Turkish thing, and they don't expect Jamaicans to start muscling in on their business. Same way Jamaicans will run a certain different business, a different crime, and they don't expect the next man to come muscling on their business either. Like they're cohabiting within the same area, right? So, for example, Eastern Europeans run prostitution, right? They're not expecting a Turkish man to open a brothel right next to them. That's never going to happen because that's their thing. That's what they do. That's the Eastern Europeans thing, right? Every community's got its own revenues that they bring money in from. But Snipes is looking at it from some school kids playground childish thing about black people run this area.
But Khan,
they
you got to be
don't.
honest. It's not something to be
But they
proud of.
don't.
You know the Turks.
Sorry, because even that comes at a time. So prior to any Turks doing that in large number or whatever, coming here in large number, we here, Kazi, we met the Albanians. They met us here. Everybody met us here. Somali, everybody met us here already. Yardies met us here already. Yeah, and we're still here. So I'm telling you, from my perspective, yeah, us English born, don't play with us. We mix with everybody's culture and but everybody knows what it is.
But this is what I'm saying to you, Brother Sniper, with all
bowling,
due
hold
respect.
on, my
This
brother,
combative
brother,
position that you
brother,
have
brother. No.
doesn't exist in real life. There is no
Let me talk, man.
competition.
I beg.
Everyone's running their own crime.
Bro, let me talk, please. Yeah, because you had your say, but I lived in those
No,
times.
I haven't.
I
You
lived
cut me
with
up
those
every time.
people.
But anyway,
I
go
know
ahead.
those people. 1 second. I know those people who are top in the ends or whatever. I knew them. These are my friends and people who I associated with. So it's different for me. Yeah. And I'm telling you straight, bro, what you're talking about is baby food. It's only just the other day now, people are allowed the freedom. Think about the words allowed to open shops and cafes and all of that. Yeah. In our areas and all of that. Cool, no problem. Yeah.
Talking
It's
shit.
all to the 1 second. It's all to the upliftment and the thing of the community. Because that community and that knowing of that area, Peckham or Tottenham or or Tottenham High Road, yeah, it's built up of multiple businesses. It's never only been one. So we don't have that issue in integration and doing business with each other. That's why we won't tear down certain shops and we will tear down others.
I think the reality is that the Turks are preying on their own people, the cowardice of their own people.
Yeah, they
I think
are.
the reality of the situation is that
Can't
the
touch no
people
one
that
else.
need the
We'll fuck
protection
you
are
up.
people who are like freshies, isn't it? They're
Mm.
freshies and they don't have that sort of support network. So
Right,
some
right.
Turks come in and they say, you know, again, I think it's nothing to be proud of because what they're doing is they're just preying on the vulnerabilities of their own people.
Shit bullying. We call it shit bullying, man. It's
Yeah,
shit bullying, man.
That's what that is.
Shit bullying, man. It's not that big. Not that deep. You get me? But he forgets. He just doesn't know. He's in his
It's not
house.
a crime ring or
Pretending.
anything like that. It's not a
He's
crime.
pretending that, yeah, it's like a crime syndicate and all of this. And I'm like, yeah, where?
What are you on
One
about,
of my
man?
Turkish, one of my
You're just
Turkish,
you're
one
just
of
a
my
fucking
Turkish brethren who's
charlatan.
got
You're
a
chatting
business
bullshit.
says he's
2-3
been
of the biggest
extorted
crime
by a Turkish
syndicates
man.
of North London
man.
are Turkish and Kurdish people. What are you on about?
That is in your
What are
mind.
you on about, brother?
Like, on the streets, it means nothing to us.
What are you on about? Man's are having
Because we've never
shootouts
been
in the
extorted.
street, bruv.
No, but the reality is that, let's be honest,
So
yeah,
we.
Turkish wrestlers have been very
Yeah,
successful. And
kids
that's
are
all it
doing
is.
that. Pick me. Yeah, Curvan, big you up. TFC, big you up.
You
Other
know,
than that,
Curvan.
hold on. Get my 20 Benson Blue Super King. Just don't get my cigarette, right?
Yeah,
Again, but
Brother,
other than
you're
on a
clearing
gangster thing,
earwax
though,
out of people's ears for a living, and you're talking
never.
about service providers.
Yeah,
It's a joke.
never. Yeah, service provider.
It's a joke,
yeah,
brother.
you.
A great example. The
I don't
Curvan.
see the gangsterness. I don't see it. It's like I got mud in my eyes or something. I don't see it.
So
I
why are
just
you
see-
dissing man for getting cigarettes though? It don't make sense
I just
then,
see
does it?
bullets. I just see bullets at the till, and he sorts me out and and don't ever let him upset me because I will slap him 6 ways left and right. It's reality. You know what I'm saying? And you would never say to man, "Oh, Michael, I'm going to bring these man for you," because you would never probably live to speak another word again. This is reality. You're living in a fantasy. You're living in a top boy reality.
Yeah,
where
Khan,
Turkish guys are Ashley Waters.
Khan, the Curvan, the guy who owns
Mohib, what do you know about anything, bro?
I do know.
Mohib, why are you embarrassing yourself?
I know the guy who owns Curvan.
What,
So
all
he's
the
very-
Curvans? You know the guy who owns all the Curvans?
All the Curvans, yeah. So
All right, what's his name? What's his name?
I've seen him sit in a car. So hold on, listen. I've seen him sit in a car and write a check for like £5 million. Yeah. So basically, I know the guy who owns all the Curvans, and you know what they consider him to be, a gangster. So this is what I mean. It's just these Turks. I think a lot of them have had successful businesses, and when you have successful businesses,
Mohib,
you're able to bring.
If you knew anything about your own community, you'd know, how to look at other people as well. But you don't.
That's just
you don't understand that these businesses are underpinned by organized crime. It's organized crime that sets up these businesses. You're saying, "I know the guy who owns Curvan. He sat in his car with me."
Yeah,
if that was a businessman, what business has he got with you?
What I'm
But
saying.
hold on, Mohib, you're from the ends. Me and you's from the ends, same ends. But I'm not going to say no names here. And in our
There's
ends,
no way
it
Mohib's
doesn't
from
work
your
like
ends,
what
brother.
he's saying.
There's no
does
way.
It?
Me and Slap
It doesn't work like what
Mohib's
he's
from
saying.
Camden, bruv. Mohib's
Yeah?
from Camden way.
No, he's not.
Summerstown.
No, he's not.
No,
Yes,
bro.
he is, bruv.
Listen, I'm from
Relax,
Palmer's Green, mate. I'll run your end.
Thank you.
You run what?
I'll run
He's from
This is what I
Palmer's, bro.
mean, man.
Yeah,
Who's
I'm
being
thank
realistic
you.
here? Who's the
Thank you.
fantasist? Mohib's
No,
running ends,
you
yeah?
are. You are because
Come out of it, man. Mohib can't even run his own households.
As I said, man knows man in real life. As I said, the first time I
Yeah,
met
but
him,
you knowing people in
he
real
said-
life ain't no endorsement because
Yeah, but
you know
that's 'cause
Raj
we're
in real
on
life.
end.
That don't mean nothing, does it?
Nah, we met at Speaker's Corner, yeah, but I'm saying when I met him in the ends, as I'm going to go to jump on the train, yeah, and I'm like, raw, Mohib. And he's like, yeah, I live here. And that was like 4 or 5 years ago. Trust me, yeah. Man lived around the corner from my business and all that. He could testify if I'm chatting shit, yeah. He's one of those guys who could testify if Mike's chatting shit, and I can testify if he's chatting shit. Because I know many people that know Mohib.
Yeah, real works.
My youngers and all of that. So, like, bro, that's what I'm saying to you. Where we come from,
Brother, the
yeah?
fact that you're saying
So,
you know
hold on,
Mohib in real life is a diss to you, not to Mohib.
No, I'm just saying where we come from.
You're bigging up Mohib now, yeah?
Oh, hold on, listen. Where we come
brother.
from,
It's just a real
roundabout
conversation we're
Downstream, yeah,
having.
there are some Turkish businesses, right? But as I said, there's a lot of integration. So some are owned with other people mixed together. Do you get it? So like
Well,
the Chinese,
what's that got to do with it?
so the Oriental chef, yeah, is owned by a Turkish guy, yeah, but he's not in the business. His business is across the road, a chicken shop. He's got a chicken shop across the road, right? He's my guy. He's cool. We talk and blah blah blah. But there's an Asian man at the till, yeah, and then the Chinese guys are the chefs.
Yeah.
This is where we live, bro. This is the integration, like, Rob. I don't know.
Don't
what
understand what I'm
do.
saying to you.
They
As
know
usual,
mafia,
you're not
they know
listening.
gang.
But can't.
You just want to talk about shit you know because it's self-soothing. What you're doing is called self-soothing. Your voice makes you feel better,
this is where I think
but you don't listen to other people. Mohib,
this is where you got to
shut the
talk
fuck
about,
up, man.
fantasy
Mohib, please. I'm trying to have a conversation with someone. You're jumping in, trying to back him up. You're not really helping.
I'm not
All
backing
right,
him up.
Mohib lives in Palmer's Green, and people know him. Yeah, you're 40-year-old Pakistani. You're gonna know people in it.
What? Nah, this is dumb.
Carl, listen, this is where you're
what you're saying, brother.
This is where you're a bit delusional. I think that when
Mohib, shut the fuck up, man. I'm telling you that these companies that Curvan are underpinned by organized crime, and you're telling me that you know the guy and you sat in the car with him.
Yeah, but this idea of organized crime in your head, he's right. What he's saying, it's this kind of top boy mentality because
there ain't no top boy mentality,
when
bro.
you have a business,
I'm telling you that the real owner.
When you bring people, hold on,
brother, you're saying you know the owner, but you don't know the owner.
When you're bringing immigrants over,
brother,
they don't have their papers.
You dumb ass. You don't know the real guy. You know his representative. The guy who's there telling you, I own all these restaurants, ain't the guy that owns them, brother.
If you say so. But I'm saying that
I'm telling you, it's just his front man. It's the guy who's going to take the bullet and go prison if need be. The real guy is sitting back home in a village somewhere with his 50 grandchildren around him.
Again, this is when they were kind of expanding a lot, so he had to be there because I don't know, the one in Southgate, they were opening the one in Southgate. So what I'm saying to you is that like it's a highly delusional point of view because I think when you're bringing over all these immigrants,
what are you talking about? Do you know
how
many Kedvans there are, bro?
You're not letting me talk.
Do you know how many? No, I'm asking you a question. How many Kedvans are there? How many Kedvans are there? How many are there?
Especially in our ends. Yeah,
how many are there? How many are there? How many are there?
You don't care.
I don't know how many are, but you're derailing
roughly 10.
You're derailing my point.
10.
My point is,
if you owned one of them, brother, if you owned one of them, you'd be a millionaire. If you owned one of them, you'd be a millionaire. He owns 10 of them, and he's sitting in the car chilling with you. You're saying.
So what? It doesn't matter.
Who's telling the stories now?
When you
it's
get
delusional what you're saying.
When you get off this idea,
man know the plug,
yeah,
man know all sorts of people.
So when you're bringing immigrants over, and they don't have their papers, naturally you got a hold over them. It's like what happens in Saudi, innit? Naturally you got a hold over them, and then you extort their money. It's simple as that.
No,
so it's not no gangster ring,
Mohib.
It's not no gangster ring. It's basically you got.
You don't know what you're talking about.
They can't speak English, and you take advantage of them. That's all that is.
Mohib, relax a minute. Stop trying to tell me about my own thing, yeah? These gangsters are politically affiliated. They've got groups, political groups that they're linked with, yeah, that send them workers. Those workers come over and work for them because they're of the same political ilk as them. They're not anyone other than their own friends and family that they're bringing over.
I agree.
It's not like the Chinese mafia that's bringing over poor innocent people. I agree, but we know
when you say we say that the crime syndicate, quote unquote, is on a certain area. It's only because they're extorting money from themselves, not anyone else.
They're not extorting money from themselves, bro. It's their own people that they're bringing over.
Exactly, and they're taking money from them.
brother. They don't take money from their own people.
It's like a family, isn't it?
Bruv,
It's like a family, keeping the money in the family.
One guy can't go to Kedvan and say, I'm collecting collection money from you lot. Can't do it.
Absolutely
because
not.
geezer who owns the Kedvan is the geezer who owns the protection racket. Why is he sending people to collect from his own businesses?
The reality is, no one lives in that world that you're talking about. So
Yeah.
What are you on about?
We don't have to worry about that.
What do you think Trident was set up for, thing? Why was Trident set up?
Not Turkish. Nothing to do with you lot.
So why was Trident used on Turkish then?
Because you lot came to a country eventually and began to act up because they.
So when was Trident formed? Before or after the Turkish got here?
Before.
I think
you're wrong again, but you don't care about being wrong. You're just freestyling.
No,
you're wrong.
Turkish have always been here, but I mean,
no. I'm talking about the main Turkish people that are the big crime families now. They were already here before Trident was even set up. They were having shootouts in the streets before Trident was set up.
When was this? What year?
You mean in the 80s?
No, I don't even know. That's something different, bro. Like what we're talking about.
Beg your pardon, not 80s, 90s.
See,
so the thing is, I know a lot of Kurds as well, yeah. So I've worked with a lot of Kurds, and I know a lot of Kurds.
Worked with them doing what, Mohib?
I've worked in their businesses. I've worked alongside them.
So what? You've been a waiter in a Kurdish restaurant?
No. I've worked with Kurds. I said.
Doing what? Doing what?
So if you know about the Kurdish community, you'll know that they more focus on like goods like in off licenses.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so you worked in an off license?
No. I'm saying I work with the Kurds doing some stuff. Yeah, so I know the kind of way the Kurds move, and it's very similar to what you're describing. And really,
a minute ago it was made up Top Boy TV bullshit, and now it's very similar to how I'm describing.
I wasn't describing no gangsterism though. You were.
Yeah,
I'm saying to you,
and it's only last 5 minutes.
Organized crime, Mohit. Organized crime is the underpinning factor that enables communities to open up their own businesses. A lot of these businesses that you're seeing is underpinned by organized crime.
Not in my community.
So you don't even know what that means.
Do you think any of the Turks?
Only in your community. Hold on. Your community, my community. Yes, the CAFs and that thing that these Turkish men set up. Yeah, where they move drugs in the background and all of that. Yes, and then little gambling houses. Those are tiny things. We're not talking about big supermarkets and all of that. And you can do that in the end because there's big enough, there's enough space, there's enough nitties, there's enough thing to go around. You won't be stepping on anyone's toes. Yeah, it's not like that because if you do step on anyone's toes, you'll be quickly eradicated. Facts. Yeah, and you don't want the police to catch wind of what you're doing either. That's what I'm saying. The biggest gang out here is still the Feds. So no matter what you're making noise about, everybody has to go and realize, all right, these are the people we need to avoid. So making loud bangs and doing stuff that's going to bring attention is not very smart in this fucking London that we live in. Yeah? So your Top Boy shit is a lie.
What Top Boy shit you talking about? I haven't even watched Top Boy. I can't understand what you're saying, to be honest.
Yours is
I haven't watched it.
Everything you said was a myth.
Well, Mohit is saying exactly as I was described. So thanks for bringing Mohit on.
The truth is, if you need protection, that means you're scared, isn't it? So your community is scared, isn't it? Really, let's be honest.
Right,
I don't know. Where'd you get that from?
We find it alien what you're talking about. That's what it is, Khan. I'll be honest.
He just said that. He just agrees with what I said.
I'm saying, but I find it, my people find it alien. We don't have this issue.
Brother, you're the one claiming your people run certain areas. And I'm saying, nah, no one runs no area. Everyone runs their own thing.
Nah.
You know running this
Are you guys referring to like ethnically composed organized crime groups?
Brother, I'm not having organized crime conversations with fucking Yunus. Fuck
yeah,
off.
But you know, sometimes running areas means you just have a
don't organize your
link. You have good relationships with one another. That's it. That's running the area.
You're gonna have to
just saying, are you just speaking about that?
It's hypothetical, like what Eunice would understand. So, you know, it's hypothetical. So yeah, he can have an input in it. It's not based on reality. What I'm saying is reality. So I know.
Sniper, you got your business. If I had my business near yours and we had good relationship, we're running the area, isn't it? Simple as that.
Yeah. We've cornered that ends. Yeah, that makes sense. No problem. No beef. Do you know what I'm saying? Top boys in the end, or top businesses in the end, or the top businesses in the ends. We all tend to hang around and know each other. My Turkish friend fitted most of those shops around Bounds Green. He shop fitted them. Putting all black marble with the sparkly dust. You know when you go in that chicken shop, Yeah, that floor. Go in there, look at the floor, and it's all sparkling. It's got shiny bits in it. My brethren put that down. My Turkish brethren, Ottoman at that. Do you get it? Ogun. Yeah. Got a business couple doors away from me. Bare supposed Turkish gangsters come and visit him and do. But everybody fucking know their fucking place.
What is this guy even talking about? Big up, family.
Big up, sis.
Big up, sis.
Like, we don't do this, man. Like, what is all this?
The only protection I've seen these men having is their old uncles that get paid a pack of cigarettes a day to sit outside the shop, making sure no one steals their bottles of water. What's he doing?
Right.
No, big up, MJ. Big up, love.
Big up, uncle.
Big up, brother.
Yeah.
Hi, MJ.
Big up, Moe, my brother. Bless.
It's good for a movie script, but in reality, man,
this is not what's happening.
Yeah,
I think the danger is that you paint that sort of mindset for young people. It's not good for them to hear these things or to think like that. You know what I mean?
And as
by the way, do you know there's organized crime group thing? Don't they extort
assassination, stereotype? Like, what are we doing, Khan? You obviously don't live in these worlds that you're proclaiming.
Clearly not. And that's like the thing is, like we do know, Macu, as you said, they got their little cafes and stuff set up, their little weed shops set up, they move around, do you know what I mean? But they ain't running no ends. Like they
no one ain't claiming to run ends apart from
uncle.
Macu's claiming he runs outside. The ends. Let's get it straight. Don't try to put words in my mouth, please.
You're gonna do
I don't mind you coming in
outside
like one little housewife thinking you know how gangsters run things, because of some guy used to
getting protection money for Pegavan and all of this madness. What we doing?
I think Yunus will know more about gangsterism than you, to be honest.
Yeah, that's a bit offensive. A minute ago, you're just saying, okay, that you expect, you told me that, I don't know anything about it. Now you're telling me I'm an expert.
Yeah.
Are you not feeling all right? I'm saying she knows less than I'm saying she knows less than you. Don't you get what I'm saying?
Your mind, my brother. You're sounding all wonky right
now. You sound very uncertain, Con. That's what I'm trying to say.
He's just trying to measure his gangsterness, that's all. He ain't got none. I'm more gangster than you, Con. We do.
When your people start operating their tube station, that's when you made it, bro.
Innit?
Brother, you're claiming you run the ends. I'm saying you don't run shit. Everyone runs their own shit. And you can't argue.
I mean,
no
one
argue with me.
I don't know.
You're bringing on all your little cronies, but none of you lot can say anything to the point that I've raised. Yeah,
I mean,
you lot can't go and tell Eastern Europeans how to run their brothels. You can't go and tell Turkish people how to run their business. You don't run the ends, bro. You run your own street corner. That's it.
Vice is a vice.
That's what you run. Your own little corner.
Vice is a vice. Doesn't mean violence.
No. I'm saying
like, you can always make it.
No one can tell, brother. Listen, no one can tell Albanians. No one can tell Albanians how to run their business, whether it's in your ends or not.
North London isn't the whole of London, so when you get out of your little computer, you travel.
Brother, stop trying to like find get out clauses. It makes you look bad.
To be honest, listen, who's really trying to tell anyone how to run their business or do anything? Most people are just trying to hide from the police. That's all. They're just trying to run their business and get in their money as quick as they can before the police come and shut them down.
Trying to put frills on what man said. He straight up said his people runs the ends.
Yeah,
that we better know them because they're the ones that are worth knowing.
I didn't say that. I said black people are top of the food chain.
Yeah, what food chain though? All right, so cool.
And hold on. And everybody who came to England, at a later time, like than we were here, we've always seemed to be here. Yeah. So no matter what was going in craze and all of that, that was for a time. Right? Hold on. Gangs was for a time, and gangs was definitely before us. We didn't bring the concept of gang. Yeah. What we did bring the concept of, we don't give a shit who you are. Yeah. And that's why there's no gangsters now, British or thing or otherwise, since the 1950s with the craze. Yeah. That shit got deaded.
What you on about the craze, bruv?
1 second.
What you on about the craze?
No,
are you
but
buzzing?
that's what gangster is it?
Brother, they're just two gay lords that became celebrities.
Well,
and you can't you can't talk about organized crime and you're using the craze as some sort of model.
Frankie Fraser,
allow it, bruv.
I can name all the
Frankie
names.
Fraser didn't work for the craze.
I can name all
the
names.
For the Richardsons.
Bro. I know.
What are you on about?
I can name all the names. Yeah.
He didn't even work for the craze.
Regardless and beside the point, because we already.
No, what you're saying is beside the point. You're saying you're top of the food chain, yeah? So prove it.
Let me finish. Yeah,
it's clear that the Africans and the Caribbeans run South London. Let's not lie. East
No, we're not talking about South London.
East London's taken
We're
by
not
the
talking about South
Bengalis. What
London.
we're saying is that we run your end.
You're talking shit
you're
though,
claiming is your
Mohib.
end.
You're talking shit. What part of South London do they run? They run their own thing, bro.
And having a couple shops does not mean you run anything either. So like,
Brother, no one said that. You're the one claiming
You
the throne,
mentioned that-
yeah? You're
No.
trying to claim the throne. You say you run things, yeah,
saying
and
in my
you're top of the
business.
food chain.
Hold
Name
on,
one
wait,
person
wait.
who's under you. Name
Hold
one
on, I
race of
said-
people
I said-
or one ethnicity that comes under your
We don't
ethnicity.
do that.
You're saying we run things. All right, so who are you running?
I said we don't do that. And
No, but you're saying that Turkish gangsters are running Turkish communities, and I'm saying your people, are running who? Are running who? No, but I'm asking you a question. Can you answer it? Your people are running who then?
Bro, you're asking me 5 questions at the same time.
No, I'm asking you one question. You're saying you're top of the food chain. Who comes under you? Name one group of people that works under you, that benefits from you, that trickles down from you. Name one people.
Everybody.
No one does. You're lying.
Everybody.
You're lying.
So if you're saying that people take
No
our
one
culture,
does.
you
No one
understand
does.
that.
Can you
urban
let him
culture-
answer the
One second,
question?
one
There
second,
ain't no African
one
shops
second,
with white people
one
working in
second,
them, bro.
man. I beg, man. Why you be like this?
What do you mean? Because I'm asking you a question.
Is your phone not working properly or something?
I'm asking you a
Look,
question,
all
bro.
I'm saying is
allow him. Hold on.
I
Allow
don't
him
know
to answer.
why. Hold on. I don't know why you're talking over me.
I'm not talking over you. I've
Yeah,
asked you a
are.
question.
You asked me a question and then you won't let me answer. Like I don't understand.
Oh, so you're answering. All right, go ahead. Who's under you
Right.
then?
So, as I said, it doesn't work in that particular way. But if you're going to say who's under us, I would say everybody else, right? In that sense of we look after them, we protect them, we think, no matter your faith, color, or creed. But if you're ethnic minority, yes. And who's above us? We already told you who runs things out here. The biggest gang is the feds. I didn't say we was the biggest and baddest, but on the food chain, the human evolution and who's top, who's the strongest, who's the bravest, who's the most polite, who will look after you in a situation, who will stand up for you in a situation, who's the most stand-up guy. Yes, that is us. Yeah, because we always been here, and we're trying to tell you.
You ain't always been here.
You see people eating off us. You see
No
people,
one's eating off you.
No, hold on.
You ain't providing jobs for no one. You ain't putting food in no one's belly.
Bruv.
You ain't protecting no one unless you're getting paid.
All right.
And when you're saying police is above you, that means you're working for the police. When you say you're a stand-up guy, that means that you're not grassing, you're not going to prison. But as we know, prison's full of your guys. They already got earmarked. They already got their name on a list of people. Once you go to prison and you come out, you can't be involved in organized crime no more.
Okay. So what's your issue?
I'm stating facts. You're
Yeah,
saying
but
everyone's
where is
under
the
you.
organized
No one
crime?
ain't under you. Everyone's running their own shit. It's obvious.
It's fake. It's fake.
Everyone's
What
got
you're
their
talking
own
about
crime. No one's
is a
telling
boy moment.
Albanians how to run drugs. No one's telling Eastern Europeans how to run brothels.
I think
They got their
someone
own
will tell
shit.
them
When
how
they
to
need
run it.
protection for their brothel, they're not phoning you up, are they?
Okay.
No, they're
Oh,
phoning their own.
Hold on. Prior to them coming here, and we know when they come in here, when they opened up Europe, right? These things existed. So brothels existed. All of these things existed. So, as I said, those people would definitely school people on where to have their business, where would be the right location. It doesn't have to be animosity. I don't know why your ego.
No.
For people,
It's not just animosity. I think
they don't need
I
your
think
protection
to
or
take
whatever.
pride in your community being exploited isn't something to be proud of.
No.
Brother, what are you
But
talking
to
about
see it
being
and know
proud
it,
of?
then it's
Are you mad? What are you on about? I'm telling
your
you
ego,
how it
isn't it?
is.
It's
I'm
your
telling you
ego
facts.
wanting to think you're the hardest out here.
1 minute, brother.
When
No
you
one's
only
saying
run a
that we're
road
the
in North
hardest,
London.
you muppet, you thin little skinny stick. No one said that. You're making arguments that I'm
Stop
arguing
skinny
against. Then
shaming.
What? No skinny shaming. All right, cool. I apologize for calling you skinny.
I accept
All
your
right.
apology.
Anyway, what I'm saying is this. My point, you're trying to flip back on me. You're saying you're the supreme. You're the master. You run it. Everyone else comes under you. And I ask you who's under you. You can't even tell me one person that's under you. Realistically,
I would say anything that you're calling an ethnic minority. So those
that's
are the
just
people that have to come into.
That's
Let
made
me
up bullshit,
man.
brother. That's made
But
up
I'm
bullshit.
saying, and also
Ain't
that
no
rule of
Pakistani gang,
rule of
ain't
law.
no Albanian gang, ain't no fucking Algerian gang coming
I'm
under
not
you
saying
lot.
gang.
No way.
You're saying gang. I'm not saying gang. I'm just saying.
I'm saying gang. I'm
can I
saying
just add
organized
something?
crime.
I'm
You're
saying
claiming that you run things, yeah? So what are you running? Apart from your own shit, yeah, you can run your
people
own
have
shit.
to
That's
people
fine.
have to be hold on, human beings are in gangs. So like what we're dealing with is humans, and we're dealing with our community. So when I say ethnic minorities, those will include all of those people, all the way up to Polish and whatever. Yeah, Albanians and all of that. I'm telling you, you can go and ask them. They ain't fucking with the man them. Yeah, they respect
Who's man
us.
them? Is that your specific gang?
Hold
What
on,
man them?
black man. No, I'm just saying black man in
Oh,
general.
black men meaning like any black man who got off a plane from
Yeah,
Africa
man.
automatically
Matter.
is
In
your
England,
man them, yeah?
I mean, from Jamaica, from wherever.
It could be from
Wherever.
anywhere, not no
Right.
one.
But
No, but
once
Khan,
they've
you
lived
got to
here,
be fair,
Just because
Khan.
his
Like,
skin's black, you're
once they
saying
live here,
he's
once they
protected.
live here, once they live here,
Yeah.
in this environment, you
All right.
become supposedly an ethnic minority. So it's quite clear who from who, and we've been living together for the longest while. So
yeah,
yeah,
Khan, you got to
everybody's
remember, like
clear
your
on the
community
rules.
only came over here in the 70s.
Your
So
baby.
like when you came over here, I'm sure there was like African and
Mohib,
Caribbean.
why are you trying to speak on other people? You don't know.
I'm just making a point. I'm just saying
No,
that
but you can't make a point based
when you
on
came
like
over here,
imagined
I'm
facts.
sure you
You're
learned stuff
imagining
from
it.
I'm sure you learned something from the other immigrant communities. So I'm saying that, you know, when you learn something from the other immigrant communities, you kind of go under their wing in many
Yeah,
ways.
you can't lord over them.
Yeah.
Just an
What
honest
you on
thing.
about? No one ain't
Say
lording
that.
nothing. I'm
Someone
telling
needs
you,
to school
every
you.
community.
Them man there wasn't being targeted like black man. That's why they was able to slip the net. It's as simple as that. And if things was to get rough and we're not included, everything I get blood clot touch up. I don't care whether you're out.
Yep.
You ain't touching no Albanians.
They're gonna get
yam.
yam.
Tony, relax. You ain't touching no
Say that
Albanians.
again?
No, that is a fact. You can't touch no Albanians, brother.
What do you mean? What do you mean relax? Who tell you that? Who tell you that? What do you mean we're not touching our Albanians? We touched a couple in my era. We are talking about.
Tony,
relax.
We're talking about when we've touched a couple in our area. We're talking about.
Listen, they don't need you for nothing. They're self-sufficient. They run their own
We
thing. They're
have
not
touched a
relying on
couple
you.
Albanians in my area. So you talking about we can't do nothing and for me to fall back?
I never said you can't
Don't
do
tell me
nothing.
that can't, because you don't know my area. You don't know my lifestyle.
If you want to look up to Albania,
see, this is the thing. We can't have a conversation.
If you want to look up to Albania, that just shows where you
have
sit in
to
the
put
food
words
chain,
in my
innit?
mouth to win.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I don't need to,
people
but I've been silent for a long time. I've been silent for a long time, Card.
Silent about what?
Yeah, I've been silent for a long time, but you can't. Don't talk about Albanian is this and Albanian.
You're the one saying you can move to everyone.
No.
You're saying you can move to everyone if you need to.
If I need
If we're not eating, let me tell you something now. If we are not eating, we're touching everybody.
But
it's a dog eat dog.
You ain't
what are
eating
you
enough for no
talking
one.
about?
Brother, you ain't eating enough for Albanians.
We don't need
The only thing Albanians are doing is growing flipping star dog. What are we doing? Like Albanians are something special.
You know how much? You know what? You know what? You know how much Albanian get kicked over in my area.
I don't know nothing. Just because I don't sit online, fucking
MJ,
shit
how
all
can you
day.
say that some of the biggest crime families are not doing nothing but growing star dog? What are you talking about?
That's what they're doing, bro. They're growing star dog.
But Khan, I just wanted to say that if you're looking up to Albanians,
and the only thing that's happening in North London and any flipping high streets is Tesco's taken over, for fuck's sake.
Mad.
Yeah.
Madness.
The last time I went West Green, last time I went West Green, I didn't see no Turkish shop, I didn't see no African shop, I seen fucking Tesco's, bro. Everywhere I go in North London, I see Tesco's and Sainsbury's. That's about it.
Forget the fucking comedian role that you're playing. Are you saying that crime don't exist? Organized crime
no,
don't
Khan,
exist?
what we're saying is where you're placing
No, I'm asking
MJ.
MJ. Listen, what is this, the Muppet Show? Is this the Muppet Show? Are you gonzo?
There is crime happening every day, Khan. Yes, if you want to label that as organized crime, then you go ahead and
fucking Maku starring as Kermit the Frog right now. You lot are doing a fucking collaborated fucking show together.
Okay, no, but just because I don't agree with you, you're chatting waffle. You're just chatting pure waffle, though.
You saying that no one's doing nothing but growing star dog. You're saying that organized crime.
I didn't say no one's doing nothing. I didn't say no one's doing
nothing. Is that what you're
nothing.
saying? No, but let me ask you a question based on what you said, right? Are you saying that organized crime in this country does not exist?
No, I think Mary makes a good point.
No,
she's
shut
saying
up,
that
you skinny
while
rat.
we're fighting each other, yeah,
Oh,
Tesco's
fuck
are building
off
on
then.
every street corner.
You lot can't win against me. That's the thing. Every point I make, you're putting 10 against me, and you still can't win. You still can't win against me. You got to put words in my mouth. You got to come 5 men at a time. You can't beat me. because I'm consistent and I don't lie. And you lot can't handle that. You're
Right,
full of
so
shit.
Khan, to answer your question,
You just said
to
that Albanians
answer
ain't
your
doing
question,
nothing.
hold on,
You
I didn't
just
even get to
said,
answer your question.
No, answer
I
the
didn't get to
question.
answer your
No, you don't
question.
get to ask all the questions.
I
You got
wanted
to
to
answer one for one.
I was
No,
going
we gotta
to
go one for one. We gotta go one for one. You gotta answer my question now, MJ.
Yo, Carl, we don't need to beat you because the Albanians beat you, innit? So we don't need to beat you, really, innit?
Wow.
Yo, let me just tell you something, Khan. We don't business about no fucking Albanian. Maybe you rate them, but we don't rate them. Simple as that. I don't know. This big crime family, they just come the other day. Who are they? What's the name of this big crime family?
And in saying that, the star dog that they grow is shit as well. Fuck's
rubbish.
sake.
I can name you black
You
family.
can't even get star dog right.
Wipe your shit off the map. Like, shut up. Even they know.
Just
The Albanians
idiotic,
know.
man. It's just
They'll
some
be like,
idiotic
that family.
conversation.
Okay, yes, you black people.
That's what your cousins be selling for £10 a gram in those flipping
Idiotic.
shops on the high road, isn't it? Yeah, we know.
Idiotic. It's just stupid. It's
You're
just
not paying the Albanians to
It's
grow
just
your
stupid.
shit.
Like people coming onto this channel
You're
to
paying the
have
Albanians and then rubbing
debates
them.
of a certain level, and you just turn it to bullshit.
But Carl,
Like,
listen to what you're saying, though. Carl, listen to what you're saying.
listen to what you're saying,
You're pitting
Listen to what you're saying.
community. Hold on, you're pitting
Listen to what
community
you're
against
saying.
community. But I'm
Brother,
saying, with
Mohit, it's getting
unity,
pathetic now. It's getting pathetic now.
With
I could have said,
Bro, we
I could have
all
said
know
that.
that crime
Listen,
happens. Be
I
it
could have said that
organised
red
crime
is
or not,
better than
depends on
blue.
how
I
you
could
want
have
to
said that red
perceive
is
it,
better
innit?
than blue.
I
I'm
feel
gonna
like
get
you're
5 people jumping
using a
on here trying to argue
mainstream
with me.
narrative.
You're just dumb. What does you that got here in 2000
man.
know
I've had
anything
to
about
fuck
organised crime for a start?
Well, I've lived here for 22 years, so I've got 22
What do you
years
know
of
about
living
what do you know
here.
about what people are doing? And you're telling me the only
I'm
thing
not
people are
a
doing is
snitch.
growing
I
stardust.
learned to not
What
be
do
a
you
snitch
know?
for a start.
So where does all the heroin come from, MJ? Do they grow that as well?
Boy, you got
MJ, where does all the smack come from? Do they grow that as well, MJ? MJ, answer the question. Where does all the smack come from?
Why don't you tell me, Khan?
MJ. No, you're the one saying that the only thing people do is grow weed in their little hydroponic little bedrooms, right? So I'm saying, where does all the coke come from? Where does all the smack come from?
But that's
Where
not
does all
what
the
I
fucking
said.
guns come from?
That's not what I said.
I'm asking you, where does it come from?
They were here before you lot, so shush. Come out.
I'm
I
asking
told
you
you
MJ.
already. I'm not a
asking you already.
snitch.
I'm asking you.
Where
If the only thing people are doing is
come
growing
from you.
hydroponic weed, where does the evidence of organized crime, which is actual physical drugs on the street, where does that come from then,
London,
MJ?
England. We got
I'm
it
asking, is
here.
your name MJ, you transvestite? Let the
saying-
woman speak.
What? Are you dumb?
No, you're
Yeah.
dumb.
Remember your
You've been cutting hair too long. You need to start reading them books on your shelves. Your brain's gone dry, bro.
Yeah.
You need to moisturize that
The
brain.
thing is, Carl, your
Yeah.
questions are quite confusing anyway, because you're just adding like stuff in and you're making the
MJ, I'm
questions
asking
really
you a
long.
question
It's
based
like,
on
ask
what
me a
you said.
direct, simple question. Like you're making
Listen,
it way too
MJ, I've
complicated.
asked you a question based on what you've said.
But you're remixing what I said.
No,
so
I
I can't,
haven't.
I can't
You said
answer a
that the
question.
only thing
I can't
people are
answer a
doing
question
is growing
when you're
stardust.
remixing what I'm saying.
No, I haven't.
Okay?
It's word for word what you said.
What did I say?
That the only thing people are doing is growing stardust.
That's not
and
what
the
I
only
said.
thing that's happening
That's
in
not
your
what I said.
area is that they're opening a new
You wrong.
Tesco's.
Computer says no.
You're lying. You have to
Selling
lie to
kebabs
win.
isn't really.
You have to lie to win
You,
because you've got no
Turkish man.
integrity.
That's what you
You're just
man
here
was
for
doing.
comedy.
Cypriot man.
Don't really care about conversation.
Was it lemon?
You're going to turn it into a shit show now as usual.
Can't
Get out
selling
of here.
kebab isn't really gangster, really, is it? But we can see that it's
exactly.
taking a hold of
Innit?
you. But
I know.
Selling a few potatoes and that, like, what's gangster about that?
getting
Even if
on
you
that.
are selling a bit of weed or you're selling some wraps, so what? Like,
We don't care.
flipping
It doesn't mean you
14-year-olds on
run
the
things.
street doing that. Don't make
Doesn't
them
mean you
gangster.
go- Doesn't make you go around
There's
extorting
14-year-olds doing what?
Selling drugs on the street. Don't make them gangster. Don't mean they run things.
So people selling drugs aren't gangster.
No.
No.
Business.
I'm out. I'm done with you lot.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done.
You're
You lot are dumb.
That's right.
People
Yeah,
selling drugs, they're not
people that are selling the
Well,
drugs
yeah.
are fucking dumb. Exactly. Because the man with the brains is the man that, as you said earlier on, Khan, the one thing I will agree with you is the man that's actually
So this
behind
the
it all
thing.
and making
When
the
you
money.
say
He's
anything,
sitting at
this
home
is what
nice,
happens.
isn't it? He ain't
Yeah.
involved. He
This
ain't
is
on
what
the front
happens.
line.
14-year-olds selling
No.
drugs, they're not gangsters. What are they then? Are they
No,
white
man.
collar workers?
No, man.
Gangsters, they're
You
Just trying to make
fools.
money.
They're runners.
You
At
fucking
best,
bunch of
they
They're
are
runners.
runners.
Nah,
and
I'll
that
tell you,
is
I'll tell you what they are.
How
I'll tell
is
you what
Jedi
they are.
even leaving you lot on
14.
panel
Hold
and
on a minute.
trusting
I'm
you
trying to keep
to
this
run a
civil.
fucking
I'm
show
trying to keep
while
this
you lot
civil.
chat
Hold on a minute.
pure
Let me just say
shit?
one thing. Let me just say one thing because I'm trying to keep this civil, yeah? A 14-year-old selling drugs is just a drug seller. He ain't no gangster. He's not hardcore. He's green in the business. That's what he is.
But who's he working for, Tony?
You ignorant cunt. Yeah?
He might be working for a gangster. Hold on a minute. He might be working for a gangster, but him himself is not a
holy
gangster.
sock motherfucker. Yeah, you're dealing with fucking Waleed's leftovers, and the girl's even cussing you, going, man can't even fuck me because he can't feed me. You dirty tramp.
Emotional.
Fuck off.
All emotional.
It's not emotional. It's facts.
That's
it's facts, though.
That's what Cypriot does.
It's facts. You embarrassed yourself.
He's not on the
You're
food
an
chain.
elder. You're respected.
He's not
You're a
on the
fucking
food
tramp,
chain.
bruv. Listen, I'm coming round for my short back and sides here. What time you ready?
Yeah, the only short back and size is when I split your head open.
Yeah. I'll give you a tip for that as well. How much is the tips now? £2?
Exactly.
Is it £2 tip?
Tips. I'll split your lips into 4.
What? I'll give you a tip. Don't worry. I'll give you a nice tip. I'll give you a nice tip.
Well, I'm dancing around you,
thank you,
punching
sir.
the shit out
Would
of
you
your
like a
fucking
Would you like
head
a hot
and
towel?
swelling it up
Would
like
you
a
like a
watermelon.
hot towel as well, sir?
Such a
You're
cunt.
the cunt. Ungrateful
Cunt
little
as well.
cunt.
I'm gonna slap you. Come in your bedroom and slap
Fuck
you in front
off.
of your
Fuck
straight.
off.
Make her see what a coward
Fuck
son is.
off.
Yeah?
Chatting shit now.
But if he slapped you, you'd call the
You're
police.
embarrassing yourself.
Thank you.
You're embarrassing yourself.
If he slapped you, you'd call the police. Tell the truth.
I'm a
No,
real
we can't
guy.
protection racket.
I like the
Yeah.
way, Jedi, you stay out of it until you're really needed, and then you jump in and say your little 2 words.
Bruv, I've been busy. I'm not
How long you
needing
been
bruv.
waiting? How long you been waiting to jump in?
Nah, bruv, it's not
You
that
sent
deep,
in
bruv.
everyone, bruv. You sent in Mohib.
It's not
You
that
sent
deep,
in
bruv. I
Yunus.
weren't
You sent them all in.
I weren't listening.
And you come
I
in
just
last.
came in the room.
Come
It weren't
on,
that
man.
deep.
I think
Don't
psychosis
ever
has
think-
gone too
The
far.
Don't ever
panel.
think
Yeah,
that
he's gone.
man-
He's
Hold
gone.
on, man.
Sorry.
Don't ever think that man needs to like jump in and save no one. I just
What?
But
came
that's
in
what
the
you've done
room.
every time.
Okay.
Consistently,
Bruv, that's
you do
your
that.
business. I just came in the room and I've
Crazy.
just come off the mute and I'm just talking in it like this. I
Yeah.
don't even know what the argument's about.
Exactly.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. Fair enough.
I heard you talking about fuck off, Ferrer, and I'm saying, if he did slap you, you'd call the police, though, right?
What? Who? Him? He's gonna slap me. Are you fucking
Yes.
on drugs, bruv?
No, he's seen it.
But I'll
So,
tear you like a piece of paper. Don't
reality.
you get it? You're 9 stone weak.
He knows I'm not afraid of that.
You're
What
having
you
a
on
laugh,
about?
Con.
What are you talking about, bro?
I've
Con,
never
you're-
weighed 9 stone.
I've come out of it, man.
Yeah, I will.
He called for his
Anyway.
paid protection, innit?
Come out of
worry.
it.
But
But
as I
Khan, what if
said-
what
as
if
I
he wants
said-
to slap you and run? What would you do
Jedi,
then?
Mohib, if I was to
Jedi.
uppercut you, you'd be in the ether.
Jedi, this conversation was based
Brother,
on
you'd
the
be floating
premise,
in the
right,
sky. You'd be hanging in
that
the sky like
him
a
and
star,
him and his
Mohib.
Turkish brethren came into my shop to extort me, right? And told me if I don't pay up, this is going to happen to me. And I explained to Khan that fundamental mistake number 1 was threatening me and assuming you was going to leave, the premises where you made that statement. Like that is
No
flaw
one made
number
that
1.
statement.
That's a basic. That's what. No, that's a
No one
basic
claimed that at
flaw
all.
and a basic thing
It's just
that
your
made me
weed head,
know
paranoid,
it's not about that
high
life. One
THC
second,
brain pattern.
bruv. Is that what you're gonna do? You're gonna talk when I'm
But it's
talking?
true
No.
though, bro. You're lying
Let
on
me
me and
finish,
you're expecting
bro.
me not to speak.
I'm talking, but why do I expect you to speak when I'm speaking? I
Yeah,
don't understand that.
let's not frustrate it. Let's just let
Right,
man
allow it,
each
man.
other speak, man.
Yeah, man. So I explained to him that that's a fundamental error, isn't it, Jed? You can't go to the man them and say, listen, we're running things around here now. I see you got your little business, Jeds. Yeah, we're gonna come and collect money. You get me? You're gonna have to pay us a little something. You get me? And if you say no, he's saying,
Where
that
was this
man's
happening?
saying,
In London?
in your business, your shop. You got a shop, Jeds, and this is what's gonna happen, right? So I'm saying,
Are they specifically coming to me because they're Turkish and I'm not? I don't understand.
I don't understand the reasoning either, but it just so happens this is how Khan explains what's
The
going on.
conversation that you're
right?
explaining never
What are
happened.
you talking about?
Okay.
Turkish?
Never
Turkish mafia
happened.
thing?
Turkish
This
mafia
conversation
thing,
never happened. This ain't the
extortion. Hold on one
conversation we had.
second. So I said, bro, you made a fundamental mistake because one, I'm stabbing you up where you stand. Like, who you going to what? Man, I come in here.
What with the barbering
and then hold
scissors?
on, you so dumb, you're gonna tell me that man are coming. And am I not gonna be
What are you
prepared?
on about, man?
That sounds stupid. Yeah. So I know you're not about that life. You're just making up stuff from Top Boy. No, life doesn't work like this.
What Top Boy? I've never watched Top Boy.
I've never had a business and been extorted. Bottom line.
Anyway, can I tell my
That's it.
side now, or am I going to get cut?
Go on.
All right, so the whole thing started with Maku talking about revolutionary, this, that, and the other. And I said to him, all right, cool. So if we're going to have to lick off fucking Sainsbury's, yeah, like what aisle are we targeting first? I'm thinking maybe baked beans, like canned goods, are good to steal, right? He's like, nah, we're not going to do that. I go, so what do you mean? We're going to get the van and we're going to ram raid the fucking Sainsbury's and we're going to feed the community. He's like, nah. We're going to go in there broad daylight and just take what we want. I'm going to, what kind of revolutionary shit is this, bruv? Like, we're going to fucking, we're going to have to ram raid it. No. There's no ram raiding. I'm saying to him, so what? You're walking in there broad daylight telling the security guard step aside. What security guard? What security? About every Sainsbury's
no
security guard, right?
No security guard's going to defend people walking in and grabbing stuff.
But that's not the point. If you're going around,
truck,
if you're going around at night filling up your truck with food, so you can survive a fucking zombie apocalypse or whatever. You're not doing it broad daylight, asking people in the shops, "Oh, can you step aside while we do what we do?" You're gonna have to go out at night.
No. Wait, did you say zombie apocalypse or what did you say? What apocalypse?
Whatever, like some revolutionary thing or whatever.
So, boom, if it's some revolution, some anarchy going on in the streets, then it seems it's going to be open normal hours. Like,
but they're going to put the shutters down and close it up, right?
Okay, cool.
So this is my point, right? But anyway, this is the conversation what I was trying to bring. Maku, for some reason, turned it into, no, black people run the streets. In a situation like that, you need to know black people because we're the ones who are going to be at the front and we're the ones who are going to be able to go in and do what needs to be done. And we run things. And I'm saying to him, what do you mean we run things? It's like, we run the streets. And I'm saying to him, yeah, you run what you run, other people run what they run. When you say we run the streets, you mean something different. When he says we run this area, he means something different because each community runs its own.
In that circumstance, the organized crime, unless these men are heavily armed, and I mean more armed than the military, they're not going to be able to do too much against the black folk that team up out there. Muscle-wise, like numbers-wise, then the black folks in the ends are going to, I think they are going to get the upper hand.
The advantage. But my argument was, in that kind of a situation, everyone's rolling together, come like Mark Duggan riots. It doesn't matter if you're black or white. Whoever's on the street doing whatever they're doing whatever they're doing. It don't matter what color they are at that point. But Sniper's trying to bring some hierarchical structure of where black people run everything. And this goes back to the point original of Kale, who was saying that black people aren't really into creating institutions and organized crime. And I'm saying, yeah, all right. Black people might have the numbers, they might have the muscle, but when it comes to organizing shit, that's where you lot are going wrong, and it becomes more of a Knights of the Round Table thing where everyone's sitting down together and deciding what we're doing next. You don't see a situation where black people are predominantly saying, follow our lead, and they're
making up
leading.
stuff.
Yeah. No, but I mean, enough gangs and these big groups have actually got a leadership, so it's not just a thing of
obviously they have.
So, like, I mean, some of these younger ones, as wild as they are, they're still like one man will step forward and say, "I'm the leader." So that's fine. Like there's, like not every group, but they still do have that hierarchical kind of structure, and they can, there's enough organized.
No one's saying that these things don't happen, Jedi.
No, I'm saying there's enough black organized gangs. I think that it's a myth to say that blacks don't organize. I just don't think they organize around the right thing.
Okay, cool.
You know what I mean? They definitely
Point taken.
100%.
My next statement was, no one runs. I said, I take that point, But moving on to the point that I made, which is the bone of this whole contention, is that I said that every community predominantly has different crimes that they have as a stream of revenue, so they don't really clash with each other. So when Turkish people are talking about their crime families that earn money through protection rackets and things like that, they're not really clashing with the Albanians who are running drugs or the Eastern Europeans who are running brothels. Like, for one man to say, I run this thing.
It don't really work like that, but I know what you mean. Some groups have maybe one or two specialities, but for sure we know that like that statement you just made, obviously that was an example, but the Turks are heavy involved in drugs, isn't it? So
of course.
So there is going to be clashes with Albanians, and
but just in real life there ain't clashes. They just work together. Albanians, Turks, and Pakistanis, they all work together predominantly.
I hear you. That's true. They clash. They are clashes.
What I'm saying,
like when it's time to make the bread, the smart
Yeah.
man, the leader's gonna make sure that shit's harmonious so that they can make peace. 'Cause
Exactly.
That's their main interest in it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Sniper, for some reason, misunderstood the whole thing, and he's saying no one can come into my barbershop and extort money out of me, which I never
Exactly.
even said that.
No, you said, yeah, if a Turkish man could come into a man's business and tell them blah blah blah, we're collecting money this way, and then man said you said if they say no, yeah, if they say no, yeah, you're telling them that man's coming around later and they're gonna deal with the matter. That's what
I
you said.
said
I
when
came
a
on
man
the panel
goes
because you
into
said
So
a
I
you're
put
shop
myself,
glorifying
hold
something.
on,
to extort the
hold
money.
on. So I put myself in the scenario and said,
Yeah,
listen,
why did you put yourself in though?
because I'm saying as a business owner, and obviously I've had a
Extortion
few
only works
businesses.
on people that are isolated, and I
That's
think
what I'm trying to say.
That's a
Like,
fact with that.
black business owners.
we're not isolated.
No. I was gonna say the opposite. Black business owners can be isolated. That's in they might not be part of a network or whatever. They might be the only black shop on the road.
Right.
You know, when it comes to like shops and that, black people still finding their feet getting into the business and that. And I do think there's gonna be a couple grandmas and whatever people that ain't really got that backative. But on a whole, that whole extortion game, you need to have like the absolute power in that community. I think it's going to be difficult to extort. It's going to be difficult to extort. Like for instance, like the Turkish mafia are not going to be successful extorting in Brixton.
Even
in a random area because
even
there's
they
high,
can't extort
not a
money
high
out of their
Turkish
own communities
population.
anymore.
They're gonna have to ferry to and from to do their thing, and it could get peaked for them.
No, but I'm saying the police targeted these guys that were doing the extortion rackets back in the day. They shut them down now. So what they do is they do it a different way, where the organized crime opens its own business, brings its own family over from Turkey or wherever through their political organizations, and they bring them over as people who hate Turkey or they're being oppressed in Turkey. Oh, we Kurds, they don't let us speak our language. Whatever it is, they bring them over to England en masse. And then they've got a workforce that they can put to work. They've got the shop that they own and rent out and whatever. And places like Kervan and all that, is underpinned by organized crime. It's organized crime that puts up the money for these shops. A lot of these shops don't even make money. Organized crime's backing them. And now I've got Mohib telling me he knows the guy who owns all 10 Kervans, apparently sat in the car with him, and he saw him write a check for 5 million. And somehow that goes against everything what I've been saying about organized crime underpinning small businesses. And he's like not agreeing with me.
Let me talk. Whether it's extorting or whether it's running brothels, at the end of the day, you're just taking from your own community. So it's nothing to boost up or be proud of. Because really, they're just stealing from
Who's saying anything about proud of? It's the reality of the streets, brother.
Let him finish, man.
But why is he talking about being proud of it?
Let him finish.
Am I boasting?
Yeah, you were in a way.
No, you take it that I'm boasting because you got a 2-inch dick. Everything to you is a boast. I ain't boasting.
All right, so I'm just saying it's highly unlikely that these Turkish syndicates have any kind of extort from any Asian businesses or black businesses. That's not.
No one said that. No one claimed that.
The reality is that
no one claimed that. How can you extort from other than your own community, you idiot? You obviously don't know how extortion works.
So if you're over him, please just give him the same respect that you gave Jedi a minute ago. No. But he was speaking and you interrupted him. Just stay quiet, and when he's finished, then you can respond.
Here's the thing, though, MJ. I don't mind everyone having their say, but when someone's talking complete was, why should they even have the floor? Why should we even let them speak?
Yeah,
like,
but that's
I don't understand it.
That's you sometimes.
No, that's
you.
Man. That's you. Everything that I said holds water. Everything that I said is a fact. Everything that I've said is reality. You're making up shit.
I don't know what his problem is.
Hello. Calm. Like, Brad, surely this conversation ain't that deep. Like,
brother, I've got 5 people jumping on to argue with me over the most basic thing. That's factual.
Calm.
We're not arguing with you.
Calm. Listen, man. Like, have your say in it. Let's try to change up the tone. So it's not an argument, more of an interesting conversation. Because this is a good combo. But like, if you approach it like an argument, then you're going to start cutting off people and telling them they're stupid and don't deserve to speak, which I don't think is going to be fruitful. You know what I mean? It's only 4. We ain't even been on for that long, bro. Let's just, let's pace ourselves, man.
Brother, Jeds, I started
all right, man. So let's get back to the point.
I started it with that positive vibe, trying to have a convo.
Hold on,
and then they brought it to this level.
Don't go back to the argument, Khan. Go back to the conversation.
My conversation is
can I cut in by saying, yeah?
No, wait.
I
want Khan to speak so he feels like he's expressing himself, and then I'm gonna hear Mohib, and I'm gonna hear Uncle Tony. Go on, Khan.
All right, cool. I'm saying this whole fallacy of one group of people running other groups of people don't make sense to me. I'm asking Sniper, if you are the supreme power and you run, whoever, name me one group of people that comes under you that you run. You couldn't name it.
I didn't. No, I didn't say everyone else. I said everyone who's classed as an ethnic minority, right?
Mohib.
Yeah. So the thing about glorifying this gangsterism, which I think doesn't exist, because again, it's just extorting your own people. So it's not something to be proud of or boastful of. You know, you end up thinking revolutionary moves are going into Sainsbury's and jacking baked beans. See, this is about, you know, communities coming together and organizing the right way, because then you're going to have what happened in Tottenham. What happened in Tottenham was, you know, something that was purpose-based, that became everyone for themselves, just looting. And then we lost the whole kind of the meaning behind it. At least if we were together on one accord, something could have been achieved.
Yep.
Yeah, and Uncle Tony.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, you know what? I won't even bother say what I was going to say. But what I wanted to know, is this Albanian thing, because Khan made it sound like they're the ones who are running things right now. So, you know, I don't know where this is happening, but can he enlighten me? Because I know that they're doing their thing, but they're not running the place. So, who's this family? Who is this Albanian connection?
Here's the thing. No one ain't claiming to run anything over anyone else apart from Tony and Sniper. Tony's making a statement. If we don't get fed, we're gonna burn the whole thing down. We're touching everybody. And I said to him, you can't touch no one. Albanians are doing what they're doing. Turks are doing what they're doing. They don't rely on you. They don't need you for nothing. They're independent of you. So how can you touch them then?
If it's gangster versus gangster, then that might be a different thing. But if it's like civilians getting involved, then I don't really think that like the Turkish are really going to have a chance.
Of course, I agree with that.
So, but like if the Turkish gangsters, like one gang, go against another gang, then they may have the firepower, the money, and the resources to squash them. But if for instance, if it was like all Turkish gangsters against all black gangsters, then I don't think it's going to work out.
No,
because
probably
of
won't.
Number. Yeah, I know that the Turkish mafia and that they are very serious. They got the firepower, the resources, but they don't necessarily have the numbers.
Yeah.
Like, do you know what I mean? And then on the other hand, you got the black gangsters who have the numbers and some
might not have the
firepower,
resources,
but maybe not the resources and knowing the people to get certain jobs done.
Yeah.
The English gangsters, they got all of it.
Yeah, they got all of it.
They're the most dangerous, but then they're the most low key.
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean?
That's a fact.
They're the most low key. They're the most least likely to get involved in
any
stupidness that's going to bring heat to them.
100.
Because if one of them gets nicked, like you seen with Encro Chat, you get me? Thousands. Do you know what I mean? These men are not playing. They're serious dudes out here.
But you also,
they wouldn't be getting involved in anything unless it was like worthwhile to them. So we got to
making up myths
about the gangsters in it.
Jed, can I just answer Khan's question, please? Yeah, about the me saying that we will touch up the place. When I said touch up the place, I mean if we're not eating, everybody can get touched. That's what I'm saying. If black people are not eating, right, on the street level, we're touching up every place. It's not no bad man thing. If we're suffering,
but on the whole,
but what I'm saying, for instance,
like in a drought, so 1 or 2 men might run up in 1 or 2 places, and then they have to be very careful.
That's what I'm talking about.
How they just They have to be very careful how they even distribute or proceed after that, because it's big for them, because they're not as sophisticated. The fact is, the black underworld. The black criminal underworld is not as sophisticated without outside links. Now, what makes certain groups more sophisticated than others because they got white links, they got Turkish links, they got this link, they got that link. Do you know what I mean? They got the rich Asian ones that can supply certain things, blah blah blah. So they kind of rely on the multicultural nature of this underworld criminal lifestyle in order for them to even step up. Because as we know, like, you know, black people are punished the most severely for the crimes. They are the baiters, as in the feds are looking for them, you know what I mean, actively looking for them and looking for people that look like them to be committing crimes or to suspect them of crime. So it's like a harder job to be a black gangster, so to speak. It's harder to be a successful criminal as a black person, you know. And white privilege, the privilege of not being the first thought of what someone has in their mind when they think of a gangster, allows you to move in certain circles and get under the radar and become way more successful. Do you know what I mean? And then people are more likely to even want to help you and work with you on crime because they know that you've got less heat. It's not a bait if you come in.
That's
You
right.
get me? If I come in, people be looking like, right, who's your mate? So these are all the things in England that go against this a black man being a successful criminal. It's very, very rare that you would get that. Do you know what I mean?
And I think also the white criminals, they
and Asian ones, loads of successful Asian criminals. Oh my god!
I think the white criminals.
At least I know that one person understands what we're talking about here.
Yeah, I think the white criminals benefit.
Well, you're just making up myths.
Khan? You're making me side shots, you know. And I'm kind of feeling a bit offended.
Everything what Jedi said so far, yeah. Everything what Jedi said so far shows
what have I said? It wasn't. Listen, it wasn't me going back and forth with this gangster argument.
Hold on.
Yeah,
you lot arguing that 14-year-olds selling drugs ain't gangsters. So what are they? White collar.
They're not gangsters. They're not gangsters. So you tell me.
What are you doing?
Are they white collar?
You tell me. How are they gangsters?
Are they blue collar workers? What are they?
Family, one at a time. We have to listen. This is where it's going wrong.
How are they gangsters?
You're either working for a gangster or a crime family.
You're working for a gangster, but you're not a gangster. When you're 14, what experience and knowledge have you got about the road?
Brother,
you're green around the ears.
Bruv, listen, Tony, you might just be a foot soldier. You might just be out there standing on the corner. You might be a lookout. Yeah, you might be a 10-year-old lookout.
That's not being a complete gangster, though. You're learning the trade, Khan. You're learning the trade. You're not a gangster.
Brother. It's just a different use of the word. It's semantics.
Yeah, I think so.
You're playing semantics.
We have a different understanding.
You're telling me he's not a gangster, but he's a gangster, though.
We don't do gangster, bruv. Like,
all right, okay. Are there other words apart from gangster? Let's use our descriptive words. Are there other words?
He's a prento. I would call him a prento.
He's a runner.
My thing was top of the food chain, and the people you need to go to that will facilitate. All these people are newcomers, and like how they. Sorry,
I just asked a question. What's the other word for the gangster so that we can get off this? Is he a gangster? Is he not? Let's decipher what we mean.
If he's selling drugs,
gangster.
He's a runner. He's a drug dealer.
What is a gangster?
Yeah, please.
Sorry, was that me first? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the traditional use of the word gangster is somebody who works in an organized crime scenario where you could be the runner boy, but you know, if I come and grabbed you from your throat and goes to you, listen, little runner boy, yeah, I'm a civilian and I don't want your element around these ends. Trust me, there'll be 5 BMWs pulling up with shotties going, who the fuck are you? Leave the little kid alone. That means that kid's affiliated. He's a gangster.
Nah, all right, wait though. Okay, pause. Now, to be fair, Khan, we're not gonna call him a runaround and a gopher and call him a gangster too. We're not gonna do that. Yeah, like, but I do know what you're saying. He's part of. He's affiliated, but then let's just say affiliated, then, isn't it? Because the affiliation means you're not actually the gangster. Do you know what I mean? The guy that I don't know, buffs Al Capone's shoes, you might not be able to slap him in front of Al Capone, innit? But don't make him a gangster.
All right, but I'm saying from the word itself,
and he might drop it off. And if you fuck with him on the way to drop off that package, your whole family might end up dead. They don't make that boy the gangster, though.
But what I'm saying is, the word gangster, does it refer to the one that's running the gang or the one that's part of the gang?
I would say active members of the gang, but I wouldn't say the send out. I wouldn't say the run around. I wouldn't say that. So if we can differentiate between that, then we make some headway. Active member of the gang, yeah, like that's a gangster, yeah. But is there another word apart from gangster?
Right.
We can
So
use?
1 minute.
Is there
Let's go by your definition that you.
Is there another word apart from gangster we can use?
I don't think we need another word because a
I think
14-year-old
we do,
kid
because
selling
I
weed
think it's an outdated word. If you're using it in that term, how we don't use it as in like mob boss, capo, that kind of structure. We're not using it in we're not in the mafia, La Costa Nostra. So we would say bad man, rude boy. Right now, let's see who is the person we're describing a bad man.
A 14-year-old. A 14-year-old kid who stands up on the street corner selling weed all day. Man. To me, he's a bad man. When I was 14, I was a bad man, innit? What do you mean?
No. Okay, that's not a bad man. That's a 14-year-old boy selling drugs. Yeah. Like, for whatever reason. He could be selling it for himself. He could be selling it for others or with others, right? But none of that means that he's a bad man, because you know what? When I was growing up, there's 14-year-olds around me, and to this day, there's 14-year-olds that I know that sell weed and whatever. They're not on road. They're not on the road live already. They're just hustlers. So we got different. We got different determination. So man's a hustler. Man's a shotter. See, hold on. A shotter is not a bad man. Not by default. If he could be a bad man that shot.
Because all you're doing is you're filling the supply and demand.
See what I'm going to say to you?
One sec. Let's say, for example, spirit. 1 minute, bro. Let's say, for example, I concede that point to you, right? I say, all right, cool. I'm not going to argue that point. There's no legs in it. It's not going nowhere. I concede that point to you, yeah? Right, cool. Now, let's look at the whole statement. MJ said, Albanians ain't doing shit except for growing Stardog. Even a 14-year-old kid can do that. That's not gangster.
Okay.
No, I don't agree with that.
I don't think that's what I said.
All right, cool.
I definitely said both of those things.
So then it's done. No, 1 minute, MJ. There's no point taking it any further because there's no legs to it. It's not going nowhere. Just leave it at that.
What?
Leave it at that.
Bro, you're chatting shit.
I'm happy to let
you can't fully remix something that I said.
I know.
That's a full
be the moderator
remix
of the conversation. But then,
still.
What's the point of letting him moderate if we're not going to go by what he's saying and we're going to carry on arguing?
You don't need to moderate.
What's the point of carrying on arguing then?
All right, let's just run with your narrative. It's not what I said, but let's go with it. Go on.
We're not going to go by what he says.
You don't have to go by what he says. Are you dumb? Like, what are you doing?
Well, I'm not carrying on the argument then. Done with it.
Everyone's an individual out here, man. You say your piece and we say our piece, innit? But don't lie on people.
The whole conversation.
But I'm saying you keep lying, bruv. You've just lied on every single person you just had a conversation with.
Can you say something?
Because the easiest thing for Jedi to do, if he wanted to do, just rewind it, and then you'll hear what you said. Because you don't, and you will hear that you just remixed everything, made some nonsense point, and you were still wrong with the point.
Brother,
He didn't agree
answer the
with
question
you.
that was put to you. If you run things, who comes under you? If you're saying black people runs this shit, name one ethnicity that comes under you. That feeds off with work that you put in, that is supported by you. Name one people.
I said.
Name your underlings. Who's your underlings? Because no one ain't coming under you.
I said again, one, it doesn't work like that.
Like you know how it works.
Okay.
Listen. Go back and put your scissors and your comb in that little blue liquid. Yeah, that little blue liquid that you clean the combs with.
Let him finish the sentence, man. Come on, man.
Yeah. As I said to you before, I said, one, your concept, this is why it's clear that your idea of organized crime and who runs things and thing in the areas and all of that is skewed, bro. Yeah. Trust me, from one who knows, things run because people allow things to run and it's harmonious. And as I said, there's lots of businesses that are mixed. Turkish mixed with thing, Cypriot mixed with Jamaican. They're opening businesses together. So this idea of extortion that you're talking about and certain groups dominating in certain areas doesn't exist in my ends. Yeah. So everything is a harmonious.
These things like extortion happen when you got a concentration of one group. That's where I feel like extortion becomes easy. Right. So if you got all white people in the area, the white people can extort the white folk. The Asians, I'm sure there's extortion in like Southall. There's like, you know, man that run the ends.
Yeah. We're not saying it don't exist.
And they're saying, yeah, boom, what, you open up a shop, yeah? Because even me, I ain't gonna lie, bro. this shit starts with looking at the community and thinking, right, who are they to open up this round here? And like, for instance, the way we run it is you can't have a club or a bar in the ends that man can't go into. So, you know, they all got security outside. Most security got to give man the high five and we're rolling in. Like, it is what it is. If I'm on my own and I walk past a bar and I feel, I'm going to go in. No one's telling me, now you can't come in, mate. Oh, you're wearing trainers. Brother, you mad? I live 5 minutes around the corner. Like, you get me? Like, you know, things like that. Like, the local shop that put all the prices up and whatever. You know, man come into the shop, and had to say a few words. Like, rah, you think you're just gonna open shop in man's ends, make next other businesses go out of business, and then this is how you're treating the community.
Exactly.
Or look how long you've been in the community, you ain't done shit for us. You've been there 25 years. You've done nothing. You've ate off us. We've sent all your kids to school, everything, rare. Like, you know, like, so little things like that. I think that's how extortion kind of starts working, because you feel like in your community you've got a sway.
Aggrieved.
You get me? My voice counts. I'm someone. So then you start stipulating certain things and boom, 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 and before you know it, So, but like you said, in these mixed ends, it's gonna be a lot more difficult. Because who's gangster for you might not be gangster for me in my eyes. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
So,
and that's
it's
what
just harder.
my point was.
And then when you go into the Caribbean shop or you go into Auntie shop and Mehmet goes in there and says, "Yo, you best have our money by Friday," and she tells us nephews. Next thing you know, like, it's going around like racist Turks are trying to extort black people. You know what I mean? Like, as an example. Next thing you know, there's a crowd of 80 people outside on Friday. Peak for you. There's nothing you can do now. Like, you get me? You're gonna keep trying to come back when it's quiet. These men are just posted. It's just on. And you never know. You might have another set of Turkish people down the road or whatever who's now going to start getting terrorized. Oh, you're going to terrorize us? We're going to terrorize you. Like with the Libya thing, man started looking for Libyan shops. You get me? Now, fuck protesting in the middle of the road. We're going to go into Libyan shops and stop Libyans from eating. Where the Libyans have their shops? That's what we started looking at. Googling, looking like, we'll bring the protest to the Libyan strip where it hurts them, where they will phone their cousins back home and say, rah, these black dudes are fucking angry out here.
Yeah, but you know what you're saying that JEDI. I think that's why Biden had to come out and say, what's all these attacks on Chinese Asians or whatever? Like, we need to stop this because of what happened with the black people in China. Obviously, there was a backlash against Chinese shops. Right?
But that's just double play because they're putting out all the number one propaganda against China and have been for like over a decade. All this bad propaganda, everything, calling it Kung Flu, blah blah blah, Wuhan. This is all part of the story of this bad guy that we're supposed to be made aware of. Human rights, Uyghur, all of this, man.
Yeah,
we're supposed to hate China.
If that's the case, then how do you know that's not the same with the Libyan thing? Because I know for a fact, from what I know of the Libyans,
listen, brother.
There's two sides to the Libyans, right?
No. Listen. I've gone on record, to say this is why I don't go to protests no more. This is why I don't do these things no more. But when we sit down and realize that the original Libyan footage is CNN, then you're like, okay, yeah.
That makes sense.
There was a point in time where Mandem was reactionary. I was reactionary. I was involved in reactionary
politics.
Whatever behavior.
Okay.
And I feel like I had to assess that and say, you know what? I'm sick of reacting. I'm sick of when they show me something, I'm supposed to get angry. When they were arrested, so I kind of felt like personally, I had to take back my power and stop jumping every time they said how or saying how high every time they said jump.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Now I'm with you on that, and I fully agree with what you just said as a statement, right? But let's just take that statement to the extreme. When there was people, Muslims at Speaker's Corner, saying we don't trust the footage that's been put out against ISIS. All right, we don't agree with ISIS, but the politics that's coming out against them, like you said, CNN, we're not taking that at face value. But then they were told, oh no, you're an ISIS supporter. And even they had Ali Dawah breathing down their necks. I need you to condemn ISIS. The man's like, but I don't support ISIS. But you said this, and this. Do you get me? So if we're going by what you said just now, which I fully agree with you, that's a reactionary position, right? And we can't trust what we've shown in the media, right? But it seems that there's times where that goes out the window. Logic goes out the window. Common sense goes out the window.
When your emotions are involved, and when the topic is one tailor-made to your ego and whatnot, then yeah, you're gonna get involved. You know what I mean? You're gonna scream and shout, and that's what they want. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, obviously, ISIS, Al Qaeda, Daesh, all of these things, Boko Haram, these are archetypes created by the establishment to do exactly what they're doing: spread fear, spread hate.
Yeah,
you know,
no, I agree
you
with
got
you.
a bad guy, so that they can play the hero. They're the good guy. They're crusading through the world, trying to find these bad guys and you know, put an end the war on terrorism. So we understand that. That's why we're not on no hype of Al Qaeda or ISIS or wherever. Now man ain't supporting them. Now man ain't saying they're good guys. In fact, what I'm saying is these guys work for the establishment. They are the establishment. I don't see no difference.
100%.
So that's how I see it. So it's not a thing of, like, for me, when it comes to ISIS shit and that, when it comes to that propaganda on the news, it's not whether they're trying to make ISIS look bad. It's whether this shit's even happening. When I'm watching footage on WikiLeaks of explosions going off, then people running in and laying on the floor and acting like they've been injured, and then ambulances coming and that, and acting like they're tending to the injured. When I've seen shit like that, I'm just like, what's real? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
All right, so bringing it right up to date now, yeah, with this whole thingy war. What's it called? Ukraine.
Yeah.
They said they started this war however long ago, yet all they've done from then till now is maybe take out 5 million people out of the country, claim that, I think, was it 2,000 people died? They showed some old tanks, and yet a lot of people got off their asses and gone down there to fight for a country with no army. So how do we know what's going on and what's real when the Russian foreign minister the other day said, we ain't even started the war yet. We ain't even done nothing. What have we done? Rolled in our troops to protect the regions that we said belongs to us anyway. Like, where's the war? What war are we talking about? Now we got people flying over here, moving in with us. We're getting paid £350 a month, and there ain't no war. It's just a fictitious war based on media and hype. And people are like, oh, my heart goes out to these Ukrainians right now. Why? I don't understand. It's just all media. You've been mediated, bro. You've been mediated.
Interesting.
How many people have really died? Where are the pictures and videos of buildings getting bombed? And
I really tried to keep up with that UK war.
That's what I'm saying, because there's the evidence ain't there for it to even keep up if you wanted to. It's not on the news every day, innit? We're not seeing bombings. We're not seeing people getting shot up. We're not seeing nothing. There's nothing on the news about it.
Brother Born Rich, brother KO, what's good, man? What you lot saying?
Yes, brother G. Yes,
Yo, I'm
brother.
here, man.
Big up,
yes,
big up.
brother. We're here, man. We're here. Big up to the panel.
Big up, KO. Big up, Born Rich.
Yeah, salute, family. Salute. Just, man, you know, just listen to the conversation, brother. I'll chime in when I got
Born Rich. Born Rich, I thought you would have chimed in with the, you know, the American battering the Chinese. I thought you would have chimed in then, because all that is propaganda.
I was about to, but yeah, that's propaganda.
I want to hear what Born
That's
Rich has got to say
propaganda.
about KO's original point about forming organizations. What do you think about that, Born Rich?
Brother
That's the
Born,
point.
Brother Born done a show on it before. You remember Brother Born in regards to that? Yeah, he done a show on it before. It's a good show, man. Very good show.
Yeah, I spoke about the Asian hate, but as far as you saying, Khan, I always say that grassroots organizations are gonna be the best, you know. But I say in any organization, you gotta make the most of it before it gets infiltrated, because majority of groups get infiltrated at a point. You see what I'm saying? So you gotta try to build you a solid foundation inside of that organization or the people that's in that organization before it gets, you know what I mean? Before it gets infiltrated. Especially if getting numbers. If numbers is the key, and you have to expect infiltration. But just the idea of starting an organization is absolutely, because shit, you need a team to win. You know what I mean?
But Rich, how do you focus on the grassroots when the beauty of the grassroots is that it's not organized, it's never organized, and I think that's the wisdom being grassroots, is that you can't galvanize these people. So you kind of, it would have to be a step up from that. Do you see? And then you utilize the grassroots.
How does that even make sense?
I'm saying that the grassroots can never be organized. That's what I'm trying to say.
You don't think so? I think it
Roots is set in soil, brother. The roots is the most solid part.
Yeah,
of the whole plant, of the whole tree. The roots is the solid part.
Is he referring to African people? Is he referring to African people,
No,
or
just
as a
generally
whole?
speaking. Generally speaking, I find that the grassroots is something that can't be tamed. But then if it's a case of utilizing that grassroots, then it's surely it's the chain of command above that needs to get over.
But Mohib, the grassroots is definitely happening amongst the Asians, the Europeans, and Middle Eastern. It's not happening amongst the Africans. So it is. If you're talking about all of like everyone, then it's happening. But for us, it's not. For African people,
Is there an example where people have been able to utilize the grassroots?
there's examples. You know what I mean? Definitely examples. It's just that for us to keep it continuously, that is the issue. That's the problem.
Yeah, because a lot of black people are completely not interested in no struggle.
That's right.
They're trying to live. They're just trying to get on with life.
That's right.
So, that's the main thing. This is why the gang shit and all of that don't work with us. We don't care about none of it. You get me? You just leave us alone. We be cool. Yeah, you try and dominate us, you gonna end up upset.
I think gang was very successful. You on about that organization?
No, I'm talking about in life, in the area of gangsterisms and all of that. It's all myth. I told man, it was Top Boy from the get-go. What you're describing is some Top Boy
Do you not
business.
think it's about getting people to be more sympathetic? Because for me, the way I see it is that, you know how the communities came over to the UK? It was like, you know, the African Caribbeans, then the Asians. So there is an influx. So I think whatever happens to the African Caribbeans essentially will happen to us. You today, me tomorrow, innit? So in that way,
I disagree with that.
I say
because,
we was first.
yeah.
We was here to experience all the thing, and everyone else came here to meet us. So
Eve, they wanted to demonize us from the beginning. They've always been on us first. That's why everybody else has been able to slip through.
They don't care about no one else.
It's not that.
Exactly, Maku.
Criminals and all sorts of organized
Tony,
crime. They don't care about none of y'all.
Tony, let me
You're
tell you what it
babies
is.
in this. I keep telling
Turkish
you, man.
gangsters in London have affiliated links back home, even to the government, on government levels. The Turkish government has got his branch of gangsters that run crime all through Europe, Switzerland, fucking Germany.
Yeah,
England's
that's right,
nothing to them, brother. You're talking about England's nothing to them.
Yeah,
England's a drop in the ocean. We're talking about the amount of revenue these gangsters are raising in Switzerland, in Germany, in Brussels, in fucking France, in Holland. Even Holland, they're bringing out more money out of Holland than anyone's bringing out of England right now. I don't care what color you are. The money you're bringing out of England is minimum.
Our money is
the European
maximum.
gangsters
Let's
that are affiliated on government levels
why they're
are
here.
the real organized crime of Europe. You cannot tell me that it doesn't exist.
No, they're not.
Saying,
They're not
I'm saying, even the oligarchs have to come and lose money. You could be a multi-billionaire in Russia, but when you get to England, those billions have to get converted to pound sterling, and they lose value. So you're not as rich as you thought you was. So there's people
in
here
England, I agree with you. In England,
there's
in
people
England,
here
yeah.
100 times richer than you can.
I agree with
imagine.
you. England's sewn up. You can't make a penny out of England.
No, it's not
off the grid. You can't.
Point is, you can make money. Why people come here in the first place, right? These guys.
No, I mean criminally.
Yeah, criminally you can. That's why.
What is there left? You can't even sell a hot dog on the street corner. They've got it all sewn up. There's cameras everywhere.
Well, as I said, if you're telling me that Turkish men are running extortion racket, yeah, there has to be business for them to put the pressure on, right? So things must be working.
Were. Back in the day, they were running extortion rackets. The police shut that all down now. So I'm saying they open up their own businesses now.
So remember when I told you number one gang was the feds, right? So anyone coming here with any bright ideas, oh, we're going to dominate. Yeah, the reality is they're going to make you know it's not going to be that. We're going to also let you know that, listen, you need to move this way and that way if you want to survive out here. That's it. Yeah, all this gangsterism you're talking about doesn't make sense. We're top of the food chain because we've been around the longest. So we wily on these streets. We know exactly how they deal with people, how they think on an organized crime level. I'm talking about because we're on ground level. When it comes to getting anything, yes, we've been getting old German Lugers, our elders, and keeping it buried in the garden since the 70s or whatever. Yes, whatever. It doesn't mean we're gangster. No, we just protect ourselves and did it there. And if we ever come together, yeah, and the top guy in the ends who's wise and whatever, and thing is always some little small black guy or big guy or whatever. Doesn't work in the same way like we go around dominating other groups of people, saying we're the boss and da. Everyone just tends to know that and settles in to what we call that community.
So what was the definition of gangster? Because I slipped out for a second. What was the definition? What did they agree on?
Yeah, it was gangster.
I know you don't want to go back on it, but what was the definition?
Man,
was it Khan's definition or was it my definition?
Your definition, Khan,
you know what?
not the same.
I didn't even give a definition. My definition is somebody involved in organized crime. That's me. That's my definition of a gangster.
And I'm saying all crime is organized, otherwise it won't work. Yeah, if you're robbing a bank, if you're robbing a jewelry shop, if you're doing whatever, if you're a burglar, if you're a street robber, it's organized, man. You know what I'm saying? Like all this new stuff, a lot of stuff is new, in the terms of things, and then a lot of stuff is old. But then if it was old, who was running it then? So it can't be a new set of people came in and coined something. It doesn't work like that. This is England. You know what I mean? Everything's has been done before, basically. You know what I mean? By someone. Yeah. Some Nigerians came doing fraud. Years later, some other Africans from other African countries came in doing fraud. Little did they know, everybody knew all the scams already. Do you get it? They already worked with Nikes or whatever. Yeah, like thinking to themselves, like, no one does that dead scam anymore. Nigerians have moved on. They don't do that anymore. But now a new set of Africans have come, got their opportunity to come, and good on them. But yeah, it's risky.
No, the yard man them is using this scam thing, and they're fading over in Jamaica right now.
Once it's on Crime Watch, it's usually dead out, finished. So a lot of the scams from the old days has already been baited. A gyro scam, this one scam, that scam. Was already baited. Once it got onto Crime Watch, you're like, shit, can't do that no more. Years later, some man's doing it.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
They're freshies. Yeah. They're freshies. They ain't been exposed to what we see on our telly, on our TV screens and that. It's crazy. You know what I mean? But no worry, man. So the thing's set, man. But yeah, if you want to know who's top of the food chain, it's us. Yeah. We'll be letting you know what's happening out here. Who the biggest gang is. That's good information to clue yourself up when you come to a country. Talk to the locals, man. They'll let you know. Yeah, the reason you're allowed to have shop here is because we allow it.
Yeah, you've got to be nice to the community. If you've moved into a black community, you've got to be nice to them. You got to know one and two man. You got to know who the man them is. You just can't come there and when a bully up and gone, like you can run this thing independently and you can try and bring in your man them, it's going to get wicked. You know what I mean? So that's the truth of the matter.
True. So
maybe if it's just your community, you can just do a thing willy-nilly. But if you move into our communities and you want to go on like you want to tough up this thing, it's not going to be pretty. No matter
a lot of them,
if it's a handful of us.
Yeah. They definitely
or a
don't
bag
move
of us.
like how my man's suggesting though. That's my thing. So we're saying that, but I'm privy to a lot of them who've got their own businesses off licenses and all of that. Yeah. And we good friends, man. They're like Kurdish, they could be considered gangsters. Man's got slits in their eyebrows, all sorts, love a little juice, love a little good time, But that ain't got nothing to do when we get together and we have chats and do whatever, you know what I mean? You make your money and you do. You appreciate the fact that we here and we're kind of all going through the same struggle.
The thing is, even a 9 to 5 black man,
when he gets pulled over for drunk driving and gets goes to jail, thank you. Yeah.
Even a kid, like going from school to home can get stopped and terrorized by these people, where more likely that's not happening with other communities.
Right.
You understand? So whether we're legit or criminal, these people are on us regarding. So that's why they've been able. Listen, the cool know what they're doing. They just don't business about them. They just want to use us as the dealing stick.
Yeah, I think the key is like what Mackie was saying about coming together as one, because I saw some children getting harassed by police and this Kurdish guy came out and he was like, this is racist. And for me, that's strength. You know, it doesn't, regardless of colour, we're one community.
That's how our community works.
Yeah, for real.
And brother, thinking that way, brother, is why African people have been subjugated and left.
Definitely, but
you
hold
cannot
on.
think that way,
It's
brother.
just showing. But you can only be subjugated in the environment you're in, and who dominates that is the feds. You get it? So like we letting them all know, gangsters coming here. Yeah, man, you can make money here. You can do your thing. You can raise your family. You can even find your own community here. Yeah, but to think you're having delusions of grandeur if you think you're going to come in and do something that hasn't already been done. Yeah.
Kel, you often talk about like non-solutions. What do you see as a solution? Because I'm curious to know, because you're all for kind of black people getting together. So what do you see as a solution to kind of overcome things like
overcome it? Well, one thing we have to do, brother, is control our dopamines from non-African people and all things. That's a psychological thing we have to do. Or non-African people have.
But that's not exclusive to black people. That's everyone. Society is suffering from that now. So
but the black people are being subjugated by not controlling their dopamines. We all suffer from it, but we seem to be at the bottom still. So that's why I say we have to focus on the ones who have been most oppressed and still oppressed. If we control our dopamines, then we have to formulate a code of conduct and have treaties in the neighborhoods that, like what the elders did in the 30s when they came over here, etc. And that they had like a little treaties and they bought little houses and etc. So we have to have like that, but the dopamines have to be controlled first, then the code of conduct. And then everything
it becomes a bit difficult because where dopamine, like social media can be a form of like dopamine, right? So like, I guess everyone has access to it. But why do you think it's the black people being targeted? Why do you feel that? And give me an example of that, because I think it affects everyone.
Well, you know, you've mentioned the Kurdish guy, and you know, he owns the business. I can't remember, someone mentioned that, and he said racism, but at the same time, and that saying that's racist, you know, why doesn't they use their collective power and help out black people in the Justice Department to put that racism comment ineffective instead of just saying it? You know, when we, for example, with the Asians and that, when they came over here, I remember the Teddy Boys used to do some horrendous things. You know, the whites used to oppress Asians, used to do no stuff, and the black people, whether it be the Caribbeans, the Nigerians, the Guyanese, etc.
Stuck up for them, man. We
used to
stuck
look
up for
after
them.
We used to look after. I remember at school.
And it's not even talk I'm talking, Kel. I was part of that. We used to stand up for them, man, there.
Yeah, my uncles were part of that, and the Rude Boy gang. I don't, you know, used to rival the Teddy Boys, which was relevant in London and Birmingham as well. So these things here.
But you're not necessarily asking for another community to help you, because I think the most some communities can do is to point it out, as opposed to, you know, deal with it.
No, anybody can help us, Mohi, because they see the injustices what we go through. We're not begging for their help, you know, but be fair.
Be fair.
Just be fair, man.
Yeah. And if we go into the religion aspect, Mohib, the religions tell you to help that. That's why I don't like to go into religion when it comes to non-African people, because if we do go there, the religion is a proof for you and against you as well. The religions tell you to help the oppressed. So we know that they don't use religion; they use their nature codification to oppress us and reap things. And to me, that's like not what the Creator put on the earth. So that's
how
we
I
have
see Islam as a solution, because it's all been on one accord. So when you deal with people being acting tyrannical, or people acting unjustly or racist, you know, everyone's on one accord regarding that. So how is that oppressive to your people?
Because you know, for example, I'm not attacking Islam, right?
That's good for you.
what I've noticed, and I've said this many times, a lot of us have read up on Muhammad, the son of Abdullah, peace be upon him, right? And he seems to have a very equal and just way when it comes to dealing with people. I'm not seeing that from the Asian Muslims, the European Muslims, or the Middle Eastern Muslims. I'm seeing the same tactic of not using a religion and subjugating black people. So we have to be truthful, brother. That is relevant amongst the community. That's why I don't say the Muslims are racist, because Muslim means a person who submits to God, right? Now, a person who does that, they can't have them types of things if they're following the religion. So that's why I always say the Asians.
So to me, when I hear that, I just wouldn't you surely push someone more into Islam then? Because you know what, as you said, follow the example of the Prophet. When you kind of push them further into it, because here you have a set of rules, you're right, but then if you're not following that kind of conduct, wouldn't you be pushing them more into Islam? So it's kind of like, unless you see the negative.
But it's their community supposed to order the.
Yeah, but what is Islam doing for black people, man? What are they doing for black people? Straight up and down. What are they doing for us and our causes?
I think for me,
because I'm black before I'm everything else. I'm black before I'm everything else.
Yeah, I guess what you were saying earlier about like not looking for handouts or not looking for solutions.
Yeah, I'm not looking for nothing from these people. Motive. Yeah, anything I want, I'm gonna try and get it. Yeah, and if I've got to be wicked about getting it, I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, for me, Islam is about self-regulation, isn't it? So I know the brother's completely right. You know, we shouldn't have these kind of racist views, but I also agree with him.
And as I said, if we get wicked, the whole world has to pay for us. We've never been involved in no war, no world war, not on our own. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's one thing people need to take into their mind, that we haven't, in no major incidents or major things in the world, have we ever been the aggressors.
That's right. That's true.
So imagine.
Never, ever.
Yeah.
You understand? But we're there.
Yeah, we'll help
We're
you.
there
We'll
front
support
page
you,
for everybody else's cause. We're there front page for everybody else's cause.
You can use us, you can thing whatever, but just acknowledge what it is that you want from us and what we are and how great we are and how you respect us, really. Do you get it? That's what's gangster. Yeah, not
I mean the fact. Yeah, you're right. I think the fact that you haven't been in, I think that you haven't gone to another country and oppressed. There's a greatness in that. Definitely.
We don't do that.
That's what makes non-African people very.
We'll rather do it to each other, but we'll never do that to somebody else.
And that's what makes non-African people very unique, because it's like the ones who haven't oppressed them, they take that out on them.
Yeah.
That's why I don't go into good or bad or even things like that, because if you do go into there, clearly it tells you in that the ones who have harmed you, you're supposed to go for them. And that's why it says, I'm not being horrible to non-African people, you know what I mean? But the black people need to separate. Well, we already are separated, but they need to focus on their own issues. You shouldn't come into our organizations or.
I agree. We focus on our own issues, but in me saying that, there's a lot of Sambos about as well, and we need to get rid of them. You understand? So basically, I'm side-eyeing everybody. Whether you're black, white, Asian, I'm watching everybody. You understand? And I'm judging you by your actions. Hello, Princess. You all right, Queen Axum?
Yeah, big up. I'm fine. How are you guys?
Come on.
Yeah, everything
is good.
Born Rich, what are you saying?
So,
saying on what? Saying about
on
what?
anything, man. You be silent, man.
I'm just listening.
You're just sitting there with your finger over your mouth.
Nah, I'm listening, bro. I'm letting the brothers hash it out, man. You know what I mean? Let the brothers talk. They jump from, organizations to Islam, and what is Islam doing? I'm just listening, bro. Chilling.
Yeah, because Tony, what does it think?
So I got a question, Brother Kale.
Sister.
Bless up. You were talking about dopamine, that we're getting from non-African people. What do you mean by that?
So, for example,
what is dopamine we're getting from them?
So dopamine is a chemical in the brain that the brain releases when it needs to survive in a certain situation. So for example, if I want to go on a roller coaster and I'm scared of it, right? Well, let's say for example, people around me, they convince me and say you'll be all right. and I go on the roller coaster and I survive and stuff, right? That kind of adrenaline, the brain releases dopamines and says, well, this is nice, you know, you can do it again. So I'll have that effect of, I want to go on the roller coaster again and again and again and again. If I don't control that, I'll become addicted to it. And that's the same thing when it comes to us as a people, is that we have too much dopamines for non-African people. We want to be accepted by them. We want them to solve our problems. We want them to, be merciful to us in racism, which is never going to happen. So if we can control that and look at it for what it is, right, then we can have a code of conduct, and that's when we can start building and organizing.
A lot of people, listen, a lot of people don't give a fuck, my brother.
Yeah, but
let's be real.
He's saying something right, because he's saying it's about self-control. Because to me, dopamine is like, you know, when you put.
But a lot of people ain't got self-control though, Mohi. They don't give a fuck about our cause, my brother. They don't business. Yeah. So we just have to leave them be. And people who think like us, they're on the same road. We just work with them, innit? Mm-hmm. Because the only way we're going to be able to implement this code, is to have people from like baby and grow them up in this code. Mm-hmm. And hope that the majority of them follow the code. Mm-hmm. That's the way I see it.
I think discipline helps you whatever stage you are in life, and I think you have to eventually learn it. And I think because we kind of lack in our discipline, that's why dopamine is like when you post something on social media and people like it, that feeling it gives you. So we're all kind of addicted to that in many ways. So when you learn to discipline yourself, you know, and again, it doesn't matter what stage you are in life, you can always benefit from it. So you don't have to kind of rear people from a young age. I think if you learn to discipline yourself, then, you know, anything's achievable.
He's right though.
So you're saying like Kale?
Sorry, sister. What brother Tony said, I do believe what he says, that more focus on the kids. Me, I'm in my 40s. Those who are in their 30s, 40s, and 50s, unfortunately, they cannot fight our cause anymore. The juice has run out of them, and unfortunately, we are mentally defeated. But the youth, from like 3 upward, we have to focus on them. They can help out with the situation. But us who are in our 40s, 50s, 60s, or 30s and stuff, right? Nah, it's never going to happen, because they're the ones that making the youth not continue this revolution.
Do you ever think it's a good idea to dismiss wisdom? Because, you know, the children might not have that foresight of seeing the potential pitfalls. So I think it's never a good idea to dismiss wisdom.
Or even the fortitude or anything. They're cowards, man. If they're not trained properly, they will work against us.
And that's the thing. But wisdom means putting things in its place. So, for example,
means I will whoop a youngster's ass if he thinks he's smarter than me.
The beauty of the youth is that they have a different force. They have a different, unique perspective on things, and that's always going to be there. That's never going to change. I think that's God given. You know, the youth are always trying to set the way. Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Youth probably, I think it's more of a galvanized effort between the elders, who may not have put these things into kind of made it practical previously. You know, but I think, you know, young people are always going to have that unique insight that you can benefit from.
But you shouldn't teach kids like how to think. You should teach them what to think. You know, like making sure they have an understanding, especially for African little younglings, is that unfortunately you are in a psychological warfare, and the non-Africans, unfortunately, they're narcissists when it comes to racism, is that they'll never think about your feelings first. So you're going to have strategies and blueprints to rival that, and be able to be amongst them. If you're going to learn in their institutions, use that, and then build up the collective who want to change. And then that's the way forward. It's always been that way. There's no other way for it. Islam, you know, it was formulated with a small group, and those who are upon that type of mission, it grew. So not everyone's going to be part of the mission, but there has to be.
I think Islam is a good example, because Islam not only had a plan for the group itself, but also had a plan and an outline for the non-group. And I think, like, you know, we were saying how we used the example of that Kurdish person kind of outlining racism. I think that's all he could do without kind of saving black people. Do you know what I mean? So I think
Well,
plans
did the
should be
Prophet
set for the
Muhammad
non-black people.
did he do that though? That's because when you go into religion now, right? As I said, it's very sensitive. A lot of us has read up on Muhammad, the son of Abdullah, peace be upon him, out of respect, and he didn't just seem to talk; he put the action in. What I'm seeing with non-African Muslims is that they just want to talk. Oh, that's racist. That's it, but they're not, for example, sorting out the economic situation, which the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, did. You understand? He did the action, but they don't seem to be doing that. So
That's the
do you
wisdom
understand?
yeah, that's the wisdom behind this concept of munafiq, which is basically, you
Hey,
know,
brother, what do you respect that? The Monarchic or whatever you're saying, brother, we have to focus on why and non-African people allowing black people who they don't really like anyway and don't want to help focus on their issues. Because as I said, you know, the prophet which they claim to follow allowed black people to have their culture, allow them to do their things. But yet still now, these non-African Muslims, they've reinvented what he came with. The no, you're not allowed to. We want you this way, that way. Help us protect from your that.
but
Do
maybe
you
it
understand
needs
what I'm saying?
this idea of reinventing. Maybe it needs that. For example, the way Africans take to Islam is very different from like the Europeans or like the Asians. So I think as long as it's not eroding your culture, I think Islam is a positive thing because it instills that discipline and you still have your culture, so you have nothing to feel aggrieved about.
Yeah, but when the non-Africans, for example, when the Sudan, the Nubians, sorry, right, when they defeated the Arabs twice, right? I mean, they came to a truce, right? And I think they were what I can't remember what type of Arabs they were, but the point is that they used the Islam, broke what the Muhammad, the son of Abdullah, came with, peace be upon, and then infiltrated Nubia, and then subjugated them. So that's what I'm saying. Like they used the religion, right, and broke all the treaty rules and practiced their nature first. So that's why I'm saying, like,
I'm not in denial. I think there is a lot of Arabization that happens with Islam. There's a lot of supremacy with the Arabs. However, I think it's a case of not allowing that to happen. So taking the best from, you know, Islam, and ridding, you know, this idea of everyone has to look like an Arab or speak
But
Arabic.
we have to differentiate, Arabic culture and Islam. Yeah, it's a big difference about this. So it's you know, because
you have to differentiate it. Particularly, a lot of people conflate it in this day and age for some reason. I don't know why they do that, but
no, but is that so? Is a surprise, Eunice? Really?
Pardon? I just
Are
find
you
it
really
a bit
surprised,
bizarre,
though, Eunice? Huh?
It makes it a bit bizarre. Like you know, I remember hearing, you know, converts talking about it. Like, you know, they say, well, you know, I have to, you know, alter myself or something like that, trying to change my, you know, culture and stuff like that. And some people, you know, people from certain groups were saying, well, you know, you have to act like this and you have to act like that, you have to dress like this and you have to dress like that and all that. I think that
is there something called Islamic culture? Can I ask you that?
Look, all I'm saying is like many years ago, like 1,000 years ago, maybe, you know, 2,000 years ago, that my ancestors weren't Muslims.
Yeah.
Right? When they became Muslims, they embraced things that go with their Islamic beliefs and rejected things that go against their Islamic beliefs, right? With certain cultural rituals and certain stuff that is not looked upon favorably in the Islamic faith.
To be honest, though, Somalis are fully just like Arabs, really, and the culture-wise.
I agree.
It's not a big difference between you guys, though.
And I think that's why Ethiopia is quite unique, and Nigeria is the same, because you can be in the same family and you can have Christian and Muslim living together. So I think that idea of that Christian lineage is very important, because it's essentially where the original root comes from. So we are the descendants of we're the same family of Jesus, peace be upon him. So I think having that helps you preserve your culture in many ways.
Yeah, but even if they do have that,
but I'm gonna ask you, Kale. Yeah, sorry.
Go on, sis.
I'm sorry, bro. You were talking about this dopamine thing again, yeah. So what are you saying about all these foreigners in Africa right now? we are allowing it because we are used to them. When you're talking about this dopamine effect.
Yeah, most definitely. That's exactly what it is.
What foreigners are you referring to, Kale?
No,
That's
I am referring
exactly
to
what the
Arabs,
sister said.
everyone, yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is because, you know, you've got loads of like African historians that will tell you that Africa, it doesn't need non-African people to build it up. It was built before them.
Okay, so in order to be an African person, you have to be
bother to
somebody
keep typing, man.
who is from sub-Saharan Africa, who has ancestry from sub-Saharan Africa, right?
Axum, can I ask you a question?
Yes,
you said Somalis culturally are the same as Arabs.
No, they're not.
Couldn't it be possible couldn't it be possible that the Arabs are actually African in culture?
Of course. No, wait. Okay, let's do this. Yeah. Let's do this. Nah. But you're right,
I'm
Khan.
asking a
I
question.
will give it that. No.
I'm
You're
not
right,
putting any
Khan.
sides to it. I'm just having a
Khan,
discussion.
you're right. Are you hearing me? You're right.
I can hear you. I'm not trying to be right. I'm just trying to have a
I'm telling you, you're right. Because E1B1B comes from where? The Horn. So of course. And we've been there in the Arab Peninsula, yeah, for time. So of course, thousands of years that we've been conquering it, and I hear that, right?
Some of your ancestors may have been, you know, merchants or traders that went to Arabian Peninsula.
Yeah, of course. Why not?
Yeah, it's Eunice. You're right. You're right. But I'm talking about the religion. And not even that. You have a strong influence from Saudi Arabia, though.
You're saying culturally.
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I think.
So you guys are not Wahhabi, yeah?
Pardon?
So you guys are not Wahhabi.
Thingy,
look, all I'm saying, that's a bit extreme to say, to be honest. But all I'm saying,
not Yunus himself.
Not
Yunus himself. I'm asking.
That's way too extreme to say that, Axum.
The question is, do the Somalians control the resources? Do they, you know, do they control their own resources? Are they allowed to do what they need to do with it? Because we could talk about the religion, but
not really, Kale, because they have the UAE. They're trying to control them, yeah.
And they've been told that they're Arabs as well, by the way, which is another political move to go around the borders. And this is what I'm saying.
More technically, you know, Somali.
Yeah, the northern parts of Somalia, right?
Pardon?
Yeah, they are Arab.
Yeah.
We, in my language, we call them Arab. We call them Arab. Black people, we call them Arab anyway. Because obviously we know black people through knowing Somalis. So we call them all Arab, really.
But anyway,
that's just what we call them.
If they are Arab, as you say, then they should be able to have equal quality with the resources.
But the thing is, like with regards to what John said, is like, you know, an Arab is somebody that, you know, an ethnically Arab person, someone that could, you know, trace his lineage in the Arabian Peninsula, right?
Is it though? Are you right? Nah, I don't.
Arab is an ethnicity.
That's not true. That's not true.
Nah, Eunice, you're wrong for
to some extent, because if you think about it, you know, if you go like 2,000 years ago or 3,000 years ago, the people that are calling themselves Arabs weren't Arabs. Like,
no, they weren't Arabs, but they're were ethnically diverse. Because like, if you're in a desert,
they had different cultures. They had, you know, some of them were, you know, Assyrians, some of them were, you know, like Maronites or, you know, other ethnicities throughout the Middle East or North Africa.
Okay, let us differentiate, between Arabs and Bedou.
Yeah, Bedouin.
Bedouins. Yeah,
right. That's what you are when you're called an Arab. You're Bedouin. You're someone who lives and traverses.
That's
and spends time
Arab.
in a desert.
Yeah,
no,
you're right,
man.
you're right.
Listen, man. In
you're
a
right,
desert.
You're right.
So anyone can be an Arab, effectively. Yeah.
Yeah. Only if you speak the language, then you know that in itself is.
What language? What language? Is
language-wise, if you can speak Arabic, then you can identify as Arab.
No. It doesn't mean you're Arab because Arabs speak many different languages or different dialects. They don't speak Arabic only. That's ridiculous to think.
Well, they do speak different dialects when it comes to like certain countries or certain regional areas.
Yeah, they speak Farsi,
I do agree with
Yiddish,
that. But the thing is,
they speak all sorts. They speak.
No, there ain't no Arab speaking Farsi. There ain't no Arab speaking. I don't know about other languages.
They have adopted words
that have other languages.
You don't even know where the language is situated.
I'm saying they might have other languages, but I don't think Farsi is one of them.
Farsi is a Semitic language, though. So regardless of what you're saying,
Farsi is an
doesn't matter.
Indo-European language.
It's not. Look under the Semitic language group, and you'll see Farsi.
They may have adopted certain words from the Arabic language, and they have incorporated into their own languages. You know?
Right. Yeah, but I'm saying, whatever.
So, Don Usman, right?
Yeah.
Are you Somali? You don't have to answer if you don't want to and stuff, right?
Well, you know, it's well-known fact that I'm a person of Somali ancestry.
Okay, so let's be realistically now, right? We know that the Somali people, through evidence, they supply a lot of the meat, the halal meat, right? Is that true or is that false?
Supply to who, Kyle? In the global sense?
Point, please. I don't know how to answer it.
To the Arabs and stuff, right?
Well, as far as I know, you know, I think like certain East African countries, they export their livestock to the Arabian Peninsula.
Okay, so given the geographical landmass there and how the Islam came with justice and equality, right? Why aren't the Somalians allowed to have equal rights to the economics in their own land? That's my question for you.
So who's depriving them from that opportunity? From those opportunities, should I say?
Well, the Europeans and the Middle Easterns are doing it.
So I don't think. Look, I think that's a bit. You know, I'm sure you have to blame the elites in those respective countries.
Okay.
And in regards to the elites,
so you know, I don't think there's a conspiracy or something like that.
But Don Osman, do you not agree that the Arabs have been whitewashed?
Pardon?
Do you not agree that the Arabs have been whitewashed over time?
I think if you listen back to the debate we had with Messa,
all I'm saying is
he made a good case for the Arabs actually being white. So I don't know what you mean whitewashed.
But look, all I'm saying is that
is he white though?
Sorry,
is Meza white though?
Yeah, of course he is.
How do you know that?
He said he's J2.
You know when you're using the word,
have you seen him? Hold on, have you seen him? A picture or something? Have you seen him?
No, I haven't seen him. No.
That's an assumption then. Come on, man. Don't be doing it like that.
Well, you can tell from his vocal.
No, you can't.
His vocal tones.
I know some people from Iraq who
his vocal tones. That doesn't make
sense.
Sense.
And they definitely looked mixed. You know what I mean? Like whether you're calling them Arabs or whatever.
Yeah.
So
Iraqis have a mixed look.
Yeah.
Depends
So
where
what
you're
are we
coming
doing?
from.
Why are we talking white when we're talking about mixed people of mixed origins and heritage and that? Why? Huh?
I was just going on the assumption that you lot don't recognize mixes.
No.
Based on previous people putting forward their mixes.
No, but if I don't see a picture, hold on. You're supposedly mixed at a certain extent in one parent, yeah, and we don't see it apparent in you.
No,
so how would we assume? If I didn't see you, I couldn't assume anything though.
I've got relatives on the same generation as me. Yeah, so they're not older than me or younger than me. They're same as me, and some of them are black and some of them are white.
What you mean, your Ethiopian family members?
I've got family members who are the same mix as me, but some of them phenotypically show their blackness, and some of them don't.
Like blackness. You have to explain yourself.
You ain't got no blackness, bro.
Are you from Asia?
I have great grandparents does not make you black, have difficulty listening. I have relatives who are the same generation as me.
Okay.
That means that they're the same distance away from our black ancestor as me. But some of them phenotypically look black and some of them don't.
Okay, how do they look black then?
That could be
because they have black phenotype. Are you dumb?
What does that? Okay, what does that entail?
What is a black phenotype?
Exactly.
What does that mean? Physical features.
Like
afro hair.
Relax, guys. Relax. What is a black phenotype? I just want to know what a black phenotype is.
A phenotype that basically makes them look like a black person.
So
I got a phenotype that doesn't look like that doesn't make me look like a black person.
I don't look like a black person. Listen to what I'm saying to you.
Right.
I have a relative who's equally the same amount of African DNA that I have. He looks black and I don't.
Lies.
We've inherited.
No, you're lying, man.
Brother,
you ain't even
my
done your
mum.
DNA.
Hold on. Why are you saying I'm lying though?
I'm saying you're lying.
Your DNA.
All right, cool. Let me explain to you. My mum, and her brother have the same mum and dad, the same exact percentage of African DNA ancestry. My uncle looks like he's half Somali. Yeah, my mum looks completely like a Jew, like a white Jew. They have the same mum and dad, exactly the same amount of African DNA, the same amount of black in them.
Well, so your uncle's got a big forehead, yeah?
The one looks like a Somali,
can I just
and one
say?
looks like a white Jew, yeah?
Yeah.
He said Ashkenazi.
Okay, Carl, can I ask you a question?
Brother, can I just finish what
Does he
I'm
have like a
saying,
big
Eunice?
forehead?
Can I
Like,
just
does he
finish
have
what I'm
like a
saying?
big forehead? Like Somalis?
Can I just finish what I'm saying? I'm not listening to you. I'm going to finish what I'm saying. On my dad's side, he has 6 brothers and sisters, including him. Some of them look completely European. Yeah. Some of them look fully Arab.
So
I'm not saying
what do you think?
they don't look
What does
black,
that
but
mean?
they got African like ancestry that you
Why
can
would
see on
you
them.
say
They look
they're
Arab, like red skin. You know what I mean? Like they just look Arab.
What?
Like
Doesn't make sense though. Anyone can be Arab, right?
What I'm
Doesn't
trying
matter
to,
what,
you're not getting the point. You see what I mean?
You're
Because you're
saying the
just so
original Arabs
caught
are
up
black.
in your own
So
thought patterns.
what is this?
What I'm saying to you is, phenotype is different from your
Yes.
haploid group. Is different from your
Yes,
ethnicity.
Khan. I hear you, Khan, but you
That's
have
all
to
I'm
explain.
saying.
What?
So they look like mixed Europeans,
but
yeah?
wait,
Is that
Mako,
what you're saying?
please, Mako,
Sorry.
yeah.
Go.
Yeah, so I want to understand what is this black phenotype?
African. People look African.
No, we look all different, yeah. So what is a black phenotype? Break it down.
All right, here's the thing. You're saying you look different, right?
Yes.
But you look different than who?
Do you feel? For me, it feels like when people are talking about Africa, we're all homogeneous, one type of looking people. Yeah.
Okay.
And now you're talking about black people.
Now hold on 1 minute. Let's take it step by step. Our people, you're all African, but some of you are more African than others.
No.
No.
All right. So are you telling me that East Africans are not mixed with Arab and even to some extent mixed with sub-Saharan, subcontinent Asians, like Indian?
What are you talking about, man?
No,
can I just finish what I'm saying, Maku? Like, you're just showing no respect at all for someone who's coming on your channel, helping you earn money and talking for you.
You failed, man. You're
failed. I'm out here wasting money. I'm not earning money out of this, bro. They've got no respect whatsoever.
Just speak, man.
Brother, please let me speak, bro. Because like, I'm speaking
bleeding again all over the live stream.
What I'm saying is, when you look at, brother, when you look at the genetic evidence.
Anyways, leave it.
No, let's not leave it. Let's not leave it, because when we look at the evidence for East Africa, we can see that they're mixed people.
No, I'm not leaving. No, I don't.
What is the phenotype, man?
Not necessarily true.
You have to relax.
Go and research it yourself. East African people are mixed with people from outside of Africa.
No, not only East Africans though.
Remember, Arabs are black. Remember, you fought for this. Arabs are black.
I'm gonna mute, man. This is
Arabs are black.
1 minute, Hafti. Before you run away, Hafti, are you denying the fact that Somalis and East Africans have got a high percentage of non-African DNA? Are you arguing that point? Yes or no?
I didn't hear you.
I'm saying, are you denying the fact that East Africans have a high percentage of non-African DNA?
No, that's not
true.
Are you denying that?
No,
because they're E1B1B. They're E1B1B. So how is that possible?
This is
God,
bro.
Yeah, exactly.
This is true.
I mean, it varies from from a person to person.
Majority E1B1B, and E1B1B is straight black. So like, we're done.
No, I would still want to understand this black phenotype thing.
Yeah, and what is that? Go on, explain it.
I just explained it.
Yeah, African. It doesn't make sense though.
Black
I do agree with one.
You're talking about sub-Saharan Africans.
That's a word.
Are you talking about sub-Saharan African countries?
That doesn't make sense. Show us
wait. Can you guys wait though?
I do agree with one thing, that Khan should not be explaining what African black is, because what I said before is, Khan, are you referring to the East African phenotype, the West African, the South, the Central, or the North African? And what you said, something completely different, because not all African people have the same phenotype. So which phenotype are you referring to? East, west, south, or north?
What is typical?
See? I'm
asking you a question.
Racism, lad.
I'm asking you a question. Which phenotype is typical amongst Africans?
Okay, here's the thing, brother.
Now what? When someone asks you a question of who you're describing, you reverse it and say what? No, man. Shut up, man. Answer the fucking question.
Yeah, but brother, that's you're practicing unethical code of conduct. That's racism. That is because you are denying the African human rights that they have different phenotypes. Here's the thing, brother.
I never denied them though. You're going to an extreme. You're going to an extreme.
No, but brother,
you're taking what I said to an extreme level. I'm giving you an elastic band, and you're pulling it until it snaps. That's not ethical.
Because not all Africans have the same phenotype. And then you said mix. But here's the thing, brother, right? I can tell you 101. You said the East Africans, they have the straight nose. They had that first. The Europeans had that afterwards. You understand? So you can't say, oh, because they have that straight nose, it's European. No, the East Africans are known for that type of phenotype.
That's
right. The same with the West African is a different type of phenotype, etc. But you cannot say a particular phenotype. You can't, because the Asians, brother,
is covered.
do you understand? I can tell you, and you may not like this, but all of yous are all mixed, because is your relatives a dialect or something? Are any of you, do you have, are those your relatives?
Yeah.
So they're your relatives.
I'm not mixed.
Oh, hold on, they're your relatives. The dialects untouchables. They're your relatives.
Who?
The Dalits. He's not Indian. He's from Cyprus, bro.
No.
He's from
Cyprus. Yeah, from Cyprus, bro. All the time you're thinking you're talking to
but
Asian
Cyprus
man.
got E1B, E1Bs there, though, in Cyprus.
Oh, mate.
Europe, so he's European. That's still
He's
Asia.
European, man. Come on, man. What are we doing?
I had no idea.
No matter what he's saying, you're talking to a direct European, so you could put your protestations for Europe.
All you lot are doing, which is really ridiculous, is everything that I say, you set about trying to discredit me, but you don't actually listen to what I'm saying. You're bringing what you think I'm saying, deliberately putting words into my mouth, rather than dealing with the conversation that I'm trying to actually create here. I'm actually putting in work on your channel, creating conversations that you couldn't think about. You're sitting there talking about the same old bullshit every day. I'm coming up with conversations that we could have, and you're just shitting all over it. So what do you want me to do? Not bother? I don't have to come on here and tell you anything about myself. I don't have to come on here and make any kind of conversations. But when I state a fact,
why are you making it about
I don't even know.
Sorry. When I state a fact, why is it then looked at in any other way? Why are you bringing up a whole backlog of history rather than dealing with the fact that I'm raising? Which is that although you are all Africans, some are more African than others.
Yeah, let me speak for a second.
Sorry, go ahead.
Like, first of all, when you have your little arguments or whatever, I hate the fact that it's always brought back to being about the channel. I've come to this channel and I've been doing the channel that and where should I not come to the... It's like, allow all of that, man. If you got insecurities about being on the channel, you can chat to me, REDPILLTRILL, Instagram. We talk about it, like, but you don't have to be on there making it seem like it's the channel don't... It's like, bruv, you bring what you bring to the channel, and if you bring up a subject or if you make a statement and someone questions you, then that's in keeping with the channel, because that's what
100%. I agree with what you're saying.
In fact, you're the main person that does that. So that little last bit that you said about digging into it and going into past history, you do that. Everybody does that. So I don't feel sensitive because it's happening to you.
No, I'm not feeling sensitive.
Or people asking you to, people trying to fact check the statements you make. It's long, bro. You sound insensitive. Let's get back to the topic, man. It was good.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So anyway, let me make my point. Let me make my point to you again, so you can answer Axum. Yes, you're all African, but some are more African than others. Do you not agree?
That's practicing racism again, brother. You're practicing racism, brother.
Fix that. Fix that.
What do you mean by
have I ever made a claim to say that I'm not racist or
you're practicing on it because you deny?
I said that I'm not racist. That you're saying that's racist. Maybe I'm racist though.
You are.
We get racist people every day. We get racist people on it every day, right?
Yeah, the racism is not issue.
1 minute, man. How does it being racist or not being racist get away from the fact of what I'm saying? The fact is, East African people are not mixed with other Africans the same way as Africans are. When you're talking about sub-Saharan
What do you mean by
Africans,
other Africans,
when we're
man?
talking about sub-Saharan Africans, right? They're also mixed.
Can we
right?
try to stop ad-libbing, like, or just ad-lib on mute and then jump in? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just making it messy, man. Well, sorry.
I'm just saying everyone's mixed, right? I'm not saying anyone's pure blood. Everyone's mixed, right? But when we're looking at people who are mixed with people who are further afield, right? That phenotypically shows on them, right? You can see it on them. Now, when we're talking about someone like Beefy or Zulu or Maku or Jedi, right? They could all be very genetically different people from different, like, far ends of Africa that are very different from each other, very individual tribes, very individual histories, right? But phenotypically speaking, they're not that different from each other. But when we go to Ethiopia and Somalia and places like that, we can see that there is elements of people that's been mixed with them from further afield. They don't deny that they're mixed with Africans and Arabs and Indians. They don't deny it. Historically, their history is tied in with being the gateway to India, where all the spices from India that had to come through to the Roman Empire had to come through Ethiopia and India. Like, this is a known fact. This is a known fact that sometimes even in history, Ethiopia is named India. Like, what are you talking about? So for me to say that you're mixed with Indians, like, why are you still like taking offense to that?
No,
because Ethiopia was classed as India because the Kushites settled there first. That's why it's called the Indus.
But what I'm trying to say, brother Kel, sorry to cut you, yeah. But when you look at the genetic evidence, you can see that there are haplogroups. There are people that live in that area that descend from those people.
Okay, then, brother, you're from Europe, Cyprus, right? So you do understand that the Black Turks settled in Europe first, because you're a Muslim, right? So you know about the Japhites, the Hamites, and etc., right? So you understand that the Black Japhites settled there first. You do know that, don't you? You know what's his name? Dhul Qarnayn. That's his name.
Yeah.
You know that he was a black Japhite. You know that, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay. So
the black man,
he was a black man, and by the way, he went from east and west and showed justice and equality, which is very
Black
strange.
Turk,
Black Turk, So here's the thing, right? Their phenotype wasn't always the phenotype of the Romans. You do know that, don't you?
Of course.
So they also had the broad nose, the Turks. So could we say they were Hamites, because Hamites still typically have been known to be Africans? Could we say that as well, or
with the Mongols? I think you could have a strong argument for that with the Mongols, but the Turks are sort of like one step removed from that, where they would have a big admixture from them, but their phenotypically would be their haploid group would be different, so their origin would be different. So they will come from the line of Noah through Japheth, not Ham. But with the Mongols, you could claim that they're Ham, definitely.
Okay, so but as I said to you before, because if we go to Ham, knowing that we know that particular people were all black as well. You see?
Yeah, of course. No one's got a problem with people being black, bro.
The thing is, we can't say that the phenotype was particularly like broad nose for the Africans and not broad nose in Europe, because there were evidence that the Black Turks, they had the broad nose as well. And they're from the line of Africa. So that's what I'm saying, bro, is when you're saying that some people are African and some people are not, it's classed as racism.
I didn't say that. This is what I'm saying.
More African.
You need to listen.
That
there is
more African.
like
they're
that
more
makes it
African
better,
than others, right?
More African, right? It would be classed as racism, because what you're doing is you're denying the African right of being an African. It's like, no, you can't be African because you have that phenotype. That's why it's classed as racism.
Yeah, exactly.
Are there not Somalis, who are Arabs that have been living in Africa so long that now they've become African?
But where do the
Somali history is something different, though. Khan.
But this is what we're talking about. Different from who? Different from what?
Brother Khan, isn't Somalia a king from Ethiopia? Who had
he's their progenitor, their ancestor. That's right.
But he was from Ethiopia, wasn't he? And he moved down to the Horn. So technically, brother, I mean, he's still, from that region of African.
Yeah, the majority of them are, but I'm saying there's like small groups of them which were Arabs that moved into Africa about 300 years ago. Even some of them are Bantus that mixed in with them, and for 200 years ago.
Yeah, but your classification for a black African is only Bantu-looking African. That's the thing you can't.
I'm saying that Bantu.
Yes, it is.
Brother,
yes, it is.
Are you
So
denying that?
No,
brother,
when you're talking about, but wait, Khan. When you talk, no, Khan, wait. Fuck's sake, you're making me like, no.
All right, go on then.
Yeah. So black phenotype, you're referring to Bantu-looking Africans, right?
I didn't say
and
black.
That's about it, and that is your purest African for you, right?
Obviously.
Yeah,
that's racism, brother. Because that's.
But it's not racism, though. We're not denying anybody, brother. I'm not denying anybody their African culture or their African rights to Africa. But we cannot deny that even when we look at language, the oldest language is Bantu language, bro.
Yeah, but that don't mean, brother, that because that is
those
there.
People are the original
African, we're going by genetics. I don't understand you guys. Sometimes, really.
Mind, bro.
No,
that's what the Europeans do. They say, "Oh, you're not an Anglo-Saxon," because they have their tribe as well. You're not Anglo-Saxon. You're you're Germanic and etc. and that, right? And you put it amongst us. You know what I mean? Henry the Explorer, when he came to Africa, he saw the darkest African, and he came back to Europe and said, "All Africans are not all of us are dark skinned. Some of us are light skinned. So you can't. Some of us have broad nose. Some of us have just straight nose. We had that first, so you can't just particularly phenotype say they're African, they're not."
I'm not saying anybody's not African. Get that straight, because you're putting words into my mouth and it's annoying me. I'm not saying anyone's not African. They're all African, but you cannot deny that some are more African than others. In other words, they don't have any DNA from anyone outside of Africa. That makes them more African.
Listen, I know, but brother, you just wait, Kaylee. I know some tribes in my East Africa that are not mixed with anything. Anything. I'm telling you. No one else.
Yeah, and they're light as well.
Yeah,
light,
they have
dark.
nothing to do with Arabs.
Anything,
they have nothing to do with the Portuguese or you damn Ottomans or the any of you. Like any
I agree,
of you.
Axum. I agree with you that those people exist.
Then cool then.
I'm not saying.
Who are they? What are they called? I ain't hearing about this Phantom tribe. What are they called?
What Phantom tribe?
You're talking about Ethiopians.
What are the tribe called?
Axum. Tigray. No, I'm sorry, Tigray. They don't make.
How do I spell this?
Tigre.
Tigre.
Yeah, and then you have.
So the Tigray are not mixed with anyone, yeah.
I'm telling you.
And the Oromo
they don't mix. They don't mix.
Are the same
only
as well.
Each other. Only that, yeah. Tigre, by the way, it's not from Ethiopia. It's Eritreans.
Eritreans,
yeah. Tigre, and then we have. Wait.
Come on.
Well, them ones with the sticks. The one with the sticks and that. I forgot.
Yeah, and then we have the Kunama.
Right.
Yeah, then there are Nilotic people with the Kunama. I will put it in here.
These women are straight Asian women. They're not mixed.
Let's take it for granted that they're not mixed, right? As a
why are we doing that?
My point still stands that as a percentage, they would still make up a very low number amongst the majority of Africans.
Yeah, but what we're asking for the look, man. The look you're describing.
Yeah, how can an outlier cannot define the majority?
Can you break this down, JEDI? Can you explain it to him? Like when you make the statement, that some Africans look more African than African, and then we ask you, what is an African phenotype? What's the base phenotype? And you can't answer. You're just waffling. Fuck's sake,
I'm not waffling. I'm giving good answers. I don't know why you don't accept them.
Obviously, you can't. There's no phenotype for the continent.
No.
It's not a continental phenotype.
Right.
That's right. Unless we're gonna say high melanation, which is gonna count out the Algerians and the Tunisians and the Moroccans. How do you feel about that?
Who's that
the Egyptians, the modern Egyptians, they're all going to be counted out. If we're looking for a continuity factor of the African people, I would say it's high melanation. So anyone that falls outside of that would be my If you
you know why that's difficult, Jedi, though?
Yeah,
because when you look at Africans, for example, the Nilotic people of Sudan are far darker than
they're
the
highly
South
melanated.
African.
Yeah.
The South African,
They're highly
what they called?
melanated. So are the
Well, them
Khoisan.
South Africans
So are the
called Khoisan.
Khoisan.
Yeah,
So are the
some of them are
Khoisan.
reddish.
So yeah, that's high melanation.
I know it's high, but I'm saying when you compare them to each other,
the Moroccans, yeah, by far, and these ones that are looking white and stuff, they're gonna struggle a little bit with that. I'm not gonna, you know what I mean? There's certain Moroccan groups where you can see, but they're mixed, isn't it? They're mixed. They're the ethnic tone of the mass of these Moroccan people. They look like a bit, you know, Frenchy and whatever, mixed with this and that. You know what I mean? A bit like the Algerian people.
Yeah.
Mix up with like some European, some African, some maybe some Arab. You know what I mean?
Can't use your definition of white as well. What's your definition? Are you on about the white was classed BC or the white was classed now?
How would I class white people?
The white you mentioned.
I'm not an authority on classing anyone. I would just like to say as a disclaimer. But what I'm trying to say, my point is this, that in any situation, you can't make an outlier to be the defining factor. You have to define a group by the majority, right? So when we're talking about Africans, right? I'm talking about people like Jedi, Maku, Beefy, Zulu.
Wow.
When I say you're African, you can't be anything else other than that.
Yeah, but
you can't be misconstrued with being a Mexican or a Mongol. Like you can't be. You're straight African.
That's because that's what the Europeans did. You're African, you're not. And then that's why mixed race comes into it. And then you got us black people confused or are mixed race because they don't have that phenotype as what the West Africans have. You see, that's practicing race. You're denying African human rights, bro. That's racism.
I'm not denying anything. I'm just saying there's a core.
There's
a core to it, right? There's a group of people.
Big up everybody. Big up the whole show, man.
Another Khan hater.
One second, Khan.
Racist Freddy. We're gonna
one
call
second,
you kebab
Khan, you fucking fat cunt. 1 second, man.
Kebab eater. Go and eat a kebab, man.
Oh, bloody hell. Here we go. Turkish takeover. Fuck you.
Turkish takeover. I'm one person, bro.
You just give the people a chance
You have to
speak,
shut your
bro.
mouth.
Come on, man. Stop it,
2
man.
seconds, bro. You fat
Like
cunt.
a child, man.
What I'm saying.
Go on then, you ugly bitch.
What I'm saying is, when do you fucking know that? How do you differentiate between real African and fake African?
Here we go. Real.
How Tom was describing, not so African. How do you describe that? Like,
is that a question to who? Is that a question to who?
No, to the panel, innit? It's not to you, you fat fucking tramp.
I'm not a tramp, bruv, you rag and bone man.
You're a tramp, man.
You're a fucking rag and bone man. What you chatting about? Driving around West London.
Guys.
You are a tramp.
Bruv, you're a rag and bone man. I'm not a cunt.
Can't get a lady.
I'm not a cunt because a cunt's something that gets fucked. I don't get fucked. You get fucked.
You've been getting fucked because you're
brother. Why you been to make me go
way too much heat in my cranium? Like a hot boy push up geranium. Make the lava splash like I'm capable. With a block like the sun boy. Jado, I'm not entertaining them.
Come on, man. Hit that like button, fam, and drop a little something in the PayPal. You know,
So
donations welcome, man. Help for the running of the channel.
So really.
Future endeavors, you know what I mean? And if you ain't got PayPal, maybe Cash App. Download the Cash App, man. You know what I mean? You can even get a £5 bonus if you like refer a couple people and that. So check that out, man.
I just wanted to know when there was African-ish or African-like. It's either because I know it as you're either African or you're not.
All right, Freddie, are Moroccans Africans?
1 second, man. Why do you keep talking when I'm talking? What's the matter with you, man?
Man's on his period today, boy. All right, Freddie, go ahead, Fred.
Man.
All right, Freddie, sorry, yeah. Sorry, Freddie. All right, bro. Go ahead, bro.
Come on, family. Let's make this happen, man. It's not
all I was asking, Jay, is there an African-ish or is there just one African? Either you're African or you're not. That's all I was asking.
Yeah, what type of African he's talking about, Khan? Because he was.
No, don't try to divert it onto me. He's asked a question that he don't want me to answer. Yeah, you can laugh. Go on. you that one has to pick up the slack.
Yeah. You was the one making the point, man.
No.
Of
No.
course.
No.
What is African?
I'm
What is
doing an
thing?
accent
Like, what is
now.
this?
I'm doing accent. Dig my heels in. No.
Okay, you could dig your heels in, but we can all clearly we know what the answer
All right.
is.
Well,
and
I
we
didn't
know what the
understand what
question
Freddie
is.
was asking. I kind of never heard.
I'm saying, is there a differentiation between African and Africanish or less African? Like, I don't understand. I always had a.
We've
I always
established that I don't think Khan can do that. So, I don't know.
Oh, sorry, you've already established. All right, sorry, bro.
Yeah, we've got to that point. Like the point where man's saying there's not really a continental phenotype. So for us to say some people look less African than others, I don't think there's, like I said, the one barometer I could give you is if they maybe lack a certain amount of melanin, you know what I mean? Or they have European features, or a European look, or an Arab mix. That could be the only way where we could say, okay, maybe you're less continental than others because you have more of a outside mix. But apart from that, yeah, man, I don't know how.
And that's not even true in a lot of the cases as well, because we can acquire those looks without mixing with Europeans or Arabs or Middle Easterns who we created as well. Mad thing.
Because Max, in your country, Nigeria, innit? Have they got copper people, like people where the sun's burnt them up so much they're red?
Yeah,
and they got like
standing, no?
hair.
Standing, no? Half the family's yellow bone, half the family's blacker than the blackest black, and then a quarter of us are brown skin. Done. See you later, man. Shush.
That's right.
You know what I mean? Don't know what he's talking about, mate.
Same thing.
My point is this: people of not Africans, but people who aren't African, people who've got like of African descent, let's call them, right? Their inheritance, what they inherit from the African side, isn't always physically manifest in terms of phenotype, whether that be their facial features, their hair, their skin color. Sometimes their African genes aren't based on that, on their look. I know, like as a black man, you define yourself by the color black, right?
This is what I mean, though,
Africans.
We don't just glorify the black, brother. There's more than that. It's not just.
Right, there's more than that, but that is the predominant name is black, right?
No.
There's
more than that,
but
brother.
you're calling yourself black, though.
Yeah, we call ourselves black. That's what
I don't.
You can't deny the skin colors.
A non-black person would describe how black people do. I don't understand how a non-black person can describe how black people look at each other.
Right, so it's obvious, isn't it? Because if you're calling me a non-black person,
wrong.
You are non-black.
If you're calling me a non-black person, it's obvious that you're all agreeing on the fact that you're black with each other.
But it's not.
I'm a non-black person.
It's logical. One at a time. He's made a point. Go on, Axel.
Sorry, just but Khan, what is an African gene? I beg. What is an
African gene that originates in Africa?
Oh Lord. Someone who's not.
Oh, mercy.
No, this is funny.
Are they genes that originate outside of Africa?
Yeah.
This is the problem. This is the issue.
Well, there's such a thing called genetic drift, right? Where even one group of people can, over a period of time, become another group of people. If that's happened to people outside,
the origin of those. What would be the origin?
Yeah, their original. Obviously, their original origin is Africa. But what I'm saying is,
are there genes that originate out of Africa?
Yeah, because it was due to the living conditions that were outside of Africa that made that happen.
No, it didn't.
The origin of
those genes that have mutated, would be from where?
No, the origin of the genes is African. I'm not denying that. What I'm saying is,
are there genes that have originated outside of Africa?
Yeah, there are.
I'm not going to do
because those. Let me explain to you. Because just because the gene itself, the original gene, came from Africa into a non-African environment, when that gene then mutates based on its environment into something that would be better suited to that environment.
That's a mutation.
It becomes,
that's not origination.
Yeah, it becomes but then it becomes
that's
something
not
different.
Origination, man. That's
I know,
a
but
mutation.
it becomes
Wait a
something
minute.
different.
Are you not a Muslim? Are you not a Muslim, Khan?
Bro, can I just finish what I'm saying? I've got 3 people
go on.
attacking me at any one time.
All right.
I'm saying to you, when something mutates, it becomes something different. And if you're going to categorize it as something different, you can't say it's the same as the original.
It's just mutated. But the origin.
That don't make no sense.
Yeah,
the gene wouldn't originate from wherever it mutated. That's not where it would originate from. The gene will originate from somewhere and then mutate.
Yeah, but what happened?
I never asked you about where did it first mutate. I asked you. I never asked you if there's genes that have mutated outside of Africa. I asked you, are they genes that have originated from outside of Africa? You think this is the same thing?
No, it's 2 different things, and I'm trying to clarify the difference for you. All right. So I'm saying yes, based on out of Africa theory, everything started in Africa and moved outside of Africa. But if some changes happens to you outside of Africa, that then you become something different, and that different thing that it doesn't exist in Africa, then you're not African anymore.
So man originated from Africa, but the genes didn't.
Yeah, but the Jedawa they left Africa, and they're very, very dark. They're in Asia.
Man originated from Africa.
Yes, without a doubt.
All
the men,
genes,
not just men,
but the genes
all
didn't.
the different men.
But the genes didn't, though.
A marker.
Yeah, so when changes happen outside of Africa and you become something different, and that different thing isn't represented amongst the original Africans, then yes, you become something different now.
Why are the black Asians being oppressed, brother? Yeah, why are the black Asians getting oppressed?
That's a lie.
And why the black Europeans?
I don't know why you're bringing all this to my doorstep. Like, what do I care about black Asians getting?
Bro, I'm saying, Kel, yeah, trust me, bro. There's no way. It doesn't even matter if hundreds of years it's left Africa. There's gonna be a resemblance of that original DNA in Africa. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? What he's talking about is nonsense, bro.
Yeah,
No, Freddie. What you're saying is true for some people, but not all people.
All right, whatever.
Like,
it's true.
Just because one group of people stayed the same doesn't mean everyone stayed the same.
You hear what I said? I said you could take something out of Africa for hundreds of years, there'll still be remnants of the thing in the country.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you, but I'm saying the remnant isn't always based on skin color. The remnant isn't always the skin color. You can have other inheritances that you've inherited from your African ancestors other than their color.
You're not making no sense, you know, bro.
All right, cool.
That's like taking a cat out of fucking Battersea cat dogs, or taking a dog out of Battersea dogs home, having it in the house for years, and then all of a sudden it's a cat. That don't really make no sense. That's dumb. It can't change so much where it's gonna go from fucking mammal to feline, innit? It's not gonna happen, bro. Like, these changes are so subtle throughout the hundreds of years. These changes take hundreds of years for the skin pigmentation to lose melanin. Do you know what I'm saying, fam?
Why did you bring it back to melanin? You mentioned
that's
melanin.
what we're talking about, color, man.
To that?
Talk about color.
Well, so
out
of all the
African
DNA, you're saying that the most important thing is the melanin. That's the defining factor.
Well, if that's what you got, that's what you got, isn't it? I can't work with the dumb brain.
That's one of them.
All right, so you're gonna call me dumb now, yeah? So how am I supposed to communicate with you?
Yeah, we know.
Am I supposed to so I'm dumb. I can't explain it to you. That means
you can't explain it to a youth. You can't explain it
that's it then. There's no point in this conversation then. How are we gonna get to the conclusion? Halfway along the way, you've decided I'm dumb. All right, so that's it then. Khalas, done.
All right,
we can't continue the conversation. All right, so now, Freddie, you think of a new conversation that we can have. Because you just ended this one.
Well, I said your argument.
You deaded the convo. Now you think of something more interesting for us to talk about for the next 3 hours.
Bro,
go on,
stop rambling, man. Can you just stop rambling?
Go.
Do you know how to stop rambling? Like, do you know how to
watch this?
I don't know about giving man.
This is how I stop rambling. Exactly like this. Watch.
crazy, man. It's like a crybaby and stuff, man.
Yeah, nonsense,
That's
family.
the best thing you've done all morning is go on mute.
That's like me having a big fucking oversight on how Turkish people see each other and how they describe each other and their history. I'm not from the region, so I shouldn't even have this major oversight and all these unwarranted and unfounded opinions on Turks. Because at the end of the day, I'm not from the region. Anything else, if I'm having all these lofty ideas about Turkish people, guess what I'm doing? I'm guessing. And that's exactly what he's doing, but he don't want to admit it. He wants to go on like he's clever and he's saying something, and he ain't saying nothing, bro.
Yeah. So Brother Khan, you know the Anatolia that's in Turkey, right? We know historically, bro, they were very melanated. So could we say that the Turkish people today, and that they're not really from them lands? And I'm not being disrespectful, could we say that as well? Because we have tons of proof. For example, Elizabeth of Bohemia.
I'm saying that, but if we look at logic, we look at it logically. What you're saying doesn't hold water, because if we're saying that the primary people in most places with most civilizations were melanated African people, right? If you want to call them that, for argument's sake, then your argument don't hold water.
Why doesn't it hold water?
Because it goes the same for everyone, isn't it?
No, it doesn't, because you said that we have different phenotypes, right? So
Phenotype's got nothing to do with haploid group or origin.
But you brought it up though, and what I'm saying is that in Europe they had the broad nose as well. They could be classed as Nigerian if you want to go down that path, right? So that's what I'm saying is like we know that Anatolians, for example, Saint Nicholas, they call him Santa Claus, right? We know that he was a very melanated black Turk. It looks nothing like the Turkish people of today. So could we say that the Turkish people, they migrated into the black lands of the Turks? Could we say that?
Yeah,
what? No.
The people, the population
exactly
of
what happened.
Anatolia,
Sorry.
not only of Anatolia, but stretching right across what we call the Fertile Crescent. Those people have always been the same people, right? Like, if some people left and came back, the predominant haploid group of J2 shows that their origin was that same area. So they left the area, mixed with other people, and came back, right? So the area hasn't changed in terms of haploid group. The reason why it's changed in phenotype is because of admixture, where people have gone abroad. Like, so for example, where you're saying St. Nicholas lived would have been like let's say the heartland, the main part of Asia Minor. Those people there went all throughout Europe up to Macedonia, as far as Europe as that, mixed with those Europeans. They kept breeding with an ever-flowing influx of Europeans as well, like Bulgarians and Slovakians and Slavs and all these people. And basically, even though that they remain the ruling elite, their phenotype still changed, and they became whiter.
But we've just agreed that the Japhites settled in Europe and came out of Anatolia. We agreed on that. So why?
Brother Kel, have you got any visual references? Maybe we could, like, put some stuff up on the screen. It'd be nice.
I could send something. The what's the name, bro? I don't want to mess up. I can send.
Can I just add something quickly to what Kale's saying?
I could send.
Even if you go back, Kale, a little time, not even back to when you're saying, but just go back like to the time of Osman,
Right.
They're doing a TV series on it now, and they're finding it difficult to find people of enough melanation to represent the people of that time. So they're literally doing blackface, where they're tanning at people's faces with makeup, because the current population are far whiter than even in Osman's time, which was only like 12th century. Do you understand?
So what does that tell you, Khan?
What you're saying is accurate,
brother. Because as I said to you, the Japhites, you see, you mentioned Noah. Now we know already, brother, if we're gonna go down that path, which I don't really want to go, we know that Adam, in the Hebrew and the Arabic, like, it means when you are deep brown, right? Now, when you understand Eve, which I think in that it's Hawa, that's what we call it,
that's right. Yep.
It means made from the dark green leaf. So we already know already that that particular ancient black, but they were all black melanated people. So when we're talking about the Japhites who came from Noah, they settled in Turkey first and Europe first, and they were melanated.
100%.
So that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is. Like,
I've said that before. I've said that before.
But you're on about the phenotype, though, brother. Their phenotype wasn't always straight. It broad, as I said, to the extent that it could pass as a West African. You know what I mean? And that. So that's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Yeah, definitely. They would have looked like West Africans today. Yeah, they would have.
But that's what I'm saying,
going
brother.
From Turkey all the way through Iraq, all the way the other side to northern India, these people, and even before the Aryan conquest, they would have went halfway down into India as well. So the people, what we're calling the Dravidians.
Look at the
Brother,
timeline.
the Indians, brother, are Kushites, brother. You see, the
no, that's
Kushites,
a different. That's a different. I'm saying during this timeline.
More black.
During this timeline.
I know, but brother, you got the Jeroa and you've got the Sentinelese ancient Kusha, and they don't have the broad nose as the West Africans, but they're very melanated, brother. You see what I mean?
Agree with you, yeah, but that's a different timeline. That's a different timeline.
Brother, but they've been there for a long time, so that's what I'm saying. No disrespect for you, brother.
They have, but they haven't been there 30,000. Brother, what you're talking about doesn't go back to 30,000 years ago. What I'm saying, that's the timeline I'm talking about.
Yeah, but what I'm
30,000
saying
years
is,
ago,
the
everyone was
phenotype,
black.
right? But we were talking about the phenotype as well, because you're saying that to be an African, right? Which is very, you know, I know you don't want to hear this, but it's true. You're practicing unethical code of conduct. You're saying that to be an African, you have to have broad nose.
No,
That's
I
what
didn't
you're
say
saying.
that.
Brother, we have to be truthful, right? You says,
What do you
right,
mean? Who's not being
brother,
truthful though?
Brother Sniper and brother Jedi and that, right? And you mentioned some other, but they will be classed as an African, right? That's what he says. And then when it comes to the East Africans and stuff, right? Because they don't have that phenotype, they can't be African. Brother, that's racism, or due respect. Yeah, that's like me saying,
Brother,
that's
I'll
like me
repeat the
saying,
same point. I'm not said anyone's not African.
yeah, but you did say that though, brother.
Brother,
To
listen
be
to
an
me.
African,
These
you have to
mixes that
be.
we're talking about, goes back 30,000 years. Do you know how long ago that was?
We
You know that
want to
people have
predate
been
that.
moving. 1 minute, my
Right.
bro. Do you realize
Okay,
that people have been moving in and out of Africa, right? Around the Arabian Peninsula, up to where is now the Syrian border, and back down into Africa through Egypt. Yeah. How many times have they done that circuit round and round? Like the people have been moving in and out of Africa for a long time. We're talking like 30,000 years.
Right.
That's got nothing to do with what we're talking about today. Today, we're talking about people who have settled, homogenized, and through homogenization have become distinct ethnicities or distinct nations of people. But if you look at any single one of them, if you look at any single, hold on. If you look at any distinct group of people, none of them have one single origin or one single haploid group. Everybody's mixed because race, in fact, is a man-made ideology. There is actually no races, but what we're doing is categorizing people into different races for scientific purposes.
You did it though. When you said black phenotype, when you said black phenotype, you already done it. Don't you see yourself like?
Yeah, but we have to speak in layman's terms so we can understand each other.
Brother Khan, as I was saying to you before, no disrespect. I said it's going to be very difficult. It's going to be very difficult for a non-African brother to start practicing ethical code of conduct because subconsciously the community, brother, has drummed that in them, and it comes out like how water comes out the tap because you're practicing racism. Because
it's not racism. It's not racism. What it is from being around.
Brother, you're denying.
Brother, listen to what I'm saying to you. I agree with you. I agree with you that there is some similarities between racism and what I would call black nationalism. Right? There is some things where they agree. That's why a lot of times you get racist people on black panels because a lot of black nationalism agrees with a few, apart from the superiority angle and the racism angle. Apart from that, if you leave that aside, they have a lot of areas what they agree on. Now, as a non-racist person who doesn't agree with these sort of things, finding myself, finding myself leaving. 1 minute. Can you finish what I'm saying? Can you finish what I'm saying? Can you finish what I'm saying? When I first, 1 minute, man. Let me finish what I'm saying, brother. Let me finish what I'm saying. When I first come around these kind of people, I was very much like Mohit. And then I realized that I'm being very idealistic. I'm being very opinionated and set in my ways. And I thought, wait a minute, maybe some of these black nationalists, even though they agree with far right people, maybe there is some degree of truth to what they're saying. So I had to then disregard myself or throw away that label of being a certain type of person and thought, let me just look at the evidence. Let me just look at the truth of the matter. How is it possible? It's literally impossible for a black nationalist and a racist white person to agree. But once you take away the supremacy, because they're both claiming,
let me come in.
They're both claiming supremacy, right?
Bro,
one's claiming black supremacy, one's claiming white supremacy. Yeah, they are though.
Hey, Kel, it's a subtle form of racism.
What has got to do with Cyprus anyway?
It's a subtle form of racism.
How many times have we heard racism
one second, Khan. One second, you can come in when I finish.
Like,
1 second, Khan.
It's openly done.
Hey, brother Kel, it's a subtle form of racism what he does, isn't it? But what I'm saying, when you don't notice what he's doing because you're so fucking pig ignorant.
Yeah,
you think you can say anything out of your mouth and there's no repercussions, innit?
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to show you.
Until we catch you.
Your face, Freddie. How you gonna stop
Until you catch you.
Freddie?
No, but you know how we're gonna do it. You know how we're gonna do it. The same reason why we're top of the food chain.
That's why you have difficulty with
the same reason why we're top of the food chain.
That's why you're having difficulty with an intellectual conversation.
No, I'm saying, let's be honest. We're not expressing no violence. No one's bringing no violence to you.
But that's what you just backed him on it.
No,
I'm just saying. Do you know what repercussions means, arsehole? Do you know what repercussions means, arsehole?
Yeah.
Do you know what it means? Or are you just equating it to violence?
Freddie, how are you going to stop me talking if I'm in your face?
Bro, shut the fuck up,
you're
man,
gonna
because
call
you make
police,
too much assumptions, innit? And you're an arse.
We know that.
I never said it. Maku said it.
No, what are we doing? Don't call my name, man.
You said you know how. You said you know how I'm going to stop you. You said that.
But brother Khan.
Yeah, easy. It's not hard. But to understand.
Right.
Because one, he's 3 times your size, you know, and he can physically do it. Yeah, he doesn't even need to put his hands on you. He needs to just tell you to shut the fuck up, and you.
I would never put my hands on Khan. I swear on everything holy.
I'm saying you could say it though. When you say it, Freddie, yeah, with Many Waters' voice, he's gonna respond accordingly. That's what I'm saying.
Can we get back to the subject?
He's racist ignorant. All these racist ignorant stuff is think of violence. That's all the racist ignorant stuff.
Yeah, and the brother is right.
5'7", bro. Come on, man. Stop it, man.
That's what I was trying to explain to Khan. One time we had a conversation, and he got a little bit angry. Is that it's going to be very difficult for you because you saying that the racism of black people and white people to say it's not. When we're talking about black supremacy, control of our destiny, brother, not of anyone else's, control of our destiny. Whereas the non-Africans, brother, they want to control African people.
But why? Why? Tell us why.
Because,
economic gain, a lot of reasons, bro. Genocidal, they're just genocidal maniacs, most of them. But economic gain as well.
That's true.
I want to call bad man racist.
And also as well, brother Khan, is that you see,
I never called you racist. I'm saying other people called you racist.
But you can't call Maku racist because black people
me racist ever.
What do you mean? He said things against Asian people. They all hate him for it.
No, but he can't be racist.
They don't hate me.
Control.
They do hate you. A lot of them hate you. Only the Sikhs are licking your ass right now. Rest of them hate you.
Stop it, man.
I love this. Yeah, be constructive with your argument.
Everybody likes whatever they like, right? I told you I'm Marmite. I don't really give a damn. I'm not emotional like you, and my positioning in this world is a lot different from yours. So, right amongst
so it sounds like you're measuring yourself against me a lot.
Oh, whatever.
No, you don't exist actually, but no problem. If we're having a discussion, it's fair to say that based on the discussion is what we're talking about, right? Not real life stuff, because in real life,
what would happen in real life?
I think
you're really overrating yourself. Like, what would happen in real life?
I would never even acknowledge somebody like yourself. I gotta be honest, bro. Yeah, I got little brothers and cousins.
Well, I ain't got little brothers
and family members.
I ain't got family.
What you got that I ain't got though? No, I've got everything the same in the same. Like
Balls,
I've got hold on.
Right, man's got a pair of
hold on.
balls.
I've got Turkish brothers.
Got a pair of balls,
who,
but
hold
what
on,
came out
my
of them?
brother. Hold on, my Turkish brothers who I'm close with. So that's what I've got. You know, you've spoke to Solomon. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, what are you doing, bruv? Yeah,
I'm not saying.
well respected.
I don't know what you mean. I'm not
well
saying
respected.
you've
No,
not got
what I'm
Turkish
saying
family.
though. Well,
I'm not saying you ain't got Turkish family, bro.
But that's what I'm trying to say though. Now,
Well, I
listen,
don't understand.
Shush. Yeah, because if you shush, then you'll get to understand, right? That a lot of people, yeah, show me different respect for different reasons. I can't compare myself to you, Khan, and I would never do that. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm me, you are you,
Then
right?
it sounded like that.
Yeah, I'm saying I'm me and you are you. I would never try to claim anything that you created or you've ever said out of your mouth. I don't even repeat or quote you.
You done a whole show on me yesterday for 8 hours. What are you talking about?
It's called a debate.
It's still up now. By the way, you better bring that down.
It's called
you can't leave that
review
up.
a debate.
You can't leave that up, by the way.
We reviewed a debate.
Yeah.
So, thing. That's all we did. So what do you mean I can't leave that up?
I'm just saying.
You don't have
as
a channel.
Friend,
you don't have a channel. You're not a
I'm
friend.
mentioning
You're not
you
a
cannot
friend.
leave that up.
You're not a friend. Don't
you
tell
can't
me
leave that
nothing.
up.
Do
Well,
what you
if
want
I'm
to
not
do.
a friend, then why
you
am I
want to
chatting
strike my
to you?
channel? You pussy.
Why am I chatting to you?
Yeah. If you want to strike my channel, strike my
You can't
channel.
leave that up, brother. You didn't put
If
that
you
up with my
want to
permission.
strike
You
my
can't leave that
fucking
up.
channel, strike my
You
channel.
can't leave it up.
Be a man.
What
And
do you
say
mean? I
what's
can
on your
strike your
mind,
channel
bro.
if I want.
Because I don't know what you're dealing with. I left.
Brother,
You saw
I'm
me
just saying
leave.
to you,
I
put
said
your
what I
video
needed to
on
do.
private and keep your video.
What?
I'm asking
You
you,
can't
innit?
tell me what to do with my video.
I'm asking
No
you.
one on this fucking planet.
Yeah, they
On
can.
this
YouTube
fucking panel,
can tell you.
Yeah?
YouTube can tell you.
Yeah. No one
And they will
on
be
this
telling
fucking
you.
planet. Yeah?
YouTube can
and
tell
on
you.
This fucking
All right, we'll
thing.
see
Yeah,
then.
YouTube
We'll
can
see
tell me
then.
whatever.
Carry
but
on your
that's
ways and we'll
only-
see. Carry on.
Bruv,
Carry on.
bruv, I'm telling
Fine.
you now. Do not try and threaten me in any type of
I'm not
way.
threatening
because
you.
I
I'm letting
will
you know what's
leave
happening.
my house and come and find you, Khan.
You can find
Don't
me if
play
you
this
want,
game.
but you're not going to be happy when you
Do
actually find
not
me,
play
cuz.
this game, bro.
You ain't going to find me
Like,
in a nice way.
allow it, man. I'm just
What
saying.
do you mean?
Why don't you
Fucking
move
put your
out of
video on
grandma and
private.
keep your mouth shut, man?
Brother, you can't keep
what
that
I'm saying
video up.
I'm leaving my videos up.
All right,
please,
well, I'm
bro.
letting you know nicely that I'll be striking that channel.
Okay, cool. No problem.
Fine. Do what you got to do.
Cool.
I
know
think
how
But you're
some
going to
people
sit on
do.
a panel, fucking
That's
shitting
why
on the
makes me
man for 8 hours and then you're going to
no.
leave it up. You're a piss taker.
Yeah, I don't care what you think. You mean nothing to me.
You will do. You will care.
I don't.
You will care. You can't be
don't,
violating
man.
on that
I
level.
don't, man.
You took it to an extreme, bruv.
Bruv,
You
let me
took the
show you
piss.
violation. I'll violate you right now on this panel.
All right, go on then. I
Do you
dare
want
you.
to? Do you want
Go
me
on
to?
then. Go on then.
So this is what I'm trying to say, bro.
Go on
Like,
then. Do what you got to
it's
do,
not
bruv.
worth it, bro. As I said, I'm not into
What
what
not
you're
worth
into.
it? You're in the
You're
wrong.
a troll.
How can you be wrong and
I'm a
strong? And then
content.
you're talking about righteousness.
How do you mean?
You're talking
bruv?
about this and that. You're talking about wisdom.
mate.
Bruv, who the fuck
I
are
left
you?
I left my own stream in the hands of my brother. Yeah, I don't know what happened at the end or but the bit where I was in there and you was getting that work from Mezzo, what you telling me I must take my thing down? You've never seen that happen, so it's not gonna happen. Do what you want to do, but trust me, from this day forth, it's peak for you. Anywhere I'm around, yeah, you will not be able to sit for too long. Trust me. So go on through. Be a man of your word, though. Be a man. Don't be a pussy, though. At least I
Who's a
rate
pussy?
you.
Have you
No,
ever
I
seen
rate
me
you.
do anything that's pussy?
Hold on. I rate you for even letting me know, but means here nor there to me.
According to
Yeah?
according
You
to
just
YouTube
exposed yourself.
guidelines,
You just
according to
exposed
YouTube
yourself as an
guidelines,
informer.
I can report back saying I tried to approach you and you refused to talk to me about
I
it.
don't care. So it's not your
Well,
content. Go suck
Are you
up.
really doing this,
something
Khan?
special.
Are you really doing this?
What do you mean
can
he
do
ain't got the
whatever he
right to
wants to
keep that
do.
up? He hasn't
No,
got the
but
right to do
no,
that.
listen, Khan, you were
It's my video,
you were
my
in
I'm
channel.
saying to him, if
debate.
you want to
Can't do
keep your
nothing to
video,
me.
put it on private. That's what I'm
Cannot
saying
do
to you.
nothing to me.
Nah, for fuck's
Do
sake,
what you want to
Khan.
do.
You were in the fucking debate.
Do what you
Let
want to
us
do.
review it, and
It
now you're
wasn't.
salty about it, and now
Yeah.
you want to strike the man's channel. Are you
So you're saying I'm
crazy?
wrong. You're saying I'm wrong for that.
Yes,
we
of
don't
course
care.
you
So
wrong
you're
with
saying that
it.
it was fair. You're
Do
saying it was
you?
fair.
Do
The
you?
review was
No,
fair. You're
man,
saying.
but
Do
this
you?
is on his channel, yeah.
So you're
And he
saying
was
the review of
reviewing
the
this.
No
thing
one
was
can
fair.
ask
It
me
was
to do anything. I
even-handed.
I don't want to do.
No,
Yeah,
man. Con, you're
people
wrong
have
for
to
this.
ask
To
me
be honest, Con, you're really wrong for this.
to even view my content or use it in any type of way. And I don't think anyone's used it in any type of way. So like, what are we doing here? You can do what you think you're doing, but you're not a channel owner. You are a troll. Yeah,
I'm
and
a
I will
troll.
make your life miserable.
You
Trust
can't
me,
do nothing to me, brother.
Okay.
If you're standing in front of me now, you can't do nothing to me.
All right, we'll see.
All right, cool. Know yourself.
You think you're going to sit on a panel with me and telling me you're going to strike my channel?
What are you going to do? You're going to kick me off the panel?
Yeah, no problem. I don't have to. I don't kick people. No, I'm just saying.
You don't kick people.
Are you going to? Are you going to sit here, right? Knowing full well, it's just like you coming into my business. Remember, as I explained earlier, and threatening me and telling me if I don't give you money, yeah, you're gonna come back and do something. As I told you before, that's your fundamental error. You will not leave the building. So,
all right,
in this scenario,
let me ask you a
in this
question.
scenario, you don't ask me no question. Don't ask me no question.
Without you
You
being
just don't tell
emotional,
Badman. You just
without
don't
you
tell
being
me.
emotional,
Yeah, to mess with my content.
objectively
You don't touch
speaking,
my content.
looking at your content,
Do not touch my
do
content.
you
man.
think that I've got the right to have that removed?
No, you don't have no right.
All right, so if I take it
You
to
don't have no
YouTube
right.
and they make that decision,
You don't
would
have
that be
no
fair?
right.
Would that be fair
No.
to let them decide?
I don't care what you're doing, bro.
Wait, on
All right,
what,
so
what basis
you're
are you
saying.
striking them on?
So
though?
cool then.
Know
What
you're
basis
saying.
So why
are
are
you
you making
striking them
threats
on?
then?
Suck out.
So why are you making
Yeah?
threats
reviewed
then?
it.
Remember, I
Stuff.
told them
This
to go
is crazy
suck your
stuff.
mama.
Nah,
So
nah,
why are you
but he
making
can't.
threats
He
though?
can't strike her though
Not
because
threat.
he gave
Why
him
can't I
permission.
strike it?
He gave
Why
him
You
can't I?
made the
permission.
threat. You made the threat. Like, what
Why
is it?
can't I strike it? Thing,
You can
stop
do what you want,
You,
bro.
you
Don't
gave your permission.
anyone
You
and
went on the
anyone out
debate.
here.
It
Nah,
wasn't. You
I
wasn't
didn't give
forced.
permission to people to
Anyone out here.
start calling
Hold
me
on.
names.
Anyone
Wait,
out
wait,
here.
wait.
Don't tell him not to strike it. Don't tell him nothing.
What do you mean?
Let
Like
him
I listen to any of
be
these
a
fools
man.
anyway.
Let him be a man.
Brother, who are you
Yeah?
talking to?
He's a child. You get what I'm saying? So
But
don't
wait,
worry.
wait.
He
All right,
wants
cool.
You already
attention,
spoke
and
You're
about the debate
people to
delusional.
beg him.
You're gonna have a rude
He wants
awakening.
people to beg him, and
Beg
it's not
me
gonna
for
happen.
what? I'm
Like
gonna
to
ask you
beg
for
him, oh,
money.
don't strike it. Fuck you.
What?
Don't even think about it. You shouldn't even have thought
Come
about
out of it,
asking
bro.
a
All you
bad
gotta
man
do is
like
put it
me
on
to
private.
do
All you gotta
anything with the
do
I'm not
is put
doing
it on
shit.
private. You can have your
Wait,
video
wait,
all
wait,
to
wait.
yourself.
Sniper, one sec.
It's never
One sec,
gonna
one
happen,
sec,
bro.
one sec.
Never.
Okay, you see,
In your
last week,
fucking life,
this
you
week,
cunt.
they
Go
reviewed
suck
it
your
2
mama.
times. So what's the difference between?
I never asked him to review it.
You little fat Cypriot prick, bro.
But why?
Do what
Why
you
would
want
he
to
need
do.
permission?
You will never live out here,
it
survive
was on his
one
channel.
iota in my presence.
It was
bro.
on his
Brother, do
channel,
I
so
make the
he can
decisions
review
or
it.
does YouTube make the
Shut up,
decisions?
man. Fuck YouTube. What are we doing here? The
Why
video's
crying?
up.
You
The
sound like a
video's
baby
up.
now.
The video's up.
But why you
but
crying?
You had the debate on his channel,
Do
so
your
why
thing,
can
man.
he not review
But
it?
why do
You're
you sound like you're
finished.
crying? I don't understand.
You're
Yeah,
finished
but brother
out
Khan,
here.
Aku, one
because
sec,
you,
one
That's
sec.
what I'm
because
gonna
you
say. You're
channelized
finished
it
out here.
towards, because you channelize it towards emotion of the topic of the racism. Now look what's happened with the energy. You understand? Like, it's, as I said, brother, you know, it's going to be very difficult for non-African people to keep a certain code, you know, whether they're in religion or not, because you've brought this animosity. You mentioned about phenotype. We correct you, tried to explain to it's racism, and now you became very heated. You've heated up brother Sniper, and then now there's a problem because
well, we're good. I'm not heated. I'm just
Yeah.
wanting to clarify that. Listen, when you say stuff like that, that's all well and good. I respect it. Yeah, you're speaking from your soul or from your heart and what you think. Yeah, I take you what you're saying into consideration, but it's an outright no. Because if I change my rules with you, then I have to bend for other people, and then that leads to another. I watch COE do the same thing, bruvs. Once the video's up, the video's up. Whatever you said, you can't change that. That's cool. You get it? You have to know how you speak when you're online. That's the one constant out here. Yeah.
You willingly.
So
jumped
when
on
I'm
this
on this
panel.
panel, I know the words I speak because it might not come down. It might stay up forever. What can I do? I ain't got to tell Jedi to take it down. I wouldn't even think of asking such a question. It's just disrespectful. Yeah. And I'm a content creator, so I should know. So as I'm saying, do what you want to do, bruvs. Doesn't affect me. You know me. I'm here. Yeah. You're gonna go away, run away to some other channel, do maybe 6 months a year, and come back again, and we'll
What
still
other
be the
channel?
same. We'll still be the feature.
What other channel am I running to?
We'll
Sorry?
still be the feature on YouTube where it's popping. So I don't care, bruv. Do what you want to do, but I'm not gonna bend for no one.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That was pretty low still.
You know what I'm saying? It's a pussy move, but it's all right. I'm not bothered. I'm not. Oh, he's gonna strike me. He's gonna fuck off. Who cares? It's only the audience who's looking at you sideways now, not me. I don't give a damn. I know you're capable of such bitch ass moves. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think that's bad to ask someone to put that video
Yeah.
on private.
And you say you're gangster.
Like the extent of the the
Move,
extent
man.
of the video, like
It's
how
nonsense.
hard you lot went in, was
I don't even
unnecessary.
know.
You're supposed to be talking about a debate between me and Meso. You spent 6 hours like ripping into me, calling me a cunt, calling me an idiot. Like, it was nothing to do with the debate. Going off onto other tangents. Let's talk about Khan for 3 hours, and then let's play some more of the video. Like, that's not a review. So you're lying to yourself. If that's the delusion you want to live in, fine. Like I said, I don't need your permission.
My
I could
video,
just
man.
I could just
Suck
let
your
YouTube
mama,
make
man.
that
Shut
decision.
up, man. Whatever, man.
Wow.
YouTube can make that decision.
But should Jedi take down the channel when you're saying black people phenotype that because you don't have a West African phenotype?
I said that I have relatives that equally as African as me, and they look more black than I do.
Okay, now, brother, that's
Now,
you're
you've not
practicing
said
racism
anything
again,
in
brother.
your long 3-hour talk to nullify my claim. Because then people are alive, they're living. Maku even says people coming to his shop.
Don't
who are
call my
Turkish,
name, bro.
Who
Don't
look
call my
like they're
name.
black.
Don't call my name, bro.
Oh, bless
Don't call my
him.
name.
I'm not allowed to call your
Don't call
name
my
no
name, man.
more.
Yeah, man.
I'm not allowed.
Like, what is that, man?
Oh.
So you call them black?
Bro.
Are they
Come
doing
on, man.
anything
Stop
for
it, man.
black perks?
Yeah. Don't talk about my channel or nothing because you don't create
Channel?
something.
Did you
Yeah.
just stutter?
Stutter when I'm sticking my dick in your mum's mouth.
You
Like,
faggot.
what are you doing, bro?
You
Shut up, man.
faggot. You faggot.
Yeah.
Let's
So
tone
at
it
the end
down.
of the
Let's tone
day,
it
yeah,
down. Let's
You
tone
little
it down.
fag.
yeah. If
You
I
little
wanted to,
faggot.
bro, if I wanted to make a video on you, I would. But I don't. I don't do such things. Yeah. That video was about the debate. You even jumped on and had your say. So there's no issue. Anyone looking back on it and saying,
All
well,
right,
it was
man. All right.
one-sided
Fucking stop
and
having
people tried
kittens
to
about
attack
it.
it and
Stop having kittens,
no,
man.
no,
Look how
you will
emotional
never,
you're being.
you will
like a
never
big
recover
faggot.
from this.
I'm just nicely asking you, can you put it on private, please?
Fuck your
And you're
mum, man.
being a
That's
bitch
what I'm
about
telling
it,
you as
going
the
on about
answer.
mums.
Yeah. Suck
All
your
right,
mum.
cool. All right, well done.
You heard me. Yeah.
All
And when
right,
I see you in real life, I'm gonna beat the braces off you.
All right, cool. But just
Yeah,
remember,
because
I
you
never
don't know
cussed
your
your
place.
mum. I never cussed your
Yeah.
mum.
It doesn't
Remember,
matter.
I had respect
Use
for
that
your
as a
mum.
motivation.
I
When I see
respected
you.
your mum. Remember that. Even though
When I
you're
see
putting out
you,
that past
no, you
photographs of
didn't.
your
No, you didn't.
mum.
No, you didn't.
Yeah,
No,
you're
you
putting out
didn't. You
pictures of
didn't
your
respect.
mum, aren't you?
You didn't respect my mum, bro.
Yeah, I did not say
Yeah,
a word
you're the
against your
first
mum.
one to diss my mum
Never
online.
once.
So
Never
it's
once.
cool.
What?
Not your
Yeah,
real life mum.
when I
Not
see
once
you,
I seen her face.
when
Not
I
once
see
I seen
you,
her. Not once I seen her.
when I see you, yeah, when I see,
Oh, I'm
yeah,
really
it peaks for
shocked.
you, bro.
It's getting
As I
peaky
said,
Oh, I'm
off
don't
really
worry
here,
about
shocked.
that. Don't
boy.
worry
I,
about
I,
that.
I wonder which one
Just
of your
stay in your
limbs I should.
cave.
I wonder which
and
one of your
da-da-da-da.
limbs I should snap first. Oh, I really have to worry.
No, snap or snack, because like, bro.
Love,
I
North
think you're in a
London
world.
is flames this summer, man.
I think you're in a world of delusion, man. Shut up, man. No one cares. No one likes you. It is what it is.
No
Bro.
one don't need
We've
to
all
like
seen,
me, bro. I'm not here
we've
to
all
be liked.
seen your behavior.
This ain't a
This is what you
popularity
do.
contest.
You like to strike people's channels. Cool, no problem. Yeah,
Mm.
I don't care. But
You
as I
do
said,
care
it
because you're
will
crying
never
like a little
affect
bitch
me.
right now.
Have I got one channel? No.
Why are you crying
It
though?
doesn't
Why are you
bother me,
crying?
bro.
Why are you
No.
crying?
You think you're gonna sit there and then continue to have a normal conversation with Miss
Well,
Martha?
what's gonna
That's
happen?
For real, for real.
That's
What
what's not gonna happen.
otherwise, what's gonna happen?
That's
You and
not what's gonna
Stopzilla, the little
happen.
skinny tramp, are gonna
Yeah.
team up on me.
You
Two
see?
skinny
I said
Like,
motherfuckers.
again, you're bleeding all over
Two
the place.
skinny
Yeah.
motherfuckers.
You're bleeding.
What am
How
I
do you
gonna
know
worry
I'm skinny?
about?
Like
Wait,
what
how
we
do you
can
What am
know
I
do,
gonna worry about though? I can roast both of
we
you
can
for
do.
fun.
We can no. We can.
I can
We can
roast
turn
both
on
of you for
cameras.
jokes, bro.
All
What
right,
are you on
turn on your
about?
camera then.
Like, who are you
man.
though? Who are you?
Yeah, turn on your camera. Let's see what you got. Where's your
What do
muscles?
you mean?
Where,
What's
let's
the?
see something. Huh?
You know I'm
Come
not
on,
skinny.
turn on your
What's the
camera.
skinny
Turn on your
competition?
camera then.
For what?
Turn on your camera, bro. It's gender reveal day. Everybody's turned on their camera today so far. So
All right,
you're the only
so
one.
what's your missing teeth on
Yeah.
camera that you can't
Come on,
speak
man.
straight?
We're here, man. We've been here for days. What missing teeth? You can't. That's what I'm saying. You just
Fat
make
guy,
up stuff.
man. You just see he's
Now,
leaking,
man's
man. He's
here.
leaking.
Healthy, super fit, you know. Yeah? We'll knee you in your face.
You can't even do
Yeah?
them, Khan, man. You
You
can't,
can't
even
even
do
do
that with
this. Like you can't.
You're,
you
you're,
can't.
you're old.
You can't.
Man's
What can you
dancing.
do?
Look, he's dancing.
What can you do?
That's true, though. You can't do
Why are you
that.
dancing, man? Why are you
And we're the
You're
dancing?
fat
same
and
age.
old. Come on,
Man,
man.
get out of here.
I wasn't
man.
even looking at the screen. mean?
Yeah,
I don't
that's
even
what
want
I
to see
said.
your
And
ugly, ugly looking
Yeah,
face.
yeah, I can see Maku, man. Move like an ostrich, sting like
Look at
a
that. I was
ladybird.
You get me?
right?
You get me? I'll beat you and Khan together. You know this, Banksy.
Who?
Come on, man. What's an Iranian to me? I'll slap the shit out of you and leave my
Yeah.
handprint on your
Well,
face.
I
You know what
saw
I'm
a
saying? Like
lot of
normal.
people hating on Khan, and there wasn't enough people hating on me. So I was like, I have to correct that shit. Can't let this fucking Maku guy just fucking pour all his hate out on fucking Khan today.
Yeah.
Maku,
But as I
I've
said,
seen you. I saw you fight Alopecia Ali. You missed like 4 punches and about 1 kick. Dude, I've seen your form, okay? I could literally move 1 step away from you and you'd miss 4 punches. I saw you swing, okay? You don't have form. You don't have fucking composure.
Have you watched the video?
Yes, yes. The only person who had any effect was when Jedi grabbed Alopecia and just chucked him on the floor. That was it. You missed like 8 punches. It was like 3 or 4 punches at least. None of them connected. You literally connected with no punches.
Everyone.
You clearly have been high when you watched that fucking video.
Wait. The fly kick and the flurry. You see a series of punches he received that he fought, he got rushed. Yeah, that's how bad it was, and it was only me one.
Still coming for you.
Yeah?
How high are you when you watch that video?
Meanwhile, hold on. Meanwhile,
the man was still coming for you.
Hold on. You got sucker punched by Zabeda. You little bitch.
Yeah, from behind. From literally from behind.
Wait, he lost What are we talking about form, yeah?
What are you talking about?
I got punched from the back of the head versus you trying to punch a man in the face and missed 4 times.
Tell him, Banksy, this
Every
tramp.
single connection.
This
Yeah?
fucking
'Cause when I
Highgate
was
Village
with
tramp.
you, when I was in front of you, Banksy,
I got jumped from behind. You missed 4 punches of a man who wears glasses.
No, that's mad. That's mad. Because this shit went to World Star, Twitter, yeah, on a miss, on a whim. No, I don't think so. Yeah, they even put the Street Fighter music after it.
Yeah, none of your punches connected. Those were all miss punches. They were just...
Yeah.
Just air, nothing but air, dude. You're like Air Jordan up in that bitch. Nothing but air.
I don't think 25, 30 witnesses that was there clear.
The only thing I saw was you throwing air. You were punching air, dude. It was like I believe I can fly.
Yeah. And then afterwards taking lectures
like you
from
saying
Shamsi.
you believe you can
Shamsi's
fight.
lecturing
You
him.
can't
No,
fight.
Maku,
How would you know?
was wrong for doing that. Getting lectured.
Yeah, but as I said, I put Shamsi in his place and he knows it. So there's no issue. Yeah, everybody is justified in what they think, but most of the time it was, oh, Maku, you're out of order. You didn't have to go in. And I'm saying I didn't go in. I gave him 1 punch to steer him away. Someone came in and punched him. I came back in, fly kicked him, gave him a little flurry. Jedi dashed him on the floor. End of situation.
You missed every
nothing.
one of those efforts.
That's what I'm
you
saying.
clearly are not watching the same video.
Yeah.
You
'Cause I'm
missed
not the one
every
in the video.
punch and you missed the
I
kick.
am the video. If I'm the one giving out the experience, what are you talking about?
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. You must have been either high or drunk, because you have a very different memory of the event. The video tells an entirely different thing.
Yeah,
You literally missed almost every punch. I don't even know if you even caught him once. You definitely missed the fucking kick. I saw the kick. That was like you were. There was a gap. You could park a bus between you and his face.
I don't even know what you're doing. Yeah. Because anyone from any angle,
don't forget this guy. This is the guy who runs the
or
ends,
your little
yeah?
gay friend, or your little gay friend, the little gay friend that Raj rolls with, and all of you suckers, and Hassan and all of that. Everybody knows what it is, bro. Yeah, you're just pretending you're out here trying to protect Khan. I understand, Banksy. You know what I mean? But you know, even
us Middle
there's
Easterners
videos
have
out
to
of
stick
there.
together.
There's videos out there of me hotting you up. So I don't have the
Hotting
issue.
me up.
Yeah, man.
When
I put
was
you in
when,
your place
when
already.
were you
There's
hotting me
There's
up?
nice videos.
Was
yeah?
that you?
Can find it on
you take me out on a
Mr.
date
TV.
that I didn't remember.
You can find
Was
it
that
on,
what it was?
Bro.
You were trying to woo me.
No, man. You were talking about. Remember, you came there talking about Mackenzie and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, and I did, and I did. I was right there with all your fucking gang. All your gang were behind me. I was the one who was calling you guys.
That was your day. Your trolling ended.
I was telling fucking Respect he was shook, but I had an entirely different understanding of that word. Maku, you're the man who said. You're the man who said mosques were built before churches. Maku, you're the man who said mosques
Peter
were
Griffin
built
looking motherfucker.
before churches.
No fucking
After
way.
you made that statement, I wrote
My
you
man
off
said
on
it.
any level of intellectual.
Oh, mate.
This is the shape.
Can
Stewie
I
said
say,
shape.
can I say
Yeah, that's
Banksy? He
Banksy.
said that,
Maku, were
he
mosques
said-
built before churches, Maku? Were mosques
But-
built
but-
before churches?
You're illiterate, Banksy.
Yeah,
Could you even
that's
could you even
wrong,
be in that debate or that discussion? Is it me having a
Yeah.
discussion with someone that you're
What, the one with
trying
you
to
and Bob the
review,
Builder?
and you want to
Maku,
pick?
that one.
Hold
Mosques
on,
were
one second.
built
Where
You
you
want to
roasted,
pick? One
apparently,
second, man. You
roasted
want to
Bob the
pick
Builder.
what I was saying, but making me know you watched it. So
Isn't there a mosque in Jerusalem?
I'm the
by
one who's doing the work,
Abraham and Isaac?
and you're the
Didn't they
fan.
build a mosque?
No,
You can sit there and
no.
analyze if you want.
That was the
Doesn't make
temple
sense to me.
of King. Oh
Yeah.
man, what was the king?
No, I'm
But
not
I
about
like it
King.
when,
I'm
when
not
James
King
Jones
I think it's
came
King
on
David
and he
or
was
something.
like,
It's not a
you know
mosque.
what, Maku?
I'm not
I
about
must
King
admit, you
Solomon.
got him. You
There
got
were
him.
no
Because when
mosques
he went to
before
find his
Muhammad.
James
evidence,
Jones is a troll, bruv. He's
it
trolling you.
wasn't.
So
No,
who created that? Who
no.
built that thing in
It
Jerusalem?
disappeared.
With
It disappeared.
wasn't it Abraham and Isaac that built
The
that?
first places
No,
were
The
built in
Kaaba,
no,
the
Christian
Kaaba.
churches.
no.
I bet
The
you.
Muslims claim the Kaaba was built by Abraham, which is complete
I'm not
nonsense.
I'm not
Abraham
talking
never
about
even
no
went into
cap.
that
I'm not,
region.
You're
I'm
a
not
dunce,
talking
man.
about no
You're
cap.
like,
I'm talking about
No,
the
you're talking about
you don't even know
the
Islam.
mosque on the
Hold on,
dome,
brother.
the dome of the
You made
rock.
a statement, brother Sniper, and you said that he said
Yes,
that the
there were
mosques
no
were built before
mosques.
the church.
There was a Jewish temple
Oh,
built
brother,
by King David.
there were no Jews back then. That's what I'm saying to you, right?
Yes, they were.
Hold on,
There
hold
was
on.
certainly no fucking mosques.
Yeah, you don't even know what you're talking about.
We're just talking now. We're talking. We don't need to be high temperature, right? There's evidence of Abraham and Isaac. They built a mosque in Jerusalem, right? We're not about
no.
Why would Jews build a mosque?
Hold on.
Look at the audience, man. You're making a fool of yourself.
Do Jews build mosques then?
You're
Isaac's
making a
not a
fool
Jew,
of
nor was
yourself.
Abraham. They're not Jews. They're not
Banksy, look at the
Jews.
audience. Look at what they're saying. They do research, you know.
Yeah.
And I don't get
Yeah.
pulled up for minor infractions that are not based in any truth. You stupid.
Yeah.
You should have thought about it before you even opened your mouth when you jump into intellectual conversations.
No.
And pick out one thing
Maku,
that
this
you
this
thought
is
was
Islamic
wrong, or you thought was
apologists.
thing. Now you
This
look
is
stupid.
Islamic
Look at
bullshit
it, look at it.
apologists when you say mosques were
Nah.
built before
Murdered
Christian
you, man.
churches,
Murder.
before Jewish temples. There were many
Shut up, man.
temples and many churches
from
before Islam. There
secular
was no
country, bro.
mosque in
Shut up, man.
Jerusalem. And besides, even if you believe Abraham was real, which most people don't, nevertheless, he never built a mosque.
Yeah, we know
They
your
never
thing,
built mosques.
Yeah,
You are fucking wrong when you think a mosque was built before a church.
Banksy, why are you arguing with him? He ain't even a Muslim.
Isn't that a mosque?
Banksy, he ain't even a Muslim. He said that the revelation didn't come from the angel; it came from ancient Kemet. How is he a Muslim?
No. Let's get back to what the guy said. He said, right, no mosque was built. So my question is,
It wasn't.
So what about in what's it called? Aqsa? Isn't that a mosque?
What's that?
No, none of them are mosques.
But wait a minute, that's
How
not.
can you have a mosque built before Muhammad?
Man.
Hold on, that's not a place of worship. That's not a place. That's
How
not
can
like.
you have a mosque built before Muhammad even lived?
So that's not a place of worship.
You
That place there.
Brother,
because
it's
there
not
was
a
many
mosque.
prophets. There was many prophets before the prophet.
If it was a mosque, why would the
he's
Turks
the final
convert
prophet,
Hagia
what are
Sophia
we
into
talking
a
about?
mosque if it was
does
already a
mosque
mosque?
mean, though? What
It
does
don't
it
make
mean?
sense,
though?
does it?
No. But what does it mean? Doesn't it mean a place of worship?
Meeting. Nah, forget it, man. I don't even want to hurt you.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but if you want to follow along the lines of Banksy, you were going to end up getting beat up just like Banksy.
Maku, Banksy's
You know
more
what
of
I'm
a Muslim than you will ever be.
Banksy. As I said, he came from a secular country. He used to be Muslim and he defected. No problem. Yeah, we know that these people who come out of the thing
Actually,
have
I
this
came from a Muslim
hate and
country
disdain.
and I defected.
Yeah, man. It's cool, man. No problem. Yeah, if you want to give it up and all of that, you and Hatu in our same boat.
Oh, I 100%
Right.
support
So
that.
there's no issue there. Like, we don't care. But you just can't come and talk to someone like me or make any protestations or think
There
that
ain't
you
no
know
one like
more
you.
than me.
There ain't no one like
man.
you.
Go away, man.
There ain't no one like
Curse
you.
They say
Jobs of
your metal
struggling
was showed
of
when you
mosques
stood
and
in
cathedrals.
Speaker's Corner and
Didn't
said
say
mosques
church.
were built
This is
before
the dump.
churches. I
This
think
is
everyone who
what's
watched that
done.
video made their mind up about your
We didn't say
intellectual
Yeah, it was done.
capacity.
It was done. It was
Cool.
done.
No problem.
Completely done.
Of the
Pseudo.
what?
Everything man says is
Of the
pseudo.
100
He learned
and
off the Discovery Channel.
go on.
Actually, everything Maku knows was invented
How many
before the internet.
videos have you
Before
got
the
back?
internet.
How many back
Pre-internet.
videos
Forget
at Speaker's Corner have you got,
Forget
Banksy? Come on.
BCE. Man was
Go through the numbers and then we'll see
BNE
who's wrong.
before networks were
Makes no
around.
sense, bro.
Yeah. The thing
Like,
is, according to these idiots who think that because in the chat, all
He's a failure, bro.
all your little bum chums in the chat, Mako,
they're
are
not my bum
talking
chums.
about
No bum
every
chums, bro.
every temple, every
know me,
place
bro.
of worship is a mosque.
I
No, you
said
idiots. If that's the
it was-
case, then the Egyptians, not the Egyptians, the Mayans and the Incas who built fucking pyramids to worship their gods, that would be considered a mosque as well. The
Matthew, don't
pyramids
bother.
are not a mosque.
This is why you don't jump into conversations.
No.
One second. This is why you don't jump in conversations halfway through. Because you
Yeah.
make fundamental errors. Now,
Yeah.
in that conversation, did anyone say church? Or did he say church? And I said, what you're calling a cathedral is a converted mosque. That
No.
was the premise
No,
of the
they're
argument.
not.
So
You
hold on.
idiot.
Converted into a mosque.
One second.
Converted
so he ran
into a
Come
mosque.
on, my brother. Sure.
I'm shushing. Go on.
Yeah, I'm saying it's the other way around because we know how it works in Spain. Were they Muslims first or were they Christians first in Spain?
Muslim.
Christian.
Thank you.
No, they were Christians.
No, they were Muslims. Sorry.
In the south part. In the south part.
You're wrong.
They were in Spain, in the southern Spain. There were Muslims before they were Christian.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Because Isabella and her husband are going to come in with Christianity. Right. They're going to come in with Christianity, and that's the
From
war.
the north. They came from the north.
So they can be
Spain's
that.
actually four countries.
Hold on, Banksy. Now you can understand how there can be mosques before cathedrals. Because in Spain, there were people who were Muslims already and had settled and been part of the lay of the land, right?
Andalusia, the south.
Information, right? Thank you.
Yeah, but that's
right?
literally like hundreds of years after Islam.
Hold on, no, it's not.
This isn't like Christian.
Hundreds of years.
But it's only explained in parts where they weren't Christian, and Islam came before they were Christian. But in Ethiopia and places like that who were already Christians, of course there were churches before mosques.
Right. So I'm saying, right, that even Christianity, according to Bob the Builder, the reason why I came and had this discussion with him, he made the statement that both churches sprang up simultaneously. I said, what? Finally, you've admitted something. Yeah, that the ones in Europe sprung up in Turkey. The first Christian churches were in Turkey, blah, blah, blah.
That's true.
Remember that with the conversation we're having
in the Bible, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Constantinople.
The conversation I'm having with him was based on Spain. It wasn't based on Turkey and all of that. But even though we take that into consideration, and he couldn't find evidence of what he was saying against my claim, right? He done it on his phone. It was there on the video. He's like, you're not watching, bro. Yeah,
dude. You said,
and as I said, to even get the context of the conversation wrong, made me know you weren't even watching it correctly. You get it? You just made yourself look stupid.
I watched that video and I saw Maku say there were mosques before churches. Nothing about Spain.
The Family
Guy
can never defeat me.
It didn't talk about Spain. It didn't talk about anything. You may have now looked at that and went and started to try to manipulate. Everybody can go and see the video. It's still on COE. And you can go see it. And he doesn't mention Spain once. He doesn't talk about anything. He just literally goes, there were mosques before churches. And you just made yourself look like an idiot. Now, you may have gone years later and tried to somehow obfuscate or somehow try to spin this shit to stop yourself from looking like a moron. But that was the day when I took you out of the category of possible intellectuals to absolute moron. And that's the category that you've been sitting in the whole time.
And you ain't been watching them correctly. So no problem. You're a fan.
No, I'm gonna review it. I'm gonna open my own channel and I'm gonna review it.
Please do. Yeah.
Yeah. Review that video. It's on COE. It's still there.
That's what I'm saying.
Maku says churches were built before mosques. Mosques were built before churches.
Cathedrals is the word.
Yeah, we're gonna review that. Me, Raj, we're gonna
Church
review
and
that.
cathedrals, yeah, they're one out of each other. Yeah. So the mosque was first, and a cathedral, when the invading force entered that land, took over these buildings, blah blah blah, and interior of some of these cathedrals still have the Islamic, do you know what I'm saying, tiling, terracotta, and all of that, to even let you further know, yeah, that the people who have it now were not the people who had it originally. That's plain and simple. Not saying that there weren't even churches at that same time, because remember, we had the Visigoths in what we're calling the part of Portugal doing their own thing. So they were kind of Christian as well. Yeah.
That's right.
Obviously, the dominating people of the land and you're not ready for me.
Yeah.
You don't know history. You don't know what we're talking about when we're having this conversation. You dumb Iranian fuck. Yeah.
Sure, Michael. Yes, because your intellect is so sublime.
It is.
Dude. I have seen marsupials with higher IQ than you. I have boiled vegetables that said more profound things than you
look like
have.
a boiled vegetable. Yeah, you look like a fucking turnip. Come on, man.
Come on,
What are you
it
talking
wasn't
about
that funny.
vegetables?
Carl.
You are a
What's going on?
vegetable. Remember from the beginning, the first place we cooked your ass was Uncle Ty's show. You was there with some little baby picture and you was that guy. We roasted you. Yeah, didn't know who you was.
Shit.
Then years down the line,
I fucking drove Raspek to insanity from the roast that I dropped on him.
I hotted you up because I said, once we've seen you, you can't be a troll no more.
Banksy,
your trolling days are over because you're looking in the face.
Mako, it doesn't matter. I come to the park and I came to the park and I looked all of your so-called gang in the fucking face and I still fucking dropped it on you guys. I still stuck it on you. There was like 20 of you fuckers in front of me. The whole of you, fucking Uncle Rambo, you were there, Respect, and a whole fucking lineup of your gang members.
You were shook, man, spinning around in circles and all.
Was I spinning, or was I looking fucking Respect directly in the eye? The whole fucking the video's there. The video's there. Go look at the fucking video. I don't need to fucking explain it. The video was.
I don't know when this was, but I'm assuming this has nothing to do with me, right?
No.
No, you weren't there.
Thank you.
Come up, man. You was there, but yeah, you was on your own and shit. Yeah, you didn't need to worry about something small like fucking what do you call it? Fucking Family Guy, Iranian Family Guy. No, man.
That's it. That's it. It's okay. It's okay because people have seen Mako, your intellectual prowess at the park. They say the truth is the bell above the wise man's head. And what was it? Oh shit! It's the crown upon the wise man's head and the bell upon the idiot's head. So everybody's heard your bell. Everybody's rung your bell.
Yeah, when a girl was sucker punching
Discovery
you,
Channel level shit.
All of that myth in your mind went out of your head. Yeah, all what you're saying went out of your head. When a girl came and
smoking spliffs,
any asshole can punch anyone in the back of the head.
Come to the park and chat shit.
You don't even know. You've never been there. You've never been there. So
I don't need to be there, bro.
You don't even have a horse in this race.
What do I need to see, bro?
Yeah, I'll give Banksy that. He's a man of his word. He came to Speaker's Corner, and then since then he came several times and does his own thing, his own filming. He knows what it is. He just nods. Yes, Maku, safe. Banksy. That's it. He knows we stand in a different energy and everything. You can't be around us. You got to hang around and the other faggots.
Maybe you don't like the smell of cannabis.
Maybe you
don't want to be
what
around.
it is, bro.
Maybe you don't want to be around weed heads.
Because I don't want to be around known fucking criminals.
What are we doing?
No, ex-criminals. You got to give them some credit.
People
give them credit.
You know what?
They done Toba.
I hang around people who don't have a criminal background record on the police.
No, they done Toba. You got to give them credit.
All you did was you and next man and Afghan. Yeah, are sneaky guys. You like try and contact people's family members and all that. I'm not into all that, bro. You know?
I've never done anything like that. What kind of insane shit is that?
Yeah, where did that come from?
Where the fuck did that come? You know who tried to contact supposedly my family? That fat bitch Zubaydah. She called up a bunch of people.
That's the only person I've ever seen you. That's the only person I've ever seen you talk to. And let me adjust one thing though, because when we was at the park, we was doing a lot of fucking charity work. And So like, let's not get this twisted, innit? We weren't going to the park to sit down and have debates with any fucking dickhead. We was going to the park to obviously unite and galvanize the base that we had, innit? So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about when you're saying you looked at the gang in the eye. Nobody even fucking noticed, you dumbass.
Dude, the video is on COE. The video is on COE. Go ahead and watch it. Rap Raven was there. Rap Raven was actually talking to
brother. How many months have we been in that park before we saw your fucking round face?
The video
How
is
many
on
months
fucking
have you been
COE.
in the
I don't
park?
need to explain any of this.
Bro,
You
1
guys were all
second.
shook
Before
up.
we saw your button
I've been
move,
there.
how
Pissing your
long was we in
pants.
that park?
Yeah.
Eh?
What do you mean how long I was there in that park? I went there like less
No,
than a
I'm
month.
asking it because you know a lot about gang, innit? Because you've looked us in the eye. I'm saying before you came there with your dunce fucking self, how long was we there before that? Because you know a lot, innit?
I don't give a shit.
So
I saw a bunch of fucking idiots that were fucking easy to troll. And I drove respect off his fucking mind because of his fucking antics, and he's still doing the stupid shit.
Weak, man.
Maku, the mumble mouth potato brain, and the rest of the fucking Uncle Rambo, who's a fucking 85-year-old man pretending to be 16. I mean,
Who's 85 years old?
Uncle Rambo.
Fuck me. You know he's got the knowledge, bro. He's smarter than you.
Bro.
You know that, bro.
He just looks old.
Rambo's got brains. You think he's got knowledge? Are
Rambo's
you
smarter than you.
I wouldn't trust him to unwrap a fucking Amazon package.
No, that's cool. That's cool because
I'm panel enough with him on G Block, so don't try it. Yeah, like he's not smart and all of that. You know, you've heard him. You sat down when he gets the words out.
Rambo's a moron.
Hold on.
When he gets the words out.
Yeah, when he gets the words out, yeah, man, he's articulate. He knows what he's talking about. He's got the brains, bro. Like what
on certain subjects, yes.
The only thing we can remember about you, you was having arguments with a fucking 20-year-old woman, bro. That's the only thing I can remember about you from the past.
I don't give a shit what the fuck you can remember. My video is on COE. Go watch it. Learn something.
Yeah.
Bro,
I'm beaten up by someone my daughter's age. This is madness. Like,
bro,
what are you doing?
What did he do after she attacked
What kind of intellectual retardedness is this? Yeah.
Banksy went to the park and set up refuge for fucking transgender people. Like he had a transgender organization going on. Like.
Oh, absolutely. I'm all for the transgender community.
LGBT corner.
Absolutely, I will set up the LGBT. Are
You
guys homophobic?
You are one of them.
Are you homophobic? Is that what it is? Is that what
You're
you guys
one
are?
of them, isn't it?
Is this? Should we let the Metropolitan know about the homophobia that is amongst this gang members?
Listen, you can tell them anything you want to tell them.
You do realize
Make sure you send them the video,
right?
Make sure you send them the video as well. Tell them anything you want, bro.
Anything you want.
Anything you want.
It's funny how they never.
I think homophobia is palpable.
In all our movements in the community, yeah, they never bothered us. And even the boy Tan even turned up to what we were doing. So like, you're dead in the water.
You're a homo.
What is going on?
It's disgusting, the homophobia, especially in Pride Month.
Hassan, you get me? He even turned up. I almost died. I had to give him some water, but he turned up for his community. He's from East London. All right, we do that. We went west. We went north. We went south. What did you do? Nothing. You're just a gay cameraman.
Dude,
yeah,
from Iran. We watched all your gang bullshit, and none of it came to anything. Touch one, touch all, touch the clit. What were you touching, Maku? When you were asking to touch someone, what were you touching?
Banksy. One thing you done was learn to touch the G-spot. You're so intellectual. You was arguing with a 21-year-old girl for months. Yeah, that's how intellectual you are.
I was trolling a
21-year-old
girl for months.
You're a waste, man, bro.
You have to grab your ankles during immigration. When you came
you're
in,
right. You're
they
right,
told you to
Mako.
bend over,
You're right.
touch your ankle.
But you know what?
Yeah?
You know what?
And
I don't
now,
need to touch anyone.
welcome to Britain.
Even though you guys go out there trying to touch people, I don't need to touch. Touch one,
you got
touch all,
Yeah,
touch
they
the
touch
G spot. The G spot right there. You like the G gang.
Right.
Why was he trolling the
It
girl?
makes no
Like,
sense.
what's going
Like, learn to speak English first, all right?
Touch one, touch all.
He was another one of them racist people that didn't like black people coming together, innit? That's what he was. He was one of them racists sitting on the
Nothing to do
sidelines.
with
innit?
racism. It's to do with morons thinking that they're
That's
going
what
to
you was,
invent
though. I'm explaining what you
into
was.
the community.
You
You're delusional fucking grifters.
You was
who
a
are
gay
looking to
pride
fucking
racist.
Squeeze a
You was
bit
a
of
gay
cash
pride
out
racist.
of poor
That's
people.
what you
No,
were.
no. What it is, what I despise is delusional fucking grifters who try to squeeze cash out of people who are collecting fucking universal credit. You guys go around poor people and you pretend that you care about the community whilst you're actually grifting money out of all those poor people who are actually having to forego paying their fucking bills because they're giving your dumbasses cash for your gang fucking touch one, touch all bullshit.
Okay. You're racist, man.
You've done
You're just a
nothing.
racist.
Hold on 1 second. Because you're on a level of still deportation because you've done nothing to contribute to the society that you just came into.
You go ahead.
Who are here,
You go ahead.
hold on.
Go ahead.
We are
Naku,
who are
talk
supposedly.
to Pretty
1
Patel
second,
about it.
1
She
second,
can't even
1
send a bunch of fuckers to
1
Rwanda
second,
at the moment.
1 second. Yeah. But we can send someone back to Iran quicker than you can say Iran. So, like, let's not play this game.
Yeah, you
When it
go
comes
ahead.
to-
Go
when
ahead.
it
Talk
comes
to Pretty
reality,
Patel. See if you can get one fucking person on that flight to Rwanda first.
Like I care. Listen, it's not my issue. Like I care. Yeah, they don't rate your regime. They've never done it. There's some fake argument going on, nuclear weapons testings and all sorts, and new power. Was it nuclear power plant and all of this natural gas pipelines? Or bruvs, we don't care. Yeah. You got run by Ayatollah.
What are you talking about, you marble mouth motherfucker? You sound like you swallowed 12 fucking marbles as you're trying to fucking gargle out your fucking words.
The reason you don't stay there is because your Iran is one of them places that's just heavily affected by earthquakes every minute. Yeah. And you have a lot of conjoined twins. I mean, conjoined by the head, all of these inbreeding type of forms of ailments. That, you get me? I don't know what's going on. You tell me.
Hey, Banksy.
I don't need
Hey,
to roast Maku. I just have to let Maku talk.
Banksy, I got a question.
Girls have got beards in Iran, so I don't know.
Hey, Banksy, let me ask you a question. Hey, was you a part of Hood?
You can ask me a question. I don't know what that ask fucking shit is.
Was you part of Hood? Yes or no, dickhead?
No, he's an atheist, right? He can't be part of that.
Was you? Because you sound like a hater, man.
I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
It was a group against gang.
He's not a journalist.
You've got a rough idea what I'm on about, innit?
I have no idea.
You know a lot about gang, innit?
Now this one is real. I have no idea who the fuck those people are.
Is
it? The first time I even hear that word
Actually,
that
you
you're
do
talking
know
about.
some of the members.
Yes, we can, honey.
They had. Hold on. Let me mention.
Who were the members?
Some of they had Deep.
Deep.
Deep. Remember?
Oh, is that the Indian guy, Deep, who converted to Islam?
Right.
He was. Are these people? Did they set up their own rival
Hold on,
gang? Then?
Ali Jihad was Ali Jihad your cousin, innit?
Right.
Who's Ali Jihad?
Was in it.
Is that Ali Dawa?
No.
Dumb cunt.
Ali Dawa.
Who's Ali Jihad?
You was in the park so much and you don't know who Ali Jihad is.
I don't know. I don't know what fucking names you give these things, you fucking moron.
Sorry. You might not have seen that on camera where I lost my shit again. A guy tried to sucker punch me and I had to hook him in the face. That's Ali Jihad. Yeah. But those things happen normally after hours and when it's very dark. When there's no police around, we can always sort out our differences. But more time, by the time it gets to that time of the evening, people tend to go home or they've calmed down and they've realized the error of their ways. Because unfortunately, it seems black people have excellent vision in the dark.
Do you know?
Yeah. I don't know if it's the carrots or the onions or the
fucking
spinach that we're eating.
You guys have got cat eyes and shit.
Yeah.
This is different from human eyes.
It ain't got nothing to do with Bachabazi, prick.
Yeah, and
and Bachabazi has nothing to do with me. It's fucking
Yes,
Afghani.
it
Go
has.
talk to them.
No,
It's the Iranian speciality.
No problem.
The Iranian speciality. Trust me.
No problem. We're not going to put that on you. You get me? It's another subject we could talk about, but nah, it's not. It's
That's
already
nothing to
been
do
killed.
with me. It's not my
It's already
fucking
been
people.
killed. It's already been killed and rinsed out. We don't. Nah, those are like what we call old bars. You get me? Like we wouldn't use that. I personally, you get me? I got a bit of decorum. My shit's all original. Straight off
Oh,
the
is
bat.
it? Oh, is it?
It's not like there's such a thing as Iranian satirical comedy. So anything you're trying to do, you just learn. You come to here and you watch Seinfeld.
Yes.
You can watch all of these programs that we've been exposed to. We've been exposed to English and
Seinfeld.
English.
Is that where you get your comedy from?
So
then?
the use
Seinfeld.
of the English language is easy with us. We don't have no issues with it. Do you get what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I think someone
You
could come
proved that
here
in your freestyle
Yeah.
rapping.
Yeah.
Your freestyle rapping second to none, bro.
Oh, don't worry, man.
You know
Not
what?
about my freestyle.
Your freestyle
You know
is
what?
the best
I'm not even
freestyle.
I'm not
lyrical
even a rapper,
master.
Brother.
Bro,
even a
you ain't got
Dropping your
no
bars.
talent and you're sitting on your couch chatting shit and you got
I've
no
never heard
talent.
I've
None.
never heard you do anything.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we've seen Maku's talent. Yeah,
Brother, I've seen more
That's
rhymes
what
than
I'm saying. How can you be sitting on your couch criticizing someone
I've
else's
seen more
poetry
rhymes
and
in
you don't
Shakespeare
write
than I have in,
none? You haven't got none.
You love me, really,
It
man.
doesn't matter. You know, I've never tasted
R.I.P. to
shit
my
either,
haters.
but I know it's shit.
Bruv, lick yourself. You've tasted shit bare times. When you lick your fingers, you can't.
Yes, yeah, that's what it is.
Oh yeah, you were saying about gang.
You
Go
can
on.
still recognize shit, no matter whether you can do it yourself or not.
You don't need to taste it to know it's shit.
Exactly. You
Actually,
just
have
know
finished
it's
with gang,
shit.
yeah, or are you still? Yeah, you was explaining something back then. Go on. And
Explaining
what you did in your community.
Oh, my community is actually doing splendidly well. The Iranian community, because we're a high IQ groups of people, so we tend to be involved in all different aspects of society. We're in law, we're in medicine, we're in construction, architects. You can find Iranians in almost every facet of society.
Banksy, that's the same with Nigerians. Maku's the odd one out.
Well, no, because Nigerians kind of disowned Maku. You know, in every fucking gang, in every group, in every race, there are some idiots.
Ugly
The Nigerians who are successful don't even come within 100 miles of fucking Maku.
Oh, these guys are just acting in the same
Nigerians, Ghanaians, they do fucking brilliantly in this country.
Fucking hell, they're top of the tree, bro.
They're fucking killing it. They're
My man's
absolutely
a barber,
killing it
though.
when they come.
You know, his job's putting scissors into blue liquid. I don't know what that blue liquid does.
It's antiseptic. It's supposed to kill the
Nah, it's fake.
What
Maku's
do you
back.
do?
It's like Maku's raps are
What do you
fake as
do,
well.
This is funny. You get me? I'm just gonna let them go because that's the best they can come with.
All right,
One
you tell
doesn't
us
know
what's in that
English
blue
properly.
liquid.
I know.
Is it really
Make up some shit. Make up a bunch of shit. Just like what he done to the little girl for all them months. Just made up a bunch of shit. Like,
Shut up, Freddie, man.
Bro, shut up, you fat cunt.
This fucking
lose some weight,
little
verbal diarrhea
parasite.
fucking producing prick.
Bro, you know what you need to
I don't
do?
even
You
know
need
who
to
this
think
guy
about
Cole
food
is.
in a
I'll
different
be
way.
honest.
You fucking fat cunt.
I'll be honest. I
But
don't even know
you're
who
fat
this
too,
fucking
Freddie.
Cole
I've
is.
seen
He's
you.
just
You're
he's
fat
just
and ugly.
spewing verbal diarrhea
Yeah,
all day.
that's right. Yeah.
Freddie, you got the head shape of Mahatma Gandhi on a black man. How's that possible?
I suspect though. I
Bro,
suspect.
Your head
think
shape
about
looks like
food
Mahatma
differently,
Gandhi.
man.
20
That's
little
all I'm
head.
saying, bro. Because I don't want you to have a heart attack at night.
My only thing on this Cole is that when Maku and Cole get into a carnal entanglement, Maku is definitely the top. There's no way that this fucking Cole guy is the top.
Banksy,
as I said, I understand. I understand. You know, this is what happens. Like, with children when they meet their idol, they don't know how to act. So what they want to do is abuse the idol. You know what I mean? But you know,
That's what it is.
I understand.
Mako, you're my
But, you know,
idol,
them kids
baby.
go,
I dream about you, honey.
Why couldn't you just be respectful and say hello? We respect you. We admire your work. We watch your work. We watch you as a person
all the
we
time,
know
Mako.
What you've been
Mako,
doing.
I've watched
know
you
what
in
I'm saying?
so many ways.
To be
especially
fair, as a comedian, I highly rate you, Maku.
I had the
Maku, you see, this is what happens when you haven't got a wife, you know. You get to these ages and you haven't got a partner indoors.
That's
Me,
what it
man.
is, man.
You start coming on and chatting shit as a big man.
Both of
That's all right. But Cole, I know you're the wife in this in any given scenario. You're always the wife, right?
Yeah, my God. How can you say that in your back of Bazi? You've been a rent boy. That's the reason why you came to England to sell your bum, you fucking cunt.
You're the prison wife. But Maku, you're right. You're right. Everything I've said comes out of the
That's why you came to England to be a rent boy, Banksy.
Respect and admiration I have for you and your intellect.
Of course. Yeah, but coming from you,
I've got mad admiration for your intellect. You taught me how to argue with 21-year-old women, you fucking dumb cunt.
Yeah, mad.
Freddy, what are you chatting shit for when you look like Ari's twin sister? Shut up, man. Don't put a little fucking napkin on your head.
The levels is different.
Yes, card man. Okay. All you're saying is try not to make food that can give you a heart attack, bro.
Yeah.
Because if your digits are bigger than my washing up liquid, you see your fat fucking digits, they're just bigger than the sausages you got on your screen, you fucking cunt.
You cunt.
Put that in your pan.
Wanker.
Nah, I can't love, man. You don't know it's love.
You know
I don't mind you. I don't mind you. Banksy, I don't like sometimes.
Come on.
He chats shit too much, I think.
Yeah, no, Banksy's alright, man. I like Banksy.
Yeah, Banksy's alright, but Banksy always likes to think that he's right sometimes. That's why I can't. You get some of nerves.
The box is God over here. You get me? His arms are too short, man. He's a midget. I know him in real life.
The thing is, though, Maku, you're saying he's bald, yeah, but you don't realize he just come back from Turkey. Man's got a full head of hair, bruv.
No, I didn't.
You saw him standing in front of you. You don't recognize him. Look completely different, bro.
Sorry, is Peter Griffin bald? No, I didn't say he was bald.
Peter Griffin, he's still.
Yeah, come on, man. Let's stop it, man. You know what
Griffin's got the side
like
part
that.
in.
Yeah,
Iranian Peter Griffin, bro. It's mad. Yeah, we said it already. We coined it. We make jokes. We make names.
God bless my beautiful black Nubian queen RE, man. God bless that woman, man. No black woman's ugly to me, innit?
No one's ugly. No human being is ugly.
I beg to differ.
Turn on your camera, God.
Apart from Banksy. Apart from Banksy.
If Robert Mugabe can find love, anyone can.
Come on.
Who? Yeah, they say beauty's in the eye of the beholder, and if you're blind, everybody's beautiful.
Remember that RFP, man.
Yeah. That's true. That's true. Still, yeah. I know go around that bit. That's the truest thing you said, Mike.
Oh, Banksy.
Oh, God. Holy shit.
Yeah, I feel sorry for you.
So
what was the repercussions of you getting punched in the sucker punch? Did you get your own
man? What about was it Modine? When it Modine?
No. Modine tried to punch me. He fucking barely even grazed me.
Over some little kid or something.
No, it was Zubaydah and Walid when they attacked me from behind.
Pause. No,
but
those were the best debates on Florida.
Wait, what did you do after they attacked you? Did you run?
That was the best debate ever. That Sunday when they attacked him.
Wait, what happened? Is there a video of this? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, man. It was
all in Banksy style gets attacked at Speaker's Corner.
Mad.
Or Banksy
on COE.
Like that.
Putting it in slow motion.
I don't think it was on COE. COE didn't have it. I don't even think COE was there.
It was good, man.
It's just a whole bunch of other people.
Good stuff. You could have done better, man. You could have swiveled.
You could say it was a debate.
Yeah, you could have threw a few punches, supposedly like me, and missed. and made them fall back.
What happened was
Instead
that
of
I was
going into the cradle position.
If you notice, I was
What?
bending over trying to pick up my phone. The fucker knocked my phone out of the holder, and I didn't give a shit. These people were so much of they were so.
Oh, fuck off, Banksy, man! Don't make your excuses, man. Hey, he done this. I could have done that.
I was bent over trying to pick up my phone. That's what I was.
We'll see anyway.
Fucking hell! What the fuck is this? That's my
I'm not gonna lie though, it looks like common assault.
Police, help!
Fucking hell.
I will call the police every fucking time. Every time. Any of you fucks touch me, the police is getting called.
What happened to your boy? Hey, he's spinning back.
He's the one punching.
You got contact. Speak for you.
Hey, nah, that was a good use of English language, you know.
Where's my hat?
I'm gonna get this
That's actually my video.
Nah.
But there are other videos with other angles.
Yeah, when you got she clocked you, bam, from the back.
You really sound like you were scared at that time. Fucking hell.
But no, the thing is, they knocked my phone to the floor. If you notice, my phone was on the floor.
It sounds like a playground, you know, when the troops say, Miss.
Yeah, I know, innit? It sounds like a
those motherfuckers. I don't pay taxes so that the police, so that I have to beat the shit out of an Egyptian.
Stop Zilla, man, them. Wait, that was a good use of the English language, innit? The way you shouted at police, it was crisp.
Guess what?
It's crisp and clear, innit?
Hold on, you got the audacity.
It was clear enough.
No, man, you're done, man. Yeah, you got the audacity to critique my little fracas.
Dude,
wait,
I didn't even throw a punch.
Wait. Before we
I didn't even throw a punch. I got attacked from behind. You were attacked in front of you.
He wasn't even attacked.
Yeah.
Let's see.
And I hit my
poor Beefy that got the brunt.
No, that's at the end. That's the end. It's already.
You covered your head and you start running.
I know this debate was. I learned a lot.
Man,
no, I'm so glad you came to the park, you know, Banksy, because we learned a lot, man. How not to be a fucking pest.
You got smacked.
Your voice changed so quick, you know. That is
keep your back to the wall. It's because these fucking cowardly little bitches attack you from behind. That's what you gotta learn from that fucking park is the cowards little fucks that punch you from behind.
No, we gotta learn to stop pestering people in public.
Come on, man. Pause
in
public.
Keep your back to the wall.
You look like Dr. Penguin.
Right. Am I wrong?
What the hell?
Is that what happened? Iranian family guy?
Oi, Barry! Oi, Barry, where's Janine?
You definitely look like Penguin.
Luke.
Oi, Janine!
It's too late for me, son. It's too late for me, son.
She was kneeing me in my left butt cheek. I don't know what the tactic was there. I mean, maybe she was. You know, people do say I talk out of my ass a lot. Maybe she was trying to plug up my talking ability.
So much,
dude. I drove that girl fucking crazy.
You fell down.
Look. Why is your hands up?
Because I'm trying to get. Because she's pulling my back. I'm trying to get my phone. I'm trying to get
he's doing an Iranian dance.
That's true. That is an Iranian dance too.
Walk like an Egyptian.
You know what it looks like? It looks like a puppet and a puppet master. What is that?
Hey, that's your guy.
She was your Janine.
You know what this looks like? This looks like
she was your Janine, bro.
Look,
she would have murked you. She had the chance to kill you. She would have killed you.
What the fuck is this?
Is that what you do?
About swinging you are getting swung around. That is crazy. Is that?
I don't know.
Who's that Saddam Hussein?
Can we get a rewind on that? No, that was a joke.
That's a whole other thing.
Wait, is that
Don't do it no more. Don't show no more. Because my belly, man.
You could definitely not speak about Matthew's thing, man. You are getting ragged on by a female.
I had my camera on a minute ago. Like, turn your camera on now. I dare you. Double, triple dare you.
And
I
you
saw
look
you
like
on
a penguin.
Raj's thing. I saw you on Raj's
Dude,
thing.
I don't
with the
even have
new
a camera on
hairline.
this. I would turn him, dude. My own picture, my face is on my avatar. I can't. I don't have a camera on this fucking thing. There you go. That's the only thing you can see. I don't have a camera on this fucking.
You just said,
Never mind. Never mind. Never mind.
Please start
Never
OnlyFans.
mind.
I turn on my fucking camera. I don't give a
Does
fuck.
it say please start OnlyFans account?
Did it?
Does it say that?
Nah, you're lying. Where did it say that?
What? Say it again, Banksy.
What was it?
Turn your
I'm
camera
only
on.
joking. I'm joking.
No, it's,
okay.
it's an app. It's an app called Minicam.
Okay, I was.
Please
That's
start
not the thing.
What the fuck?
Minicam.
Eunice said happy, bro. Calm
It's a
down,
software
Eunice, bro.
camera.
I lie. You sound like you got happy with it.
We're all getting
I was
happy.
gonna say like I was
I
just
wanna
joking
join
about.
Banksy's
I was joking.
OnlyFans. We all know what you mean, hummus.
Well,
These little
you
cracker
could
breads.
tell Banksy to jump back into the bin now because that's where he lives. You know what I'm saying? After
I'm
that
not gonna lie
performance,
though, Khan.
you
Why are you
can't
hating
talk
on
about
hummus?
anyone's fighting
Why am I
or
what?
Why are you
swinging
hating on hummus?
techniques or connecting
No, I
or
actually
anything.
love hummus.
She need
Yeah.
them in the
You got need
arsehole.
in
What
the
is
bum.
that?
She need me in the bum,
She
man.
buckwheats you. She
She
buckwheats you, man.
bum rushed
Mad.
me, literally.
It's called
She
buckwheat,
need you
man.
so hard. Your hands were up, man.
You got buckwheated.
What?
Mad.
No, because I was trying to go and get my phone. My phone fell on the floor, and I was trying to pick up my phone the whole
So
time.
do you
I
fell
was
over then as soon as you
just
done that?
no. They when Waleed came and he sort of threw his hand out, he knocked my phone out of my phone holder, and it fell
Oh,
on the floor. So I was just trying to get my fucking phone,
what's happened to
and they were just
Waleed?
attacking me.
So
What's
what was the
happened to Waleed?
police?
Is he still in the
Police!
country? Where is he? Does
I
anyone
don't
know
know
anything about Waleed?
if Priti Patel
Who's
has anything to
laughing
do with
now?
it. This fucker will be on a
Who's
flight to
laughing
Rwanda before the
now?
year is
Who's
out.
laughing now?
Wait, did the police come
Who's
in the end?
laughing
That's the biggest
now?
question. I mean, if you shout like that,
I mean, but Banks, that's an
surely they
assault,
have
Yes,
then,
the
isn't it?
police
You have
did,
to...
and they arrested Zubaydah.
Really?
Yes.
Oh
For
wow.
what?
Wow.
You
What does that
should
mean,
watch the
man?
rest of the video. You will
But
see
you said
Zubaydah getting arrested.
the way you said police,
Snitch,
it's like
snitch,
the Arabic side came out of you. The
snitch,
P
snitch.
disappeared. The
Maybe
P
it
was
was
there.
a moment of Iranianness.
Banks
I
was
see
like,
your mark
shurta,
right
shurta,
there.
shurta.
Shurta, ya habibi, shurta.
Shurta. There you go.
Yeah, I still rate Zubida though. She put her money where her mouth is. At least she's got the integrity.
Yeah,
What?
to do
Throw
that.
hands in a park.
Fucked you up, man. Fucked you
I
up.
wouldn't.
That's not
I wouldn't
fair.
want to fight Zubida either.
Rate that.
You can't just
I
beat up people.
Banksy, is that a picture of you?
It's an artist's impression.
When was it done?
Long time ago.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
okay.
right. Because now we saw your comb over thing.
When your goatee was brown.
We saw your hairpiece.
When I thought I was brown, I was
No, I
never
said
brown.
when your goatee was brown.
Oh my god! No, actually, the artist, my goatee was still white, but the artist just went for the brown color.
Okay.
Why is people saying show us your wig collection? What is this?
Yeah,
which
no,
collection?
because of the comb. Because we saw Raj. he
Have
was
you got
at
hair
Raj's
now?
Event. Yeah, he was at Raj's event,
yeah,
right?
I look different
So
now.
he had this.
Wait, hold on, Snipes,
Sorry.
man. What? How do you look different?
Well, I have a what they call a hair system.
A hair system.
Lord have mercy.
What is
It's
that?
a toupee. It's a toupee that they, custom make.
So it's weave, isn't it?
Wait.
Oh.
A toupee
Yeah.
that you put on top of your head.
You put on top of your
Wait.
head, and then you glue it on, and there's a whole bunch of stuff you have to do. But yeah,
Like the
And
one
how
on
long does
Jedi
it
swing,
stay on your head for?
Depends. I mean, usually a couple of weeks. You have to sort of take it off, brush it, wash it,
All right,
maintain it.
can we? Are you wearing it now?
I can't. I don't have a camera on this thing, so you can't see it. But you can see it. You can. I can send you a link to one of my
Yeah,
videos
go
I
on then.
did. In
Send a
so
link to what?
realistic, man. I swear to God, I seen
let
it.
me let
I've
me
seen
see.
it as well.
Let me see.
Well, it's an alternative,
Oi, Jedi, you know one of them little interludes
like,
you
what
put
do you
with
call
the
it,
girl ripping
transplant?
the weave out her head. It's like that.
It is pretty. I mean, it's custom made these days. So you
Yeah, we saw it the other day with dupes and them.
exactly.
You know
I
what
was live
I haven't
streaming
seen it. Let me see
Jupiter.
it.
Yeah, but they were like, bro, we all knew what it was, but it's like, yeah, man, you tried,
Hold
you
on,
made an
hold
effort. Mad.
Hold on.
Do you know what? Yeah, if I was
perception
Banksy,
is
I'd probably get a hair
everything.
transplant.
So why did you do this, Banksy?
I fancied something different.
Misses his hair.
I missed hair. Yeah, it's true. I did actually miss hair. I've been shaving my head for about 14 years or 13 years, and I just wanted something different.
Banksy, why don't you get the hair from the
I like
bollocks
it, man.
here? I just stick in your head, innit?
Oh,
Banksy, it looks good, bro. It looks good.
There you
That's
go.
not the one you had the other day, though.
You know, you
Yeah,
look
it's the
proper
same one.
European.
Is it?
Didn't you look European?
It looks
there?
longer though.
Looks very European, man.
Oh, you
It looks
combed
like
it
one
in
of
a
them
different way.
Swedish girls.
And Banksy, is this how your natural hair would be? Is this like
no, my natural hair was actually much thicker than this when
And
I was
darker.
younger. And
So
not
you've got
necessarily
like,
darker.
You've
Actually,
got like
lighter than this.
European hair. Is it real hair?
No, this was Indian hair actually. Yeah, it's real hair.
Oh.
Yeah, it's real hair.
So
It's real.
you're wearing
Indian
a
hair.
weave now.
Pretty much, yeah. Oh, actually, that's the thing. That's what inspired me. On TikTok, I came across a bunch of black women showing how to put on their wigs and their hair pieces and stuff. And I just went down this rabbit hole of all these different women with different wigs, and then I ended up with men doing this.
Have you ever done cross dressing? Or drag queen?
You kiss my ass. I know. No, I have not.
Just because you were talking about women's wigs and all that, I don't know.
Well, no, this is the thing on TikTok. You know how randomly, occasionally a video pops up. Well, I used to go out with a girl from Kenya, and so she used to wear a lot of wigs and stuff.
What, a black girl from Kenya?
Yeah, and she, she kind of got me. She gave me that introduction, and then, as I say, on TikTok, I just came across these women, and they were putting on, their wigs and how to take off their lace and how to clean and do this and this, and there was all sorts of things. It was part of actually a bunch of videos that I was watching where women
Banksy, how much did it set you back all in all? How much is the whole?
It wasn't expensive actually. This is like
$3
$560. No, 500.
You have to blame the Chinese for TikTok.
That's worth it, bro.
That's what I mean. It was really cheap as well.
£500 for that, and you can just go anywhere where no one knows you. Imagine they don't know you.
All that money.
They ain't gonna know that's a wig.
But this is just male insecurity, though, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much.
But it doesn't make sense, you see. It just doesn't make sense. Here's why.
Would you say
it's worth 500?
Would you say
you could invest it for hair transplant?
No, hair transplants.
Hair transplants worth thousands, though.
10, 5,
1900, isn't it?
5, 10 grand sometimes.
So what are we saying, Banksy? Is this a midlife crisis?
Well, I mean, you could say midlife crisis. You could just, I mean, for me, it was just because I'm not trying to hide it from people. I've fucking told literally thousands of people. So it's not like I'm hiding it. So I don't know that I'm trying to pretend. But what I will say is, I wanted a slightly different perspective. Now I'll tell you this. When I got this, I met a girl.
Is it the sides as well, just the top?
No, if you go through the video, it'll give you more different angles. But yeah, it's everywhere. It's the whole.
Can you swim with this?
So it's the whole. It's the whole.
Yeah,
you can. That goes over the whole of your head.
Yeah. But I mean, the sides of my hair are my real hair. It's just the top.
Yeah.
So
what do you do if you meet a girl?
Is it the top or the sides? So it's just.
What happens when you sweat? What happens when you sweat?
You sweat. It just
no.
What in
it just comes out from the sides of your hair and it just sweats.
It's designed so you don't sweat in it. Tell him, Banksy, how did that athlete wear?
What happens if you meet a girl?
This taking bitch.
Now let's have it right, Banksy.
This is mad.
I listen. Anyway, man, you're doing your thing.
It's exactly. I mean, the thing is, I looked at. There was a whole bunch of videos of women putting on makeup, and they looked hideous before, and then when they put on makeup, they look amazing. That's all over TikTok
You're gonna
as
blame
well.
this on makeup. I'm gonna
keep it real with you. Yeah?
The thing is,
I'm gonna keep it real with you, bro. The blending on this ain't the best, you know.
Well, because my hair is growing and it needed cutting, so I needed more blending.
Great, the other side is like blonde.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I mean because this is the thing. The sun bleached the top of the hair.
But look at your temple.
I'm gonna be real with you. This is a mess, and at some point you're gonna stop using this. You're gonna think now. You know what, bro? This is a joke.
No. I'm still not going to stop. But I mean, I'm actually in the market. I'm actually looking for a new one.
Let me ask you a question.
I'll get another one with a different style and better blending.
Have you wore this to Speaker's Corner?
No, because Speaker's Corner is a volatile place and fights might break out.
Right.
So I'd rather wear a
saying
hat.
if you wanted, how easy is it to pull off your head?
Zubaydah will be dragging off your wig.
Exactly.
And I ask you,
watching this right now.
How easy is it to pull off your head, Banksy?
At the beginning, when you first put it on, really hard. I mean, it could rip off skin, but after it gets, after you wear it for a little bit and it's sweating and all that, it starts to loosen up. So it might be easier if you sweat a lot. But if you're at the beginning, at the beginning it can be really bad. Because it's really stuck on there.
Hey, look, this bit looks all matted. Like, brother, I'm not even
Look
gonna
at the temple. Look at the temples receding.
I don't know, man. I'm not convinced. The side angles,
dude. The temple.
The blending. I'm not feeling it because the sides is like dark and like.
I know.
Did you want it to match your hair?
Because the hair got bleached in the sun. I've been on 2 holidays and it got bleached in the sun. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? It got bleached in the sun.
You got a ginger toupee, brother.
Why didn't you put sunblock on it? You should have put sunblock on it.
What in the Chris Evans is going on?
It got slightly bleached in the sun. So the color is now a little bit different.
Like a Cadbury.
That's why it looks proper thingy. European.
Brother, it's ginge. You got a ginge toupee.
It suits him though.
The thing is, I myself am slightly ginger anyway. My hair color is quite
I can imagine that.
Oh my god. So it's a thing.
Look, Banksy, that is the best £500 you've ever spent, mate.
Exactly. It's not really that expensive. That's why I didn't really think too much of it.
Did all that to look like Khan? Fuck.
You bastards.
You know what?
You could have called me a cunt all day and I wouldn't have cared.
I swear I thought you was older than me this whole time.
See them spit strings.
Yeah.
This wig's made him look 10 years younger.
Oh, for fuck's sake, man. You have to pause and start fucking picking fucking things about my mouth.
I'm trying to get a side angle of that hair. Like, you get
he looks good. He looks young.
Hey, it is what it is. I'm sure some of you guys have had experimentation. I know black men wear a lot of different types of sort of hair and weaves into their hair and other things.
What you talking about? Fake dreadlocks?
No, there are black men who do a lot of that.
I heard someone was wearing fake dreadlocks.
There are plenty of black men who wear hair pieces and stuff.
Sorry, man. That's you, man. Don't do that.
No.
Do you want me to show you? You want me to show you the black guys who are wearing these hair
We've seen all these things, but we know the toupee is way older.
Yeah,
we've seen these little, what do you call it, hair system? Yeah, we've seen these hair systems.
But if you actually look up
black hair system, man said hair system. It's a wig. It's a toupee. Like
it is, but I mean, but the thing is, the technology has changed.
That was a slime move.
No, but the technology has changed from toupees to these new hair systems. So things have moved on.
Lie, bro. You look like an Alsatian. Like this.
Two different coats. Oh fuck.
Yeah, man. You look like a molten age
fucking. He can never look as bad as he used to look.
Just recovered from
what it is, man.
I'm glad you said that.
It's an improvement, bro.
I'm glad my ego is withstanding most of this shit.
Banksy, you look like a mange survivor. Mange.
There you go. You can see the side now. It's
it's
different angles. It's not actually. And by the way, this is I haven't even kept this. This is like
but
really
you
rough.
got to brush it, right?
That's what I mean, because I was at the poolside the whole day, and then I just decided to do the live stream. My hair was a fucking mess.
When you take that off the top of your head, I know it stinks. It smells like boxing glove, innit? I know, man.
Hot dog water.
Earring
nasty.
It smells like earring belly button. It smells like belly button.
You nasty bastards. There you go. This is a hair system. I just posted a link for a hair system for a black guy and how they do
it. We told you already seen this shit. I don't want to see no black guys.
Why are you blaming the black people?
Yeah. No, I'm saying everybody does
what you come to England
everybody
and do,
does it.
No, there's plenty of black people.
You know, you should blame TikTok. Firstly, TikTok.
I don't think they do this.
It's all TikTok, bro.
Yeah,
man. I saw it on TikTok, innit?
I did.
It's all TikTok.
So
man
it's
with
Chinese
turbans.
people
Don't
on TikTok.
want man with turbans in your country and stuff. Head wrap.
Not in Iran. Only mullahs in Iran.
Okay. Like Ayatollah definitely wears a head wrap or something.
You should have put the kufi
You would
on.
never have a
Yeah,
hairpiece.
yeah. It's only the clergy. It's like saying, you know, everyone in Britain wears a bishop's hat or some shit. No, only bishops wear bishops
I know
hats.
some Iranians and they're proper hairy. So yeah,
But
hair
do they
is
wear
not a problem
turbans though, Maku?
for Iranians. Yeah, some do. It seems. Yeah.
What, they come into the barbershop for a little chill
No,
out?
no, not me. Not here.
Does yours start
No.
with that little circle thing in the middle?
What?
Banksy?
What happened?
Is there a unit?
Your system, hair system.
Mhm.
Does it start with that little?
Yeah, it is,
mess.
dude. It's exactly the way I posted it. Show the video. It's exactly like this guy. Yeah. it's-
What the fuck is
with
that?
the little, with a little skull cap in the middle?
Yeah.
What the fuck? That's some
Unit gang.
Anunnaki fucking engravings.
It starts.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what this one. This one's obviously an African hairstyle, so this is a different thing.
Hey,
I don't know. I don't know what these guys are doing.
Show me what you.
Ashkenazi.
Can you bring us a video of what you done?
No problem. Shalom.
I'll show you a video of my.
You basically got a Jewish hat, a furry one.
Yeah.
Man. Was it yarmulke?
You always wanted to be a Jew.
Pretty much.
You got a yarmulke, a real hair yarmulke.
It's a hairy yarmulke. Shalom.
We got pages of the Torah in there. Mad thing. You know what I'm saying?
I'm thinking.
Man's having a head mitzvah.
What's his name? Banksy, do you have to keep buying that glue? You know that glue?
Yeah, but I mean, dude, I've had this like 7 months, and I've only ever bought one glue so far.
Can you use
it's lasted
PVA glue
all
or
this
super
time.
glue? Which one?
It's a special hair glue. It's the one that they're using right now that you can see on this video.
Mad.
But I mean, this guy.
What is that? Right.
No. What this guy's doing isn't something I've done. I don't know what the hell this is. It's a whole different thing.
He's doing a DIY
It's
version.
the same shit anyway. It's not really.
Well, no, I mean, no. What I'm doing is nothing like this. It doesn't even look like this. I've posted a link of what mine looks like, which is very different.
Oh, this is for black guys, though.
Yeah, that's what I mean. This is a whole different thing.
We've seen this before, like many times.
So yeah, I mean,
You know what it is though? If you had a proper barber to put it in for you and fade it in, the black one would probably look better than the white one, I reckon, with a little shape up and all that. Like, look at that. You'd never
Well, exactly.
know,
Look
bro.
at this
How
guy.
are you gonna know that that's
you
not
can't
hair?
do is have a swim. That's about it.
No, you can swim in
you
it.
can,
swim with
but
it.
but not
Damn.
often, because obviously the glue will get weaker and weaker if you do.
Look at this. Oh my days. Look at the brother's eyes. Just look at his eyes. Look at his eyes.
Where that's the guy from Love
Was it
Island?
waves? The one they giving him waves.
Waves.
They give a man waves. No way.
Looking like raw beats, mad thing.
Like beats.
Big up Robbie still.
Sorry,
They,
Rob,
they,
man.
they cut off some from the top. Okay. This is brazy. This is brazy.
Mad.
Yeah.
But no matter what you do, bruv, it looks better than that baldness, man. Come off it.
And
Well,
none of
shave
them,
it all off, man. Just shave
none of
it
them
all
is
off.
still
No,
gonna
no,
get
like-
sucker punched by no young girls. No.
You can't stop the sucker
You
punching.
gotta be proud, or if not, you're gonna be spending money like that every single time. What is the point?
Yeah, but that's like
The point
what,
is to look good, isn't it?
every 7 months, every 6-7 months.
Wow,
To
massive.
look good for what?
It's better
what
than
do you
looking
do?
bald, bro. It's better than being
Personal
bald.
desires, dude. Don't you buy nice shoes? Don't you buy nice clothes?
Exactly.
Sorry. Can
What's
you
the
Everybody
difference?
buys nice
You
things.
can't
Can you
compare
swim in
shoes
it?
and that to hair.
One
'cause
second.
Of course you
Why
can,
not?
bro.
it goes. If it
course
goes,
you
it
can.
goes. There's nothing
What?
you can do about it.
It's all
No,
the
he said
same,
he
bro.
was
It's
by
all
the
male
pool
or
all
women,
day.
bro.
Hold on one
That's-
second. He said he was by the pool all day, so he didn't mean he went in the pool. Could you wear
No,
it?
no, no.
when you-
I've actually got video of myself
Swimming in it.
going thingy on these water slides and stuff. But the thing is, I do wear a water cap because I didn't want the glue to come off, so I wear a swimmer's cap.
Right.
It's a
right.
possibility it can happen.
Mm.
Yeah, because I don't want it to, because I was going to be there the whole week, and I didn't want to
You wear when you have a
reattach it and
shower.
do all of that.
That happened there. That means
And
You
do
wear
you
when you
wear
have a
it- yeah,
shower,
yeah.
like you know,
Hey,
you
Banksy,
have
bro,
a new shower.
Do
You
you
wash
wear
it
it
in
when
the
you go
shower?
to the
Wow,
brothel
there's
as well?
so many people
Sorry.
talking.
Banksy,
Do you wear when you have a
go to the brothel
shower,
as well?
Banksy?
Sorry, okay, Con, did I go where?
Do you wear it when you go to the brothel?
Brothel? Trust me,
Yeah,
those girls
yeah,
wouldn't
these
give a
guys turn
shit
on you.
if you
No.
got
It ain't
hair
about
or
them.
not
But
hair.
this is my
It's
point.
all
It
about
ain't
what you
about
got in
them,
your
is it?
wallet. It's all
It
about
ain't
what you got
about
in
them,
your
bro.
wallet.
It's about how you feel.
Yeah. As far as showering, yes, Eunice, you can shower, but again, depending on if you do it too often, obviously the glue gets weaker and weaker. So if you want to last, if you want it to last a week or two, then you can wash your hair with a shower cap. As in, go shower with a shower cap and wash it once a week. That's what they recommend.
Well, Banksy, do you wear it when you're
Do you
approaching females?
do you know those when you're sleeping? Yeah, do you wear a cap here and you have this curly thing in it in your hair?
Actually, there's two things. I actually have one of these silk, what do you call it, do rags, which I said the African American community has helped
So you
me a
don't wear the
lot.
curly. So you wear the curly
I have a
shirts, yeah?
silk do rag as well as I have a silk pillowcase, so I don't need to wear the.
Less abrasion.
I'm sure it matches well with your pajamas, isn't it?
Silk or satin pillowcases, because cotton pillowcases dry out your hair.
Right.
Okay.
Your fake
What
hair.
hair do you have? What?
Well, real hair as well, but yeah, I mean your real
Your
hair
hair
has
that you
oil,
own that you bought from another human.
but the
still.
fake hair, yeah,
Your hair.
the
It's real,
fake hair.
because you
I
bought
mean,
it.
it's real hair.
Don't tell us. Yeah,
but
you get me. It's real because you
Well,
bought
that's a
it.
bit gross, though, isn't
You
it?
get me?
No, it's real, as in it's
Yours
real
because you
hair.
bought
I
it.
just bought it
Did
from
you say
someone,
that from
some
the
other guy.
African American female community?
Right, anyway,
Take that
what I
as
want
well.
to know,
You know what I mean? No, that's my hair.
Banksy,
That's my
you paid
hair.
£500.
I paid
How
for
many
it.
times did you get laid off the back of that 500? We need to know.
Come on.
Did it work? Was it worth it?
I'll tell you. There's two things. Yes, number one, I met a girl which I already met last year anyway, but she really liked it with my hair.
Catfish.
But there was another girl. I met on Bumble.
Next series of MTV Catfish. Banksy on there.
That's
the
it.
girl was like, I didn't know it was
Yeah.
in his hair.
No, she knew because she knew me when I was bald. But the thing is, I met a girl on Bumble. Now this is the honest truth.
What's Bumble?
It's a dating app.
Okay.
And she liked me because all my pictures were of me when I was bald. And she liked me when I was bald. Then when I started talking to her and we started video talking and I said to her about the hair business, she said to me, I don't like the hair.
Lose the hair.
She wanted me to lose the hair. I'm like, I'm not going to lose the fucking hair. I just paid 500 quid.
Man.
That girl
She was
got
like,
more
next time you
confidence.
change your glue, pop brand and
You get me?
Sort
You
it
can
out,
get the original. You can get the original.
So basically, you know, your date opportunity went down the cars, you know.
How we on a female subject? What is
So
that?
hold on, when you get it done again, is he using the same hair or is it a different one? A new whole new
I'm going to be a lot more careful this time. I'm going to choose much more specific, like the hair type. You can choose Indian hair, European hair, other types of sort of. There's another one.
What can you go blonde if you want?
You can go blonde, you can go brunette, you can go whatever.
I'm gonna shave my head and I'm gonna put a £500 blonde wig. I'm gonna do it.
I mean, that's still a waste of money, though. £500.
Pomeranian's got curly hair, so like, yeah, let's go.
To be honest, that's a waste of money, though. Isn't it? Like, if I was Banksy, yeah, I'd probably, you know, save up £2,000 just to get a hair transplant in Turkey.
But dude, hair transplants are not guaranteed to work.
5,000.
At least 5,000.
2,000.
No,
digging pins into your scalp.
Yeah, but it's not
easy,
but it's not just that, guys. You got to realize once you do get a hair transplant, the hair transplant itself has to be maintained. You have to get this thing called phenoxidil or something, this pill that you have to take. Also, you have to probably put like Regain, which is another product inside Regain that you have to put on your head in order to keep your hair. Otherwise, your hair will start falling out again.
Yeah, I know that's happened to people.
And this happened to Wayne Rooney. Wayne Rooney spent like 20 grand the first time. It didn't hold, so he went and spent a further 30 grand to try to just get like a resemblance of a hair. Hair transplants don't always work.
But
and
30
also
grand
they
for
have a
him
lot
is
of
nothing,
maintenance.
bro. The guy is so rich. Like that's
of course, to him, it's fucking pocket change. He drops that out of his pocket every day.
And with the bald head, like because he's got that weird Irish head shape, he does look stupid, like without hair. I have to say.
I mean, if you guys want to look at Townsend, he's the black football player. You could see like he was losing his hair. Now he's got many afros and whatnot. So I mean, what
are they? The stick-on ones though?
No. Like his one's proper because he's playing 90 minutes of football. Townsend.
So he's transplants.
At that time, I had just which is beginning to get my.
He even looks like Banksy.
So I just
fuck off.
Banksy, that's your E1B1B brother.
Oh no, this guy has actually had his hair
So
transplant.
as
Yeah, of
I
course,
just
yeah, you can see.
started searching in metro cities, so I just picked up New Delhi as it's close to us, and so I just went to one of the doctors over there, and he's a really senior doctor though, and I just got my surgery done, and it just took a couple of just a day to have
Twin brother
this
and that.
done, maybe a few hours, and
I mean, that's a
hoping
hair
to get a good
transplant in India.
result. So, but yeah, so the results are in front of you. I everything else looks okay, but the hairline that's the one of the main thing that everybody picked up on the hairline. They can tell that this is a hair plantation get done, but it doesn't look natural.
When was the procedure done?
It's in New Delhi.
In New Delhi, when? Which year?
Oh,
was it
it's done in I think 2010 or 2009, end of 29.
How many grafts? How many grafts are placed?
750.
750 grafts. And the hairline, it was your choice or the doctor's choice?
It's doctor's choice. There's just a very minimal hair loss, like from this place and this one. Maybe from the left, it's more like till here. So I just told her I need to get the hair plantation done. So I went to a couple of doctors. So they said you don't have a very much hair loss, so you can wait even for future because you will eventually get more hair loss. At that time, you can get it done. But not the doctor where I got it from. It's a different doctor. But I just went to this doctor and he said, okay, we can get it done. And he just made a hairline. So because I didn't knew what's the hair plantation looks like or what to do, I just trusted the doctor. Whatever he recommended me, I said, okay, you guys know better. So he just did whatever.
And how old are you?
I'm 32 now.
Was this procedure done through strip surgery or FUE?
Wow.
Well, that guy is young, so I mean, I don't blame him. 32.
Indian Banksy, mad thing.
No, but the thing is, for 32, I mean, come on. If you lose, I didn't lose my hair until later on. So I do feel for some of these guys because it's really hard at 32 to lose your hair. I know a friend of mine who lost his hair at 23, and that was harsh, man. That was harsh. It's really hard on young people. I do feel for them, but it is what it is, man. Sometimes you just fancy a change. I fancied a change, and I got a fucking change, and I'm perfectly content with my choice.
Look how much pain he's gone through though.
Mad.
Exactly.
Bodge-ups.
Yeah, that's the thing. You see all that at the back of your head. That's rough.
Look at the head shake.
But also, you know, you will always have that scar at the back of your head because of the you know the hair that they'll.
I know someone that's got the scar. It's really bad.
Shit, that doesn't look good.
On a budget.
The fuck, man. Are these like?
I mean, that's a very rare scenario.
Why not? Why not
is
just
that?
pay 500?
Yeah, man looks like a dolly. He looks like a dolly. Like, you know them goals.
The finished wig is fucking.
Banksy, I think you've done the right thing, bro.
Like, nah.
Yeah, man. This is what I mean.
Just
Hair
get a couple of
transplant.
different styles, innit? Just get a curly one, get a blonde one.
The next one I get, it'll be much better.
Get a red one like Little Kim.
Yeah.
Get a red one. Yeah.
I'll
get them all, man.
I get a fluorescent green one. Like, you know, see what Cardi B is wearing these days. I'll try and get a Cardi B looking one.
I see a few chicks with green hair these days. I think you see me a few YouTubers with green hair.
Get that WAP going.
Yeah, man.
Okay, no. Yeah, if it's anything like this, it's gonna look like some diseased ass pussy.
I know. Look at this. Look at this. This looks fucked up.
Just think how much thousands he paid to look like that.
Exactly. This is what I mean, man. It's not guaranteed.
Nah, I can't wait to go bald, man. I'm gonna go for £500.
Eurasians do, man. You lot on this. This is your business.
Oh my god!
Look, bare Triller hairlines. Yeah,
that's the R1. That's the R1. The R1 hairline. That's the hate.
That geezer needs one as well. Like Dr. He needs a hair. Oh, that guy, Jermaine Pennant, isn't it?
Holy shit.
Oh, yeah, Lescott.
You ain't seen.
When the Lescott is going on.
I know.
He used to play for Everton.
Who is that? Oh, this is crazy.
That'd be you if you was black.
That's it, man. That's my black brother right there.
Now, actually, you can't say J1 and J2, man. Most East Africans look like that anyway.
Right.
They got that hairline.
Yeah, true. Natural.
But women, dude, the amount of shit women do, it's unbelievable. It's
you
unbelievable. It's like 80% of the women you see in your average club is like fake. Fake
Was that
as
from your
shit.
research?
Well, it's just it is. It's I mean the weird thing is though, it's amazing how women talk about, oh, I want a real man. Like, bitch, there ain't nothing real on you.
That's true. That is true.
How is it you want a real man?
Just to take her teeth out to suck your dick.
Oh man, oh, it's unbelievable. It's
She asked you for a glass of
unbelievable.
water. You thought she was going to
Fake
drink it. She
eyelashes.
took her teeth out and put it in the glass.
Fake push-up bras, fake push-up ass, fake high heels, eyelashes, ton of makeup, wigs,
contouring. Don't forget contouring.
Oh my god, that whole contouring bullshit. There's just some. I mean, this is why women are always so insecure.
You might as well get braids, Banksy.
I might get dreads next time. I might look for a dread.
Yeah, dreads.
I've never had dreads in my life.
Mad. You look like something out of Mad Max.
Get a spiky one.
Thunderdome.
Cow. Get one with a spiky.
Mad Max Thunderdome.
You gotta take this moment to big up Jakub, man.
Yeah, man. This is his great grandson, Banksy. Banksy Cube.
Oh shit.
Banksy, thank you.
It is what it
for
is.
teaching us the ways.
Yeah, that's what it is, man. That's what it is.
Eternal youth. I'm never getting old now.
It is what it is, man. I mean,
Isn't it cheaper to just get a vacuum and just vacuum around the barbershop and just glue it on?
Yes, I wish it was that
Depends
easy.
whose barbershop you're at.
You'd be surprised how much these fucking things cost and how much technology goes into it. Yeah, it's unbelievable the level of different technologies that they brought in, the different ways of actually weaving this shit together. Oh my god, you
Should have gone to Turkey, man. You should have went Turkey. They would have done it for cheap.
Well,
$5,000 ain't cheap, bro.
Yeah.
But $5,000 in Turkey, I thought it was cheaper in Turkey.
$5,000 ain't cheap, bro. Man spent £500. That's like one round of drinks.
I thought in Turkey you can get it done for like $1,000.
Nah. $1,000?
Now
not even
1,900 at least, like £2,000.
No, 7. You're more like.
I mean, that's just if you want the hairline, the front part done. He's had the whole.
There's a million
the
places
whole
in
section.
Turkey.
You're not gonna come drop.
Someone's in the background chatting.
I'm guessing the more you pay for it, the higher the success rate. In it, if you're paying 1K for a hair transplant, just know you're coming out with one piece.
Yeah, you're going to some factory
Exactly.
butcher.
You saw those pictures just now, Jedi put
You saw
up.
that guy that black guy that went to Pakistan, innit? You see what they done to him, bro.
Yeah, exactly, man. You pay cheap, you're gonna come out with shit.
That guy is still uploading as well. Poor guy.
He's on TikTok as well, isn't he?
He's still uploading.
Mad. What the hairline? Mad thing.
Yeah, I mean it's a thing. But what I noticed was I understand why women are so insecure and so paranoid all the time, because they know that without all this fake shit, they're just some plain Jane and no one's gonna fucking give a shit about them. And so inside, because you might be wearing all this shit on the outside, but on the inside you know who you are.
Banksy,
You know what
can I
you
ask
look
you a
like.
question? Have you ever been with a girl who then had the confidence to kind of show you what she really looked like, and then you sort of slowly started going off her? Because you know what I'm talking about, Banksy. Innit?
Yeah. I mean,
Make Banksy feel at home, you know.
the thing is, you can kind of start, if she doesn't look after herself regularly, like if she's just like, you go out with her for the
but I
first
mean,
month,
like
and then
without
after
the
first
weave,
month,
without the contouring, without the makeup, without everything, like
Well,
you start seeing that morning look. Do you know what I mean? Like,
I mean,
Not even that, man. As men, we're not meant to compare ourselves with women, man.
Exactly.
They do their own
What's
thing.
gonna
innit?
happen at the end? They're both gonna pull each other's wigs off. Like,
We're gonna start competing with women.
that's what happens, man. That's what happens. If you just start tugging at each other's wigs and start beating each other up with our wigs.
That's a new form of sex.
The fact is, you
Bitch,
can
I'm gonna
say
put your
men
wig
and
on.
women shouldn't do the same things, but we live in the 21st fucking century, baby. Men and women can do all the same shit, and
No,
they
Banksy,
do
I'm
anyway.
all for it, bro. I don't believe in these
What in
people
the
that like
Pride
don't
Month?
don't brush your teeth and don't do this. No, bro.
No, man, you gotta look after. No, that's fucking hygiene. Fuck that. You gotta have good personal hygiene. No,
Brother,
brush
I'm
your fucking
Muslim. I
teeth,
shave my armpits
shower and
man.
wash.
I'm coming out like a porn star.
Every
Clean.
day. Do that shit on a daily
Right.
basis. Don't fucking skip on that. That is
Too much
fucking personal
information.
hygiene, man. That has nothing to do with.
I can't stand people with bushy
looking good.
armpits, man. There's no need for that shit.
Well, I mean, I don't shave my armpits, but
No, I use that
wash
hair removal
myself.
cream. No hair
Bloody
removal
hell, man!
cream.
Doesn't that shit sting though?
No.
Really?
Put it on 9 minutes, shower it off. You're fresh as a daisy. It
What
lasts
is
for
this?
about
Is
a
this
month.
female hour?
Man.
I'm just saying that Muslims we're supposed to clean our armpits, innit? Our hairs.
You put cream on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, hair
Is there
removal
cream that
cream.
what? It takes the hair out.
Yeah, it kills it.
Oh shit.
But it's supposed to be. I mean, look, okay. What I read was if you go on Amazon and read Veet hair removal cream, but
That's the
people
one.
have put
It's
it
all
on their
women.
balls.
It's all women recommending it.
Yeah, no. but
Imagine as a
people have-
man, you're just like, let me order one. Like,
No, but it's not that. It's not that. There's a
They
bunch
sell it
of
in the
men.
pound shop, man.
There's a
Cheap shit.
bunch of men who've actually bought that and then they used it on their balls and sort of.
Nah,
I
allow it,
swear.
allow it.
What are we doing here?
Fucking reviews
What are
are
we doing here? What are we doing
amazing.
here? You know what, yeah,
It's
this
fucking
shameful,
funny
man.
as hell.
Bruv,
panel full of men
dude,
who are talking like women.
Dude said he put it on his
Thanks.
balls and his
Allow
genital
it,
area,
man.
and his
No,
balls were red
stop.
after 3
This
days.
is your guy, yeah? This is your guy.
Wow.
You lot tell me when it's women's hours done.
Yeah.
Wow.
But the reviews are
Women's
so
hour,
funny
Batman hour, man.
that these guys have put on Wheat about using Veet on their
Axum,
their
come jump on
genitals.
Bruv, if it's a cream that can melt through
come
hair,
through, man.
it can melt through hair. Why would you put it on
Don't
your
leave
balls,
us
bro?
here with these
Ladies
they-
Spade, MJ, come true, man.
Come through.
Then get that. What do you call? What do you invest in, like Manscaped, innit?
Oh, Eunice.
Yeah,
What?
but
No,
Invest
no,
in
no,
that.
no.
you
Come on,
get
come on.
these.
Come on,
you get
girls.
these.
Come
you
on,
get
Yeah,
these
this is
razors
turning
for
like
that.
proper Pride Month.
I know,
convo.
bro.
Yeah, no, I agree with manscaping. Manscaping is essential. You should have good manscaping
What do you
habits.
ask that?
Isn't that a brand?
No, that's a brand of razors, but the actual thing that you do is they refer to as manscaping. Is
manscaping, yeah.
to make sure down there is all nice.
Yeah,
and-
I heard reviews are good.
Well,
You might as well start talking about foundation.
well, I don't know about foundation, but you definitely could do with some eyeliner. Do not moisturize, ladies. Moisturize. You can never under moisturize your face. It is what it is, man. You get old.
Yeah, I like
to
women
be
that
honest.
moisturize.
This is Frutella hour now.
Come on,
To be honest,
ladies, man.
if you want to talk about
look,
look, if you want to give advice to men, especially for me, if you want to give advice to men, between 21 and 30, your only advice, the only things you need to worry about, is go to the gym, focus on your money, focus on your business, mind your business, and go to the gym. Those are the
Talking to
only
you,
two
Eunice.
things you need to worry about.
Eunice, are you listening?
Yeah, I am.
This doesn't apply to virgins.
Doesn't apply to Calm because you know.
No, it applies
he,
to
he
everyone.
far past it, didn't he?
Young men, go to the gym and make your money. Make your money. Do your hustle. Whatever it is you want to, you're into.
And cut down on the hummus.
Hustle, not hummus.
Hustle, loyalty, respect.
Hustle. What the fuck are you talking about hummus?
Eunice has got addiction to hummus.
Oh, I see.
Honestly,
I heard that
hummus
he's
is
making
really, really
hummus
nice, you know.
protein shake.
Do you know what? Yeah, I would like to make my own brand of hummus. Like,
Oh, don't tell us the
he's
barbecue
got,
hummus.
he went to rehab and said I got a
Barbecue,
chickpea
what?
addiction.
Is that the barbecue hummus? I'm telling you, you do
no,
that.
what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get like I'm gonna put
take you to
apricots and
rehab.
raisins in the hummus.
Well, like, they'll backhand you in the Middle East like so hard, like.
I'm gonna put that, like you know, the hummus, the main hummus ingredients and all that. I'll put like apricots and raisins.
No,
and
no.
stuff like that, spices.
No, yo, come on, man.
Man's putting apricot in
Yeah.
hummus.
All right, Eunice likes hummus. He likes weird hummus. Yada yada yada. Fucking boring, man. It's not gonna be week 3 of like
Hummus talk.
Yeah, bro, man. What the fuck, man?
I haven't heard this hummus talk, but
I come back
yeah.
in the room, man's chatting about hummus. Like, allow it, man. I'm sure us adults can bring more to the table than this hummus.
Yeah.
talk.
Can I ask something? Yeah. Why did you
Yeah.
guys not talk about like hair removal for?
Yeah, Veet. It was about personal hygiene and manscaping
Yeah,
and that.
Wheat hair removal cream. Why?
Yeah.
That's what
Which one of you?
Because that's what
which one of
Khan
you
uses on his
that
underarms.
poison? Which one of
Khan
you
uses.
uses that poison?
Huh?
It takes longer to grow back than when you use the
Yeah.
razor.
No, but that's poison. You can burn your skin.
If you leave it on too long, it can burn your skin.
Yeah, but it's still dangerous. All chemicals. I don't get it. Then why are you men, as men, using it?
Nah,
No,
don't say as men.
What do you
We're
mean?
not
Did I
involved.
say
It
that
was
I'm
only
No,
Khan.
no, no,
It was
no,
only
no,
Khan.
no, no.
Come
Did I
on.
say that I'm
Men
against
discussing
chemicals?
this,
This was
and
just
I'll
I
one
love
say
man.
chemicals.
this
Why am I
is
against
fact,
chemicals?
yeah.
That's singular. That was singular.
Yeah, man.
I don't know about the
Mostly
singular part.
Khan.
I don't know about that, man.
No,
We
I've
were
got two
discussing
armpits.
about it.
Why is chemicals wrong again? What's wrong
I
with
mean,
chemicals?
yeah, it can be so bad, yeah, that you can be shooting blanks in it or something like that.
Well, I mean, God knows what other
What's wrong with
other
chemicals, though?
What
chemicals it
happened?
would seep into your skin, through your skin into your
Pause.
body. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah,
I
and
honestly
someone said
don't know.
Someone said
something
shooting
about
blank.
having
What?
them on the balls.
That,
What
that
the
was
hell's going
Khan.
on?
That was
Yeah.
not on the balls.
This is the thing. This is the thing. On Amazon, if you type Veet hair removal cream reviews, if you go onto Amazon, there was a whole bunch of people who put reviews of how they bought this to use on their balls and their like genital area, and how incredibly painful it was and how long it took for the burning sensation to stop.
Damn.
It's funny as fuck though. The things these people have written
I
was
don't think the
amazing.
skin on your testicular region is the same as the skin that you're supposed to use V on.
No,
It can't be the same.
It's not even supposed to be used in that area. These idiots went ahead and did it, thinking that they can just sort of do some kind of life hack. And the dude was saying his balls were red for 3 days.
Man. But you know why it's good though? It's good because it stops ingrowing hairs. Because shaving makes you have ingrowing hairs.
And how do you know this, Khan?
Because he uses it.
Because
shaves his
I'm a
underarm.
Muslim man.
Mad.
No, not because you're a Muslim man, but I'm wondering how do
What
you
do you
know
mean?
so much things about this cream?
But Muslims are required to keep themselves clean.
Yeah, but I'm talking about
I
this
still
cream.
don't think you should shave your underarm. I don't know any surahs or ayahs in the Quran that says you should shave your
I mean,
underarm.
you have to do it every 40 days, innit? Especially if you're praying.
Seriously, you have to shave your underarm.
Yeah, as well as your pubes, innit?
Where the hell was that written? I've never seen.
never read it.
Nah, Eunice.
Eunice is trolling, right? He's
I'm not
trolling.
Common knowledge amongst
Which fucking surah or hadith says that shit? I need evidence.
Shaving their pubes and stuff. You should consider a job as like baiting, catch a predator kind of setup. You know what I mean? Predator hunter, pedophile hunter. So bruv, you got like a childlike voice, and then you ain't got no pubes or underarm hair. Or nothing.
Mad.
That's cuntish.
That's mad.
Look, all I'm saying is that religiously, I'm obliged to actually shave, innit? Every 40
as
days.
I said, I don't know where the hadith or the surahs for
Maybe
this
someone
shit
in the
is.
chat can find it for us.
I need more evidence on this because I don't
Is that
think
what
it's
where the
religiously
real Muslims
required.
at?
Nah, I'm not. I don't know about that. You're gonna get a fruity imam. Do that.
Mezzo, you don't do that.
Do what?
Shave your
What
armpits.
we're talking about?
No, I trim. I don't fucking clean shave like that.
Trim, not
You
shave.
trim. Your body hair.
Trim your armpits. How do you trim the armpits?
With scissors, maybe.
You get a separate shaver for that.
Oh, I see.
Like a thingy shaver.
Your own body.
Okay.
I've never because I'm not very hairy on the body side of things.
Is it
So
trim?
trim
Not
and
clean
shaving is
shave?
two different things, yeah. We can.
Yeah, but which one do you do? Stopzilla.
I trim. I don't shave.
Okay. So you trim your pubes.
Gang.
I think the pubes definitely.
How do you do that, Stopzilla?
What do you mean? How do you do that?
How do you trim your pubes?
How do you trim your pubes?
You want him to
Grab
give
the
you
little
like a
machine.
step-by-step guide?
What
No,
what do
I
you
want
need
him
here?
I want him to explain how he trims his pubes. Like,
Banksy,
If
let
it
him
grows,
answer.
you
Let him
trim.
answer, Banksy.
If
Banksy,
it
let him
grows, you
answer.
trim it, and that's it.
with
the trimmer,
what's a trimmer?
the manscape thingy.
Manscape. You got a manscaper.
Come on.
Whoa.
It's a major L.
You're the reason why
with the scissors, man. With the scissors, man.
Huh?
Scissors.
You
Chip,
can
chip,
use
chip, chip.
scissors.
Well,
Scissors
then
are
you go
manscapers,
near your cock and balls with
I
scissors.
want to know what are
Holy
the white
shit!
youths doing? The young Muslim youths, are they all got manscapers on that?
Yeah, didn't you lot know
I don't
though?
understand what's
Is
going
this
on.
like a shock to you lot?
I feel violated.
I thought everyone knew.
That's what you man are on.
Yeah.
Not Manscaped. Now why buy something that 40-50 pounds just to trim your balls? What's the point?
Okay.
To be clean, innit?
I hear that.
Scissors. Really?
Oh.
That man will be talking about how he uses a cutthroat razor to get that clean shave on the balls.
Come on. Get it shaved up.
Turkish barbershop.
Holy shit!
Trilex, I didn't know that's what you lot was on.
Yeah, man.
No,
I'm
look
surprised
at
you didn't know.
look at Trillo's comment, man.
The girls as well, not just the men, innit? Obviously.
Shaving the pubes, cutting the nails, plucking the armpit hairs, and trimming the moustache.
I mean, if you're gonna shave your pubes, then it's gonna get itchy, man. What's the point?
No, it doesn't really.
No, he stops it.
Oh,
Yeah, if you don't do
you
it
do it
correctly.
too, Banksy.
No, I don't get itchy. I
You shave your
manscape.
pubes.
Well, I mean, trim. I don't like go bald. I'm not a what do you call a shaven haven. But
Why do you trim your pubes?
Trim because it's just
Because he hates
better.
Islam.
Better for what?
Well, you know,
The cost of Muslims.
coitus interruptus. it helps the fellatio, and also, of course, I mean, for me,
It
if
helps
I'm going,
it helps her find it.
if I'm gonna,
Help him.
well, I mean that I always have to
Yeah.
get them to NASA to change Hubble's orbit in order for her to find it. But that's the whole other bunch of shit I have to worry about. But I'll be 100% honest with you. If a woman has a hairy
Are
bush,
you gonna get a penis extension?
not yet, but I'm looking. Fuck you, man. Fuck you and all these fucked up questions.
You would, didn't it? Would you get a penis operation?
Everything from my as I may have lost my hair, but whatever inches I lost at the top, I gained below.
Interesting.
I mean, it doesn't work, does it? Like the penis operation doesn't work.
Man.
No, man, that shit doesn't work anyway. None of it works.
Yeah.
This technology is fucking at the moment.
You
like,
just know
not
a
even
lot
close
about
to-
this stuff.
Yeah, because
Well, Eunice,
there's
what kind of penis-
documentaries.
What's the penis operation you're referring to? What's the mechanism? How does it work?
So many
Are you talking about gender reassignment?
It's mad.
No, man. I'm just saying, like, you know,
How do we go from cutting pubes to this?
I'm just saying it doesn't work, innit? Like, I've heard reviews and all that. And even some doctors have said that.
Why
as
are you
well.
looking at reviews of gender what? Anyway.
No, penis
man, it's not that
extension.
I-
Reviews of penis
Oh.
extension, not
Yeah, it's
gender
about enlargement
reassignment.
and all that, innit? Like,
Does that make it better?
Usman,
What
I
are we
think, Brother
doing?
Usman, you've
I
got.
think you can fathom why. So let's move on. You get me? Look, man, what's the likelihood of having the fucking the voice of Charlotte Church and like the dick of Ron Jeremy? It's not really gonna happen, mate. I'm sure we
The
understand.
voice of Charlotte Church and the dick of Ron
that's
Jeremy.
violation, man.
The man, he's like a centaur.
We're walking in the air.
I've got a question for Khan and Banksy. Traditionally, Africans used to shave their pubic hairs with copper and etc. So, are you saying that the Middle Easterns never used to shave? Is that
I'm saying Islam predominantly is an African religion. It's going to have African traditions in there.
Toupee is not African, though. Toupee is not African.
So,
Yeah, you see.
I mean, Kanye, that's you know, that's a bit.
Get him.
That's a bit. You know, I disagree with that. It's a religion for humanity, innit? It's not just an African religion. It's not just.
But there's a lot of there's a lot of African
you know, it's for
traditions and
humanity,
culture
innit? Like, yeah.
in Islam. Like you can't
He's
say
saying,
it isn't.
yeah, he's saying that there's a lot of African influence on
100%, 100%.
So they Khan that the Muhammad, the son of Abdullah, peace be upon him.
Yeah,
he just came. Can we say that he only came to perfect the mannerism of the people, even though the people were doing them things? Because I know in African tradition, you know, and I'm not being disrespectful to the non-African people, we always were very clean. We used to shave and do all these things, but with the non-Africans, no disrespect, it seems it's foreign. So with a religion like Islam,
what did Muhammad, peace be upon him, say? I come to, above all else, to bring good manners. If you look at Africans got good manners as standard. But it's us Europeans that are just like violent and fucking like, who was it said earlier? They're a bunch of like, I think it was Freddie said they're a bunch of sadistic murderers, and I think that's it's not far from the truth, really.
Well, Sigmund Freud was mentioning it in his book, you know, fantasy anthropology. He does mention that, no disrespect, he does say that there's a substantial problem. But what I'm saying is, though, it seems like the Africans were doing that anyway.
Yeah.
Non-Africans were catching up.
No, Kale, don't take that
shit. One thing I will say, and this is
from anyone, he don't care.
This is the weird thing that you guys are talking about, how Africans have got such good like hygiene. For me, some of the cleanest women that I've ever dated were, one of them was from Zimbabwe, one of them was from Kenya, and these women were impeccable with their hygiene always, and that's what I love about, well, from my experience, African women. But the funny thing is, from the Middle Easterners, and I think maybe Khan, you may have experienced this, but I know for a fact I've heard this from the racist Middle Eastern sort of attitude, is that Africans are dirty.
Oh,
and
yeah,
I've heard this so often.
I've not heard that from.
I mean, they're very, you know,
but I don't
people that say that,
you
know, they're uneducated people, aren't they?
Method. I never heard.
I'm not involved.
Method, defend your block now.
No, don't have it.
No, but I've heard this. I'm being real. I'm just being honest. Middle Easterners and Iranians and Indians have always said these sort of things about like Africans. Oh, they're dirty, they're this, they're that. And I'm like, you fuckers are racist, man. You don't know this shit.
Yeah, must be, yeah.
Must be.
I have. I'll be honest. Yeah, Iranians are fucking
I mean,
racist.
did they experience that? Did
Iranians
they actually had a relationship with, you know, with women or men from, you know, Africa and all that?
Well, I can tell you, I know Arab friends of mine.
Opinion.
I can tell you, Arab friends of mine, they will never date black women.
And
they will never date black women.
We don't want them to. But the thing is, you are right, though. Hitler, right-hand man Joseph Goebbels did say, accuse the opposition what you're guilty of. So I've noticed, no disrespect, that the non-Africans, they have a deficiency with hygiene, etc., and then they put it on the Africans.
that is true.
They do them things, especially. They do them. Because I'm not being disrespectful to the Asian people. You know, there is how can I put this now? There is a normality,
a lack of cleanliness,
cleanliness, and for some reason the Africans we're not like that, and then they put that. You see,
it's projection. It could be, it's probably projection.
We can say, to remove the humanity of the African, we must give a caricature and exterminate them psychologically, mentally, physically. You are right. Middle Easterns do practice racism. Asians in Europe,
every culture's got racism, bro.
Yeah, I think that's low. Racism's low IQ thing, to be honest.
But what I'm saying is,
I don't know if it's a low IQ because it seems definitely.
I mean, it is, Kale. If you think about it, here's why. Let me just explain why.
Go on then.
Okay. It's very ignorant, right? So for a person to say, for instance, you know, men and women from a certain group, they smell really bad and they don't clean themselves and all that, you know, and they don't even, you know, and they haven't even interacted with, you know, people from that certain group, then it tells me that person has an opinion that is driven from prejudice, right?
Yeah, because you can actually, to be honest, it could be both low and high IQ. Because when I say high IQ, I mean on a systematic level, they use it as there's an agenda behind it.
Yeah,
they put people down.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
And then on the low level,
but to be honest, for a person to give credence to that, in regards to, you know, that type of prejudice and all that,
on an individual level, it's low IQ. Right? On a systematic level, there's an agenda behind it. Do you know what I mean? Like colonization, for example.
But if we use IQ and ignorant, it kind of gives them an scapegoat of, oh, they're just mentally ill. I've noticed that. And that's why I don't use the word IQ or ignorant, because the reality of it, as what that gentleman says, and that it's an agenda to exterminate.
I mean, if you're giving credence to something, that is deeply prejudiced and is deeply, you know, reprehensible.
Yeah.
then what conclusion can we make? You know, that person's giving credence to an idea or belief in an idea.
What you're
You
giving
know, that has no
brother.
evidence based or anything based.
Yeah, but
You know,
brother,
so
you're
he
giving
obviously
non-African
is
people.
invested in that view. You
Yeah.
know,
Let me give you
without no evidence whatsoever. That means that, you know, there's something deficient about that person.
Let me give you an example of like
that, you know,
cognitive
that believes in it.
cognitive dissonance. Here's a person in chat wrote Moroccan, Hebrew, whatever. He's written,
Oh, that
Anxi,
idiot.
we live with African people in Africa. No, because you're Moroccan, you're fucking African. You're not an Arab. You were Arabized.
That's
You're
right.
not Arab. The
That's right.
Arabs in the Middle East, who I'm talking about, are very different to Moroccans and Algerians and Egyptians. You fuckers are African.
That's
The
right.
Arabs in the Middle East are not African. They don't
Not
consider
That's right.
themselves African.
Meso.
So this is why you got cognitive dissonance, because you think you're Arab. You're not fucking Arab. The Arabs don't consider you Arab.
That me, you know.
I'm done. I'm actually done.
Yeah.
They're a different race of people, isn't it? They're different.
I mean, which is, you know, it explains also why, you know, like you got countries like Morocco or Algeria or Egypt. They're playing the African Cup, innit?
Now some Moroccans
they're
have
African. They're just Arabized. They're being culturally Arabized, but they're African. That's why they have a very different perspective on African people than an Arab in Saudi Arabia or a Kuwaiti or an Emirati does. They have a very different
to be honest, like, you know, I heard like an African is someone that is black, innit? You know, that's the definition. You know, if let's just say
that's actually
some North
something.
Africans believe like an African person is a black person.
No, this concept of an African person being a black person is a colonialist introduction. It's a construct of the colonial era that they only see Africans as black people. No, North Africans are black Africans. It's a fucking continent. Do you realize the distance?
The modern North
A lot of
Africans
people don't
are
think
not
like that in North Africa.
They're not Africans.
Yeah,
but
the Moroccan, Algerians,
their allegiance is not to Africa.
Africans, brother.
Yeah,
The Europe.
their allegiance is to the Arabs.
Their allegiance is to the Arab League.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you know what I found a bit mad? Yeah, is that, you know, even I was watching an Egyptian, you know, advertisement in regards to charity and all that, and they talked about Africa as if, you know, it was like another place.
That's right.
As if, you know, the word part. I was quite confused. Literally, said, do charity works in Africa. And I was myself, oh, you know, Egypt is in Africa, right?
Africa.
Please pronounce that again. You sound like you're from Liverpool.
Africa.
It was like as if, you know, that they want part, it's like another place,
pronunciation.
which is a bit mad, really. Like,
Why are you trying to sound Masri?
who?
أنا مصرية.
A little bit too much
Africa.
man. Be easy.
The thing with
bigger family, man.
but nevertheless, it doesn't matter whether you know the Egyptians consider themselves like different, separate from the rest of Africa. Their relationship with other countries in Africa is very different, and their perspective is very different to an Emirati or a Saudi or a Bahraini. They do not, you know, they look very differently to Africa. They look upon Africa the way a Swedish or a Danish or a German would.
Yeah, there's racist as much as a white person. You're right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So they're not. They don't have those
the same goes for
connections.
the
I understand what you're
Egyptians,
saying.
and the
They
same goes
probably
for
look
the
at the Moroccans.
Egyptians. I'm telling you, the same goes for the Egyptians. Don't get it twisted.
Look, all I'm
They look
saying
up,
is, like,
yeah.
you know, I believe, yeah, an African person is a person, you know, that his nationalities, you know, his country's origin is African,
country
or
is
his
exactly
nationality
from a
is from an African country and all that.
But
Those
you know,
are
there's
the two things.
There was another thing I learned recently about the maps. Do you know that the maps of the world, they falsely give an impression of the size of Africa?
Really?
The continent of Africa is smaller on the maps than it
Really?
actually
Oh
is
my
versus
God.
Russia.
We can see that for real.
I'm not joking.
I've never heard that before.
No,
Thank
if
you
you
for hear
take
that.
the mileage, seriously, look it up. If you take the mileage distance from Moscow, all the way to the far east of Russia, it's shorter than if you take it from the East Africa and go to West Africa. It's much bigger. But on the map,
It's
Russia
like your
is
original
bigger
hairline
than the whole of Africa.
Yeah, it's like your original. That's why I believe your hairline. Yeah, that's why I believe it.
Look, Yakub's head is the size of Ethiopia. Look,
yeah.
Can you not see?
Look.
Nah, you're taking the
But
pictures off.
But it was just something that I didn't know.
Your hairline looked like the Bering Straits before.
Jakub's got more hair than him. That is crazy.
He's got his hairline still in the ice age.
I'm not gonna lie though, but it looks like the map of London, innit?
Oh, fuck you.
What does?
This was apparently a technique that came about when they were drawing the maps, because they took a spherical planet and tried to flatten it out, and that's what caused this sort of judgment or misalignment of what the size of the continent of Africa is. But the thing is, I mean, a lot of conspiracy people could go, "Oh, it's the white man trying to make Africa look small, innit?"
Interesting, Banksy, how Iranians cannot stand Arabs, but they'll unite with the Arabs against the Africans. I find that very interesting.
Most white people do that.
Well, look at the French and the English. They hate each other, but they'll unite against a foreign nation, especially an African nation or another Middle Eastern nation. They hate each other. They look at the Germans and the British and the French. They still hate each other, but they'll unite against foreign nations. So,
in fact, in Iran, I think the ancient Iran, the modern Iran's to the extent that
Persians?
they'll class. Well, the Persians, they'll class the Arabs as black. Keep away from the black, but the Arabs, for some reason, they have a very idealistic thinking. But yeah, the Persians themselves.
But Arabs and Persians never really got along historically.
No, they've never.
All the time, they never got along.
Yeah,
they've always been fights.
And
the thing is, the fights began really from the time of the Caliphate.
From Bahrain, innit? Are they mostly Persian people?
How are you interrupting Banksy? You speaking?
Iranians.
Sorry. But no, the Bahrainians are mix of Persians or Iranians, as well as the main difference now. The main difference is the Shia-Sunni divide. Okay, I guess we don't want to talk about that. So yeah, racism.
Every time you say Bahrain,
what I find interesting as well, Banks, is that you dated the beautiful Kenyan women, etc.
Zimbabwe.
And when an African descendant, and he shouldn't be doing this anyway, goes and dates an Iranian sufferer, we can definitely say that the SWAT team, the army, and that is going to be on his back. So
it all depends on where, though. I mean, if you're doing it in Britain, there's plenty of Iranian girls who date, African guys.
They love black guys. Iranian girls love black guys.
No, in Britain,
No,
seriously, in Britain,
you know how it is,
that cycle has somewhat broken, depending on, of course, it all depends on where the girl is. If I'm talking about Iranian girls who grew up in Britain, not Iranians who come from
that's
Iran.
true. First thing that comes off is the hijab, and then it's time.
I mean,
I know an Iranian.
Banksy, I think it depends on the woman in it, because if she's like less religious, then she can be. I don't know.
It's not religious. This isn't a religious thing. This is an ethnicity thing.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're not so religious,
Iranian married. What aren't you guys supposed to be more? What is going on?
But is she doing it like? Is it like in terms of like a long-term partner thing, or is it like
Jigar?
Do you know Iranians? You seem to know Iranians.
I know.
When's the last time you had some khurma shamsi?
Khurma sabzi. Khurma sabzi. There's no sir. Sabzi.
Yeah. Even I know that as well.
I can't believe you guys know all this shit about Iranians.
Yeah, of course, Banksy.
Oh, what's the name? What's the sweet
Banksy,
thing,
why do Iranians speak more Turkish than the actual Turkish people?
Dude, because I don't know about other people. My mum's side of the family, my grandmother is Iranian Turk. She was from Azeri.
Look,
my family.
Banksy, how do you say kitchen in your language?
Kitchen.
The kitchen.
In Iranian.
You say like
you might be Iranian.
Ashkhane. Is it Ashkhane?
Ashkhane. Yeah.
You might be Iranian.
Whoa. Ash means food. Hane means the house of. The house of food.
House of food.
But in Turkish,
Ash doesn't mean food. Ash means soup. but the house of soup.
What in the fat
Right.
bastard
But, like,
conversation is going on here?
What I'm saying, for some reason, because obviously in Turkey, where they became the caliphs of Islam, they assimilated loads of Arabic words. So now they use mutfaq instead of ash'ana. So Turkish got bare Arabic words added into it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I've noticed that Iranians speak more Turkish than Turkish people.
Because of the words. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the other way around, Khan. Turkish has Persian words in it. It
used to have. It used to have.
But it got displaced with
yeah. Now they
Arab.
filled it up with English and French words.
I thought the language doesn't matter.
Well, the words, the individual words, doesn't matter.
Certain languages do, but I mean the thing is, this
they
is
call
actually
them borrow words. They're borrowed.
This is what you would call colonialism, where a country tries to colonize and embed their culture and their language into another country. Iranians resisted that a lot, but of course, countries like Syria, Iraq, Egypt, some what's it called, Morocco, all these countries, they became colonized by the Arabs. So they lost their language.
To be honest, I think it's I think it's due to the spell of Islam in it that they.
But it's a colonial aspect as well. There's a colonial aspect to Islam, which
his name
dominates
is Khalid ibn Walid. Yeah, he's the one who conquered.
Yeah,
you lot was
conquered the Persians, conquered the Romans.
Exactly, Marco. You Zoroastrians.
Yeah, but didn't eat.
The fire lovers, right?
You lot used to worship Zippos.
Jumping over the fire, doing everything with the fire.
Who done that? Zoroastrians?
No,
The
No, this is a misunderstanding. They didn't worship fire. They worshiped the sun. Fire is a representation of light and the sun. So it's not that it's not the fire that they worshipped. The fire was just their effectively means, symbolic communication to Ahura Mazda, who's the sun god. But it was the sun that they actually worshipped.
But
and that's
don't you jump over the fire each year during the spring?
Yeah. 21st of we're still celebrating even now.
Yeah, I know because a lot of my friends do. So
Eid. Yeah, we call it. That's our Eid.
Huh?
You know that's the Kushite tradition as well. That's a Kushite tradition. That is, very interesting.
Which one?
Well, Kushite tradition.
Imagine they saw a lighter though.
Yeah, which one? Jumping over the fire.
So the worshipping of the that's African culture and stuff, right? So we know that. But here's the thing. But here's the thing for Banksy and that. Could it be the reason why you have the Turkish words, etc., that the Medes and the Persians, I believe they're cousins historically, because I think you got the Emilites, they were a Persian Semitic tribe, and then you've got the Medes, which were Japhic mixed with. Is that the reason why?
Maybe
Edomites.
The Medes,
Edomites. All hung up on those Edomites.
He's right.
The Edomites.
Not
Atlantis,
I'm on about the Medes.
The Medes, you're right. That's Banksy's people, the Kurds and the Persians.
And didn't they
they're very closely related.
The Semitic Persians, and the Medes, didn't they connect together? Which is why they have like the Turkish words.
I don't know what Semitic Persian is. I don't think Semitic. There's such a thing as a Semitic Persian.
The Indo-Aryans, exactly.
Indo and Aryan are both.
Persians have always been Indo-Aryan.
Yeah. The
Both
Indo-Aryans.
Indo and Aryan are non-Semitic people.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So
that's the bulk
confusion.
Of the
I
Iranians.
don't know.
But they have that Indo-Aryan sort of. We came from the Caucasus Mountains with the Caucasoids.
Yeah.
Don't you class yourself as an Aryan though, Banksy?
Sorry?
Don't you class yourself as an Aryan though?
Yeah,
I mean,
Aryan,
I am
before we
exceedingly white for a Middle Easterner.
Ron, I'm asking Banksy, not you. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, I mean, I am. I don't know. I mean, I don't really, because I'm a bit of a mutt. My parents' heritage, my grandparents' heritage are kind of a mix. I've got Turkish, I've got Kurdish, I've got Iranian, as in Persian Iranian, as well as potentially, even though I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah,
Iraq.
yeah, this that motherfucking dirty white boy, dog. Bringing y'all this 100% certified white boy music. If you don't know about this, dog, you need to get the fuck in where the fuck you fit in, dog. You understand this shit? This for my true to life, dirty fucking dubs. Yeah, I'm fresh, I'm thug, I'm dirty, I'm dub. I'm a white boy, get it right, boy.
That is
Big up the
disturbing,
white
like, you
boy.
know.
What in the paprika was going on there?
What in the sauerkraut?
These men are Europeans, man.
Oh, pick up the white guys, man.
Them be
These are the
whites.
Europeans.
Big up Khan. Big
They're
up.
just being moved to different
Do
locations.
you know what was weird
What
though?
in the
Do you know,
universal credit was going on in that?
thing? Banksy, you know El Rondo?
Yeah, Arundel, yeah.
El Rondo was saying that we're not white. He's saying that we're Anatolian, but he doesn't accept Anatolians as Europeans.
White. Yeah, but the thing is,
he's saying we're Asian. He's saying,
dude,
which in
the
a way
fucking
he's true,
white
we are
people
Asian.
didn't consider Slovaks as whites. They still don't consider
they don't. They
Slavs
hate
as
Slavs.
white.
Yeah, but this is the guy who has like a picture of Himmler and he's like, come on, let's be
Yeah,
honest.
man, this
No,
guy's
but
like a proper white
even Matthew showed
racist.
the chart yesterday of the amount of R1 genes in Turkey, and that's because of the Slavic mixture.
Yeah,
So they're mixed with Slavs already. Like in
but these guys and their concept of whiteness is so flaky and so stupid and so easily debunked by just basic genetics that you can't, because if these idiots go down the road of trying to find the real white man, they'll spin out of control with this sort of what do they call it, purity spiral.
That's what
Because
it is,
no
purity
one's ever
spiral.
going to be really, really white, because no fucker is of any one thing. We're
And that's
all
why
mixed.
Khan, if you was going to break down the definition, because I'm personally, historically, to be classed as white was a light-skinned black person. If you was like a golden brown, that's why I asked you, Khan, are you referring
This is what Mezzo was saying this the other day. Not trying to bring Mezzo in because obviously he thinks I'm begging him right now. But I'm not.
For some reason, it
Mezzo
reminds
was
me of
saying,
Lion
as
King,
I've said
innit?
before, that Caucasians, the original Caucasians, they're African anyway. So people so it's a classification system, really, isn't it?
Yeah. You see, this is the other thing as well. This is, if you notice, I don't know if you hear the language of these white sort of supremacist types or ethno-nationalists, their language has changed these days. In the beginning, it was all about white people, but they realized that's not going to work because they're going to go into a purity spiral and that's going to debunk their whole ideology. So now they're just talking about people of European descent, and even that is fucking questionable. There's a whole bunch of shit that you can question whether Eastern Europeans are really Europeans or are the Turks Europeans. They've got part of their thing in Europe, but they are kind of sticking to that one because they can at least have a bit more of a defined area. But generally, all of these guys, their whole
they're so
ideology
deficient about their argument. They're very deficient.
There's what?
They're deeply deficient. Like, when I hear them speak and all that.
Well, yeah, that's
you
what I mean.
can see holes in arguments.
It's the whole thing is built on a house of cards.
Thousands of holes. Every sentence that they say, thousands of holes appears.
Because that's what I mean. Because human beings are not one thing. We're not really that well defined. And the further back in time you go, there was more migration, more people moving around. And if out of Africa theory is actually correct, we all fucking came out of Africa anyway, and so we all have a mixture of just about everyone in us on some level. So this,
some people don't even have like African ancestry.
Exactly. No, it's not.
They even had like a DNA test and all that, ancestry DNA test, and there was no African ancestry whatsoever.
What, in anyone? In certain people?
Yeah, I saw some cases.
That's nonsense. How can there be no such thing as African ancestry?
Well, this is the thing. This is why they're saying that some of these guys are now arguing that the out of Africa theory may not actually be a fact. May not be that every human being evolved out of Africa. The Homo sapiens may have actually evolved simultaneously in different parts of the world without necessarily all coming out of the continent of Africa. So there is some people who are questioning the out of Africa theory.
What monkey then, Banksy? What type of monkey are they using then?
Well, I don't know. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. There's people who are questioning the out of Africa theory, but right now the best theory based on the evidence and the fossils that we have is that all Homo sapiens came out of Africa. We don't have solid evidence for anything else.
Countries like India and countries like China find it very hard to accept. Unlike
The out of Africa
Europeans who
theory,
accept that they originate from Africa. But Chinese, for example, they come up with this whole Denisovians that makes them different.
There you go.
And the Indians now are coming up with this out of India theory where the ancient Sumerians were actually Indian. Like these are all new things because they don't want to accept that they have anything to do with Africa, to be honest.
I mean, to be honest, why would they actually, let's just say if it's true, why would they distort the fact, the alleged fact that, everyone came out of Africa?
Because it's more political than factual. They don't care about the facts. It's more about the politics.
Oh, how they try to brainwash me. Great Britain is my mother country. But when I remember the triangle, how they bought and sold my people, I tell myself that ain't possible. When I remember the cruel trips, them wicked ships, when I remember British injustice, I am an African, I'm proud of my motherland. Don't doubt me, I'm proud of my ancestry.
Is that Shakara? That's Shakara.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that man can move.
I think Maku's one was better still.
Is there a Maku one?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Did you see it?
awesome.
Back when he was young.
There's also a Jupiter one as well.
Oh my God.
I'm an African.
Oh, that's gonna be good.
I should do one as well.
And say what? I'm an Ottoman.
No, Ethiopian.
I'm an Ethiopian.
No. I'm an Ottoman. Really? I'm a Mongolian. No.
I don't know if Eritrea. Is Eritrea commander? I don't think Eritrea commander.
That's a batty man.
Thing.
I am a
Does Eritrea commander Ottoman? It doesn't, does it?
No.
Okay.
You tried it though.
I said I am an Ottoman.
That was good actually. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, are you Eritrean, Miss? I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
Axum.
Buna?
Sorry.
Bunda.
Axum.
Bunda time.
Axum.
Miss Bunda. Mashallah.
What's up?
Yeah,
Miss Buna, you know.
No, stop for that to you, yeah, Khan. Anyway.
I said, mashallah, like, have you seen it?
No, he hasn't seen me. Yeah.
No, not yet.
Give thanks. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I'm Eritrean, Baxter.
All right. No, I used to have some great Eritrean friends I used to work with. And the women are
did you see
amazing.
them Eritrean people on TikTok? They were having some racism issues in Turkey. They were protesting about some restaurants got closed down, and the Eritreans were out protesting, going, "This is racism." Yeah.
You know. No, I don't have to.
you know, Turkey.
Not really.
You know, Turkey was complaining about Pakistanis
not everyone's like
harassing
me.
Turkish women. Turkey was recently complaining about Pakistani men migrating to Turkey and harassing Turkish women. Yeah.
No. That's
the fucking news.
Watch Tommy Robinson go over there now.
Well, Pakistani men are going to marry Turkish women.
Tommy Robinson.
Suddenly you see Tommy Robinson with the doner kebab and start going, Marhaba.
The way for Istanbul.
I don't know. Sorry, I need to use a Turkish word. Mashallah.
It's crazy.
Now put it in Discord then, Khan. Where is he? Khan. No, there's a lot of Eritreans moving to Turkey right now. So
really, why? What's happened with Eritrea? I thought they were doing.
I think they're kind of following in the east of Africa. Like,
yeah, exactly.
There's a lot of Somalis there.
You think that's a good idea?
Oh, Gain said Turkey has
Not
banned
really.
Pakistanis.
Do you think that's a good idea?
Yeah, that's mad.
No, it's
Well,
not
it's actually
okay,
officially true. Is that actually officially
Turkey banned
reported?
Pakistanis.
Is it on the internet?
Fuckers.
Well, what's on the
You're
internet?
gonna have
What?
Sajuk samosas over there.
Oh, mad.
Sujuk
Mad.
samosa.
Mad. That's
That is
no. That's disgusting, Mezo.
That is so
That's
disgusting.
just messed up.
You might as well
man.
add
That's
hummus
messed
to
up.
the side to make it a bit better. But I don't know.
Eunice, you can't even chat about anything disgusting.
Man, that's disgusting, man. Come on, man.
I don't want to bring
Disgusting.
hummus, no, because Jedi, don't
I
change
know,
the subject.
Mujed. Anyways, what did you say, Kane?
What I was saying is, do you think that's a good idea that the migration to Turkey and etc. Turkey's a nice place, by the way. But
it's lovely.
Black people have no friends.
Oh,
so
check out my dinner.
Yeah.
Oh, exactly, man.
Okay.
So you definitely got to East African dish, isn't it? With the
Rice,
banana.
chicken,
Tuna,
avocado.
yeah.
You get
Tuna
the
and banana.
He's
He's
got
trying to
East
be
African
Somali
vegetables.
now.
Wait.
He's
No,
trying to
no,
be
I've
Somali
never.
now.
No,
he's
no,
got
wait.
Somali's credential
Get
in
the
it.
banana next to it, see?
Nah,
that's
that is
broccoli
not Somali,
and two
man.
bananas.
Nah, he's claiming
What?
your
That is
people
not
now.
Somali, man.
We
Get
are
the fuck
free
outta
from
here.
him.
Fuck off. That's
Finally.
What?
wicked. That's basically
Well, you think you're
saying-
better than me?
Are you
You
from
actually
him?
think you're better than me? Come off it, mate.
Holy shit.
Oh, man, why you having two bananas, isn't it, with one rice? And
It
all
was
that?
Five a day.
Well, that could be dessert.
Nah, he eats
Man
with
said
his
he eats
rice.
banana with 2 hands. That is crazy. Pause.
Is that what is this? A kebab, like a kebab with rice in it, or is it like tuna
Man said
rice?
kebab. That's tuna
Look
and rice,
at
my brother.
Eunice
No,
now,
that's
all
tuna.
excited.
Why are you complaining?
Okay.
You eat hummus and you're complaining now. Why are you complaining?
I'm just saying, man.
It's
Like,
a
you know,
Somali dish, isn't it? It's a nice.
It's all right, man. It's relatively healthy. The rice isn't the white rice. You could make that into brown rice and it'll be more
Yeah.
healthy. But it's all right, man.
He doesn't
You
want
do
the
you, boo.
melanated rice.
I fucking ate McDonald's yesterday, so I can't fucking talk. I was
You
defiled my
do you know
body.
what's do you know what's better? Yeah, you can get like you can get 4 slices of bread. Yeah, you can make a banana sandwich out of it.
No, one listening to you.
Hey,
Tired, man. No.
Leave it.
Stop.
Leave it.
Hey, yo, Eunice, stop talking with the food talk and let's move on, please.
All right, cool.
Yeah,
Enough of this.
continue, yeah.
Okay, I'm not going to speak about food
No
anymore.
more food. No hummus. No talk about food. Nothing.
No hummus. No homo.
Back to you, yeah, Kale. Brother Kale.
I was just saying, is it a good? I don't. Here's the thing. I don't believe that we should be going to places which is a problem. Well, then again, wherever black people do go on the planet, you're going to be facing oppression. I was asking, do you think it's a good idea that the East African brothers and sisters are migrating to Turkey, even though it's a nice place? The place is not the issue. It's the mindset.
I mean, South Africa's a nice place.
I think
Somali's again
sorry to-
aggravation
sorry
at
to
learning.
interrupt you, Eunice. I think it's because there's like 5 million Syrian Arabic-speaking people there. I think now Somalis are moving there because they got people that sort of they can connect with. Whereas previously there weren't that much immigration to Turkey.
Actually, there's a lot of Syrians moving to the Caribbean as well, man.
How are they getting all the way to the Caribbean?
Yeah, they're going there.
You're going to get jerk shawarma there.
And guess what's happening over there? There's racism, which is very interesting.
Wait.
Oh, on the Syrians.
In Caribbean.
No, the Syrians and the Caribbeans in Grenada.
So who's suffering the racism? Who's suffering from the racism?
Who's suffering from the racism? Well, if black people are disorganized, unfortunately, against an organized group, then naturally the
Hold on,
organized
isn't Grenada a country that has like 50% Asian, 50% African? Is that that country?
Yeah, that migrated there.
No one even said Africa.
They've migrated there. Yeah, so that's why I was asking the Queen, is it a good idea for them to migrate to Turkey?
Never. We all know problems will arise anyway. If it's not now, it'll be in the future,
they'll definitely
Yeah.
face some form of level of racism in Turkey.
There's
I mean, any
certain
minority
Indian
group going
I
anywhere.
mean, which is mad, really, to be honest, isn't it? Like, yeah.
You guys. I mean,
We feel like everywhere we go, though, even in Africa, if we're going up north
Yeah.
to Egypt,
You know how many Somalis? Like, I've heard that loads of Somalis died in South Africa.
Yeah, they kill
Yeah,
us.
That's true. I've heard a lot about that. Not just
Mm.
Somalis though, other people.
Yeah, a lot of, like especially like African migrants. Like
it's mad because they're angry at the white people. They're angry at the white people, but they're killing off the black owners.
Yeah, but this is xenophobia, right?
I know.
Isn't
Yeah,
it?
it is.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
high
So
degree.
they've been doing it to like.
The thing
And it's
is,
racism as well. Like it's racism as well. Like
yeah, but the
It's not
thing, like,
because black
It's
people
not.
can
It's
attack
not
like
about
it
racism
is,
racism.
and
like
stuff.
they're
It's not
killing,
racism,
they're
brother.
killing them based on
No,
nationality. And then,
No, it's not about racism.
no, it's
not
true.
racism.
Brother, you've got to.
Oh,
But
it
they've
is.
been through.
Right
They've
next to
been
them.
through. They're traumatized. They've been through apartheid. So give them a little allowance, man.
But you know the weird thing about like bigotry, because I can't even call this racism, but you know who North Koreans, do you know where they face the worst amount of bigotry and discrimination?
South Korea.
South Korea.
Yeah.
Any North Korean goes to South Korea, they face a shit. This woman who runs this channel on YouTube about North Korea, she's like, she escaped from North Korea. She talks about how terrible South Koreans were to her. And they're literally the same people. They're literally the same. You can't even call it racism because they're the same group. And yet they hate them. They absolutely treat them like shit. They treat them like scum. I don't know what it is about humanity that has this.
I mean, I think it's to the politics.
What about Iran, where they don't treat their women properly? If you're not wrapped up and all sorts, you could get beaten by a police officer. I got some arrangements.
Yeah, in Iran, did you say?
Yeah, yeah.
Of course, yeah. If you don't have the hijab,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
But the thing
We'll
is, I'm not
fuck you
talking
up,
about that's not bigotry. That's just to do with like the dress codes and stuff like that.
The regime, the regime.
Yeah, the regime.
I
but
mean,
I'm talking about
be
North
honest, yeah,
Koreans
like-
who go to South Korea are hated.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you know, like in regards to Iran and all that, like most of the women don't even wear the hijab properly.
No, because they don't want to wear the hijab.
They're forced to do it, though. They're not even
Exactly.
religious.
So they're looking sort of for ways to get round of wearing the hijab in the most proper way because they don't want to
What are
wear
you
it.
saying, Banksy? So this Khomeini guy, you thought it was better with the king, yeah?
No, I'm not a strictly monarchist guy. My family, my mum and my uncles, they all have like really wonderful memories of the king. But I'll be
Yeah.
honest, I prefer if Iran was just a republic, a genuine democratic, secular republic. But of course,
But
in
you
that
were more
part of the
secular
world-
with the king, though, than the
It was,
right now.
yeah. He was,
Shah.
yeah. I mean, the
Yeah,
Shah,
yeah, the Shah. Yeah,
the
yeah,
Shah was a bit more like Saddam Hussein. He wasn't. He
Yeah.
was still a dictator, but he was
Well, he
more
was secular.
secular.
Yeah, yeah.
Whilst Khomeini and all the rest of the guys
Khomeini,
now
the
is
dirty rat.
Khamenei. Yeah, he obviously he's like the equivalent of the Taliban for Iran.
Yeah.
So you had the Shah, which was like Saddam Hussein. Then they
Mhm.
ousted him, and kind of a version of similar to the Taliban came into Iran. And admittedly, the Taliban are, well, at least in the 90s, were far worse than the
But
Islamic
how come you?
Republic.
Okay, but Banksy, how come your people embrace Khomeini so, like like a messiah when he came?
Well, no,
the
they
Shah was
didn't.
a puppet to America,
Yeah,
innit?
exactly. But the thing is,
He
it
got
wasn't that they
abused by
embraced
the
him.
West.
He came with a small minority group, but they took over very quickly, and then they slaughtered and killed any opposition. So they then built their supporters from what was left, and also they've had like 43 years of literally grooming children and raising them into this cult of Khomeini.
Yeah.
So now, there are people who would die for Khomeini. I mean, not Khomeini.
Yeah.
Khomeini's dead, but Khamenei and all the other
Yeah.
political
Revolutionists. That's because
leaders.
the Muhammad Mossadegh was elected democratically, right? And then because he was against the West, and
Mm.
they put the Shah instead. But the people knew that he was basically a puppet to America.
Exactly. I mean, if you read the book, this is what I was talking about on this very channel last time. The Confessions of an Economic Hitman. It literally lays it all out for you. It tells you the whole story, but not just Iran. It tells you the story of Iran, tells you the story of Ecuador, Nicaragua, Cambodia, all of the places where America started to expand their political influence, effectively the American empire, and how it began from Iran. It actually kind of started with that Mohammad Mossadegh situation, where America realized they don't have to directly invade a country to run a country.
Yeah, of course not. Yeah, it's called the containment theory. The containment theory was basically to contain the spread of the Soviet Union.
Exactly. But it's kind of, in a weird way, it's a quasi imperial sort of scenario for America, because they run essentially those countries that they control.
So, Banksy, what are some of the positives of racism? We always see the negatives. Is there any positives?
Are there positives
that we missed out on?
You can call a friend.
Look, the only thing I can see as human beings, we are tribal and we want to look out for our own, and we do anyway. But I think this is something actually Louis C.K. said. He said racism is just ignorance that will resolve itself as the world becomes more and more sort of integrated. So as we become more integrated, eventually, because I honestly don't think racism can outlast technology. I think technology
but
will
Banksy,
ultimately
don't
kill
you think
racism.
we're going backwards
God.
though right now?
Sorry?
Don't you think we're going backwards because the right wing is like going
No,
over?
those right wingers, they are.
racist.
It's just the fact is that any major shift in societal change will bring some degree of fear with it, and people's fears will then try
Yeah,
to
that's true.
effectively, they will try to go back to what they think is the good old days, their happy place. So they think, these kind of right wingers think that the 90s or the 80s or the 70s were the great times. So they want to go
we
back
didn't
to
have
that.
so many immigrants in Europe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
what you said about technology, I don't think is strictly true, because the people in charge. What if the people in charge of the technology have racist intentions or are racist themselves or wield it in a racist way? What if the technology is racist? Which is a possibility.
Yeah, but the thing is, Jedi, I'm talking about technology like communication. I mean, years ago, I spoke to an American who had never left the United States in his whole life. He lived in some white Republican red state. I was the first foreigner he started to communicate on the internet, and we were thousands of miles apart. So if we can have that kind of reach, if we can have that level of communication, look at the communication we're having now. This group of people, I would never sit in a pub and be surrounded with this group of people because we live such different lives. We would never actually come together in a real life situation. So we can do this in a virtual scenario where people's minds will grow and expand by simply having conversations with people that they normally wouldn't interact with. So I think on that level, no matter how racist Facebook is or how racist YouTube might be, they can't stop this conversation. They really can't stop us from talking.
Yeah, but talking personal relations is not going to give African people the economics and etc. Racism.
Well, absolutely.
So that's why
I think it's small steps. It's like, you have to take baby steps in some cases where you just simply introduce some white guy who's never left his country, he doesn't even own a passport, to someone who lives in Malaysia or Ghana or Nigeria. That will change their perspective.
Actually, the internet and technology is being used to socially engineer people, and racism and mistrust of each other.
Yeah, that's true. What Jedi said, it's true.
I mean, I guess the thing is, I think yes, you can have that. People create their own echo chambers, and they go into their own sort of enclaves of communication where they only talk to people that affirm their ideas. But
no, that's not what I'm talking about.
So what are you saying? How is that?
Go in any comment section on any video on any social network and see the racism for yourself.
Of course, it's bringing out some things, but in that same, again, it's not going to be one-sided. It's not going to be clean. There will be racists, but there will also be conversations amongst people who would normally never interact. People who would never in a million years meet each other in the street.
Voice, use it for racism. You go on Omegle, you go on any of those. I've got a few videos where I go on those video chat kind of video roulette type of things where people just keep popping up on videos. Majority of them want to call me a nigger.
Yeah. Oh, do you have to show us that one? I want to do that as well.
It's on JEDI Online. There's one with me, one with me in South. It's jokes still.
Majority the true self. They show the true self. Yeah.
Yeah, they just went, oh nigga, like you're in India, man saying nigga. You're in Russia, man saying nigga. You're in Iran, man saying nigga. You're in Pakistan, man saying nigga. Like,
it exposes, but I still think the exposure that we have to each other, the fact that we come in contact with each other, even in a virtual environment, is still a better thing than someone who's just closed themselves off in their little corner of the world, who never sees anyone, never talks to anyone.
You know why? You know what? You learned all of that before the internet, and you're applying it to the internet.
That's right.
The people that are born with the internet and that, oh my God, they think everyone is what they see on the internet. So you know that the trash prevails. That's what is made viral, and that's controlled. The algorithm is controlled. Therefore, the internet is weaponized and actually shapes people's social behavior and their outlook based on like lies, propaganda.
I think it's much worse, bro.
And all sorts. It's bad.
It's like Jedi said, it's engineered, and it's going to go that way to distract people away from all the extra. Like, you're going to see the cost of living crisis go mad. People already taking to the streets. They're going to use racism to divide people and turn them against each other, and that's what they do. They've always done that. It goes back to Nazi Germany. They all do
we
that.
already are divided, can't we? Already are, as I said. Yeah.
But what's the counter? Well, what's the countermeasure to these things? How do we counter these?
I agree,
What do we do?
I think it depends, right? If you go on the Daily Mail,
I'm
you're
going
going to
to
find more
spend £500 on a
comments.
hairpiece anyway.
For fuck's sake.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't on mute.
Go on, Miso. Go on. You were going.
No, I was saying it depends, right? If you're going to go on the Daily Mail, you're going to find racist comments. If you're going to go on the Guardian, you're going to get a whole set of people. It just depends where you're going. On the Sun, you're going to get another bunch of ignorant twats. It just depends, innit?
But that's the echo
I know
chamber.
what you mean. I
about.
agree with what Jedi says. It gives them a free space where they can say something that they would never ever say. You know, they'll cross the road when they see someone like the size of Jedi, right?
Of course.
They feel safe to say it behind the screen. They'll just say the N-word.
Yeah, but that's just the negative side. There must be positives from this.
Why you against me? Why don't you see the racism against us as well?
I do.
Why do you have to be Jedi to get racism?
No, I'm saying what Jedi is talking about. He's talking about his example, right? That when he goes online, he just gets the N-word.
What do you mean against you? Why do all this? What about Europeanism? Like, shut up, man.
Well, it's not just that.
No racist to you, Europeans.
Even black football players can't miss a penalty without being called the N-word and monkey emojis.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's true that you would not be able to. You wouldn't be called the N-word if you go into Omegle. You may be called fat or ugly or whatever, but you're not going to get called the N-word.
Probably the worst thing you'll get.
Or if they find out you're Turkish or in any shape or form you're Middle Eastern, they might have a go at you.
Yeah, like a Muslimic,
Muslimic, exactly.
Oh God, here we go.
Here we go. Here we go.
We got Reg.
Oh, is it Reg?
Yeah,
big up Reg.
Reg
is always ready to fuck shit up.
Do you get any racism towards you?
Racism? What do they call it? Is it not covert?
Covert?
Yeah, covert racism. But I think it's got better. I think that people will say that it's concealed, but I think it's definitely got better legislation.
Brother, it definitely hasn't got better, brother. I'm not it hasn't gone better. It hasn't gone better.
I mean, according to the report, I think to be honest, before the report has been released and all that, a lot of people say, well, UK is a very racist country, this and that and that. When the report came through, they talked about it and all that. And then I found out, it's not as bad as many people are thinking.
To be fair,
there may have been, some racism there and all that.
Maybe you don't understand what racism is, brother.
The thing is, a lot of people are going to come and say this. Obviously, you can't quantify how if it's got better or if it's got worse. But if you're saying that people getting whipped in the back, people being put in chains, people being discriminated for job, people being sold and traded because of the color of their skin, people not being able to own houses because of the color of their skin. If you're saying you are having it worse than that, Kel, then I'd like some proof for that. You know what I mean?
Brother, maybe we need to understand what racism is, and this is the problem with our people: is that we don't understand political science. We start to narrate what racism is. But racism, brother, anytime a non-African person practices unethical code of conduct with their mannerism, face expression, body language, or a label,
a non-African person can be a racist.
Hold on, brother, hold on. And they try to deny your human rights in those things. That is clean racism. You don't have to be chained. You don't have to be whipped. Anytime they do that, that's racism. For example, Banksy
My
says
brother, we asked, is it got better or worse? We didn't ask you whether We're not
Yeah,
disputing whether it still exists.
Yeah, but you said that it hasn't gotten worse, right?
Yeah.
And the thing is, brother, it's completely worse. Completely
It's worse.
For example, the Jubilee, that's racism, because the Queen, right? And I know there's a lot of people that don't want to hear this. The Queen, when she sat on that throne, brother, she participated in a lot of things that happened to African people up until 1952 until now. And people are celebrating the Jubilee. That's
My
racism.
brother, the things that you're referring to happened to the people yesterday. They happened worse to the people yesterday, and you're saying that it's got worse. Is worse for you? That's what you're saying. Even the things you're referring.
All of us. It's worse for all of us, brother. You know what I mean? It's worse for all of us. And that's what I said, but we have to be very politically educated, because Banksy says, and I disagree with him, you should be able to assimilate with your people, but it shouldn't be about oppressing black people. You see, you can be with the Iranian people, there's nothing wrong with that. But if you need to oppress black people to be around the Iranian people through economics, etc., and stuff, right, then I have a problem with that. And that's what non-African people do. You know, they do that daily, monthly, and minutely, all the time.
I think it's disingenuous to say that it's not got better. When you clearly are living a better life than any of your ancestors have done in the past, as a community, as a whole ethnic community.
You are living a better life.
Yeah, you definitely are living a better life than your ancestors would
So
have lived.
you're saying that
amongst
as a
white
black
people,
man, to live the life equal to a common English person, that you're living a life better than any of your ancestors has ever lived. I find that shocking that you're even saying
no,
that.
I'm not saying ever lived. I'm saying
currently living.
Well, in recent times, yeah, we've got more advantage than they ever did amongst our white peers.
Yeah, they're giving you crumbs.
I didn't say that we've got the same level.
It's denial of opportunity. I'll give you an example, right? One of my best mates works in recruitment, and they want people from South Africa for this role. They don't hire, and the thing is, as soon as they find out it's a black guy or a woman with a headscarf or is the name Mohammed, the firm in the UK will not hire him. They'll make up all the excuses in the world. They'll make up all the excuses in the world. They'll say, "Oh, it's culturally not not fitting and all that stuff." But it's fake. The moment they see an Anglo-Saxon name, like they'll see a white name, straight away.
Mezzo, imagine my name's Khan. How many of them terrorists?
My brother,
how many of them terrorists were called Khan?
That happens.
All of them, innit? All called Khan.
That happens in Pakistan. That happens in Nigeria. That happens in a lot of countries. It happens in China. That happens.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. But if we're saying that, it's completely it's not, because there's so many people that are qualified, but because of their skin color, they've been denied the opportunity for the job.
That's right.
And they're actually more qualified than that white person. That white person will get a reply back just because they're white.
Because you can take off the hijab and you can change your name, but you cannot change your original complexion.
No. It's not just thing. Asians, they want a white person, a white European. When there's in front of clients, when that person goes to see clients, they want to see a white guy.
Again,
no one suggested
that
some of that does play a role.
No one has suggested that racism is completely gone, which is like a straw man that you guys are creating. At the end of the day, it is better than it has been for our ancestors. Well, definitely the ones that are of African descent.
But Reggie, are you saying it's better now than it was in, let's say, the early 80s?
I would say definitely more the 80s and earlier than
70s,
the 80s,
80s, 50s. Fucking hell, you guys, the racism in the 50s and the 60s? Holy shit.
I'm saying 80s and 90s, there was less racism than there is now.
Well,
you must be having a laugh.
I don't know.
I'm serious, because it's the economic downturn that's forcing people into a more conservative position.
There are black people that are in.
Let me ask you a question, yeah? Let me ask you a question. Totally hypothetical scenario. In this weird universe, pedophiles wear fluorescent clothes, bibs big fluorescent bibs, yeah, and they've got bells attached to them, and a trumpet band that walks behind them, right? And that's how obvious it is to see a paedophile in this weird fucking universe, yeah. And the paedophiles are running around and they're trying to do their paedophile stuff, and sometimes they're successful and whatever. But you see it coming. They're not going to sneak and do it. They're going to walk up to you and try and molest your child right in front of you. Fuck it, yeah. And then you got another universe where the paedophiles look like parents, look like social workers, look like law enforcement, look like teachers, look like neighbors, look like uncles, look like siblings, and it's way harder to detect them. Has paedophilia got worse or better in the second scenario? Discuss.
I think he's suggesting the same scenario can be superimposed with racism. There's like covert racism or overt racism. Just because the overt racism of the 50s and 60s turned into a more covert racism of the 80s and 90s, was racism, were you better off, as in was racism less affecting you less in the 80s and 90s versus the 50s and the 60s?
I'm sure the 80s was really racist. I wasn't there in the 80s.
As a collective,
Brother.
and speaking as individuals, you will have more individuals that are living a more fulfilled life now than you did previously, because they have less restraints. So more people will be happy with what they achieve in the Western world amongst their white peers or amongst their people of other ethnicities.
But has the covert racism reduced? Has it truly? But the problem is, you can't. It's very hard to measure something
What do you mean
that
by
is
that's the
hidden.
thing? Yeah, what do you mean by covert racism? Like,
Undercover racism. This is like people who no longer can express
how do you identify
overt
it? How do you
racism.
identify it?
Exactly, that's the problem. How can you measure it? How can you quantify covert actions?
I just gave you a good example about that. Recruitment is a major example.
100%.
Do you think it's racist? You think it's racist for the head of a software company to suggest that experimental vaccines be carried out firstly in Africa?
100% racist.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely.
Because
we
the
saw
value,
that. We saw them.
They assume that the value for
they were on Twitter.
The life of Africans to them is less.
No,
what I'm saying,
let's not like there'll be less.
It could be for
When Eunice witnesses one of his family members or his friends or maybe even him, on the wrong arm of the system, he ain't gonna ever ask what's covert racism.
Now the thing is, if the man suggests that it should be, that it can be used in a particular country in Africa, and it works, right?
Man, allow it, man. I don't want to hear it, man.
Yeah, but brother, that's very unsynchronized of you saying that, you know.
Don't even entertain him, man. He's just thinking of something contrary to argue. Come on,
so Reggie, how do you justify
if the Europeans, right, were practicing using vaccination on one African person and left the rest, that's racism.
Yeah, they actually. I mean, by the way, this is actually true because it's come out. Sorry, ML. This has actually come out as evidential. They experimented on black people in America with these things. This was a real thing. They actually did that. Now I don't know about how much experimentation.
Tuskegee.
So let's say that we find. Right? Let's say we find a vaccine. Let's say we find a vaccine trial whereby it's being used on white people first.
Brothers, man, let's just move away from vaccine.
But what I mean is, this was just a particular example of one group considering another group as lesser, so they can then do worse things to them, experiment on them, and do other horrific things without particularly
when you eliminate the overt racism, or some of the overt racism, because to be fair, to say that it's been eliminated would be a lie, you know. But let's say it's lessened, but all that's happened is, the institutions that were built on this outwardly racist mindset, it's just gone underground and just become subtle and subliminal and
So,
harder to prosecute.
A Jedi.
Yeah, go on.
My concern is, fair enough, I accept those premises because I think they genuinely do exist. How do we counter this? What methods, what scenarios can we arrange that would counter such a thing?
The only
But
method
that's very easy. That is
the
very
only
easy.
the only method is to obviously be self-sufficient. Yeah, that's when racism doesn't matter.
But that's
To be
closing yourself
self-sufficient
off.
and to be self-sufficient and to be an adult in societal terms. You know what I mean? To be a sovereign. So therefore, you can defend yourself, feed yourself, clothe yourself. You know what I mean? And that's the position that you need to be in. And therefore,
Jedi,
other people's racism can either be combated with self-defense or it can be ignored because you don't need to interact with these people. This is where this is what the issue is. At the moment, people that suffer racism somehow end up being the children that suckle from the jackal. Somehow they're still dependent on the system that clearly despises it and only really fattens it up to eat it later.
So Jedi, do you think that Chinese people experience racism?
Yeah, of course they do.
From who though? From
They
who?
experience it whilst they're minorities in the West, and they dish it out when they're the majority in their own country.
I don't think you can use other people as an example. Did experience it because all those other
Chinese people have experienced racism. Of course they have. Yes, they have.
But do they not fit their criteria?
Now, what we got to understand is how pandemic is it? How widespread is it? And how impactful has it been on their social climb, their social well-being, their status, the psychology of the group? And when you get to that point, you realize it hasn't really. It's a drop in the ocean. They're not really.
That's the thing. I think that
it's not prevalent. It's not prevalent.
It hasn't allowed it to affect their growth and their community's growth and advancement. That's one thing for sure. The Chinese didn't let the racism in America to affect them to the extent that would stunt their growth. They literally created Chinatowns and things like that. How many Ghana towns is there in America? How many Nigeria towns are there in America? Why is there Korea towns?
There was Black Wall Street. There was Black Wall Street.
But they destroyed that. They actively destroyed that, didn't they?
I'm glad you said that there because that will back up what Brother Jedi was saying in regards to determination. But if you do have self-determination, as I've always said, you need to have security to back that because the Chinese people, the Black Africans didn't give them opiums. You see what I'm saying? And that, in fact, an ancestor by the name of Lucy Davis helped the Chinese in the Underground Railroad when they were being oppressed, but yet still the Chinese people still have time to oppress African people. You see? So one way or another and stuff, right, we don't have any friends, not one bit. And we shouldn't have friends really, because it doesn't make any sense.
So I think the conclusion could be something along the lines of, obviously racism is hard to quantify, whether it's been reduced or whether it's increased. But at the end of the day, if we're self-sufficient, we don't really notice it so much, right? Well, it doesn't really affect you so much.
You can quantify racism, Brother Reggie. You can if you understand political. So,
my brother, we're saying you can't quantify whether it's increased or decreased. I don't know how you quantify that.
What do you mean, Reggie? If you look at, for example, the numbers or the data on Black people getting sent to prison or Black people reaching higher levels of education or Black people in employment, these are all markers that you can use to quantify the degree of racism. Of course you can.
No, not really.
No, but then you have to compare it with previous data.
For you to say there's no data, of course there's previous data. For you to say that you can't quantify something is crazy.
Because
the only thing you can't quantify is emotions.
No, Kate. The thing is, the reason I think Reggie's kind of got some points is, if you're talking about covert racism, if racism had a shift from overt to covert racism, then that would make it incredibly difficult to
but there's
quantify.
Societal factors that can be monitored.
Second of all, the thing is, if you take, for example, let's say the Oriental or the Southeast Asian bloc. The Chinese and the Japanese and the Koreans seem to do fantastically well, whilst the Mongolians in America, let's say in America, they seem to excel. They have tremendous social momentum. They become very successful very quickly.
And there's a reason for that as well.
And yet there are other groups which fall into that Asian category of like Cambodians and Vietnamese. They don't do as well. They're not excelling as well as the Koreans and the Japanese and the Chinese. So there's something going on within these societies, within these communities, that one is excelling. I mean, are the Koreans experiencing less racism than the Cambodians and the Vietnamese, or the Cambodians and Vietnamese are experiencing what is happening? So to sort of say that upward momentum or excelling or building businesses is an indicator of racism, then you start to fall apart when you start looking at these Asian communities, because which one is suffering more than the other? Is it but is it because of racism that they're held back?
He mentioned the prison system, though. You see, he mentioned the prison system when it comes to African people and stuff, right? And this is what you've missed, all due respect, because you can base things on a business, you can quantify that, but at the same time, we do understand that if a non-African community is in an African community, for example, and they're building more businesses, which doesn't make any sense, then we can definitely say that there's racism there. Definitely.
Racism where?
It's the go for life.
Hey, Cal, you're saying that because they're building more businesses, there's more racism. I don't get that point. The end of your point.
That's right. For example, right, if you've got a community of black people, right, and okay, good or bad, right, oppression. Okay, I'm in a black community. I'm a non-black person, and I've built a business, right, and my business is flourishing because I'm using black money, right. And you're not putting into that community for the black people who you need to flourish your business and that. And that's racism. That's clean racism. So you can
talk about the black pound.
Black pound, black dollars, black euros.
Yeah. You're saying if as a black person I don't put money into that black business, it's racism.
No, there's a thing, there's a phenomenon.
I don't understand. Can I just say something? Sorry. The act of actually opening up a shop in a black area, that's an act of investment. Therefore, you're providing a service to the local population.
No, you're providing a service for your people, because that's what the brother Sniper was saying, etc. before, and I think brother Khan was saying, is that if you're only allowed in that community because the black people have allowed you to be in that community. If they was to cause riots and things like that every single day, you would move. So the fact that they are, and it's still dopamines, allowing you in that community and you build, you have to give back because it's their community.
Yeah, but this is a thing. This is the thing about, like, for example, they say Jewish people, every pound in a Jewish hand goes through 7 Jewish people's hands before it leaves that community. I think this is that Cal? Am I on the money with this? You're saying that person who's got investments in that black community should let that money, every dollar, go through multiple black businesses and black hands before it leaves that community. Whilst in this case, when a white or a non-black person sets up a business in a black area, they take that money and then they put it into other communities. They don't. It doesn't go through the hands of that community. It goes through other people's hands in other communities, and so that money is drawn away from that community rather than reinvested into that community.
That's right. So it goes into their people's community, and it doesn't go into black people's community. That's right.
Well, I mean, there's a lot more. Well, in UK anyway, there's a lot more Asian shops to put your money in than there are black owned shops. So I don't know whether that's got something to do with it. You know what I mean? Like, if they got more shops to put your money into, then.
But there are actually. I mean, I think it was with Mac or someone else that I was having the same discussion ages ago. There is an app that will tell you what black-owned businesses are in around your area.
That's right.
And so if you want to invest in black businesses, you can then know which shops to go to.
That's right.
Yeah, but from a personal, individual point of view, what benefit is it for me to go out of my way to to go to a black shop just because it's owned by a black person.
Well,
I
to
don't see the
invest
benefit.
into that community, to have a single pound go through several black hands or black people in the black community
I mean,
hands
black people are not
before it
homogenous
leaves that.
people, are they?
Of course not. Of course not. But what I mean is that's the idea of how the Jewish communities sort of work, and that's the Chinese. I'm sure work the same way.
To
I'm
be
sure the
honest,
Indians work the same way as well.
I mean, Banksy, like Somali people, they exercise that.
Yes, certain communities do.
Like certain products, they spend it on Somali shops and all that.
We're not talking about Somali people, bro. We talk. You see, not your tribe. We're talking about all the tribes because we're against a greater enemy. You see. So
Kel.
Who's the greater enemy then?
But Kel, do you consider Somalis as black?
Yeah. Say again, brother.
I was saying, do you consider Somalis as black?
Somalians are African people. I would never dare say that.
Gang. Come on.
Okay, even if
Do you also consider North Africans black?
And if we're saying the word black, and if we're using the word black, brother, I'm gonna use what the great late Khalid Abdul Muhammad said, that black is consciousness, color, right, culture, and connection to the Creator. We use the word black to formulate the movement, but as what the Honourable Marcus Garvey says, is that he would never ever reduce himself to a color, because he would never give up a continent for a color or an island. So we're African, brother. All due respect.
Can I take the conversation?
That's good. Come on, man. Somali people, we're African. Come on, Come on, man.
You gotta be careful using the F word.
Brother Kel, can I take the convo back a step? Yeah, like with regards to money, let's say for example Turkish, right? Money staying within the Turkish businesses, you'll see that even Snipes will tell you North London, right? We've got a lot of Turkish businesses and we're supported by Africans, Caribbeans. Everyone comes to our shops, isn't it? Right?
Yeah.
But why is it that with Caribbeans, they've got like a bad reputation for being shopkeepers where they treat even their own people bad? Why is that? Because I've heard this story, right? But in real life, Caribbean people are nice, warm, friendly, loving. Like, even Freddie, look how he roasts me, but then he's like, I love you, it's all love. Like this kind of love, you don't get from everyone. Like they're very loving people, but why is it then when it comes to the shopkeeping thing, it changes? Why do you have any ideas on that?
Change it amongst their own people, or
even to their own people, like they treat them bad. Like people like, I'm Jamaican and I went in the patty shop and I was like, have you got a chicken patty? And the mum's like, no. No. He's like, not even that.
Are you talking about the customers or are you talking about the employees?
Yeah.
Because when I hear you talking about Turkish shop owners and then you talk about the customers, it's one thing to basically treat the customers well. They bring you money, right? It's another thing. What I would like to see is a statistic of how many Turkish, you said specifically Turkish, shopkeepers, employees are non-Turkish. Because that's what is being leveled against white people, because white people in white spaces, white firms and so on, have to give up.
Can I just say, predominantly in Turkish shops now, predominantly the workers are all Eastern European, like white Europeans. They don't have.
I don't believe that for a second.
Excuse me, I'm telling you what's happening in North London. I go to Turkish shops and I speak Turkish to the staff, and they don't understand me. I'm telling you, they're all Europeans.
But
even some news agents I went to, like Eastern
but
European.
you know what that is? You know what that is? Because everyone's talking from Germany, right? Where there's a big Turkish population.
Yeah,
I agree.
And these areas are very dominated by Turks. So in North London is different, though.
North London is very diverse.
Yeah, they all
I've never seen a black person working in a Turkish shop.
I'm not gonna lie, I haven't seen that either.
Yeah, I haven't either. I'm not gonna lie.
To answer your question,
in West London, like near my area, I saw some, East European women in there working on counter news agents.
Yeah, I seen the Indians, the Eastern Europeans. I seen that connection.
To answer your question, right, is that the Caribbean being nice and lovely, that's not just for Caribbean people. African people as a whole Nigerian, East Africa, we are very accommodating and welcoming to non-African people. But when it comes to us dealing with each other, because as what Benjamin Franklin says in his quote, it says, how are we going to disrupt the people who love their culture, who practice good economics, who know great civilization? Hold on, brother, hold on. We have to disrupt their identity. So when I see another African person, right, because they don't have the code of conduct, right, they will see me as an enemy.
Where's the code of conduct?
But we're not the same people, though.
Hold on, brother. When we go into a shop, right, they were more likely to look down on me, but yet still the non-African person disrespect them all the time, you know, but they will allow that, but won't allow the disrupting in the black shop. So it's an oxymoron, but the point is, but we don't value ourselves. We don't have a
I mean,
code.
it's reprehensible for a shopkeeper to exercise disdain for potential customers like that. It's morally reprehensible.
Your practice on
irrespective if they are, you know, if they're
all
shopkeepers,
that's what
black
he's
or
trying to
non,
say.
no, if it's black or, you know, or non-black person. You know, I think that in itself is a bit mad.
I think
and
what
it also
Kale's
calls
saying
into
is that
question
there
a
is.
person's priority as well.
I think, Kale, you're
You
saying
should
that
only
there's,
be seen green.
you're saying that there's basically competition rather than unity, right? There should be
It's not really
unity rather
it's
than.
more hate than competition.
No, because look, my black mate says the same thing. He says there's always some sort of competition that rather than like growing together. You know what I mean?
That's right. Yeah, that's right. You know, the black people, they could own a whole block, right? If they just stop competing one another and say, okay, you own that left corner. Okay, any products you need, come to my shop. We make a decent.
Okay, then who competes then? No.
Who compete, brother? Here's the thing, right? All due respect to you and that, right?
Okay.
You know that there's racism. You can see, you know it, but you're asking me questions about who competes. And green,
I'm just saying, I never heard that. I never heard
brother,
that. You know,
you know, brother, it's like
it came
it's
out anyway.
clear, brother. It's clear.
The trouble you have, yeah, is you're so focused on racism that you
Right.
fail to acknowledge, and I see this a lot with a lot of you black Pan-Africanists or black nationalists, right? You fail to realize that there's also things underlying issues such as our own xenophobia for each other. You get what I'm saying? Like, we're not all the same.
And who engineered that, brother? Who engineered that, brother?
Who engineered? We had that. We knew we were different tribes even before any white man stepped on into Africa. We already knew we were different before they came. We had different religion, different beliefs, different ways of living. Like, it's not all just engineered by and even if it was engineered all by the white man, it is what it is today. You get what I'm saying? Like, we're not going back. Like, you're just two sides of the same coin.
Actually, not only that,
finally some objectivity.
Not only that, but it also takes away the self-agency of African people as well.
But brother, when you go in our brothers in Nigeria,
which is also racist, like
go to China, brother, and they're getting discriminated and beaten, hurt. And by the way, the Nigerian people can fight, but for some reason, brother, they're getting subjugated in China, like the Guyanese, like the Caribbean and stuff, right? And you mean to tell me, brother, because there's xenophobia going on, we must forget all that and don't unify against a common enemy? Is that what you're trying to say, brother?
Well, what you're saying is that we should forget that we're different.
Your mic.
I'm not saying that we should forget that we're different, brother. I'm not saying we should forget that we're different. That what we do need to remember that there's a common great enemy that doesn't just want Nigerians, Guyanese, they want all of Africa. So to prevent that, you're going to have a code of conduct to prevent that. Because no disrespect to our non-Africans on the panel, the Turks will never help you. The Asians will never help you.
But they are helping.
Europeans, neither would the Middle
helping
Eastern.
Somalia right now. They're putting military bases there. They're building. Huh?
Right.
But you guys are gonna take money from that anyway, so it's not
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Well, the thing is,
hold on, brother. They're helping Somalia. They're helping Somalia.
You have different levels there, right? It's not just
they're helping Somalia.
It's not just about racism when it comes to this. When you compare which country could help you or something like this, right? It is not just racism. It's also geopolitics. It's also my nation first. This is what it mainly comes down to. This is what Russia is mainly about. It's about geopolitics, right? When it comes to China, it's also mostly, yes, it has a huge racial component within it, but it's also mostly geopolitics when they are doing stuff. What is good financially for my country? Who is willing to work together with me? In which countries I can get the most out of, and so on. So it's economic thinking. It's geopolitical thinking, and then on top, in some countries, comes also like an ethnic consciousness on top of that.
They're racing to get to the top, right? That what you're saying?
Yes. Look for example. I would say in the West.
Hold on. But that's racism. You see, racing to get top before who? That's racism.
No, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. Let's just imagine, right?
If you are racing to get further and subjugate, that's racism.
Yeah, you're trying to be on top of the world. People are going to be.
No, but that's how. No, but the thing is, right?
But to subjugate who, though? To be on top of the world?
That'll be us.
To subjugate Turkish people. Europeans don't have that thinking. I don't want to oppress non-African people. What I want is my people to control what belongs to them. That don't mean I want to oppress non-African people. The non-African people, in order for them to get to the top, they have to oppress African people. I have a problem with that. That's racism.
Well, to be fair, yeah, African people that do control their, their countries and stuff like that.
How, bro?
But they do it like, but the thing is,
global capitalism.
Then stop the Arabs from oppressing our queens from Somalia, Ethiopia. Stop them from oppressing if we control resources.
For real.
Who's oppressing them anyway?
We don't even have
who's
milk
oppressing these women
right now. We don't even have milk right now. We got airports. So what's? Are we doing anything good?
Listen,
we
no
have droughts.
No state is going to go and invest billions. Yeah.
No,
for charity. Yeah. They want. It's all an agenda. Every single. The Arabs are going in East Africa for an agenda, and so are the Turks.
Chinese,
of course. As an Arab, I'm admitting that the Arabs are going there for their own benefit.
Charity, bro.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. But they're not doing it out of love or anything. There's an agenda there behind.
No, there is love.
Arabs are going there for
thingy, Mezzo. Let's say, for example, the British are dictating on who can bring up oil because the BP runs the technology that allows them to bring out the oil, right? Now they go around the whole world deciding where the oil is, right? It's up to them who they buy from. There's oil in Turkey. They won't let Turkey sell their oil and make money and be richer than Greece. The global market won't buy from them. So, you can have resources, but it's up to them if they want to buy it from you, right? And that is based on global imperialism, on them being richer than you.
So, you see what I'm talking about, yeah? I'm telling you from a political science perspective, yeah? There's a theory called classical realism. There's three S's. It's state, survival, and self-help. Meaning that states, your first priority as a state in an anarchic system, is to ensure your own survival economically and militarily. State will compete each other in that anarchic system because there's no an overarching authority. For example, there's no world government that will tell Russia you can't invade Ukraine. They will do whatever they like. No, that's what I mean. The UN Security Council, for example, but that's flawed because that acts as for self-interest of the state as well.
Yes,
you know what I mean. True. Whether they want to veto it or don't want to veto it.
Yep.
Anything concerning, for example, sovereignty or human rights abuse, Russia and China will veto it because they abuse human rights. They don't want to do that. Anything, for example, Israel, the West will veto it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Everything has self-interest and agenda.
Yeah, but that's like you could apply that rule to
politics for 4 years. I learned that.
I hear what you're saying, Mezzo, right? And there's some sort of science to it, yeah. But I'm saying you could apply that to anything. You could say that anyone who wants to be friends with me, or anyone who has any love for me, is doing it out of their own self-interest. Now, when we start thinking like that, we become very cynical. Do you understand? Just because someone's showing you love and they want to give you love or give you help, you can't just start thinking, oh, they're doing it for their own self. So I don't really owe them nothing.
No, but I agree with you.
You got to kind of like
on the individual level. I agree with you.
Bruv, you know the word what we use, merhamet. You know what merhamet means?
Marhama, like it means like mercy.
Merhamet, yeah, means appreciation, or
we say mercy, marhama.
Yeah, but merhamet means if I come to your house, you're giving me like good hospitality.
Yeah. No, but
Right?
I'm saying to you, you're talking about individual level, and I completely agree with you. But I'm saying on a political level, on a state level, no state does something, for the unless they're getting a benefit. They benefit.
Right. That's right.
That's benefit. That's politics.
Right. This is
When your
political
neighbor, you see, when your neighbor buys more tanks, you're gonna respond the same thing. Why? Because you're gonna question why they're buying more tanks. Do you know what I mean? That's the first response.
It sounds like someone here that is afraid of someone's gonna do their legs in or something like that. Innit?
Let me ask you a question though, quickly, Mezzo. So when someone like Imran Khan, right, makes a big speech about Islamophobia, right? He's in Pakistan. He runs Pakistan. What does he give a fuck about us living over here in England? And he's making big speeches and making enemies out of people just to speak up for us. Because he's doing that for his own self-interest.
Yeah, okay, let me answer that. Let me answer that.
He's just trying to distract.
Can't. As a leader, as a leader, people will question his authority if he doesn't speak out against it. Yeah? Don't forget, you're talking about a country that is quite conservative Muslim country, right?
Yeah,
the moment he doesn't say a word about it, people are going to think that he's not competent as a leader. Do you know what I mean? That's why Erdogan, all these Erdogan, the Imran Khan, all the majority of Muslim countries, they have to speak out against it.
Yeah,
Boris Johnson has to speak out and condemn Russia for invading Ukraine as the British Prime Minister, right? Because people will say, if he didn't make a statement,
he doesn't care about Islamophobia. If he did, he wouldn't be shaking hands with China. He would speak out against China. Why did he say anything about the Chinese that are in the camps?
I agree with that. I actually agree with that.
That's a good point.
I was about to say that as well.
I agree with that because they're completely turning a blind eye to China.
So, Khan, do you really think that your people are coming over to East Africa? Wait. Khan, do you really think that your people are coming to East Africa just because they are friendly to us?
No, I'm saying they have. I'm not saying they're friendly, Axum. I'm saying they've got history of working together where they
working together, or you're trying to conquer us, Khan. It's two different things.
You know what I reckon? I think
making a lot of
believe
sultanage in Somalia, right? Remember that one? The 1500s, 1600s.
Weren't it the Ottomans that helped you lot keep the Portuguese out?
Oh, it was the Africans.
You took over the whole part of Somalia. Remember that?
That's right.
What do you mean when we was calling it Habeshistan?
No, Habeshistan.
Yeah.
Now we're talking about Ethiopia. That's not Somalia, right?
It's the same thing.
Yeah, so you tried to take over the whole of East Africa. Remember that?
It was a colony, innit? Yeah, they took it over.
Yeah, colony. Exactly, colonizers, right? You guys were colonizers. You wanna good relations or something like that.
You've never had a colony. You've never had the empire. You've never had the emperor.
They've had emperors, but I said before.
What emperor with no empire?
Coming into us.
You had an emperor without an empire.
We don't have no friends.
We don't have no friends. That's true, Kale. Yeah,
we don't get the help.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Historically, Black African people have never been friends with African people. I'm not making it up, by the way, and stuff, right? But this is historical facts.
I'd agree with that. I think Turkey and Somalia, they got history that goes back, and both sides want to maintain that, and they both, even in a modern era today, they're still working together.
Are you looking at what you guys are doing right now in Sudan, trying to take the oil from the Sudan?
That's
Sudan's
right.
got nothing to do with Turkey.
Huh?
It's a former
you guys
colony.
are in Sudan right now trying to drill holes in
That's
northern
right.
Sorry, who's drilling holes?
Turkey. Have you missed this?
Right. So who's letting them do that?
The beloved.
So you're saying, but you.
Beloved Pagan.
So you're saying we are just open up our lands, just come, guys.
You letting China, what you letting China do that? And China don't really know you; they're a stranger to you.
No.
Might as well let us come in because we got history. We got common, common history. We got common enemies. But 1 minute, we got common enemies, innit? We got common enemies. We have to stick together, innit? We have to stick together.
You have to stick together.
No. Black people need to separate.
Yeah.
From that. This is what I mean. Like Somalis, are they black though, or are they Arabs?
Brother, we've explained the word black. Culture, connection to the creators of right. Black is a movement to gather those who have been oppressed by those who call them that to
I know, but
formulate.
is everyone down with your movement, or are they doing their own thing?
You said earlier, you just said your movement is for Africans, not
whether they're down or not. You
does,
don't. It's the thing with
does
our
your
people,
movement include North Africans?
Okay, it includes the indigenous Black Africans, but not the European.
North Africans, I mean.
It doesn't include them because they're part of the problem too, brother.
I disagree with that, man. That's a bit out of order.
Can you explain to me, brother?
What about the white South
Can you
Africans?
explain to me, brother Usman, why are the Moroccans, Algerian, Tunisian subjugating the Black Moroccans, the Black Algerian and Tunisian? In fact, whether it's be wrong or not, nothing's been done systematically about it.
I mean, Kale, you know, religiously they shouldn't be doing that. Like, obviously, you know,
we're not about religion or Jews.
Leave religion out of this, Eunice.
We got to leave religion because the religion tells you don't do it. So if you part that religion,
This is cultural.
So Kel, is there a condition for the blacks in North Africa, the Middle East, akin to what it was in the Western world for black people some 60, 70 years ago? Just going back to your point, obviously saying that it's got better. It's just the same. Basically, you were saying that it's you and some other people were agreeing that it's the same as it was before. But if you look at the way that black people were treated before in this country and in America, etc., it's quite similar to the way that black people were being treated in North Africa and in the Middle East. So would you say that you prefer to be under that kind of system that they're living in North Africa?
I mean, to be honest, I remember, the only country that has
brother, racism is racism, brother Reggie. You know, whether it's covert or aggressive, it's still the same, brother.
So
brother Jedi gave an example about the pedophiles. That's the pedophiles.
But would you say that it's worse here for you or better for you here?
Where, brother?
Is it worse here for you here?
It's worse for me here. And I've lived in Africa as well, brother, and it's worse out there as well. Because what's very interesting about Africa, hold on, brother, all due respect, brother, all due respect, is that the non-Africans get a lot of security in Africa. I've noticed that. Very, very interesting. And they like to dictate as well that you can't be a part of certain things in Africa. I've witnessed that, and many of us have seen that, and they're not even belong to the continent, but they do that as well. So racism hasn't gone away, brother Reggie. It hasn't gone away.
But I'm saying, is it worse for you as a black man in the West, or is it worse?
Reggie, your mic is bad. Say that again.
Oh, sorry. Is it worse for you as a black man living in the West, or is it worse for the black people living in North Africa and the Middle East?
It's all the same, brother.
It's all the same.
It's all the same, yeah.
I see.
Okay. Yeah, because for some reason, the North Africans seem to believe that our indigenous, beloved black North Africans seem to have AIDS from monkeys, which is very interesting. We know where that came from, that narrative. They also believe in that too, which was put onto blacks who are in Europe and America. So it's still the same thing. One of the 11 laws of white supremacy is that it's always historical, unfortunately. So it hasn't changed, brother. It hasn't.
Look, I think, you know, we could all make a reasonable, you know, we can make a reasonable conclusion that, you know, a black person in the UK is better off than a black person in North Africa or in the Middle East, hands down. You know, and yeah, so you know, and what's peculiar about you know, what's strange, should I say, about North Africa and all that is I remember hearing Tunisia actually passed a bill in regards to anti-racism, which was a bit mad, really, and bizarre.
I don't think he agrees with you. But what I would say though, Cal, what do you think of the black people that are swimming across the ocean with putting their life at risk to come to this country that you say is a lot worse for them than where they are swimming from?
It's the dopamines again, brother.
Economic.
It's the dopamines again. Our dopamine.
Better life.
Yeah, dopamine is telling us, because while we're swimming into Europe, guess what the Europeans are doing? They're swimming in Africa. While we're swimming into Asia, Guess what the Asians do? They're swimming into Africa. While we swim to the Middle East, guess what the Middle East? They're swimming into Africa. Everybody's swimming and living in Africa while we're swimming in places where they're benefiting from Africa. It doesn't make any sense, brother. Let's be realistically. It doesn't make any sense. The dopamine needs to be controlled, brother. It needs to be controlled.
It's true. It's actually true. If you look at Asians, right, the Asian population in East Africa, the majority of them are super rich.
Super rich.
I have a mate. He was a Punjabi. He's from Tanzania. He's a multi-millionaire. He's filthy rich. His family owns multiple hotels, acres and acres of land.
Acres and acres.
Yeah,
acres.
I know a Lebanese
And they're so
brother.
distant. They're so distant from the local population.
That's
I know
right.
a Lebanese brother that his family lives in Ivory Coast, and they're millionaires.
Of course they are.
Yeah.
See?
The people,
I didn't know that. We used to go same high school.
the indigenous people are struggling like crazy. These guys are living like kings.
Are you hearing what the non-Africans see, brother Reggie? You see, brother?
They're saying what?
Benefiting. You see? Can you hear what the non-African friends are saying, brother? You see?
They're benefiting.
The non-African are benefiting in Africa, and we're not benefiting nothing. Then we're not benefiting, brother. So when we're talking about is it worse or being so, they're benefiting. I traveled into East Africa, right? I was staying in Somalia for a long time, right? And I saw a Chinese man, all due respect to him, and he's benefiting in Somalia. You know, he's walking around and he said hello to me. I was saying to myself, wow. And he was asking for directions as well. And I said to myself, right, I pulled him aside and I goes, you like Somalia? He's saying, yeah, I like it. And I said to him, he goes, it's not the same if we was to go into your country. And you know what he did? He was very silent and he says, I've got to go now. You see what I'm saying in that? You see, it's okay.
I don't see what the point is. You see black people benefiting here as well. What point are you making?
Black people are benefiting. We're in Europe collectively.
I'm just saying collectively.
Black people are thriving in the West.
Did you just say black people are benefiting in Europe? Did you just say that?
There are some black people you'll find benefiting.
No, not some, brother. Collectively, because
you live in a bubble of London, man. You live in a bubble of London. Go outside London. It's not like that.
What are you talking about? It depends what your profession is.
You're seeing the bubble of a lot of you see a lot of black guys or black women or black guys with Mercedes and BMW because you're living in London, right? You're seeing a lot of that.
If you're saying collectively, then obviously we're behind a lot of people.
Go and ask the youth, brother, if we do know right and stuff, right? Go to the youth and say we're doing okay because we're driving Mercedes. And I'll tell you something as well, brother Reggie. The youth, you know what they're gonna start doing? They're gonna use the guns and knives on us elders who are in our 40s, 30s. They're going to start saying, you got the Mercedes, and they're going to start killing us very soon, brother.
I want to differentiate when you're talking about Europeans swimming to Africa. What does that exactly mean? Do you mean by that? Because we have to be careful with words, right? And with conflating words and different concepts. What I would acknowledge still is, for example, economic oppression. Economic oppression by basically what we have here in the West is basically we are all in corporate nations. It's not like the government holds all the power or something like this. It's the big global companies who are basically oppressing us, and they are doing the same thing all around the world, right?
Capitalism,
so
right?
this would be one thing. When we are, however, talking about flooding, we are talking about millions upon millions of people shifting the demographics of a country. This thing is way more dangerous, than something like an economic colonization, right? You can very easily have
What is it?
It's only a minority, right? It's a minority of people there. You can very easily overthrow them. But when you have basically millions of people, of Africans, for example, flooding to Europe, this is a completely different thing we're talking about.
Oh, Elron, you're afraid of the great replacement, yeah? You too.
Yes, of course,
also don't want to buy this great replacement, right?
Yeah, because this is an existential threat, unlike something like an economic.
We are taking over Europe, yeah?
No, it's not just you. It's not just you. It's everyone. It's not just Africans doing that. It's everyone.
So, Elron, What do you think you're here for,
Aaron, there are more white people in South Africa than there are black people in the whole of Europe.
Yeah.
Okay, tell me what is the number? What is the number of Europeans living in the continent of Africa?
I'll tell you how many is in South Africa. One minute, I'll get.
Not the whole of Africa.
No, I'm just talking about South Africa. I'm just giving you South Africa
anyway. They got the most.
Don't forget about
name me one white country where there's a lot of black people that striving and
But South Africa is another great example, right? Just a few decades back, right? They were almost like 50-50. It was all these Africans coming to South Africa, and now white people in South Africa, an absolute minority. They must be like something like 5%, around 5%, right? And this is the percentage, the largest percentage of an European, and it's not from today's people moving there. It's from centuries back, Europeans moving there. Okay, so we are talking about two different things. So this is the largest population in Africa, as far as I know, right? So we are talking when we're talking about the whole of Africa, it's not even I don't know 0.1% or something Europeans living in Africa.
Is his name Is it Emran?
So here we go. There are
is that his name?
There are 9.6 million black people in the whole of Europe. Yeah, there are 5 million white people in just South Africa.
Yeah, I said again, the largest percentage of people living in Africa would be in South Africa.
What are you trying to say, Ezra?
That's just South Africa. That's just South Africa. I haven't even talked about the whole of Africa yet. We're just talking about South Africa. So South Africa has 5 million.
Prior to decolonization, it was a lot higher, by the way.
It was a lot higher.
You remember Zimbabwe, all of that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Zimbabwe was a big one too.
They used to call it Rhodesia.
And don't forget, right? You have expanded your territory even with slavery, right?
Yes.
You got some new countries. It's all these Jamaican countries, right? Haiti. It's basically your countries now. So you have expanded your territory.
So you give them we have expanded our territories.
I'm glad you're speaking this way, because the youth need to understand that one of the principles of how Europeans try to mislead black people is they always appear to be friendly humanitarian, and they never attach themselves to the dominant race that are oppressing black people. The youth need to understand that. Now you're definitely displaying that because you're saying that we're dominating this and etc. If we did dominate that, then there would be no racism to a certain extent. So you're definitely practicing, racism right now, unfortunately, which I'm not surprised by.
Look, there's not one country, or maybe it is like some Eastern European countries, which have a racial definition in their constitution. However, when you look at Africa, for example, in Libya, they have, or what is it called? That Marcus Garvey was talking about that country. Libya, I think it's called.
You mean
they have
Liberia?
a racial definition that
Liberia,
only those
Libya?
of black ancestry
I think you mean Liberia.
can hold citizenship in this country.
I know. I just want to hear him say it. Yeah.
You say that again, Elmo?
Yeah. So basically, what I'm saying is, when I ask you one for one, the best indicator of racism, what would you say is the best statistical indicator or metric to measure racism? What would you say is the best thing?
I'll be honest with you, and I mean this with the most. You are definitely displaying the unethical code of conduct.
We're not talking about an individual, right? We are talking about a society. And I would say that the most important thing of a society is those in power. And I don't see any kind of white ethnic awareness or that they are pushing something like this in the institutions of power. They are exactly pushing the opposite. I would say they are not pushing the opposite because they are basically what they're doing is they are using a kind of bio-Leninist revolutionary subject, right? With basically the term people of color against white people who are still the majority, to transform the society into a technocratic state. They're doing the same thing with feminists against men. They're doing the same now. Now the feminists are under attack when, at least when they're only getting basically safe from the system when they attack white men. Otherwise, now the white feminists are getting attacked by this intersectional coalition, which is contained of non-white people as well as these trans communities, right? They are now under attack. They are calling them TERFs or something, right? So you have all these alliances of so-called minorities, right, against the majority population. And they're using it. So you have the opposite, actually. You have privileges given by the power that be to those of minority descent. I would say only for a period of time for that transformation. But at least for now, you have all these privileges.
Aaron, why do you think they're doing this? Is it just out of the goodness of their heart? Why do you think that?
No, I think they want to transform the system, and they need a crisis mode to transform the system, so people
why do they want to
go along.
How can they transform?
No, why do they want to transfer the
all
system?
in one bracket?
Why do they want to transfer the system? Transform the system?
Well, different reasons. Just there's a multitude of reasons why they are doing it. You always it's always hard to basically read people's minds or their real intention behind it. But one which is very easily explained on a systematic structural level is basically more power. If you have a company, you want the company to grow. You want to have to make more money long term, especially. You want to also have more control, and what you also want to have is
more power by doing this.
Is basically a stable profit, right, where you can count on. So all of
I'm clear, Aaron. You're saying that your leaders, your white or Caucasian or whatever you want to call it, leaders, Aryan brothers, are basically allowing people to come into this country of other ethnicities because they want more power over what? More power over.
No, it's not a racial thing. It's all those people who are working in those companies, non-government organization, and so on. They all have the same goal, right? It's not about race. It's just about
profit
basically
maximization.
having a vision, right? Some of them are just like materialists, right? Who want to basically want to go up in the ranks, right? And and stabilizing the status quo, right? And doing what this expansion justifies, right? So you have, for example, there's a great video. Maybe we can play it on. It's together with this ESG system, economic social government. They're calling it, right? It's from Imperial Press. That would be one factor, right? Then you have others like these bio-Leninists that this system is basically empowering, and I don't know really if these people are aware that these people can be a danger to them. And that would be the bio-Leninists who they're using as puppets. They have their own self-interest, right? These people are basically, they would be on the bottom of the society, of every civilization, but they are getting enhanced by the system. So because in a normal society, they wouldn't be economically benefited, or from a status-like principle, wouldn't be acknowledged as a great moral people or something like this, right? So they have an interest of perpetuating the status quo where it's going, right?
Everyone, what do you want us to do about this then? Us immigrants who are living in Europe right now, what do you want us to do about this?
We need to have an international.
Yeah. So we've been here over 50 years, yeah, or even more. So what should we do?
We should primarily address the power structures and the people who are really in power, and doing the exact opposite of what they are pretending to stand for and want to enhance, right? So when they are talking about the green agenda or some bullshit like this, when they are talking about diversity and all this shit, what they really mean is destroying nations, destroying cultures, and so on. They are calling it diversity, but what they really mean...
Elron, the funny thing is you are the ones who fucking up our countries. That's why we're here. Remember?
No,
I want all the resource stealing and everything.
Yeah, all your weapons, all your resources.
Oh, there's you're complaining about the status quo right now, right? So I'm not in power. People like who think like me are not.
We're here, though,
No, no.
Yes, you're telling me espionage and all those things is not going on.
I have an ethno-pluralist worldview, right? And this ethno-pluralist worldview is pretty new, right? And those ethno-pluralists were never in charge since it's since this kind of thinking was basically realized or actualized in European dissonant right thinking, right? We were never in charge.
You were never in charge. Okay, so what do we want to do with the refugees who are swimming over to Europe right now? What do you want to do? Cut them off?
Yeah.
Return back?
Yes, of course, out of my ethnic self-interest, right? But what I would provide, for example, is
white and your nation white, right?
Yeah, what I would provide is a
win-win
for
our country.
a win. So if you ask me a question, let me answer. Even though I'm pretty bad at this time of the day, right, in explaining myself. So what I would say is, what really would help, for example, Africans, and what many Africans, for example, we had just one African advocate speaking with some YouTuber I know, and he is like a professor here. He's a Somalian prince, even. I forgot his name, but he's a prince. So he was talking about basically economic change when we're talking about providing or giving people the education to build themselves up, right? So with the economic model that Germany had for a long time, we had an economic model where our industries, right, were training the Germans at the same time when they were in schools, for example, studying. So they have this dual system, right? And that would be what he was saying, right? That you look at the country, what's needed, right? Which industries they need, for example, building infrastructure and so on. And then you educate people like this to be self-sufficient, right?
That's a nice fairy tale, though. That's a really beautiful fairy tale. But who is making Africa unstable?
Well, it's Africans themselves, and it's these global homo companies, right?
So you again, right?
One of the biggest factor right now,
again,
we're talking about the food crisis, for example.
And your people again, yeah. Right?
No, it's not. Have some self-agency, right?
No, but
for example, Kale was talking about the North Africans, right? And what he was saying is their racism is really white supremacy. So even the North Africans who are not European, they have no guilt in what they are doing, right? It's still this racial Marxism. This is really what it is.
Yeah.
Everything is white supremacy, even though it's another race discriminating against another race. For some reason, it's white people's fault, right?
You are practicing deception right now because the sister is explaining to you where it comes from. And I'm not surprised by this, by the way. You're removing where it comes from and you come off with Marxists, even though Karl Marx, Lenin and the rest of them, they all believed that the white race rules before all other races. But you're using all these, this is what I'm saying is that it's going to be very difficult for you to be just because of your community as pushed in you from a very young age that you need to use these types of codes of conduct when you're around black people to always mislead them when they when they say something truthful about white supremacy or anything like that, because you're actually practicing narcissism, which is based upon white supremacy. So you're not going to be genuine in what you're saying, because you are practicing unethical code of conduct, which I'm not surprised by.
So yeah, you're right that Marx, to the today's standard, would be considered a racist. The interesting thing is nobody in the even when we are talking about those who I call cultural Marxists or race Marxists, they wouldn't criticize normally Marx for that. Why? Because Marxism has changed, right? It has changed from classism, from criticizing basically the bourgeoisie, to a cultural and racial fight now. And that is why they can't criticize Marx, right? Because it's there was an evolution in Marxism, and that is why they can't criticize those people.
Right. But remember, Karl Marx is his theory was the capitalism is subjugating the people. He didn't necessarily did not believe in that, but he did say that you need a different method, even though his foundation was based upon, I know you don't want to hear this, was still based upon white supremacy.
No, I wouldn't go so far. What I would say is, for example, an interesting fact that that communists wouldn't acknowledge, and I think this is also the reason why they are basically going along with everything that these global homo companies are telling them now, is because Marx himself said or analyzed that capitalism and globalism is a step forward towards Marxism, because it's destroying nations, and that is what international Marxists wants and needs. They need to destroy nations. They need to destroy families. This is another thing, right? The capitalist system, materialism, globalism, has destroyed the family structure, right? And that is necessary. So sometimes the Marxists work together with the capitalists, right? Funny enough, because it's a step towards Marxism.
Yeah. But that doesn't get away the fact that although he did say in many of his books, Karl Marx, is that, he tried to get away the fact that capitalism was wrong, but he still had the foundation of that, of racism, and this is something where I'm not surprised, and this is no disrespect to you. As I say, it's going to be very difficult for you to be very just, because of the information that's been passed in you by your community at a young age. Subconsciously, you're going to have to defend your people, and you have a right to defend, your people. Karl Marx is, he's with proven evidence, man. He still was a white supremacist,
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't.
No, he wasn't.
No. First of all, he wasn't a European. He was a Jewish man, right? But he could. You can be basically white supremacist. I would say yes, if you are of another race. Yes, I would agree. But I wouldn't say that Marx was. I think that he looked down upon, for example, the Russians, right? He had a huge problem with the Russians because he thought these people were too savage to acknowledge the race, class consciousness, because they were on such an economic low level, right?
And you're referring to Stalin's belief as well. This is where you're referring to, right?
No, Stalin was basically, I would say he was a pragmatist, right? He was basically a lot of these tankies, right? For example, you have Infrared, who's now big in the scene, right? This Infrared, he's talking about was it patriotic Marxism or something like this. Well, this patriotic and saying that basically Stalin was for the family, was pro-family and so on. But not really. Only when he basically needed people to fight his wars, and he saw that basically his allowance of what is it called, like something like Planned Parenthood, right? They had it in the Soviet Union as well, like allowing women to abort children and so on. And then he saw like a drop in the fertility rate.
Margaret Sanger, right?
Yeah. This was the American woman.
Margaret,
yes. And as well as Stalin for a long time also was against the nuclear family. He wanting to control the children, right, and indoctrinate them with Marxism. But he saw that also led to basically a fertility crisis. And then out of a pragmatic reason, he changed that for a little bit and then switched back and then the Soviet Union after Stalin's death returned to these state of minds, right? That is why when Russia has collapsed, basically the Soviet Union collapsed, they had the biggest abortion rate from all around the world. So yeah, the same thing goes with China, really, right? Which has now changed, but only out of pragmatic reasons, I think.
But we cannot get out the fact that their foundation, because Mao Zedong also had that foundation of, although he was trying, but he still had the foundation of white supremacy.
Well, can you give me some quotes of that would make your point, or can you give me some?
Okay, so Mao Zedong, I know that one of his teachers that he studied under in New York was the Honorable Marcus Garvey, but we can definitely say that, did he get his foundation from Stalin or Karl Marx? Where did he get his foundation from?
What, Mao?
Yep.
I would more say from the new left. So from people who are more in the thinking of the Frankfurt School than with traditional Marxism.
But before the left and things like that, remember, it was what? Marxist, right?
Yeah, but can you give me some examples of Marx being an advocate for white supremacy?
In his book, although
which one?
Although he, for example, what I noticed with Karl Marx is that he's very clever at making something which is not to get away from the original agenda and stuff, right? And he does that very well, like the way he puts down capitalism, and he'll say that it's not right to subjugate the people for a company or a group to honor, I think, but yet he still practiced that when he was alive, of doing them things. So I've noticed that non-African people, they definitely seem to hide that and come up with Marxism and socialism, that it's working this. But the reality of it, all due respect here, it still promotes oppressing and subjugating African people.
Well, you still haven't given me any kind of quotes or videos or like references I can look into.
Well, okay, for example,
I have the opposite view, right? I have opposite claims. For example, the World Communist Organization, they were talking about using race riots in the US to destabilize the capitalists. So they were using basically the Black Power movement and all of these to revolt against the system. That is one reason why America was changing his attitudes after World War II to say, no, we are not racist, so America won't get destabilized. And they are basically switched from a real white supremacist country, which America was, clearly, before World War II, to basically to a civic nationalist identity, which basically is best summarized with the quote of Martin Luther King that the conservatives so much like, right? So and that is the reason why now white people have basically bought this idea, most of white people, of thinking of themselves not as white people but as like just individuals. Right? That is why you see when you have studies, for example, on Pew Research, and you look up which groups like Asians, Hispanics, Black, white people view race as important, very important, and so on. You have the lowest counts when it comes to white people, because they're not connected, they're not racially aware. Only a minority of white people are doing that. They're just individualist, liberal thinkers. That's what they are.
But don't you think that, like in regards to racial consciousness, that's very dangerous?
Well, I don't see a danger. This is the only hope from my perspective. Yeah, all ideas can get out of hand, right? Doesn't have to be like dangerous for other people or something.
If you're talking about the United States and all that, I find a lot of Americans, they're very racially conscious people. It's bizarre, really. Like, you know, it's much more different in comparison to the UK.
Well, what I would say is,
right, it's very unhealthy.
The history,
That's one thing I've noticed.
Also, right? The history.
Right? Yeah, but the thing is, you know, in 2022, you have people who are very racially conscious, like, who are going like really backwards, like, you know.
I wouldn't say that it is backwards.
People in America probably, you know, would advance in regards to, you know, a harmonious society that, you know, where everyone's equal and stuff like that, and in which individual citizens see themselves as, you know, equal people amongst the masses of, you know, people that they share their citizenship with.
But this whole equal thing is this false liberal idea. There is no
like young people as well. Like
there's no such thing as equality. You know,
as well. Like they are very.
Osman, you know what I think? I think what everyone is talking right now. This is the big topic, right? Transgenderism. We're still in Pride Month, right? This is a logical follow-up of the idea of equality. If everyone is equal, then everyone can be a queen. That is why you now have drag queens. So they have, right? If everyone is equal, there is no such thing as man and woman, right?
Yeah, I hear
this
you.
Is a logical.
There are no such thing as equal. We're not equal.
You seem to be getting away from
we are definitely not equal. But I want to go back to Kale. Kale, your when you said that Karl Marx was racist and stuff, I'm a bit like confused because a lot of countries back in the 50s and 60s in Africa were communist, right? Wouldn't they been knowing this still?
Yeah, this is what I don't get. Yes.
Oh, the thing is that yes, obviously a lot of. So, for example, Karl Marx is, you know, in his book, and Elon would know the Capital Critique of Analyzing Capitalism, right? He says that just as a man is governing religion by his products of his own brain, so is capitalism production. He's governed by the products of his own hand too. So the thing is that a lot of us as a people have been using these types of blueprints, right? But the problem is that the difference between Karl Marx and Lenin and Mao Zedong is that they kind of nationalize these principles, whereas with us, we don't nationalize it, right? We kind of like put both feet in, and then we have like a European or white supremacist mindset, if that makes any sense, right? And that is the main issue. That's what I'm trying to explain.
So you think that we just took the dream of socialism and communism and tried to turn it into ours, but
now we haven't done it. So that's the problem. We've done.
We tried to do it though. That's why we became communists.
Yeah, and this is the thing, because we don't have power, right? We're gonna have to use certain types of blueprints, right, to get further in certain ways. But the problem, what we don't do, and that we don't nationalize it. You see, Karl Marx is right. He came up with this blueprint, right, but he nationalizes it for Europeans. So it's always.
I don't see that. I don't see that.
How can you not see that when all Europeans, right, have been using that blueprint? They've been using Stalin's blueprint. How can you say that you don't see that when it's prevalent now? Left and right is based upon his criteria. So the fact that you're saying I don't see that now, you're practicing deception. Or due respect, yeah. Because,
no, the Soviet Union was supporting Africans to fight, for example, against the South African apartheid state, right? The communists were supporting them. So how can you say it was only focused on basically national isolationism when we were talking about the Soviet Union?
But the Soviet Union comprised, though, it did comprise of a contradiction of socialism, right, and capitalism at the same time. So this is what I'm saying is that, and we know that the socialism hiding under the communism was Ukraine, Turks, Russians, Belarusians, Armenians, the Balts, and the Finnish. So the thing is like, I'm not surprised that you should be defending your people, and there's nothing wrong with that.
I'm not defending communism. I fight communism. Okay. Well, you could say, for example, what you could say is communism is anti-black. It's definitely anti-black. It's anti-Somalian, also anti-ethnic.
No,
it's also anti-white. It's also anti-German. That's what it really is.
Anti-white, but it's definitely anti-African because
because it's materialist. It is purely focused on materialism. And that is anti-humanity, really.
It's really interesting that you guys are saying this, and then again, a lot of countries will go by communism and socialism.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
even a lot of African countries are
look at Somalia. Okay, if we can talk about East Africa, because I know about East Africa.
I'm just saying that a lot of African countries,
a lot of them,
they have a socialist, like a system.
No, but the Soviet was even helping out in Ethiopia. Yeah.
The Soviet Union.
Right? Yeah, the Russians. Yeah.
But at the same time,
the reason why they were doing it is for it's for their own agenda, right?
That's right. And this is the thing, because Haile Selassie tried to explain to us, the great general, he tried to explain to us, which he beautifully did when he he outthought the Italians when they were trying to evade Ethiopia. He tried to explain, but we didn't listen. But the gentleman needs to understand that capitalism, socialism, although it's been separate, it's one in the same. There's no different. It's still white supremacist blueprints.
But Italy was fascist.
So if a person is a capitalist, that person supports white supremacy, right?
Yeah, because capitalism, Karl Marx says capitalism can only exist with the exploitation of people. He says that in his book. So
if you were in a position to exploit people, let's just say if you were like a rich company owner, would you do that for your own gain?
But Africans, we didn't have that.
And for your descent and for your future gains, I mean, your future descendants, would you do it for them?
No, because we don't need to. Here's what you got to understand, right? If you look at the African democracy and stuff, right, we didn't need to do those things. We didn't need to. This is the thing. African democracy is completely different than non-African democracy, and so it's way completely different. And if you want more information, there's a book by William Chancellor by The Destruction of the Black Civilization. There's a page on how African and democracy was. It weren't about subjugating. It weren't about exploiting the people and stuff, right? It was always about justice and equality, making sure the humanity side is fair. But whereas the other way, as what Karl Marx says, as what Ilan knows about this, is that capitalism will not exist unless it can exploit the people. And this is what's happening. So in other words, African people, they have to be exploited in order for capitalism to grow. You understand?
Well, to be honest, most of us are capitalists, right? You know, we love money and all that. You know, we would like to, you know, set up businesses and create profits and all that. So we live in a capitalist society. So you say the society exploits people.
There's nothing wrong with, brother,
for you know, for labor.
There's nothing. So, for example, in that, right, you have a thing called surplus labor, right? I don't know if you've heard of that before, right? And surplus labor, the amount of labor above beyond necessary, labor capitalism, as Karl Marx says, cannot exist without exploitation. So, if I'm kind of working like 8 hours, for example, in that, right, and I'm only getting paid, you know, 6 hours and stuff, right? The other 2 hours, it would make sense. So, okay, I'm only getting paid for 6 hours, so I might as well go home. But in capitalism, you can't do that, because it's like they need to, in surplus labor, they need to benefit of you. So you're going to have to work more hours, right? When they do take the hours away from you, which you only getting paid for 6 hours, even though you're doing 8 hours. You see, that's not fair. That's not African democracy. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you can set up a shop if you want, but it shouldn't be about exploiting the humanity side of the people. This is what capitalism does. It exploits.
I mean, it's good for the owners, business owners, right? It's good for the business owners, but it's not good for the workers. I mean, it comes across as very unethical.
This is where social.
And I agree with that, you know. And but yeah, you know, if I was in that type of position, you know, I might, you know, I would probably, you know, exercise, you know, my best of efficacy with regards to treating people right and all that, paying people, you know, the correct amount, you know, give credit when credit is due.
Yeah, I mean, there needs to be the right
when it comes to meeting the needs of, you know, of each and every worker.
Because remember,
the thing is, we may never know how we're going to react. I mean, you know, because we might not be in that type of position in the future. We could be in a managerial position in the workplace.
Socialism
we exercise authority over people.
But socialism advocates for the workers, though. You see what I mean? And that, whereas the capitalists, they believe the socialism, it slows economics down, it's non-productive, it's laziness, you know, it's individual rights. They don't believe in that. You see what I'm saying? And that this is where the socialists and then the capitalists are at what, and then you got the bourgeoisies, and they are the, you know, the capitalists. So the thing is like it all. Go on, brother. Go on.
No, I'm sorry, it's me. Would you rather have a socialist society than a capitalism, right?
I would like an African democracy it was before.
No, I'm not talking about Africa in the sense like even Europe. What would you prefer?
Well, neither one of them are benefiting for African people, sister. They both exploit.
You're always going back to African. Yeah, okay, I hear you.
That's why they don't benefit us at all. Even anarchism, which people don't understand what that is as well. People think anarchism is chaos. It's not. It's basically a system whereas like you're not bound by certain rules or forced to do anything. Did you understand what I'm saying? And that, but the anarchism
we need some type of ruling.
No such thing as this. Right? No such thing as this.
No, but what would you do though, Aaron? You don't want capitalism, you don't want socialism, no communism, no nothing, yeah? How do you want to be governed?
I would say the best model when I'm looking at Germany, the best model was really what we in Germany call soziale Marktwirtschaft, which has worked for us very fine.
What?
Soziale Marktwirtschaft, a social market system, where you have some kind of restrictions of companies so they can't do whatever they want. For example, when we're talking about pollution or something like this, right? The basically the people needs to set some standards when it comes to this, right? Or workers' rights, that the companies have certain restrictions of ensuring the safety of the workers and so on. But I wouldn't go full socialist either, because then, I mean, you can't say that our work, for example, right? When you talk about how much is work worth, who makes those decisions, right? So I am for a certain, especially when it comes to the middle class, right, and the smaller companies, I'm for a large degree of freedom. I'm not an economist. I don't have a degree in economy or something like this. It's just for me. It's and I'm listening to some of them, right, who are either communist or capitalist or in between. And I would say I'm in between. For me, it's just as stupid as this sound, and most people are overusing it. It's just logical thinking. It's just gesunder Menschenverstand, basically. You can't have tell a doctor, right, that works for the same hours to be paid the same amount as some simplistic work that everyone can do, right? This kind of thing, I wouldn't destroy this
I hear you.
marketing dictating to some degree what people are worth and stuff
You're
like this.
picking and choosing what you want from socialism. That's what you're doing right now. For
Yeah,
me.
true.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's you. Yeah, exactly. That's what you're doing. So, and the other part, you don't like the immigration, blah blah blah. That's the other
Yeah.
thing that you don't want to have. But for your own people, only your own race and your own people from your country. Pure
No, not
socialism.
only from my country. No.
Not from okay.
I
From your race?
think long term, right? It benefits us, for example, right? That we and we can't force them. But for example, I see that there's a big problem right now with plastic in the water, for example. This thing is real, right? The CO2 thing is not real, okay? Man-made climate change, basically, right? But the plastic thing in the oceans is a big problem. And of course, I would like to have some standards in another country to see, because when this shit goes into when we are fishing in our seas, this stuff affects our seas, right? And yes, for that, like common,
Yeah, it's going to affect the whole ecosystem. Exactly. Continue.
yeah.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter where you are in the
If
world,
it's
right?
if it's basically benefiting both of us, we can deal with each other, right? I'm not a complete isolationist, right? But it must work for both
But are
parties.
you okay with this free movement all over the world? You're fine with
No,
that, right?
free movement. I'm against that.
So okay, so this
When,
one
for example,
man,
right, when we're talking about the Germans, how can the Germans, for example, help the Africans or something like this, or one African country? I wouldn't say that the African people should be educated in Germany. No, we should build schools in Africa, right? And educate people there. Have some Germans move there, train teachers there, and then they can train, the African teachers can later train their own people. This is how it should work. And I would completely get rid of these stupid, like money sending there, and then basically the money ends up in the hands of dictators, right? I would much rather see, for example, companies being built, and the companies must basically primarily have African workers working there. So you don't have Germans moving there to work in an African country in a German company or something. No, I would do stuff like this, right? Where basically both parties are benefiting from. This is what I would say. And I'm not an economist. There needs to be some experts, both on the African side as well, and neutral, away from these dictatorships. Most African countries still have dictatorships. So neutral parties must look like what is needed in the country, right? Which infrastructure. The biggest one I would say right now is to, and this is a huge critique on these internationalist organizations like the European Union, we need to stop funding European farmers producing cheap stuff like chicken wings and so on, right? And then exporting them to Africa and destroying the local farmers there, right? It's
or you can just throw out the
yeah.
Dutch people who coming over to Africa.
So this is a sacrifice I'm willing to make, right?
And the roses that they're doing, yeah.
Yeah,
But,
because yes, our farmers make more money, therefore, right? But it's completely destroying. It makes Africans dependent on, and then the farmers are moving here or wanting to move here because we have destroyed the local market, right? Or the European Union. I'm against that. So and what it also does is basically we have mass production of meat now in Germany. We have these huge farmers. And this is polluting our soil, right? With so many animals, you need to produce basically. And that would also be good for the German environment and the soil and so on. So we can have more local farmers and not these big company farmers, and have a more, and also these farmers are basically taken over by the same globalist investors like BlackRock and Vanguard. And we are getting dependent on them instead of having many farmers producing stuff. We have only a handful of farmers now and being completely reliant on them, right? So yeah, these would be some things. But again, I'm not the best at economic questions, basically.
Yeah, me neither. But it's quite interesting to hear your views on this, really. So you're really against the globalism and the EU.
Yeah.
So no one flag, no one language, and no one people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hear you.
See, this is the same stuff, right? I would say many people are saying from the Republican right, when I hear Americans talking about that, it's still very prevalent that it's individualism and all of these things who make was the reason why the economy could grow so much and so on. What I would say is it's the opposite. The first industrial revolution and so on, and until the 1950s, you had a very dominant nuclear traditional families and so on. So it was individualism combined with traditional families structure, with traditional faiths like Christianity and so on. And then we had individualism. Yes, everyone is working like a working machine and so on, only focusing on their job and so on. And that is only a short-time benefit for you or the country, because later you will see, well, now we have all of a sudden we have a birth rate crisis, right? So less people buying shit, less people who are able to produce shit, and so on. So it was a short-time profit, yes. When you have the woman go into the workforce as well, you have more workers, more consumers, and so on, right? But long term,
that on the society.
Yeah,
the women needed
long
to
term, and also what libertarians need to understand is individualism is fine for many people, and it's probably the best system for them. But you have many people who are not wired to this kind of thinking. They need help, and the productivity, because you have this huge individualism and you don't have communities anymore and so on, these people are now reliant on the state and they're basically unproductive, right? So you have all these millions of people who are now basically on suicide watch, who are a cost for the system, for the nations and so on. So once again, it's short-term thinking, it's materialist thinking, and this will lead to destruction in the middle time or long term.
Yeah, that's already happening in the West, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because the birth rate is getting lower, lower, right? So.
Well, easily going to Africa though, Elon. This is the thing, because we can talk about what happened to the European woman, but the reality of it that it wasn't the African man that oppressed the European woman. We haven't done that. We know proof and evidence that the European woman was subjugated as a vessel. And there's a film called Made in Dagenham, where like a group of European women in England, particularly London, and they protested and said we want rights, even though the Honourable Marcus Garvey in his time with Charlotte Bass, that he used the African tradition that we've always believed the African man and the African woman are side by side. And there was, I think it was Margaret Sanger said, are you going to allow this, this African man to allow his women to vote, and you don't allow us, who we bear you through our womb, to vote? So these things like transgender and etc. like that, Black people's never oppressed them, but yet still they have the time to oppress and exploit Black people. That's why I always say we have to separate our struggles, because we're not all the same, historically.
So you are one of, and I was a few days ago, I was on the panel asking that specific question because I was listening to two women who are also Pan-Africanist, and they were talking about Afrofuturism. They're talking about it in a big conference, the biggest one, I would say, in Germany, called Republica. And they was making the same point. There was one German guy, white guy, asking the question about how do you deal with this homosexuality problem, with this white homosexuality problem. So now the problems is also white homosexuals that they are attacking. So the whole victim hierarchy structure has changed over the last decades. And they were talking about, and they were talking about transgenderism and so on, and how homosexuals are basically oppressing transgenders. And she was talking about, we have this beautiful thing in African spirituality. We have this voodoo goddess, I forgot the name. And they had this concept of transgenderism. And then I asked Trilluminati, and he said, no, this is a completely different kind of mindset. It has nothing to do with transgenderism. It is what you will find in many cultures, basically, that God is one or something, but it isn't applied on human sexuality or something. We later watched a clip of a great documentary called What is a Woman, right, from Matt Walsh, where they interviewed the Maasai people. And they don't even had a word for transgenderism. So they are using, once again, they are using these people of color. They are now even applying the same bullshit when it comes to Indians, telling the only people who were oppressing basically the concept of transgender, otherwise it would be everywhere, right, were white people, even though this is ridiculous. It is a white concept, this concept of transgenderism.
That's right. Yeah. And another thing as well is that there were two, not just two, there were several from the LGBTQ community at Stoke who also had enslaved Africans and was treating them. We have document proofs of that. So the thing is, it's like, when you look at it and you research it historically, in that, as what John Henry Clark says, a great African historian, he says that we don't have any friends. So all these groups, minorities, and that you mentioned, whether it be the feminism, the minorities of the, they all seem to have a code of conduct of, we're going to oppress African people, we're going to reap from them, and any form of agenda that we have, we're going to use them, exploit them for our needs. And that's why I always say that, because we don't have any friends, we do need to separate psychologically, not to oppress non-African people, but to understand that we're on our own. No one's going to rescue us. And as I was saying to the East African sister, is that you can use a blueprint as long as you Pan-Africanize it. The Europeans, what do you call it, the Illuminati, all that is based upon the African spirituality, but they nationalize it for Europeans, So if we are in capitalism, socialism, anarchism, and etc., right? Then until we get our power back, you have to use these these blueprints if you're going to use it. I disagree that we don't need to, and better our people without having a capitalistic mindset, if that makes any sense. Is that?
Yeah, I would agree that when you, at least when it comes to the dominant Pan-African groups who are pushed by the media, like Black Lives Matter and these groups, you have to, so they are constructing a black identity, basically, which must include something like transgenderism.
That's right.
Which must include something like feminism, right? And so, yes, in that way, they are basically you are not free. However, you are free to have black power against white men and white women. You're totally free to do that. So yeah, they're basically what I told you before. It's they are using different minority groups as to usher in the big transformation, which they call the Great Reset or Agenda 2030 and all of these things. And yeah, I would agree at least to that. For example, the Nation of Islam, they are not promoted by the media, right?
No, they're not. And the Nation of Islam, when you understand their ideology, Elijah Muhammad, who he was a student of Bishop Henry Millimet Turner, who was a Pan-Africanist, and all the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, when he says that the European is an entity of the devil, it was a political strategy of, because they are devaluing us as a people, that you have to keep away from them, don't spend in their communities, don't marry with them, and don't be in the neighborhood and stuff, right? Because black people are very spiritual. If you use certain words, it rings to us, okay, the devil. Not to say in the way of, oh, the European has horns on his head. No, but meaning that he's devaluing, or she's devaluing you. So this word
It's changing you. Yes, I would just say it's changing you. Yeah, just like you are changing us, right?
Right.
Muslims are totally changing us. The German language, because of the Turkish people here in Germany, has changed in many cities. Now they are using this Turkish German, especially when it comes to the youth, because many Turks are dominant in the schools. Now the Germans talk like Turkish people. So yes, it's the thing is, what I see most prevalent is Marcus Garvey was for separation. Most people, most black advocates are not for separation anymore. They are for integration.
That's right. Yes.
Right? And even, and this is the most ridiculous thing, some even use Marcus Garvey, of these integrationists, and basically are perverting what Marcus Garvey was really standing for.
And that's right. And this is the problem. And this is the thing where, because it's not about harming non-African people. There's nothing, we are all from the human family, right? What the problem is, and you know this very well, is that it's not right for one ethnicity to be exploited by all ethnicity unjustly. So what the Honorable Marcus Garvey was saying, because we are being devalued, right? You have to separate, which is what birthed Black Wall Street. Because of separation and following that blueprint, Black Wall Street was prevailing and relevant, as well as a lot of things. But with the problem with black people, as you just mentioned, is that a blueprint has been sent down, as what he says, under the Honorable Marcus Garvey: nationalize your culture for your agenda, nationalize your political, your economics for your agenda, nationalize your, all these things. Well, the black people, they want to use in socialism, and you're not realizing that Europeans are very organized, Asian and Middle Eastern, and you are disorganized. So when you're in war, one of the worst things you could ever do is that getting help from an organized group where you're disorganized, they'll always exploit you. So you're absolutely right, and this is the problem that we're having, you know, is that
and you're getting attacked. Louis Farrakhan is even amongst some of the terrorist lists, I think, in Europe. I think even in the UK, he's on terrorist list. Why?
Yeah.
Because he's promoting the same thing, basically, when it comes down to it, the primarily thing, which is called separation or segregation. And they don't want that. They want a one world, and you can't have separation there. So when black people advocate for segregation, basically, then they are getting attacked.
Yeah.
Just as us, right? Just as white advocates or ethno-pluralists are getting attacked then.
Yeah. Because I don't have a problem. Like, for example, growing up, I've been growing up on Pan-Africanism. It's no secret, right? And I don't have a problem with Europeans who want to marry with themselves and help their people. I don't have an issue with that. Same with Asian people, Middle Eastern. I really don't have an issue with that. The issue that I have is the way how they subjugate African people to better their agenda. Now, as a human being, I have a right to not like that. But what the non-African people do very well is, like, they have a problem with African people not liking oppression, but when the white females were being oppressed, they don't like that and they'll speak against it. You know, same with the transgenders, same with the poor whites and etc. Right? They're allowed to because it's oppression. But when it comes to African people who are collectively organized, they say, okay, this is wrong. You know, we've helped everybody out. We need something for ourselves. So we're speaking against it. We're classed as terrorists, we're classed as radical, all these types of names. You know, whenever a non-African community does something, African people get blamed for it. You know, all these names that they call us and etc. Yet still, these names tell you that we should separate. You know, and I know why they don't want us to separate. It makes perfect sense. Because it's politically, but at the same time, it is very difficult, you know, because black people don't want to separate, even though physically and evidently we already are separated. You don't see Europeans in your area. You only see them if you go to work. Same with Asians. They don't want to integrate, and they shouldn't. It's their right. Well, black people believe that we all need to get along and practice multiculturalism, but we're the only people who practice it. Nobody else does. And
Well, I wouldn't say. I would say you have a point in the past. There, it was much more racial subjugation, right? From a very racially aware, especially when we're talking about America, they had this white consciousness way before. It's only coming into our people's minds in Europe, in Germany, and so on, for the last, I don't know, 7 to 10 years, something. That you have this concept of white, which is basically a European identity. Before, it was only really out there in America. Before that, we were very focused on our own nation. We were mostly national chauvinists or ethno-chauvinists. So the German thought their sub-race or their ethnicity was the best. They were better than the I don't know, the French and so on. So we have this kind of thing.
European
today's subjugation is really, it's the subjugation of all people from an anonymous bureaucracy that just see you as some kind of number. That is the subjugation of today. It's they are still using race because it's a useful tool, but it's not like a white supremacy leading this. They want to create the closest I can think of, like this brave new world kind of world. This is what they want to create.
So wouldn't white supremacy be like a type of system where we, want to keep all white people, whether they are out of Europe, in charge and controlling
No.
You wouldn't class it as that at all?
No.
What would you
Because
class it as then?
look, the biggest thing, right? And I think it was even Louis Farrakhan who was talking about it. He was talking about white genocide. I had the clip somewhere, right, where he was talking about that. But look, he was saying, look, white people, if you continue like this, you go extinct, right? And when you now look, for example, that one of the biggest problems is our sperm count, for example.
Yeah.
This is some people say that there was some article in the mainstream media, right, like in the side notes, were saying like basically in 2040 it's almost down to zero. So this is the biggest problem, and yet no one is talking about this being a major issue. There's no scientists, right, all this trust the science, who are putting this at their major agenda to fix that, or to look into what's the problem here, right?
Yeah.
So they don't care. They ultimately what they want is basically they want a company to decide who can breed and who cannot breed, and it will be basically artificially made, right? In the future, they want to overcome the natural cycle of birth and all of this. They want to have workers' drones. They want to have this class system, right? Where you have these workers' drones, like in the Brave New World scenario, where you have different classes for different tasks and so on, right? This is what they want. This is and eternal life, basically. They want to transform your what is it called? Not soul, but your mind into a computer or something, so you can live forever. This is the goal of these people. So yeah.
Yeah, but also what the Honorable Louis Farrakhan was mentioning is that the genocide is happening amongst the whites themselves, because and I mean this with the most ultimate respect, of course. The most fertile woman is the African woman. So, because of this, is that the European woman, even amongst her staying with her own European man, it's causing a deduction with the race. This is not like the black people, let's sleep with loads of European. That's among he was referring to amongst himself. So
I would never say such a thing. It is often people are basically claiming that I have this kind of mindset. No, it is, and it's not only in white population. You see that in many Asian countries as well. It's a phenomenon of the modern world, basically, of radical egalitarianism, right?
Yeah.
Which can only basically be in a very rich country, this kind of mindset where it's only yourself, right? And when you're poorer, basically before the Industrial Revolution, your children were basically your kind of Versicherung, what is it called? Like Versicherung. Let me check what Versicherung means. Versicherung. Insurance, right? Your children were the insurance when you grow old, right? Now you don't have that. Now you have a social credit system, basically, which the state will provide when you're old and so on. So people have the luxury of not having children, right? There's no incentives of having children. In fact, children are now a burden, right? It will cost more to raise children than to be single. So we have a perverted kind of a sense of duty. It's all egotistic. It's only me, right? This is what it is about. And we have to basically completely switch our mindset to make that stop and reverse it. And that is the biggest task, really, because it's so powerful, right? I mean, you see it even in Africans when they are in the West, they are getting infected by the same kind of mindset. Yes, they're still you still see different behaviors and so on. But especially when we're talking about the birth rates, even when it comes to Africans living in the West, their birth rate is not really as high as in Africa. It's still somewhat higher here than the European birth rates, but it's getting closer and closer to our birth rate because they're infected by the same kind of mindset, this hedonistic lifestyle and so on, as the Europeans are. We were just the first victims of our own success, basically.
But also the Africans in Europe, and we cannot hide this, that they are also being reduced as well through certain types of experiments and movements. So, you know, it's a thing again. If there's an issue with the Europeans not having a high rise in birth rate, and that's not them having interracial relationship, by the way, that's amongst themselves, then naturally the Europeans would say to themselves, well, if the European woman is not procreating as much even with us, then those who have a birth rate that is much higher, we have to subjugate and reduce them. This is why you have homosexuality being pushed forward in the black community, as well as these other things. As you're saying, in Africa, they don't have a transgender word. So if we can use these movements to reduce, then the Europeans will be able to remain in power. Because Henry Kissinger, you know, in his book, The National Security 2000 Memorandum, he made it clear that the biggest threat, and he said this in 1954, is if the Africans all work together, they could stop our design of controlling the whole of Africa, etc. So we know what's happening, but as you made it clear that the Africans want to integrate, and integration is not going to work for them, unfortunately.
Yeah, we see kind of change, and I don't agree with the people who are basically saying, well, there's a shadow cabal, right, that is completely controlling the whole world or some bullshit like this. I think that their main power and their main almost complete control lies in the West, because what we are seeing in the war between Russia and the Ukraine is that other powerful countries like India and China were not going along with the West, with the Western powers, right? For the first time, basically, you have a revolt from different countries. The only countries who are basically supporting Ukraine openly are Western countries. Most other were either neutral, right, who said, no, we want to be neutral, like Israel, like most of African countries, and some even allied themselves with Russia, like China.
Are actually voting for Ukraine. Like I've seen Somalia voting for Ukraine, which I don't see a reason why they're voting. We should be fixing ourselves before we're voting for the rest of Ukraine. But
that's right.
Be the hero there, to be honest.
And that returns back to the dopamines again, brother.
Yeah.
You see what I'm trying to explain to you? The dopamine, it doesn't make any sense.
Don't make no sense.
It doesn't make no sense.
What's our business with the Ukraine? Like when I was so struck when I see Somalia voting for, I see China, I think abstaining their vote and whatnot. But to say the least, we should be abstaining or not even voting. In all honesty, it's not our business.
I mean, even Turkey, right, is basically saying is blocking NATO. I think when it comes to Sweden and Finland joining the NATO, right? So you have even within NATO, you have one country who is basically resisting what the West wants, and that is Turkey. So this is an interesting time.
Is Turkey refused? Is Turkey in NATO? I don't know.
They
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, but they don't want Sweden and think. Okay, that don't. Okay.
Yeah, I think it is primarily to have basically get something out of the situation. For example, especially the situation between Turkey and Greece, right?
Yeah.
And then basically more money, maybe even like what they also wanted for a long time is Erdogan wanting to be basically being treated like a European Union member. So they have freedom of movement also. That is, I think, why they're holding back their vote mainly.
Yeah,
But yeah, I don't think that their control of the world is as many speculate. Of course, they will find other excuses. Then they will say, well, they actually they want this war, right? This world war to implement then basically this new world order or something. That is why you have basically why China is allowed to be against America and so on, because we need them for a world war, right?
That's
so
right.
yeah, this kind of people are speculating also that this is going on behind the scenes. But if you ask them really for any proof, they can't provide you.
And that's why
I mean, if they were to go to war, do you think that will benefit us, the African people, if they were to, engulf in war?
I think
we'll also be dragged in with it.
Yeah, I think a new world war would basically mean collapse. We are living in a system. This is the problem with the globalization as it happened. It is this just-in-time principle that is basically like everyone is dependent on everyone for the stupidest things, right? So we are delivering food basically, which could be produced by other countries themselves. But no, we are exporting, for example, as we talked before about meat to Africa. This is just stupid, right? And or I don't know, our pharmacy, right, here in Germany, we had huge pharmacy in Germany just a few decades ago. Now we have outsourced it to China. So they're talking about this stupid thing called climate change, man-made climate change. Yet they're all for producing stuff which we can produce in our country somewhere on the other side of the world instead. So it makes no sense whatsoever. And what I say is a world war in this kind of system where everyone is dependent on everyone, you will have the most casualties are not coming from the war itself, right? Unless maybe you have a nuclear war, right? Most of it will come from a structural collapse, from a infrastructure collapse. So you will have huge food crisis, for example, right? I mean, we are talking about hundreds of millions of possibly starving in this kind of scenario, because everyone is so dependent on other countries in vital infrastructures issues. No, this is just so really the world. They can't even afford a world war.
No, they can't. They can't. They just have to watch China take over for now. Well, military might. They can't.
But China is also very dependent. I couldn't believe it. They're also very dependent on food imports. I couldn't believe when I saw that.
But from where though? It's not from the West, is it?
I don't know from which countries they're importing. I have to Google check that. But yeah, they're trying to basically restructure the food supply within China. But right now they are still very dependent. So if the West is really serious about stopping the Chinese and them thinking basically the Chinese want to take over our countries or something like this, well, there's a very simple solution to that, which is stuff them out.
I think they're really just how can I say, they're jealous of China because it's a dictatorship country and it's running so good.
Yeah.
Even the Canadian president said like it's astonishing us.
Well, the Canadian guy doesn't say that because he's kind of enemy. No, he wants a very similar system implemented in the West.
He did say that. He said he's I can't not the exact word for word, but he said that like he admires them.
Yeah,
just the way their production is.
They want this kind. Yeah, for me. The Chinese model is basically more or less the model that the World Economic Forum wants. The problem that the World Economic Forum has with China is that basically the companies are subjugated by the party, right, and not the other way around.
Yeah.
So this is the problem they have with China. But the social credit system, they want something similar here. Absolutely. And this is why they also haven't attacked China so far. This could change now. We are seeing more and more aggressive rhetoric directed at China at the moment.
Yeah, it's slowed down to an extent regarding all the thing that came out the past 2 years ago and whatnot.
Even 2 years ago, I was surprised that only Trump really was talking about in a bad way about China.
Yeah.
Most other countries, or most other like powers in America or in the West overall, were protecting China. No, don't talk about China being.
They protected them. They protected the Indians, but then when they came to the South African variant, it was just the SA variant, which is yeah.
You can agree one thing is that when it comes to white supremacy, because they don't want too much attention that they are in charge, that they will use certain types of groups to make it believe that they're in charge, when in actuality it's still the Europeans that are in charge, because China is being used by the Europeans, no different than when the Europeans put the Indians into South Africa as well as the Caribbean. So and it's the same thing happened with the Chinese as well. So let's not be idealistic that it's still the Europeans in charge, but masking their power by making us believe that China's going to take over, not China in Africa, unfortunately.
I think it is, I don't know what the Chinese people, I think it is mainly about economic colonization and stealing, basically importing some Chinese people where they still have the majority of the family in their own country, and having a bargain over them, and then spying on other countries to get technology out of the country they migrate to. And
so it's like spying and espionage on top of that too. Source it up. That's crazy.
But China never had a history of basically really colonizing other countries.
That's right.
I don't think that
they only started not too long ago.
They're buying a lot of stuff up, but it's also crazy that
so much that they got enough money now to buy up like half the world or this amount of the world.
Yeah, I mean, it's also crazy. You see capitalism. When we're talking about capitalism, we're talking about basically plutocracy, right? We are not talking about the average shop owner or something like this. No, we're talking about monopoles. And these monopolists, these plutocrats who are controlling the banks and so on, controlling the big companies, the shareholders, companies like investment firms like BlackRock and so on, they were the ones investing in China while China was still communist. So we allowed China to be as powerful as they are today, in the hope that basically, in my opinion, these people investing there thinking of the Chinese people will eventually change their mindset. The problem is what they are now realizing more and more. There was a DOD, for example, the American government has this organization, Secret Service and so on, and they made a DOD report, and they find out that at the core of the Chinese party is an ethno